The Lord's Empire Chapter 1276 to Chapter 1359. The most eye-catching people in this trial were naturally the 5 peerless geniuses. Everyone else seemed dim in comparison to them, and all geniuses seemed too ordinary. The most eye-catching of the 5 geniuses was naturally that mysterious emperor. He had defeated 4 other peerless geniuses by himself, and he was undoubtedly the most powerful person. Everyone felt quite curious about his identity. However, everyone thought that the mysterious emperor was from the heaven domain. Out of the 5 peerless geniuses, only 2 of them had been publicly announced. Only one of them was from another domain and was the disciple of a supreme being, while the other was the emperor of a true empire. In comparison, the other 3 people's identities were definitely quite terrifying, or else they would not have such strength. The most shocked was naturally the ancient STEM domain. They all knew who that mysterious emperor was, and they had never thought that he would have such a shocking performance in the cosmos historical remnant. The Tao Cultivation sect master did not believe this and asked by Xingjun, Jun Air, "Did you really lose to that person? Did you really lose to that person?" Bai Xingjun looked quite dispirited as he nodded. This caused the Tao Cultivation sect master's expression to become quite unsightly. The disciple he was most proud of had lost to that person, and that person's performance in the future would definitely shake both ancient and modern times. We were wrong. We were truly wrong. If we had stopped him at the ancient STEM banquet, none of this would have happened. It was the first time the Tao Cultivation sect master felt so regretful. The ones with the most unsightly expressions were naturally the 3 factions that had enmity with Zhao Fu. Seeing Zhao Fu's power, they felt a trace of fear. That person now had the ability to threaten them, so they madly searched for Zhao Fu's whereabouts, wanting to get rid of this hidden threat. Imuroshi told the Heavenly Music sect master everything she had seen and heard, and the Heavenly Music sect master realized how much she had underestimated Zhao Fu. If she had known that Zhao Fu had such power, protecting Zhao Fu at all costs would have been worth it. After all, Zhao Fu would definitely have great rewards in the future. Now, the Heavenly Music sect master sighed and regretted her decision. Of course, Zhao Fu did not know about any of this. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu hurriedly completed 3 tasks. The first was to excavate divine darkness iron, the second was to create a large number of darkness crystals, and the third was to create a large number of fallen angel. These 3 things were the most important to Qin, so he had to finish them as soon as possible. The first thing Zhao Fu did was to take out the black god metal spatial key and place it on a 10,000-meter wide transmission formation. This 10,000-meter wide transmission formation was a very high-level transmission formation, and it could simultaneously teleport 10,000 people. Now that Qin's soldiers had reached more than 10 billion, if he wanted so many soldiers to be equipped with dark godly metal equipment, he would naturally need a massive amount of ore. This would require many people to mine. After placing the key and activating the magic formation, Zhao Fu teleported over and arrived at a very large space. This place was filled with a type of black iron and stone that gave off a dense darkness aura. The ground was also made of this type of ore, and there was not a single bit of ordinary soil or stone. Looking at such a large space, Zhao Fu grinned. He could already imagine how majestic Qin City's soldiers would look when they wore black armor. In actuality, Zhao Fu quite liked the color black. Even though Qin City's soldiers had black armor, they had all been dyed black. Now that they had darkness god metal and darkness crystals, all of Qin City's soldiers could be called darkness soldiers. Qin City would sweep across the world in black, and when everyone saw this darkness, they would only think of Qin City. After inspecting the area and finding that there was no danger, Zhao Fu handed this matter over to Risi and had him arrange for a large number of people to mine. The second task was to create darkness crystals. This was not so easy to deal with, and they needed a dark place. The larger the area, the better. After all, creating darkness crystals required darkness elemental essence. There was no suitable place in the human world, so Zhao Fu thought of the fish-scale world's abyss. The abyss there was incredibly big and dark, and no light could reach there. It was a very suitable place to create darkness crystals. Apart from this, they also had to build a large number of things. The first was a darkness-gathering magic formation. This magic formation had to be incredibly large in order to gather an ocean of darkness. Moreover, Xiaofu also had to build a darkness city. One was for Cinder to live in, as she had to maintain the magic formation. After all, she had the darkness origin stone within her body, which could gather the purest darkness. The second was for other people to live in as well, as they would be responsible for processing the darkness crystals. After hearing that Zhao Fu wanted her to go to a place far away from Qin City's palace and the human world, Cinder was quite unwilling. It seemed that she would not have any power and would only be a creator of darkness crystals. She did not want this, she wanted to be the Darkness Empress. Not only did she want powerful darkness power, but she also wanted supreme authority. However, she could not change Zhao Fu's mind, as the abyss was the most suitable place. In the end, Cinder happily agreed. This was because Zhao Fu said that as long as she had a way to maintain the darkness magic formation, he would not interfere with anything else, and she could go wherever she wanted. Cinder was naturally happy because she had a way to resolve this, which was to send darkness power and her darkness blood into the darkness magic formation every once in a while. This way, she would be able to maintain the darkness magic formation. She only needed to go there every once in a while, and she could stay in Qin City's palace. Moreover, she asked Zhao Fu for an army to nurture her darkness core, and Zhao Fu agreed because he knew that Cinder had the ability to do so. It was not just her, many of the people he had brought back from the Cosmos historical remnant had commander abilities, and many of them had special abilities. The most terrifying was most likely Mozax's nothingness domain, which could nullify all power. In the future, Zhao Fu would take care of them and arrange for them to be sent to suitable places. Finally, Zhao Fu took care of the third matter, which was the matter of creating a large number of fallen angels. Fallen angels were not weak, and even though the fallen angels would not be pure fallen angels, they would not be too weak. Zhao Fu had already placed the Darkness God Palace in a region. The Darkness God Palace had the effect of gathering darkness, and as soon as it was placed, countless traces of darkness aura gathered, causing the light to become dim and the entire region to become a region of darkness. Aracena. What are 24 God emissaries? Zhao Fu asked Aracena as he stood at the place where the fallen angel was being nurtured. In order to nurture a fallen angel, not only did one need a high-level godly spirit-level fallen angel, but they also needed 24 God emissaries. Divine Constitution? Hearing Aracena's words, Zhao Fu felt that he had heard it somewhere before. He thought about it and remembered that when he had conquered the Holy Church, Geoffrey had offered 24 women with divine natures. However, because those women were very resistant, and because Zhao Fu had just conquered Geoffrey and wanted to appease the people, those women had stayed in the Holy Church and had not been brought to the Qin Palace. Now, he needed 24 God's emissaries, and there were 24 people with divine constitution. This was quite a coincidence. He could make them God's emissaries and then cultivate fallen angel emissaries. This was quite simple. Zhao Fu smiled and ordered people to bring those women here. Greetings, Your Majesty. Those women quickly arrived and bowed to Zhao Fu. They had not seen each other for a long time. These women wore white robes and had blonde hair, blue eyes, and snow-white skin. They gave off a holy aura. Zhao Fu had not banned religions, and he had always maintained the situation where the Holy Church was developing in Qin. It was one of the best religions in Qin, and as the holy virgins of the Holy Church, they were loved and respected by countless people, making them even more determined in their beliefs. Moreover, their attitudes were now very respectful, and they were not as resistant or unwilling as before. This was because they understood that their only choice was to submit to Qin. Sensing their holy aura, Aracena frowned and said, "They are all followers of light and cannot become my God's emissaries." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and quickly understood. Aracena was a fallen angel and belonged to the dark side, while the Holy Church belonged to the light side. They were opposites, so those women naturally could not become Aracena's God's emissaries. However, Zhao Fu did not look disappointed, and he asked, "If they fall to the dark side, they should be able to become your God's emissaries, right?" Aracena nodded and said coldly, "They need to sincerely accept the dark side in order to become God's emissaries." Zhao Fu turned his gaze to the women. Zhao Fu knew the answer even without asking, because they had all heard what Zhao Fu had just said. They all looked like they were determined to believe in the light. Qin needs you to become the Dark Oracle. The fallen angel will be of great help to Qin. Zhao Fu said gently. One of the women stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Zhao Fu. Your Majesty. We have adhered to our beliefs since we were young and are willing to serve our Lord for the rest of our lives. I am sorry. We refuse your request. Zhao Fu's eyes gradually became cold. He didn't care about the women in front of him and didn't want to consider their opinions, because this was very important to the entire Qin Empire. It was impossible for Zhao Fu to give up something that was beneficial to the Qin Empire for the sake of the 24 women. Zhao Fu turned to Ericina and asked, is there any way to make them become dark? Hearing this, Ericina gave a trace of a smile as she said, there are a few ways, and there are two that are the most effective. The first is to make them kill their family and friends, causing them great pain. The second is to make them prostitutes, causing their bodies to suffer great destruction. In despair and pain, it will be easy for them to fall. Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked at the women and asked, which one do you want to choose? The women's faces became pale, and some of them were even terrified because they couldn't accept either of the two methods. Thinking about the immense pain of killing their family and friends, as well as being ravaged by countless men as prostitutes, some of them started to cry. The voluptuous woman in the lead looked straight at Zhao Fu as she said, Your Majesty, you're a good emperor, you can't do such a thing to us. You are a good king, you can't do such a thing to us. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, You're wrong. During special times, we will do anything for Qin. Zhao Fu's words announced their fates. Some people sobbed, some people's faces became pale, some people's expressions were serious, and some people's eyes were filled with despair. Some people took out daggers with resolute gazes and prepared to slit their throats. That way, they would not have to kill their family and friends or become prostitutes. However, Zhao Fu casually restricted them and frowned as he said, Why are you doing this? As long as you're willing to become dark, we won't force you to do anything. Moreover, the God that you believe in is by our side, and he's much more powerful than those illusory gods. Some people had already accepted their fate and nodded in agreement. Becoming dark was better than being forced to become dark, but there were still 7 people with firm beliefs who would rather die than fall. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on, he had to have 24 god emissaries, not even one less. In the end, Zhao Fu thought of the darkness crystal that he had obtained from killing the darkness nothingness beast king, which contained unstoppable darkness power. Zhao Fu took it out and crushed it, causing the darkness crystal to shatter and a massive wave of darkness power to flow out. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the massive wave of darkness power covered the women. The darkness power savagely corroded their bodies, causing them to struggle on the ground in pain. Ericina. Let's start making them god emissaries. Let's see if we can succeed. Hearing this, Ericina coldly harumphed, You're always so domineering and despicable. Following this, Ericina took out a dagger and cut her wrist, causing black blood to flow out. Ericina controlled the blood and shot it into the women's foreheads, forming a darkness mark. Under the corrosion of the massive darkness power and darkness god power, the women struggled on the ground in even more pain. The holy aura around the women disappeared, and a wave of darkness power spread out. Their backs gave off intense black light as 2 pairs of black wings tore through their robes and spread out. They gave off a dark aura. Success! Ericina said with a trace of delight. God emissaries were of great help to her and could help her spread faith and absorb even more faith energy. When necessary, they could be powerful personal guards. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. He had wanted to give it a try, but he had never thought that he would succeed and forcefully turn them into darkness. Now that they had successfully become god emissaries and accepted darkness power, the pain naturally stopped and they returned to normal. However, they were completely different from before because the darkness power had corroded their souls. They stood up from the ground. Some had cold expressions, some had flirtatious expressions, some had lewd expressions, and some had evil expressions. The voluptuous woman in the lead swayed her ample breasts and hips as she walked over in a lewd manner and hugged Zhao Fu as she said, Your Majesty. Now that you've turned us into this, you have to be responsible for us in the future. Please enjoy us. Zhao Fu looked at their changes in surprise. Once these holy daughters fell, they became even more evil than ordinary people. The holy daughter in the lead, who was serving him, had the strongest faith and resisted the most. she would rather die than fall, but now, she had become the most lewd. It seemed that the world was like this: the kinder a person was, the more terrifying they would be once they became evil. They would become more crazy, perverted, and twisted, and they would do anything. Often, the most terrifying evildoers were once kind-hearted people. Your Majesty. I want one too. The group of holy daughters laughed as they surrounded Zhao Fu, and indescribable voices sounded out. Bastard. Erisina's face was flushed as she pinched Zhao Fu and cursed. She was right next to Zhao Fu, so she was naturally dragged into those indescribable things. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Don't you want it too? Can't you be a bit more polite to me?" Erisina's face was bright red as she turned her head away. Following this, everyone came to the place of transformation. This was actually the most important place in the Darkness God Palace, and it was only second to the Darkness God Palace's core because it could create a large number of fallen angels. There were also 24 spears, which were the legacy weapons of the 24 God Messengers. Zhao Fu had a soldier take off his shirt and stand on the platform. Erisina and the 24 holy daughters flew into the sky. Erisina stood at the center and controlled the black ball of light. The 24 holy daughters each held a spear and spread out to form a circle. Erisina activated the ball of light in front of her, and countless traces of darkness power gathered. The 24 holy daughters also raised the spears in their hands, and countless runes lit up on them. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as countless traces of darkness energy gathered, forming a black pillar of light that landed on the soldier's body. The soldier looked incredibly pained, but the pain was bearable because he was still standing. Not only did the black pillar of light contain massive amounts of darkness power, but it also contained a trace of the fallen angel bloodline's power, and it gradually seeped into the soldier's body. The soldier did not resist and quickly absorbed this power, and a dark aura spread out from his body. 2 vertical gashes appeared on his back, and a pair of black wings slowly stretched out. The wings spread out, and countless rays of black light shot out in all directions as a powerful aura exploded out. Sensing this aura, Zhao Fu looked incredibly delighted. Before, the soldier had only been at stage 1, but now, he was at stage 3. In other words, he had instantly increased his strength by 2 stages. Stage 3 soldiers were common in the inner domain. If Qin had stage 3 soldiers, his strength would be comparable to that of the inner domain, and he would be stronger than the outer domain. The outer domain soldiers were all at stage 2, but it would take 10 or so stage 2 soldiers to defeat a stage 3 soldier. Moreover, Qin was a fallen angel, which was a high-grade profession and had decent stats. As such, it would take at least 20 stage 2 soldiers to defeat him. If Qin had stage 3 soldiers, there would be even less of a need to fear the ancient sword sect, and they would be able to directly attack them. Even in the outer domain, they would be able to sweep through the outer domain. However, things were not that simple. The Darkness God Palace could create a large number of fallen angels, and they could produce 10,000 per day. This was already quite shocking, but it did not seem to be enough. 10,000 per day, 100,000 in 10 days, 1 million in 100 days. In 10 years, they would only be able to produce 3 million or so. Perhaps they would be able to find a way to increase their numbers in the future, but the fallen angel could not be used as a main force and could only be used as a secondary force. However, with a large number of fallen angels, they would still be quite useful. For example, with the ability to fly, the fallen angel could become Qin's air force and use the advantage of flying to suppress enemies. Ordinary soldiers would only have the ability to fly after reaching stage 4 or 5 cultivation, so the fallen angel still had a great advantage. Erisina looked at the fallen angel that had been turned into a soldier and flew down from the sky as she said in dissatisfaction, "This fallen angel is so weak. Don't you have the darkness crystal? If you fuse with the darkness crystal and obtain darkness power, after going through the fallen angel transformation, the fusion of the 2 powers will become much stronger. Also, most of your soldiers have the human race bloodline, and those with the human race bloodline aren't suitable for becoming fallen angels. Other races' bloodlines aren't suitable either. The most suitable are those with the god race bloodline. They can bring out the fallen angel's power to its greatest extent. After all, the fallen angel is a god-created item." Hearing this, Zhao Fu immediately thought of the spirit light god race. They were part of the god race, so they were naturally suitable. It was a pity that there was the dark demon world between them, or else he would have considered attacking the spirit light world. He had not refined much of the primogenitor statue, and it would have a fatal effect. I understand. In the future, I'll send people to take care of the conversion. You'll be in charge of the conversion. I've also ordered people to build many darkness god temples, which will provide you with a lot of faith energy to help you recover your divine power. Hearing that Zhao Fu had built many darkness god temples for her, Erisina's cold and dissatisfied expression became much gentler, and she lightly nodded. Zhao Fu looked at her in surprise and laughed before leaving the darkness god temple. After taking care of the three most important matters, there were still many things for Zhao Fu to take care of. The first was the matter of the blood god demons. Because the cosmos historical remnant had opened early, the blood god demons had been set aside. Blood god demons were incredibly terrifying things, and Zhao Fu did not want to give up on them. The desolate god devoured large amounts of faith energy every day, and its power was continuously recovering. It was most likely able to create blood god demons, so Zhao Fu ordered people to make preparations. Following this, he constructed the Cosmos Beast Den and gave the blueprint for the Nothingness Cloak to his subordinates, ordering them to mass-produce it. Zhao Fu also ordered people to gather materials for the Sky City, planning to construct it. Finally, there were the people that Zhao Fu had brought back. Apart from Princess Han Shuang and the others, who were directly taken into the harem, the others were all very useful. For example, Molov had the power to travel through the void and could enter eternal night to carry out assassinations, Lefren was proficient in illusions and could join the Flower Devil army, and Xin Zhuang could become the captain of a cavalry. What was even more delightful was that Shyvana could use wyvern blood to create a type of dragon blood warrior, which was not weak at all. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu prepared to return to his palace to eat a celestial peach and fuse with his sovereign bloodline. However, he had never thought that something big would happen, which would completely change the situation. The current situation was the Devil Horn Empire and the Half-Beast world. The Grassy world, Elf world, and Dark Demon world were working together to suppress Qin. Before, they had a great advantage, but after Qin had conquered the Fish Scale world, he had continuously become stronger, and the Devil Horn Empire's advantage had become much smaller. With how quickly Qin was developing, it was possible that Qin would soon devour the Dark Demon world. They had not been able to stop Qin before, and they definitely would not be able to stop him this time. Once Qin devoured the Dark Demon world, he would have the strength of 3 worlds. When that time came, the Devil Horn Empire would be at an absolute disadvantage, and it was possible that they would be destroyed by Qin. They tried to rope in more worlds, but the other worlds were not stupid and did not want to participate. They could only watch as both sides suffered heavy losses. The Devil Horn Empire's Xiaoming understood that they could not go on like this. Even though it looked like they had more worlds on their side, not everyone was working together. Rather than having their forces spread out like this, it was better to unite, only then would they have the strength to destroy Qin. In the end, Yao Ming turned his attention to the Half-Beast world, and Half-Beast world. The 3 worlds had suffered great losses from a few battles and had become much weaker. Most of their forces were still defending against Qin, and they were quite weak internally. Even though it seemed like the Devil Horn Empire was working together with the 3 worlds, there was nothing binding them. Yao Ming wanted to take this opportunity to destroy the 3 worlds so that the Devil Horn Empire would have the strength of 4 worlds. When that time came, he would not be afraid of Zhao Fu at all. With his nation armament strengthened by 4 worlds' fate, he would be able to easily defeat Zhao Fu without any problems. Of course, devouring 3 worlds at once was not a simple matter, and it required a detailed plan. Yao Ming invited the 3 worlds to a meeting to discuss how to deal with Qin, who was becoming more and more powerful. It would not be good for them to act during the meeting, as since the other side had dared to come, they would definitely be prepared. Most of the people in the meeting wanted to fight, but there was also a small portion who wanted to reconcile with Qin. In front of Qin's immense pressure, their opinions were not united, and they were incredibly worried about the future. What do you think we should do? Qin is most likely quickly digesting the Fish Scale world. Once he's done, he'll definitely attack the Dark Demon world, and we'll be unable to stop him. Yeah. If our forces were at their peak, we might have been able to hold back Qin. But after several battles, we have lost a lot of our strength. I think we can consider reconciliation. It's useless for us to occupy the 3 continents now, and we don't dare to move people there. Why don't we give them to Qin to ensure that we can live in peace and stop fighting? What a joke. You're boosting Qin's arrogance. Do you think Qin's ambition is limited to 3 continents? He wants our 3 worlds, so we must fight this battle. Yao Ming gave a trace of a satisfied smile. Now, everyone was afraid of Qin, and this was what he wanted to see. Following this, he put on a furious look and stood up as he said loudly, "Now that things have come to this, the Devil Horn Empire will fully resist Qin. This emperor will send all of the Devil Horn Empire's soldiers to support you." Hearing that the Devil Horn Empire would fully resist Qin and provide a large number of soldiers, the 3 worlds all let out sighs of relief and gave happy smiles. After all, the Devil Horn Empire was one of the most powerful factions in this region. Not only did it have an army of devil beasts, but its ordinary soldiers all had devil bloodlines and were much more powerful than ordinary soldiers. With the Devil Horn Empire's full support, the pressure on them would be greatly reduced. Most people did not think that the Devil Horn Empire would do anything to them. After all, they had a common enemy, and the Devil Horn Empire needed them to resist Qin. Moreover, they had already cooperated with the Devil Horn Empire a few times, so they felt much more at ease. Only a small portion of people felt slightly worried about the Devil Horn Empire sending out soldiers. However, given the current situation, they could not say much and could only keep it to themselves. 7 days later, the Devil Horn Empire finished making preparations and split into 3 armies to enter the 3 worlds. They suddenly started to simultaneously attack the 3 worlds, and the Devil Horn Empire soldiers at the borders took this opportunity to attack Qin. After all, if they suddenly attacked the 3 worlds, they would not be able to gain much. After all, the 3 worlds had a large number of soldiers, while the Devil Horn Empire's soldiers were relatively small. As such, they decided to attack Qin. Once they attacked Qin, Qin would definitely counterattack, and they would be able to tie down the 3 worlds' people. As such, when the enemy attacked, Qin would definitely counterattack. It would not just stand there and let the enemy attack. The battle between the 2 sides quickly started, and both sides prepared their forces. However, they did not start an all-out battle, and the people from the 3 worlds looked quite confused. They could not understand why the Devil Horn Empire had suddenly attacked Qin without discussing it with them. However, after hearing that their rear was being attacked by the Devil Horn Empire, their expressions fell, and they cursed at the Devil Horn Empire for being despicable, trash, and scum. They had trusted him so much, and they disregarded everything and directly retreated. Seeing the 3 worlds retreat, Qin had wanted to give chase, but after hearing that the 3 worlds had been invaded, he immediately stopped and naturally would not help the Devil Horn Empire. Roar! Roar, roar! The Devil Horn Empire's Devil Beast army gave off roars that shook the surroundings. They gave off an unstoppable aura, and their devil chi swept through the 3 worlds like ferocious waves, causing them to fall into terror. The Devil Horn Empire soldiers, who were wearing green armor and holding weapons, loudly roared. Their voices were like thunder, and their blood boiled as they charged towards the pitiful people who were unprepared. Bang! A 1,000-meter-long crocodile giving off a massive aura swung its tail, and the tail gave off a massive force and created a wild gale. It easily shattered the city walls and charged in, wreaking havoc. Boom! A 1,000-meter-long green ant gave off explosive power as it smashed its head against the city wall, causing the tough wall to shatter. The green ant continued onwards, completely unstoppable. Roar! A 1,000-meter-long violet-scaled bird brought with it a wild gale as it dived down. The gale destroyed everything and slaughtered countless residents. It destroyed all of the buildings within the city, and countless cries continuously sounded out. This time, the Devil Horn Empire brought out its full strength. Not only did it release its entire Devil Beast army, but it also released its King-class Devil Beasts. Its goal was to quickly take down the 3 worlds. It was not just the Devil Beast army that had a shocking performance on the battlefield, the other Devil Horn soldiers also gave off shocking battle power. The cavalrymen rode on their 2-horned warhorses and shot out like arrows, piercing through the defenses of various cities. The archers shot out arrows that covered the heavens and the earth, easily turning cities into cities of death. The infantrymen quickly took down cities, causing regions to fall. Because most of their forces were focused on resisting Qin, the Three Worlds only had a small portion of their forces at the rear. The Devil Horn Empire did not encounter any resistance and swept through everything in its path. In just half a day, they had conquered almost half of a continent. The Three Worlds desperately wanted to return, but the Devil Horn Empire had set up void zones to slow them down. Time quickly passed, and the Devil Horn Empire gave off a boundless aura as it swept through the 3 continents and madly attacked the other continents. It was like a wild beast that had gone berserk, making people feel terror. No one could stop it. As the Devil Horn Empire rampaged through the 3 worlds, the worlds around the 3 worlds revealed greedy gazes. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for. Now, the 3 worlds not only had to face Qin's attacks, but they also had to face the Devil Horn Empire's sneak attacks. The 3 worlds were already much weaker, and they were quite weak internally. If they attacked now, they would be able to easily take down a few continents. Above the grassy world were the Lontong people, who had been fighting against the grassy people this entire time. They naturally did not feel any pity and sent out an army to madly attack the grassy world. Perhaps the enmity that had lasted for decades would end today. The world above the elf world was a water race world, and there lived a type of beautiful creature, which was the mermaid race. The men were quite handsome, and the women were quite beautiful. They also had a special ability, which was that their lower bodies were fish tails underwater, but on land, they would become human legs. As such, they had the ability to go ashore and attack the elf world. The world next to the elf world was a devil world, and there lived a type of charmed devil. The men of these charmed devils were tall and big, and they were incredibly lecherous. The women had fiery figures and were quite licentious. They had pointy ears and red eyes. As part of the devil race, they were innately powerful, so they were not easy to deal with. They had always invaded the elf world, and with such a good opportunity, they naturally would not pass up on it. As such, they also joined in the attack. They had coveted those beautiful elves for a long time, and they wanted them regardless of whether they were men or women. Those elves that they captured would be used as sex toys for them to play with every day. Above the half-beast world was the Devil Horn Empire, and next to it was the god race world called the White God Race. Their hair and eyes were all white, and they loved to wear white clothes. These people usually loved to promote unity, friendship, and kindness, but this time, they were using the name of eliminating heretics. They looked very hypocritical. He joined the team that divided the 3 worlds. In the end, the 3 worlds' forces returned and fell into despair. It was not just the Devil Horn Empire madly attacking them, but 4 other worlds were also attacking them. Even though they desperately resisted, they were powerless in the end. Seeing such a good opportunity, Qin naturally would not pass up on it, and he joined in. Now, including Qin, there were 6 worlds attacking 3 worlds. Such a large-scale battle shook the surrounding dozens of worlds, and they were incredibly shocked. It was extremely rare for such a large-scale battle to happen, and there were 9 worlds participating. They also paid great attention to this matter because this battle would definitely change the situation in this place. 6 worlds were attacking 3 worlds at the same time, and there were even 2 of the most terrifying worlds participating. Everyone could already predict the outcome of those 3 worlds. The outcome was not surprising. The 3 worlds had already suffered great losses, and adding on the fact that the Devil Horn Empire had taken this opportunity to invade, the surrounding worlds also joined in. In the end, Qin also joined in, so how could the 3 worlds resist? As the other worlds continuously attacked the 3 worlds, Qin held a meeting. Within the palace, Wei Liao suggested to Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty, the 3 worlds are fated to perish, and they are in despair. Right now, the 3 worlds are fated to perish and they are in despair. If Great Qin takes this opportunity to recruit them, we will definitely have shocking gains." Most people agreed with this suggestion, as the 3 worlds had no other choice. Great Qin had enough strength to attract them to join. However, after many battles, there were still enmity between the 2 sides. In the face of the bigger picture, Zhao Fu did not care about those enmity, so he agreed with this suggestion and ordered people to carry it out. Moreover, the chess piece that Qin had left in the elf world, the Killing Sword Kingdom, had lost its use, so Zhao Fu ordered them to quickly retreat to Qin. The half-beast world's Xianxia and the grassy world's Luoyu found out that their worlds were about to perish and that their races might become slaves. Their expressions were quite unsightly and they felt quite pained because no one wanted their race to end up like that. Because of this, Xianxia and Luoyu found Zhao Fu, hoping to save more half-beasts and grassy people. Zhao Fu did not hesitate to agree because even if they did not ask, Zhao Fu would have done this. After all, this would be of great help to Qin. After hearing that Qin was willing to recruit them and that he would not care about their enmity, the three worlds' attitudes were quite different. Some angrily refused and cursed at Qin. After all, the three worlds had ended up like this because of Qin. It was Qin who had caused them to end up like this, so how could they submit to Qin? Some people hesitated and wondered if they should submit to Qin or to someone else. They understood that the three worlds were about to perish, so they had to choose a good place to go. They were worried that if they submitted to Qin, Qin would take revenge on them. Some people were quite happy and pleasantly surprised because with Qin's terrifying strength, submitting to him was naturally the most reliable choice. They would not have to worry about any great dangers in the future, so they directly chose to join Qin. Qin had already conquered 3 continents. Although it was called conquering, it was more like taking them back. After all, Qin had long since conquered the 3 continents and had not encountered any enemies or battles. Because Qin was behind the 3 worlds, it was quite easy to evacuate. Many people chose to submit to Qin, and Zhao Fu ordered people to receive them. This battle continued for 5 days, and in the end, the 3 worlds were destroyed. Countless people died, and corpses littered the ground, creating a shocking scene. Everyone could not help but feel a trace of pity. Most of the people who died were naturally from the 3 worlds. Facing the attack of 6 worlds, they were unable to resist at all. The other worlds suffered very little losses, and it could be said that they had won a great victory. They had conquered many cities and regions and obtained great benefits, causing everyone to look happy and not a single person to feel disappointed. Now, the 3 worlds had been divided among the 6 worlds, and the one with the greatest gains was naturally the Devil Horn Empire. Of the half-beast world's 5 continents, it had taken 3, the White God world had taken 1, and Qin had taken 1. Of the grassy world's 6 continents, the Devil Horn Empire had taken 4 and the Lontong people had taken 1. In actuality, they had the time and ability to continue conquering. However, because they were right next to the Devil Horn Empire and were often attacked and threatened by the Devil Horn Empire, they felt quite afraid and did not dare to fight with the Devil Horn Empire. As for the remaining continent, it naturally belonged to Qin. The Elf world also had 6 continents. The Devil Horn Empire took 2, the Mermaid world took 1, the Charmed Devil world took 2, and Qin took 1. Just like that, the 3 massive worlds had been divided among the 6 worlds, making everyone feel quite shocked and regretful. From now on, these 3 worlds would no longer appear on the map. Apart from the continents, the one with the greatest gains was Qin, and the Devil Horn Empire's gains were slightly less than Qin's. This was because Qin's main focus was on subduing people, so he only conquered 3 continents and did not continue to attack. As such, his gains were naturally quite shocking. The Devil Horn Empire's gains were also quite great. After all, it had conquered so many continents and 9 continents in total, so how could its gains be small? However, because the Devil Horn Empire was the true culprit behind the 3 worlds' destruction, the 3 worlds felt great hatred towards the Devil Horn Empire. Adding on the fact that Qin had been the good guy behind the scenes, Qin's gains were a bit more than the Devil Horn Empire's. This time, Qin obtained a total of 60 billion people, and only 30,000 cities. However, none of these were directly plundered or conquered, nor did they suffer many losses. It was still very satisfying to obtain such an amazing harvest. At this moment, after the various factions divided up the 3 worlds, they seemed to have reached a consensus and stopped all actions, quickly digesting what they had obtained, and the situation temporarily calmed down. Yao Ming was very dissatisfied with his gains this time. Even though he knew that there might be other worlds participating, he never thought that there would be so many worlds participating. The situation here would become even more complicated. Moreover, in terms of population, Qin had taken advantage of them, which made Yao Ming very angry. His plan to conquer 3 worlds had not succeeded, and he had only obtained 9 continents, not a single complete world. This made Zhao Ming feel incredibly displeased. As he sat in the palace, the ministers below didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, and they nervously lowered their heads. All right. Your Majesty's gains this time are already quite shocking and have greatly increased the Devil Horn Empire's strength. Please don't be angry. There was a beautiful woman in a purple palace dress sitting on a phoenix chair to the side. She had a graceful figure and was extremely beautiful. Her body gave off a powerful and noble aura. She was the Devil Horn Empire's empress and the person Yao Ming loved the most. Hearing her comforting words, Yao Ming felt a bit better, and he started to give out rewards to those who had made contributions in this battle. Also in Qin's palace, Zhao Fu smiled as he gave out rewards to those who had made contributions in this battle. Zhao Fu received many people who had submitted, and he also saw many people he knew. One was an elf king. In the past, Zhao Fu had gone to an elf kingdom to treat a prince's strange illness, and he had obtained a world tree seed. The elf king in front of him was the elf king who had given him immense pressure in the past. Now, he respectfully stood by the side, not daring to say anything. Now, the elf king in front of him could not give Zhao Fu much pressure because Zhao Fu's strength was now greater than his. Their statuses had greatly changed. There was also someone he was quite familiar with. It was a beautiful grassy woman called Rahi, the big miss of the Swan Goose Financial Group. The first time Zhao Fu had left the Legacy Land, the first kingdom he had entered was the Kershi Kingdom. Zhao Fu had found the Swan Goose Financial Group to work with them and had them provide a large number of corpses and talisman stones. Rahi was the person in charge of this, and after doing business with them many times, Zhao Fu was naturally quite familiar with her. Back when the Kershi Kingdom had discovered Zhao Fu's existence, they had chased after Zhao Fu once, and the Kershi Kingdom had long since disappeared. Seeing Rahi again, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. There were also a few people he knew. They were the people who had opposed Qin in the past, and Zhao Fu naturally remembered their faces. Seeing Zhao Fu give them a meaningful smile, Rahi and the Elf King felt incredibly shocked. They remembered Zhao Fu, and they had a deep impression of him. To the Elf King, Zhao Fu was a mysterious emperor who had healed his son, and to Rahi, he was a moneybags with a mysterious identity. When they had first seen Zhao Fu, they had sensed Zhao Fu's aura and felt a sense of familiarity. At first, they could not be sure, but now that Zhao Fu had taken the initiative to admit his identity, they were able to confirm their suspicions. The mysterious person from before was the current emperor of Qin, the most terrifying person in the surrounding 10 or so worlds, as well as the most legendary king. They had never thought that Zhao Fu's true identity was Qin's emperor, nor had they thought that they would meet in such a way. Now, they could only respectfully look up at him because he was sitting on the supreme throne like a sovereign. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to sincerely submit to Qin and serve Qin, we will not care about our past grievances and will even put you in an important position, Zhao Fu said with a trace of a smile to the people who had submitted to Qin. Hearing that Zhao Fu had personally admitted that he would not hold them accountable and that if they performed well, they would be put in an important position. They all let out sighs of relief and smiled as they said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty. In the future, we will wholeheartedly serve Qin." Following this, Zhao Fu had them leave before discussing the current situation with his ministers. The situation had become even more complicated, and more worlds had joined in. They had to think of countermeasures. After discussing, Qin decided to send out ambassadors to the other worlds. The Devil Horn Empire was Qin's greatest threat, and if he worked with the other worlds, he would not have to worry and could directly destroy it. After all, with the Devil Horn Empire's territory spanned across 4 worlds, it seemed to be a greater threat than Great Qin. Moreover, no one had decided which side to stand on, so it was possible that they would side with Great Qin to destroy the Devil Horn Empire. If they could destroy the Devil Horn Empire, Qin's path would be much smoother in the future. However, a few days later, Zhao Fu was disappointed. It was not just Qin who was trying to rope in the other worlds to destroy the Devil Horn Empire, but the Devil Horn Empire was also trying to rope in the other worlds to destroy Qin. This made it so that the other worlds were not willing to participate and wanted to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, the Charm Devil world next to the Elf world sent a message saying that as long as Qin provided a large number of handsome men and beautiful women for them to play with, they would consider standing on Qin's side. They even wanted to have concubines from Zhao Fu's palace, they were simply too daring. Zhao Fu wanted to go to the Charm Devil world to see what kind of world it was, but something suddenly happened. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the heavens and earth dimmed. Countless clouds swirled and thunder boomed as the world fell into chaos. A massive might descended from the sky, causing everyone to feel terror. At the center of the heaven domain, the 8 massive crystals once again trembled, causing the expressions of countless experts to fall. The abnormal changes continued for a day before a system announcement sounded out in everyone's minds. Warning! Production stats have disappeared. This simple system announcement caused Zhao Fu's expression to fall. After all, the production stats were the biggest factor that determined how much food a kingdom could produce. If the production stats were powerful, they could produce large amounts of food, as the food they planted would quickly mature. However, the production stats had not been weakened but had instead disappeared. This meant that in the future, the food they planted would not be able to increase their production speed. At the same time, they would not be able to increase their production speed either. Before, the production stats had increased production speed, and because of the different production stats, the production speed would be different. However, the crops that were planted now needed 3 months to ripen, so they had to wait for 3 months. Moreover, due to various other factors, the yield could not be guaranteed. Before, food was one of the cheapest resources in the Heaven Awakened world, and some people even looked down on it. However, now that the production stats were gone, food became even more important. This was because people needed food to survive. Without food, they would die. In the face of hunger, people would lose their humanity. They would do anything, even eating human flesh. Why would there be such a sudden change? Zhao Fu was puzzled. He didn't know what had happened. The Golden Dragon said solemnly, "Zhao Fu, this matter might not be so simple." Following this, Zhao Fu decided to ask the higher being he was acquainted with. He should know some secrets, and since he was there, he quickly replied. It's most likely because the Heaven Awakened world is gathering its source energy to resist the outside world, which is why some stats have disappeared. This is also why the City Lord Seal's power disappeared. Also, it's best if your kingdom becomes a royal kingdom as soon as possible. There might be big changes in the future, and only then will you have the power to protect yourself. Hearing the higher being's words, Zhao Fu's expression became much more serious. The higher being was someone who stood at the peak of the world, and he definitely knew more secrets than Zhao Fu. He would not lie to Zhao Fu, as the Heaven Awakened world might really go through big changes in the future. Moreover, he would have to become a royal kingdom to have the power to protect himself. One could only imagine how dangerous that would be. Even a dukedom kingdom with the strength of a world would not be able to defend against it. Zhao Fu suddenly felt a massive pressure. Right now, the Qin kingdom only had 2 worlds, and it was still a long way from becoming a royal kingdom. Moreover, Zhao Fu was quite curious about the outside world that the higher being was talking about. Just as he was about to ask, the Golden Dragon answered for Zhao Fu. It was said that there were unknown worlds outside of the Heaven Awakened world, and the Heaven Murder Empire had explored the boundless void before. They had made some shocking discoveries, but because the boundless void was too dangerous and had too many uncertainties, they had temporarily stopped exploring. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu became even more interested in the outside world. He looked through the Heaven Spirit Steel and found a lot of information about the outside world. However, this information required a high level of authority. There were some things that Zhao Fu could not look at with his supreme level account, and he had to pay certain things. Of course, there was also some information that he could look at. For example, Zhao Fu knew that if he became a royal kingdom, he would be able to open up the outer world battlefield. If he went to the outer world to fight and kill outer world creatures, the Heaven Awakened world would give him all sorts of rewards. Moreover, if he wanted to become an imperial kingdom or an empire, he would have to kill outer world creatures to obtain the qualifications to become an imperial kingdom or empire. In response, the Golden Dragon felt quite surprised. In the past, as long as one fulfilled the requirements, they would be able to automatically level up. It seemed that after the Heaven Murder Empire had fallen for so long, many things had happened. After looking through the information about the outside world, Zhao Fu felt that this would be quite important in the future. Following this, Zhao Fu once again gathered his subordinates to discuss food. Now, food had become the most important resource for a kingdom. Even though the Qin kingdom had stockpiled a massive amount of food, the Qin kingdom's population was now 210 billion. With so many people eating, the food would quickly be consumed. The reason why Zhao Fu gathered his subordinates was to discuss developing agriculture. This was something that they had to do and could not avoid. With how many people Qin kingdom had, they had to have a large amount of food to support them, or else they would have to eat each other. Qin kingdom's main goal was to focus on war, and it was time to change that plan. Without food, they would not be able to fight, so they needed a large number of people to grow food. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu finally had time to eat the celestial peach and fuse with the fairy emperor blood. After returning to his palace, Zhao Fu first refined the celestial peach into a ball of fragrant water. Zhao Fu did not want to eat such a big celestial peach. The celestial peach was refined into a ball of clear water, and the peach pit was 1 finger long and 2 fingers thick. It was violet and had cloud patterns, and Zhao Fu carefully put it away. This was a 9,000-year celestial peach pit, and Zhao Fu wanted to see if he could grow it later. After devouring the ball of clear water, Zhao Fu took out the fairy emperor blood and started to fuse with it. 2 massive waves of power spread through Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body and soul to tremble. 2 days later, Zhao Fu completed the fusion, and Zhao Fu looked even younger. His ears were slightly pointy, and his aura gave off a trace of devilishness. His aura was much more powerful than before. Moreover, there was a trace of rainbow-colored aura within his body, which was most likely the celestial source energy within the celestial peach. It had already fused with Zhao Fu, and the fairy emperor bloodline had also perfectly fused with Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu was still quite disappointed because his bloodline had not leveled up yet. He felt that obtaining a divine bloodline was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Following this, Zhao Fu planned to head to a Marquise kingdom in the Charm Devil world. This Marquise kingdom wanted Zhao Fu to give him 1,000 concubines, including Tina Pendragon. Zhao Fu wondered how they knew about Tina Pendragon. It was most likely because Tina Pendragon often fought outside. As long as they agreed to this request, his kingdom could consider convincing other kingdoms to stand on Qin's side, but there was no guarantee of success. In response, Zhao Fu coldly laughed. Of course, Zhao Fu would not agree. Let alone Tina Pendragon, Zhao Fu would not even give him an ordinary concubine. However, Zhao Fu wanted to take this opportunity to go to that Marquise kingdom and take a look at the Charm Devil world. When Zhao Fu followed the Charm Devil soldiers to the Marquise kingdom's royal city, even though he had made preparations, he was still quite shocked. The men and women here all wore very revealing clothes. The men on the streets did not hide their lustful gazes as they looked at the women, and the women had lewd smiles on their faces as they twisted their fiery bodies. They did not care about the men's gazes at all, and they seemed to enjoy it. In front of everyone on the streets, Zhao Fu saw a few Charm Devil men and women doing it, not caring about other people's gazes at all. Everyone seemed to be used to it and did not pay too much attention to it. Zhao Fu also looked at the naked elves on the streets. There were both men and women, and they all had exquisite ropes around their necks. Some people were leading them as if they were pets, and their lower bodies were all severely ravaged. These were most likely the people that the Charm Devils had captured after conquering the 2 continents. The Charm Devils naturally would not treat those elves like Qin. Mother! You are so beautiful. Zhao Fu suddenly saw a young man and a woman doing it in a room with the window wide open. They looked similar, and with the way the young man addressed them, it was obvious what their relationship was. Zhao Fu didn't know what to say. Following that, Zhao Fu saw even more lewd scenes, but considering that the crowd didn't like it, he didn't say anything. He came to a luxurious hall in the royal palace. Zhao Fu had come to this city as an envoy and had suppressed his cultivation to around stage 5. With Zhao Fu's abilities, no one would be able to discover him. The guards outside the door were all beautiful female soldiers with sexy figures. Zhao Fu was not surprised, as he had heard of this before. The main purpose of these female soldiers was to allow the king to have sex with them at any time, and they were mainly responsible for serving the king. This was very common in the Charm Devil world, and most kings had a group of beautiful female soldiers. Following this, Zhao Fu was summoned and entered the hall, where he saw a group of seductive Charm Devils dancing. There were two people sitting there. One was a young man who gave off a devilish aura and wore a dragon robe. He was incredibly powerful and had Saint Realm cultivation, and the other was an extremely beautiful woman who wore a phoenix robe and lazily lay on the young man's back. The young man was naturally the Marquis Kingdom's king, and the woman was naturally the queen. Seeing Zhao Fu come in, a strange look flashed in the woman's eyes, but she quickly covered it up and smiled as she hugged the young man. Zhao Fu walked in and cupped his hands as he said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The charmed devil young man smiled in satisfaction and gestured for Zhao Fu to sit by the side. The Qin Empire was one of the two most powerful empires here, so the young man had to give Qin some face. Just as Zhao Fu sat down, the charmed devil young man could not help but say, "What does Qin think? His Majesty Qin has so many concubines, so 1,000 shouldn't be a big deal. If you feel that's too many, you can reduce the number. However, I must have that golden-haired woman." The golden-haired woman he was talking about was Tina Pendragon. In actuality, Tina Pendragon was quite famous in the surrounding worlds. Not only was she incredibly powerful, but she also had great commanding abilities. Moreover, she was peerlessly beautiful and had a natural king's aura, making countless men want to conquer her. The charmed devil young man was already fantasizing about Tina Pendragon moaning under him, and he madly wanted to have her. As such, he was willing to interact with Qin. Zhao Fu felt a trace of anger and wanted to kill this young man. However, Zhao Fu understood that they were here to discuss cooperation. If he killed this young man, he would not have the opportunity to cooperate with the charmed devils in the future, and it would not be good for him. Now that the situation here was so complicated, Zhao Fu naturally had to be careful and could not be too unbridled. "I'm afraid that won't do. If Your Majesty has other requests and can guarantee that others will stand on Qin's side, Qin will do his best to satisfy you," Zhao Fu said calmly. The charmed devil young man angrily harumphed, "But this king is only interested in women. I'm not interested in anything else. Also, I'm sure your emperor has played with that golden-haired woman many times, right? Why wouldn't I be willing to give her to this king?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt even angrier, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The charmed devil young man did not place Zhao Fu in his eyes at all. He thought that Zhao Fu only had stage 5 cultivation and that he could easily crush Zhao Fu. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a guard came up and reported. The guard angrily walked out and threw Zhao Fu to the ground. Zhao Fu was about to leave. Cooperation was most likely impossible. However, he had seen just how licentious the charmed devil world was. "You can all leave." A lazy and flirtatious voice sounded out from above. It was the voice of the queen sitting on the chair above. The female soldiers and dancers obeyed and left. Seeing this, Zhao Fu prepared to leave and ignored the queen. However, just as those people left the room, the queen impatiently leapt over and served Zhao Fu like a lustful woman, saying, "Good man. Your aura makes this concubine so excited, and I feel like I'm going to go crazy." From the moment Zhao Fu had walked in, she had sensed an aura that made her want to submit to him. That was naturally the emperor's aura from Zhao Fu. She could also smell a trace of flower fragrance, which was the charm and blessing from the flower fairy. There was also the power and 6 desires demonic chi from the dragon and phoenix, causing her heart to beat rapidly and her body to heat up. She had been holding it in, and Zhao Fu's aura had completely stirred up the charmed devil woman's licentious nature. Now, it was only natural that Zhao Fu would sleep with his woman. The charmed devil young man did not take Zhao Fu's woman seriously, as if he could play with her as he pleased. Now, he wanted to see if Zhao Fu's woman would allow him to play with her. Zhao Fu quickly started to do it with the queen's body, and the queen was incredibly lewd. She was like a wild beast in heat, disregarding everything. However, soon, the charmed devil young man returned. Hearing the intense sounds from within the room, flames of fury welled up in his heart. He savagely kicked the door open and saw his queen moaning under Zhao Fu's body. The charmed devil young man exploded out with an aura and blasted towards the two of them, wanting to kill the adulterous couple. Even though he had said those words, he did not want to give his beloved woman to someone else to play with. Unless it was a woman that he was sick of playing with, no man would do such a thing. The queen beneath Zhao Fu was the woman he loved the most, and he loved her dearly. He had never thought that after leaving for a while, his queen would do it with another man. He understood the nature of charm devils, but they would not disregard everything like this. It was definitely Zhao Fu who had used some sort of method. However, since she had already been touched by another man, he did not want to take her again, so he wanted to kill both of them. However, he had miscalculated. Zhao Fu did not have stage 5 cultivation. Seeing the charm devil young man attack, Zhao Fu exploded out with his full strength. He had wanted to kill the charm devil young man, so he did not hold back. The charm devil young man's attack was unable to resist Zhao Fu's boundless power at all and was shattered. The charm devil young man's body was locked down by a massive power, and just as the charm devil young man wanted to use his nation armament, a wave of energy blasted into his soul. The charm devil young man's consciousness was destroyed, and his eyes became empty as he stood there like a corpse. The charm devil young man did not even have a chance to use his nation armament. In fact, he was careless. He thought that Zhao Fu was only at the 5th level and could kill him easily. He didn't know that it was Emperor Qin who came. In addition, Zhao Fu's own strength was extremely terrifying, so he easily subdued the young man. The ripples immediately caused countless soldiers to rush over. Zhao Fu immediately ordered the charm devil youth to leave, which was why Zhao Fu did not directly kill the charm devil youth. Hearing this order, the soldiers felt quite confused, but no one dared to disobey their king's orders, so they all retreated. Zhao Fu continued to ravage Wang Fei's body. Wang Fei glared at him coquettishly. "I knew your identity wasn't simple." Following this, the queen powerlessly collapsed to the ground. Zhao Fu was not satisfied, so he called in the female soldiers, as well as the charm devil young man's concubines, and even his sisters and mother. They then started to do it in front of him. However, the charm devil youth's consciousness had already disappeared, so he could be considered dead. Right now, he was just a corpse. Zhao Fu also indulged himself in a rare moment. The charm devil women were all too flirtatious, and he could not help but be immersed in them. "Are you controlling our imperial son?" His father, the imperial father, is still in closed-door cultivation. "You need to get rid of him as soon as possible," a graceful and beautiful woman reminded Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the woman in surprise because this woman was the charm devil youth's mother, the Empress Dowager. Seeing that he had controlled her son, not only was she not angry, but she also wanted him to get rid of her true man. Zhao Fu had never thought that things would be like this. "Do you have a great enmity with him?" Zhao Fu asked as he looked at the woman in his arms. Mei Fei lightly laughed. "What enmity? You've already done it with us, and after he finds out, he'll definitely execute all of us. I naturally have to act first to gain the upper hand. I don't want to die. Also, in the charm devil race, as long as you can make women feel pleasure that reaches deep into their souls, you'll be able to conquer us, and we'll wholeheartedly submit to you like lowly bitches. Look at these loyal female soldiers and concubines, aren't they like bitches now? Of course, that includes me." Zhao Fu had never thought that she would say such a thing. The charm devil women's viciousness and licentiousness gave Zhao Fu a whole new understanding of them. However, Zhao Fu still did not like it. "If someone gave you even more intense pleasure, you'd probably betray me as well. You'd treat me just as viciously and unscrupulously," Zhao Fu said calmly. The beautiful woman did not lie to Zhao Fu and lightly laughed as she said, "Of course. Don't think that we charm devil women will have feelings for anyone, nor do you think that we'll be loyal to anyone. We only have a pure physical relationship." Hearing this, Zhao Fu frowned and felt quite displeased. No man would be happy to hear such a thing. Seeing Zhao Fu like this, the beautiful woman naturally understood and kissed Zhao Fu as she said, "Don't worry, you've given us bliss. There's probably no one else in the world who can do this to us, so we'll probably be yours for the rest of our lives." "That's right. This concubine really won't be able to leave you for the rest of my life. I just want to be your bitch. Also, husband, just who are you? You definitely aren't simple, right?" the concubine asked as she happily hugged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not hide his identity, so he told them. After hearing about Zhao Fu's identity, they were quite shocked and understood why it was said that there were many beauties in Qin's imperial palace. There was a reason for this. "What's your purpose for coming here? Is it to control our kingdom?" After hearing that Zhao Fu's identity was quite terrifying, the beautiful woman's expression became quite serious because this could affect the entire charm devil world. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I don't have that intention, I just came to take a look and never thought that such a thing would happen. Then let's quickly take control of the Goreo kingdom. Don't let anything happen to you, the Goreo kingdom will be of great help to you, the beautiful woman said after hearing Zhao Fu's words, feeling quite surprised. Zhao Fu smiled, and the beautiful woman started to think about him. Even though charm devil women were quite licentious, it was not completely useless, as long as one could subdue them. Following this, the beautiful woman brought Zhao Fu to a palace, which was where the retired emperor Cultivated, the young man's father. The beautiful woman told Zhao Fu that the retired emperor already had heaven realm cultivation, so she told Zhao Fu to be careful and not make too much noise. She also prepared a poison dagger for Zhao Fu that could easily kill heaven realm cultivators. The retired emperor, who had been in closed-door cultivation, furiously walked out. Seeing the beautiful woman, his anger decreased slightly, and just as he was about to ask what was going on, Zhao Fu exploded out with his full strength and even used the Six Paths Demon Image's power. The emperor looked furious, but he instantly understood what was going on. He hatefully looked at Zhao Fu and mustered the last of his strength to punch at Zhao Fu. However, he was casually blocked by Zhao Fu. In the end, the emperor fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness and blood flowed out of his mouth. His body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. The beautiful woman happily looked at the corpse on the ground. Now that the emperor was dead, they no longer had anything to worry about. The flames of lust that they had suppressed once again burned within their bodies, and the beautiful woman lewdly squatted on the ground and started to serve Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu evilly laughed and looked at the graceful and beautiful woman with a look of desire as she served him in front of her man's corpse. Soon, the two of them started to do it. Next was to take control of the Goreo kingdom. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not have such a plan, as it would cause some trouble. If the charm devil world knew that Qin had set up a pawn here, they would naturally side with the Devil Horn Empire. However, it would be a pity not to have such a free kingdom. Because of the charm devil young man's puppet and the emperor's death, the beautiful woman quickly took control of the Goreo kingdom. She naturally killed many ministers, and all the men and their families were executed. As for the women, they were given to Zhao Fu as pets. During this time, a few other branches of the royal family rebelled, causing the Goreo kingdom to be covered in the shadow of war. An austere aura filled the air. The licentious charm devils all became serious, no longer acting like before. They understood that the kingdom's fate was about to change. Most of the commoners continued to support the beautiful woman, as she was the true ruler. With the charm devil young man as a puppet, she naturally won the hearts of the people. More importantly, she held a large amount of military power, so the commoners naturally did not want to make any trouble. The other branches of the royal family rebelled on the spur of the moment and were not fully prepared. Adding on the fact that they did not have many soldiers and did not have a nation armament, they were defeated in the end. After becoming the empress, the beautiful woman became incredibly vicious and merciless. She carried out bloody suppressions, causing countless people to feel fear. Those who dared to rebel, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, were all stripped naked. A 3-meter-long spear pierced through their bodies, piercing through their organs and coming out of their mouths, causing them to let out extremely miserable cries. When his body was pierced, he frantically struggled, but he was forcefully pressed to the ground. His body was pierced by a spear, and he died in intense pain. Many people knelt and cowed out in fear, begging the soldiers to spare them. They would definitely swear loyalty to the empress to the death, but those soldiers still pierced their bodies with spears, and their cries of agony continued to ring out. Some of the children who were afraid and ignorant were also treated in the same way. Sharp spikes pierced through their bodies, causing their screams to become even more ear-piercing. Seeing these children struggle in pain, the soldiers felt pity and sympathy. However, they still tortured and killed these children, because if they didn't do this, they would also end up like this. Countless spears pierced through the corpses, and the other end of the spear stuck into the ground. Each corpse had an expression of extreme pain on their faces. Blood flowed along the spears and onto the ground, dyeing the ground black. A huge death chi covered the sky, and the chilly wind choked and mournful. There were 600,000 or so corpses in total, covering the mountains and plains. This scene was incredibly shocking and made people feel despair. Their bodies continuously trembled in front of this scene. Such a bloody suppression immediately caused the Goryeo kingdom to become peaceful again. No one dared to make any trouble, as everyone was filled with terror and submitted to the beautiful woman's rule. A few days later, the corpses pierced by the spears started to rot and gave off a foul stench. Xianxia covered the sky and did not dissipate, and countless scavenging birds landed on the corpses and feasted on their flesh. This place had become a forbidden region, and no one dared to take a step here. Just the stench of corpses was enough to make people want to vomit, so who would dare to come close? On the throne, the beautiful woman gave off a heroic and domineering aura like a sovereign as she looked down at the kneeling officials and gave a trace of a smile. Zhao Fu understood and stood by the side as he smiled and said, "My arrival is as you wished." "Is it as you wished?" The beautiful woman flirtatiously smiled as she lightly nodded. "This consort has always had this thought, but I never dared to carry it out. It's all thanks to husband's arrival. This consort will properly serve you later." When the officials kneeling on the ground heard the Empress Dowager's lewd words, and how she didn't even try to hide it, saying it in front of them that she was serving the man beside her, if it was any other time, they would definitely recommend the emperor to kill the lewd Empress Dowager. However, they could only tremble as they knelt on the ground, not daring to even raise their heads. After seeing how cruel the beautiful woman was, how could they dare to say anything? At the same time, they felt quite curious about that man's identity for the Empress Dowager to be willing to serve him like this. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he stroked the beautiful woman's face. He knew that she was called Mei Xianggu and that the queen was called Xiangli. Mei Xianggu was like a pet and enjoyed Zhao Fu's caress. Now that Zhao Fu had set down restrictions, no man would be able to touch her, so there was nothing to worry about. At the same time, Zhao Fu did his best to hide all information so that others in the Charm Devil world would not know of Zhao Fu's identity. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Zhao Fu felt that the Charm Devil world was quite absurd, and everything had gone as Zhao Fu had expected. Moreover, he had obtained a Marquisate kingdom for free, which was a small gain. With Zhao Fu's current level, a Marquisate kingdom was not very important to him. After all, Zhao Fu wanted to quickly level up to a royal kingdom. How could he care about a mere Marquisate kingdom? It was not just Zhao Fu who wanted to take revenge against the ancient sword sect, but there was also the higher being's reminder that he could not use city lord seals in the past. Now that the production stats had disappeared, who knew what would happen in the future? As such, it was best to quickly level up to a royal kingdom, only then would he have the power to protect himself. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu received a very secret piece of information, causing Zhao Fu to smile in delight. This was because Qin City's spies had found out why the Devil Horn Empire was so powerful. The Devil Horn world had a heaven and earth devil vein, which gathered the purest and most powerful devil qi. When this devil qi condensed, it would become a devil spirit fountain, which was of great help to the devil race. The Devil Horn Empire had used the Devil Spirit Fountain water in place of the 10,000 Devil Lake to nurture such powerful devil beasts. They had also mixed the Devil Spirit Fountain water with other spirit liquids for their soldiers to drink, greatly strengthening their devil bloodlines and making them so powerful. The location of the Devil Spirit Fountain had already been found out by Qin City. If they destroyed the Devil Spirit Fountain, the Devil Horn Empire's strength would greatly decrease. Zhao Fu brought Mozax, Molef, and Yu Ling because the three of them could break through all defenses. Mozax's power nullified all power, and this naturally included barriers and magic formations. Molef could freely travel through space, making it very difficult for people to discover his existence, and he was somewhat immune to barriers and magic formations. Yu Ling was incredibly useful against barriers and magic formations, and this was mainly because of him. His 1,000 Worlds constitution could destroy countless barriers, and he had been able to destroy the heaven domain boundary from before. It was evident just how terrifying he was. The Devil Spirit Fountain was the Devil Horn Empire's most important thing, and it had all sorts of powerful protections. However, with Yu Ling and the others around, Zhao Fu was quite confident that they would be able to succeed. After making some preparations, Zhao Fu went to where Yu Ling was. Yu Ling and his mother were eating some snacks, and Zhao Fu went over and explained the situation to them. Yu Qingshui's face was red, and there was a trace of flirtatiousness in her eyes as she smiled and said to Yu Ling, "Ling heir, do well this time and don't let his majesty down." Yu Ling obediently nodded and looked at Zhao Fu with his large and innocent eyes as he said, "Ling heir, do well this time." Don't let His Majesty down. Yu Ling obediently nodded and looked at Zhao Fu with his large and innocent eyes as he said, Your Majesty, if I make a great contribution, can you reward me? If I make a great contribution, can you reward me? Mother cries out for you every night in pain, I want you to help her. Hearing this, Yu Qingshui's face became bright red and she did not even dare to raise her head. She had never thought that what she did every night would be heard by her son, Yu Ling. However, Yu Ling was still young and did not know what it was. He wanted Zhao Fu to not feel as much pain as his mother. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and rubbed his head as he said, If you do well, we will make sure your mother doesn't feel so bad. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yu Ling was so happy that he almost jumped up and said to Zhao Fu. He did not know that he was asking Zhao Fu to satisfy his mother. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before looking at Yu Qingshui. Yu Qingshui was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Sensing Zhao Fu's gaze, her heart rate sped up and her breathing became ragged. Ling Air. Go play on the side for a while, Yu Qingshui couldn't help but say to Yu Ling with a red face and a nervous expression. Oh. Yu Ling didn't understand, so he just nodded and left. After Yu Ling left, Yu Qingshui's eyes were filled with lust. Now that things had been explained so clearly, she did not want to endure it anymore and started to serve Zhao Fu. After a period of intense sex. When Yu Ling came out and saw that his mother had become even more beautiful, he was quite happy and left with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's group of 4 quickly arrived at the boundary of the Devil Horn Empire. Because of what had happened last time, the Devil Horn Empire was much more vigilant this time, and there were many warning magic formations set up to prevent anyone from sneaking in. If it had been before, Zhao Fu and the others might have had to go through some trouble to sneak in. However, Zhao Fu now had Molov pull everyone into the void, and they passed through the border without anyone noticing. The soldiers and the magic formation did not notice them at all. After entering the Devil Horn Empire, Zhao Fu flew towards the Devil Spirit Fountain. The Devil Spirit Fountain was quite far away from the Devil Horn Palace, and it was at the center of the Devil Horn world. It took them 2 or so days to reach there. They had to carefully avoid all sorts of devil beasts, soldiers, and magic formations, or else they would have reached in a day. This place was protected by a massive barrier, which was incredibly high-grade. Whether it was in terms of toughness or power, it was more than 10 times stronger than the Devil Beast barrier from before. If they tried to break through the Devil Beast barrier, they definitely would not be able to break through this barrier. Moreover, there were 3 magic formations within the barrier. The 3 magic formations silently spun in the air, giving off massive auras. One of the magic formations gave off a black light and a dense dangerous aura, and there were countless devil inscriptions on it. Occasionally, devil beasts would appear from it. One magic formation was white and gave off a dreamlike aura, and it was most likely an advanced illusion formation. One gave off a heavy metallic aura, and it was most likely an advanced metal defensive magic formation. There were also many soldiers with powerful auras patrolling nearby, preventing anyone from getting close. Apart from this, there was also an azure dragon that was thousands of meters long within the barrier. The azure dragon gave off an incredibly powerful dragon's might, making it so that no creature within 1,000 kilometers dared to get close. It was definitely the most powerful devil beast in the Devil Horn Empire. With so many defenses, almost no one would be able to get in. Zhao Fu found that he had underestimated the Devil Horn Empire, which had set up so many defenses. The most difficult thing was the azure dragon. The other magic formations were not solid, and they could be passed through using certain methods. However, if the azure dragon discovered them and roared, Zhao Fu and his group's tracks would be exposed. Moreover, for some reason, after arriving here, the 10,000 dragon mark and sun moon devil mark on Zhao Fu's chest started to intensely react. They gave off faint lights and started to heat up, causing Zhao Fu to feel some pain. This was most likely because there was a large amount of pure devil chi gathered here. Even though the sun moon devil mark was a devil, it was still a type of devil, but it was a mutated type. Dragons were naturally a type of devil beast, and they were one of the most powerful types of devil beasts. Zhao Fu temporarily suppressed them and started to prepare to break through the barrier. The first was the outermost layer. However, before he started to break through it, Zhao Fu secretly set up a soundproofing barrier, a perception-weakening barrier, and an illusion barrier. The soundproofing would prevent their figures from alerting the Azure Dragon, as well as the Devil Horn soldiers patrolling outside. The perception-weakening barrier would make it so that they would not be able to sense this place. The illusion barrier would make it so that they would be able to see the same things as before, but some things would be destroyed. Knowing that the defenses here would be quite strong, Zhao Fu made ample preparations. Following this, Zhao Fu had Mozax go up and unleash its power. He went up and placed his hand on the barrier, and a massive amount of nothingness power spread out, causing the barrier to become dimmer and dimmer. Zhao Fu then had Yu Ling go up and lightly touch it, causing the barrier to tremble. Following this, Zhao Fu had Moluf bring everyone into the nothingness and stealthily enter. Because everyone was still hidden in the nothingness, the three magic formations did not react. Zhao Fu had Mozax unleash a nothingness domain to cover the three magic formations, causing their power to quickly weaken. However, the first magic formation still sensed danger and automatically activated. It gave off a black light and countless devil inscriptions appeared as devil beasts prepared to appear and madly attack everyone. Zhao Fu immediately had Moluf bring everyone into the nothingness, causing the devil beasts to lose their targets. The magic formation gradually stopped, and Zhao Fu had Yu Ling set up a spatial barrier around the magic formation, isolating it from the black magic formation. Zhao Fu had his sovereign bloodline and divine sense, so he had great resistance against illusions. As such, Zhao Fu was able to relax quite easily. He took out a restriction orb and placed it at the center of the illusion formation, and the restriction orb temporarily stopped the illusion formation. After dispelling the illusion formation, Yu Ling and the others recovered. Finally, the metallic defensive magic formation gave off an intense azure light that covered the surroundings. Just like before, Zhao Fu had Moluf weaken the magic formation's power while Yu Ling used spatial energy to break through the defense. However, the defense of this magic formation was far tougher than the barrier outside, so it would take a lot of time. As such, Zhao Fu and the others could only carefully wait. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly sounded out as a massive aura flooded out. Zhao Fu was given a big fright. The azure dragon lying on the ground had discovered them, and if it wasn't for the soundproofing magic formation, that massive dragon's roar would have shaken the surroundings. However, Zhao Fu's expression was quite unsightly because the azure dragon had discovered them and would definitely fight with them. This was the Devil Horn world's most powerful devil beast, and Zhao Fu was not confident in being able to instantly subdue it. Moreover, if he released too much of his aura, others would immediately notice him. What should they do? There will definitely be a battle soon, and the commotion will be quite great. They will definitely be discovered, and if they are discovered now, they will not have another chance. As Zhao Fu was thinking about what to do, the azure dragon ferociously locked onto Zhao Fu and prepared to fly into the sky and attack Zhao Fu. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu felt an intense pain in his chest. The 10,000 dragon seal gave off an intense silver light and started to quickly spin. A powerful wave of dragon chi flowed out, and the dragon pearl at the center, which was the clear sky Saint Dragon Pearl, shot out a ray of golden light towards the azure dragon. The azure dragon sensed a terrifying dragon's might weighing down on its body, and it was so scared that it collapsed to the ground. Its body trembled and it did not dare to resist at all. Zhao Fu could not help but be happy. The clear sky holy dragon was one of the most respected dragons out of all the dragon species, and could be considered the emperor of dragons. At this moment, it was actually suppressing the azure dragon, helping Zhao Fu pass this difficult time. He immediately had Yu Ling and Mozax speed up. Zhao Fu did not plan on killing the azure dragon, as if it was going to die, Yao Ming would definitely know that something had happened here. As such, looking at the azure dragon lying on the ground, Zhao Fu summoned countless chains and bound it tightly to the ground. Kacha, a clear sound rang out as the third magic formation's defenses were destroyed by Zhao Fu and the others. Zhao Fu excitedly flew in. They would be able to destroy the Devil Spirit Fountain soon and deal a heavy blow to the Devil Horn Empire. After all, the Devil Horn Empire relied on the Devil Spirit Fountain. They came before an entrance, and Zhao Fu frowned because there was a barrier there. This barrier was blood red, and it was a bloodline barrier. Without Yao Ming's essence blood, one would not be able to enter. This barrier was even stronger than the barrier outside, and it had already seeped into the void. If anyone came close, the barrier would instantly activate and unleash its most powerful attack, and Yao Ming would immediately sense it. Zhao Fu had never thought that the Devil Horn Empire would have such a trick up their sleeves. Now, if anyone came close, the barrier would activate, and it would be impossible to enter. Zhao Fu felt quite troubled and did not know how to deal with this. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu smiled. He could not obtain Yao Ming's essence blood, but there was someone else's blood that might be able to replace it. That person was naturally Yao Ming's little brother. His bloodline was the closest to Yao Ming's bloodline, so it would be possible to use his blood. Back then, Zhao Fu had spared Yao Ming's little brother and had left a trace of his aura within his body. Now, he could use that trace of aura to find Yao Ming's little brother. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu had Yu Ling enter the void to wait while he quickly left. A few hours later, Zhao Fu went to an empty area and saw Yao Ming's little brother whipping a servant. That servant's flesh was completely mangled and his body was a bloody mess, looking quite chilling. The servant could not even cry out and could only weakly moan. Zhao Fu naturally did not mind this, and he grabbed Yao Ming's little brother and left. Yao Ming's little brother was instantly subdued by Zhao Fu and held up by Zhao Fu with one hand, looking quite terrified. He had a deep impression of Zhao Fu. Last time, Yao Ming had lost so many devil beasts because of him, and afterwards, he had been reprimanded by Yao Ming. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would infiltrate the Devil Horn Empire and come to capture him. Now that his body was restricted, he could only look at Zhao Fu in fear, and Zhao Fu was not interested in listening to what he had to say. Soon, Zhao Fu returned to the Devil Spirit Fountain, and Mozax and the others appeared. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Yao Ming's little brother's face became quite pale. He understood what Zhao Fu wanted to do. Zhao Fu did not waste any words because time was of the essence and they might be discovered at any moment. Zhao Fu cut open Yao Ming's little brother's wrist and forced out some of his essence blood before throwing him to the side. The blood formed an orb of blood in Zhao Fu's hand, and Zhao Fu sent his emperor's power into it, causing it to give off a powerful emperor's aura. This way, the blood would be even more similar to Yao Ming's blood. Holding the orb of blood, Zhao Fu cautiously approached step by step. Because this was Yao Ming's little brother's essence blood, Zhao Fu did not have a 100% chance of success. In the end, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. The blood-red barrier did not react, and Zhao Fu successfully entered the region. The devil chi within the region was incredibly dense, and it was like a violet fog covered the surroundings. There were many devil crystals condensed in many places, and sensing this intense devil chi, the 10,000 dragon mark and sun moon devil mark on Zhao Fu's chest reacted even more intensely, causing Zhao Fu's chest to feel even more pain. Zhao Fu endured the pain and continued onwards until he came to a pool made of exquisite bricks. The pool was very big and was 1,000 meters wide. It was impossible to tell how deep it was, and it was filled with violet spring water. There was a spring at the center, from which violet water continuously flowed out. After coming here, the 10,000 dragon mark and sun moon devil mark on Zhao Fu's chest gave off an intense light that pierced through Zhao Fu's clothes and shined in all directions. Zhao Fu's body uncontrollably jumped into the fountain water. Zhao Fu had wanted to bring back so much devil spirit fountain water to nurture some of his own devil beasts. With so much fountain water, he would be able to nurture many of them. However, now that Zhao Fu's body had uncontrollably fallen into the fountain water, the violet fountain water seemed to flow into his body. In the blink of an eye, all of the fountain water had been absorbed by Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's chest no longer hurt, and the 10,000 dragon mark and sun moon devil mark seemed to have reached saturation. After all of the spring water was absorbed by Zhao Fu, a devil dragon's head was revealed at the bottom of the spring. The devil dragon's head was only 5 or 6 meters long and looked quite domineering. It looked like a real dragon's head and seemed to be alive, giving off an intense might. Zhao Fu knew that this was the head of the dragon vein, so he raised the sadistic killing sword and sent large amounts of power into it. The sword gave off an intense blood-red light as a massive aura spread out. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu slashed out with his full strength, sending out a massive blood-red sword light. The blood-red sword light gave off destructive power as it slashed against the dragon's head, causing it to instantly shatter. The heavens and earth started to change as clouds swirled and thunder boomed. A terrifying aura spread throughout the entire world as if everything was going to be destroyed. The Devil Horn Empire's most important devil vein had been destroyed, causing terrifying abnormal signs. Sensing this aura, Yao Ming's heart sank and his expression fell as he immediately flew towards the Devil Spirit Fountain. Of course, Zhao Fu understood that people would arrive soon, so he quickly led Mozax and the others away. Otherwise, if the Devil Horn Empire's army arrived, they would not be able to escape unscathed. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt a swelling pain in his body, and he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. This forced Zhao Fu to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, Zhao Fu felt as if his body was about to explode. He had to hurry back to Qin City and think of a way to deal with it. The abnormal signs caused by the Devil Vein caused the Devil Horn Empire to fall into chaos, and Zhao Fu and the others took advantage of the chaos to escape the Devil Horn Empire. Soon, Yao Ming's expression was icy as he stood next to the Devil Spirit Fountain. Looking at the shattered dragon head, he gave off a chilling intent that could pierce one's bones. Yao Ming was furious to the extreme and wanted to destroy everything. Yao Ming's little brother looked afraid and guilty as he said, "Big bro, I'm afraid I'll be fine. It was that person who snuck into the Devil Horn Empire and used my blood to get here. I'm sorry for causing trouble for you again." The main reason why Zhao Fu had been able to break through the Devil Horn Empire's defenses was because of Yao Ming's little brother. After all, the final bloodline barrier was the most important and had the highest price. Without Yao Ming's little brother's blood, it would have been impossible for Zhao Fu to pass through. Yao Ming had never thought that there would be someone who didn't need his essence blood and instead used his little brother's essence blood. His strongest defense became completely useless. Seeing that Yao Ming ignored him, his little brother felt incredibly guilty and tears welled up in his eyes. "What can I do for you? Don't be mad at me, okay?" Yao Ming had been thinking about whether or not to do such a thing. The Devil Vein was incredibly important to the Devil Horn Empire, and the Devil Horn Empire could not lose it. Otherwise, it would definitely perish at Qin's hands and would not have the strength to resist Qin. Hearing his little brother's words, Yao Ming made his decision and gave a gentle smile as he looked at his little brother and asked softly, "Do you really want to help me?" Seeing that Yao Ming wasn't angry at him and was even smiling, Yao Ming happily nodded. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Yao Ming looked at Yao Ming, who had pushed him to the ground, and asked in confusion, "Big brother?" Yao Ming's appearance had completely changed, and he said savagely, "I didn't want to use this method, but my good little brother, you've caused massive losses to the Devil Horn Empire twice. You're my greatest weakness, and I wanted to kill you last time. However, you're my little brother, so I couldn't bring myself to do it. However, now that the Devil Vein has been destroyed, if this goes on, the Devil Horn Empire will perish sooner or later. For the Devil Horn Empire, I can only kill you." Yao Ming opened his mouth, revealing his pure white teeth that gave off a cold light. He bent down and bit down on his little brother's neck, causing blood to spurt out. Yao Ming's little brother looked incredibly pained as he struggled and begged, "Big brother, don't kill me, it hurts." Yao Ming did not seem to hear this, and he twisted his head and bit down on his little brother's neck, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Large amounts of blood spurted out, covering Yao Ming's face. Yao Ming chewed on the bloody meat in his mouth, causing blood to spurt out. It was extremely juicy and tasty. The meat was chewy and tasted delicious. A large amount of blood flowed out of his neck, and his little brother's aura quickly weakened. However, he still struggled, looking incredibly pained as he begged with tears in his eyes, "Big brother, don't kill me." Yao Ming's heart softened. The person in front of him was his little brother. However, thinking about the destroyed Devil Vein, Yao Ming made up his mind and pressed his hand against his little brother's forehead, sealing his soul within his head. He then lowered his head and tore off another piece of flesh. "Arg!" Yao Ming continuously cried out and begged Yao Ming, but Yao Ming had already made his decision. He continued to eat his little brother's flesh, looking incredibly savage as he chewed on his bloody face. In the end, his little brother was completely eaten by Yao Ming, leaving behind only his head. Looking at a severed finger, Yao Ming reluctantly picked it up and put it in his mouth. He chewed on the finger, skin, and bones, giving off crunching sounds. "Arg!" Yao Ming roared as a massive blood-red aura spread out, and two short horns grew out of his head. Yao Ming's power greatly increased, and his bloodline became even more powerful. Yao Ming used the devil race's secret technique, cannibalism. This secret technique could cause one's bloodline to become even purer, allowing one to obtain even more power. Otherwise, he would not have eaten his little brother. Holding his little brother's head, Yao Ming felt immense pain in his heart, and his hatred towards Zhao Fu became even greater. He then came to the shattered pieces of the devil dragon and placed his little brother's head within it. Boom! Yao Ming pressed his hand against the air, and his little brother's head gave off an intense blood-red light. The shattered pieces of the devil dragon automatically flew towards his little brother's head and fused together, and a blood-red pillar of light containing a terrifying aura shot into the sky. Roar! Traces of blood-red aura rose up from the devil horn world's ground and rose into the sky, forming a massive blood-red dragon. The blood-red dragon had a head on its forehead. It was Zhao Fu's little brother's head, and a massive taboo energy covered the surroundings. Sensing this taboo power, Yao Ming could not help but loudly laugh in delight because this devil vein's aura was 5 or 6 times more powerful than before. This was no longer a simple devil dragon vein but a bloodline devil dragon vein, and it contained a terrifying taboo power. In the future, the devil spirit fountain would be blood red, and anyone who drank the devil spirit fountain's water would obtain this taboo power. The Devil Horn Empire's strength would not fall, and it would instead become even more powerful. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu rushed into the four-soul devil world and crashed into the devil world's core magic formation. An ocean-like devil chi spread out, and all of the devils instinctively felt terror, not knowing what was happening. Not only them, but many other wild beasts that were even more sensitive to danger were all lying on the ground at this moment, whimpering in fear. None of the birds dared to fly into the sky, trembling as they gathered together. At the center of the four-soul devil world, Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense violet light as violet inscriptions appeared on his body, and all of the devil chi in the surroundings madly gathered towards him. Roar, roar, roar. Dragons' roars shook the heavens as tens of thousands of dragons roared together, giving off a domineering aura. Zhao Fu's chest gave off an intense silver light that pierced through the surrounding 1,000 meters, and the 10,000 dragon seal continuously spun as silver dragons came out of Zhao Fu's body. There were 10,000 silver dragons circling around Zhao Fu, forming a massive silver vortex, and a massive suction force exploded out. The heaven-earth essence chi of the several worlds rapidly gathered, seeming to be corporeal. The wind blew in this direction, and the clouds roiled as a formless aura of danger spread out in everyone's hearts. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw the clouds gathering. They did not know what was going on, but they knew that something big was definitely happening. Roar! As massive amounts of heaven and earth power entered Zhao Fu's body, a majestic dragon's roar shook the entire world, causing all creatures' legs to weaken. The golden dragon pearl on Zhao Fu's chest turned into a 30-centimeter-long golden dragon. It had 3 eyes, 4 horns, and golden crystal-like dragon scales. This was the Clear Sky Saint Dragon, one of the emperors of dragons. Boom! The Clear Sky Saint Dragon continuously swam about in front of Zhao Fu's chest, and a formless aura swept out. The sky of the few worlds seemed to be grabbed by a massive hand, and rays of golden light shot out from the horizon as the Clear Sky Saint Dragon madly gathered clear sky power. Rays of golden light shot down from the sky and gathered in the sky above Great Qin, causing one side of the sky to become golden. More and more golden light gathered, and the light it gave off became more and more intense. The massive might also became more and more powerful. Not only were all the monsters in the four-soul demon realm pressed to the ground by an invisible hand, but the beasts in other places didn't dare to stay in Qin City. The same was true for the beasts in other worlds. It was as if a catastrophe was coming. The sky was filled with golden light, covering the entire world. The might it gave off caused the surroundings to become incredibly heavy, and the golden light gradually condensed to the extreme. The might also became incredibly great, and space started to twist. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a golden ray of light descended from the sky, bringing with it immense power as it heavily landed on Zhao Fu's body. A corporeal shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack. The boundless golden light in the sky flowed into Zhao Fu's body through the golden light, and terrifying ripples spread out from him, making it so that no one dared to get close. That soul-shaking power was enough to make people fall into the abyss. The powerful clear sky dragon power caused Zhao Fu's body to start to turn into a dragon again. Crystalline scales grew on his body, as well as 4 short horns. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as a Tai Chi symbol floated out from Zhao Fu's chest and flew into the air, forming a 10,000-meter wide Tai Chi symbol. The golden ray of light passed through the center of the Tai Chi symbol. The Tai Chi symbol gave off massive power as it spun, and a formless energy spread out, causing powerful gales to blow. Sand filled the sky, boulders rolled, and trees swayed. A humanoid crow and a silver rabbit appeared on either side of the Tai Chi symbol. One gave off a searing aura like the sun, while the other gave off a gentle aura like the moon. Boom! Boom! The two of them gave off brilliant light and turned into different colored pillars of light as they shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. 2 massive might came down from the sky, causing countless people's bodies to sink and find it difficult to breathe. It was as if there was a massive, formless hand gripping their hearts. A sun giving off intense light and a moon giving off gentle moonlight descended from the golden sky. They each gave off boundless power and gave off world-shaking auras as they entered Zhao Fu's body. Bang! It was as if something within Zhao Fu's body had been broken, and a massive sound rang out as a heaven-toppling aura unrestrainedly swept out like an enraged ocean. A massive gale blew out, causing countless boulders to fly into the sky and countless trees to be uprooted. The ground was peeled off layer by layer, and countless rocks, trees, and sand danced in the sky, looking like a massive natural disaster. Zhao Fu's body absorbed so much power and gave off an intense light, but at the same time, he felt immense pain. Arg! A pitiful cry sounded throughout the sky, and a sudden power seemed to instantly lock down 10 or so worlds. The wind stopped blowing, and the clouds stopped moving. Everyone's bodies froze, and it was as if everything had been frozen. The expressions of the countless kings fell. They had never felt such boundless power before. In front of this power, they were unable to resist at all. Yao Ming's face was also pale, and he was unable to resist this power at all. Just what was going on? No one understood what was going on. However, some people remembered that they had experienced something similar before, which was the power that the Celestial Emperor Star gave off. However, this terrifying power was many times more terrifying than the Celestial Emperor Star, and it spread to 10 or so worlds. This was because before, the heavenly domain boundary had blocked off the Celestial Emperor Star's power. However, now that Qin had revealed it to everyone, without the heavenly domain boundary blocking it, the ripples were naturally even more terrifying. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart. Boundless violet light blasted down, covering the 10 or so worlds. This caused the ground in the 10 or so worlds to sink, and countless people collapsed to the ground, revealing expressions of shock. An unimaginably devilish intent spread out from the sky, causing everything in the heavens and earth to become devilish. Everyone felt a chilling intent flow out, and their bodies and souls trembled. A star that looked like a violet sun and seemed to have a dragon within it, giving off an incredibly terrifying might as it slowly descended from the sky. The terrifying power caused space to gradually twist, unable to withstand its descent. The 10 or so world space twisted and collapsed as countless cracks and black holes appeared. Primal chaos aura flowed into them, and the entire world wailed as if it was about to be destroyed. At that moment, some of the powerful people in the ancient stem domain's expressions fell as they looked at the violet star in the distance and sensed the boundless devilish chi it gave off. That person was dumbfounded and looked incredibly shocked for a few seconds before hurriedly leaving the boundless heaven's secrets, wanting to report this matter to the higher-ups. This matter was simply too shocking, and it was simply unimaginable that that person had a 4th Emperor Star, and it was the Devil Race's Supreme Emperor Star. Violet Sky Dragon Star. However, just as that person left, he found that he was surrounded by countless people, including the Fate Sovereign, who had the highest status in the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion. The instant that the Violet Sky Dragon Star had descended, they had all sensed it, so they had all gathered at the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion. As the Devil Race's Supreme Emperor Star, the ripples from it were not any weaker than the Celestial Emperor Star or Nether Emperor Star. Fate Sovereign, that person wanted to say something, but the woman in white cut him off and indicated that she understood. This was because the woman in white had also sensed Zhao Fu's aura from this Violet Sky Dragon Star, which was why she had immediately hurried over. At this moment, her face was filled with shock. What kind of existence was that person? Even she could not see through Zhao Fu's identity. After all, Zhao Fu now had 4 emperor stars, and each of them had immense power. They were proof of his fate and potential in the future. However, it was fine that he had the Chaos Imperial Star, as the Chaos Imperial Star did not belong to any race. It was the most terrifying and auspicious star, and no one could understand how he could have other Emperor Stars. Before, he had awakened the Celestial Emperor Star, proving that he was from the human race and had a pure human race Emperor bloodline. After all, only someone with a pure human race Emperor bloodline could awaken a Celestial Emperor Star. However, he had also awakened the Nether Emperor Star. No one had expected that the Emperor Star, which required the Death Race's Emperor bloodline and massive amounts of the Death Race's fate, would also appear on him. Does that mean he has the pure Emperor bloodline of 2 races? This guess was quite believable, as it was quite easy to realize. As long as 2 people with different pure Emperor bloodlines got married, it would be possible for their children to have pure Emperor bloodlines from both races. However, because the 2 races' bloodlines and fate were mixed together, even though they were quite powerful, it was almost impossible to awaken their race's supreme Emperor Star. They guessed that perhaps that person was someone with the mandate of heaven and had massive amounts of fate, which was why he had 2 races' Emperor Stars and the Chaos Imperial Star. However, this was still possible. He had awakened his 4th Emperor Star, and it was the Devil race's supreme Emperor Star. Only those with pure Emperor bloodlines from the Devil race could awaken it, but that person had. This was the most shocking thing, because there was no possibility of such a thing happening. The white-clothed young woman's consciousness entered the boundless heaven's secrets and looked at the violet star within the ocean of deathly aura, causing much of the deathly aura within the ocean of deathly aura to dissipate. The other 3 Emperor Stars started to give off bright starlight. By now, the white-clothed young woman was certain that someone who had 3 such terrifying stars would not easily lose them. Now that a 4th star had appeared, it would be enough for him to resist the Emperor Killer Curse's corrosion. These 4 Emperor Stars were incredibly important, and even with her experience, she had never seen them before. Who knew what kind of terrifying monsters they would give birth to? The matter of these 4 Emperor Stars was incredibly important, and she had never seen them before. Who knew what kind of terrifying monster they would give birth to? The woman in Emperor Domain felt that she could not deal with this, so she planned to report this to those true old monsters. Only they could deal with this. However, before the woman in Emperor Domain could report this, the higher-ups ordered, "Don't interfere, just continue to observe." Within the palace, a black-clothed young man sitting cross-legged on the ground trembled and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with disbelief as he started to suffer the backlash of the Emperor Killer Curse. Within a palace, a black-clothed young man sitting cross-legged on the ground trembled and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked in disbelief as he started to suffer a backlash from the Emperor Killer Curse. Just what had that person done? The higher being felt furious and turned into a ray of light as he came to the stage where Emperor Killer had been cast. The higher being performed hand seals, and the corpses on the stone stage gave off waves of deathly aura that rose into the sky. The higher being cast a powerful secret technique, wanting to increase the power of the Emperor Killer Curse. Within the boundless heaven's secrets, the massive ocean of deathly aura gave off a deathly intent that seemed to be able to sweep away everything as it ferociously rushed towards the 4 Emperor Stars, wanting to once again inundate them. Boom! 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 4 massive explosions sounded out as the 4 Emperor Stars gave off boundless starlight, causing the boundless heaven's secrets to tremble. A heaven-toppling aura spread out, shaking the boundless void. The deathly aura dissipated under the starlight, and the higher being stumbled and almost fell to the ground as he coughed up another large mouthful of blood. He found that Zhao Fu now had a massive amount of fate, and if he continued to use the Emperor Killer Curse, the backlash would be even greater. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group's person in charge of observing the Emperor bloodline saw the Emperor bloodline give off boundless violet light and a massive devilish intent spread out, causing his body to tremble. Even though he felt terror, he was incredibly delighted and ran off to report. A while later, the various major figures looked at the orb of blood giving off intense violet light and devilish intent in the air in shock. That person had awakened another Emperor Star, and it was a Devil Race Emperor Star. Just who was this person? Could he be the reincarnation of a Celestial? Otherwise, they could not think of anyone with such power. Now, they were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. At the same time, they could not help but feel delighted. Back then, they had made the right decision. Even though many higher beings wanted to kill that person, the Heaven Spirit Financial Group had resisted the pressure and helped him. It had all been worth it. Just thinking about having 4 Emperor stars could cause anyone to feel fear. This was the number 1 person in history, and he definitely had the qualifications to become a celestial. The Heaven Spirit Financial Group's various major figures started to discuss whether they should give Xiao Fu more benefits, such as giving him various items to improve their relationship. However, they were afraid that this would hinder his growth and cause the Heaven Spirit Steel to suffer a backlash from Heaven's secrets. A person like this definitely had massive Heaven's secrets, or else he would not have 4 Emperor stars. He was definitely a son of heaven and someone who the Heaven Awakened world had taken a liking to. Boom! Suddenly, the orb of blood floating in the air started to burn, turning into an orb of black flames. An aura that surpassed that of an emperor and transcended the mundane, as if it was a celestial's might descended, causing the major figures' bodies to weaken. Everyone looked incredibly shocked as they looked at the little orb of black flames. One person's eyes widened as he pointed at the black flames with a trembling finger and said, "This is a divine bloodline." In the Heaven Awakened world's long history, holy empires had appeared a few times, and every time they appeared, it was when the Heaven Awakened world faced major changes. Whenever they acted, empires would fall and the world would be shaken. Whether it was the Absolute Beginnings disaster, the Origin Race's secret, the immemorial celestial slaying war, the Killing Sword disaster, the Mutation disaster, the disaster of empires, the medieval world's invasion, every major event had their hands on them, and they were existences that reigned above all beings in the Heaven Awakened world. It was difficult for anyone to know about them, and they normally did not appear in the Heaven Awakened world. They were incredibly secretive, and very few people knew about them. However, the bloodline in front of them had surpassed Imperial bloodline and had reached Divine bloodline. What's more, it was an early-stage Divine bloodline, which was why they were so shocked. It could be said that this person's bloodline was already above theirs. In front of him, their bloodlines would automatically feel fear. If they didn't have the support of a powerful cultivation base, they would most likely collapse to the ground when they saw this person. This was the advantage of bloodlines. Everyone was so shocked that their bodies trembled. They looked at each other and decided to keep this matter a top secret and not let anyone else know about it. The 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president looked at the resplendent violet star in the sky and could not help but loudly laugh. "I never thought it would happen so quickly. That emperor has exceeded our expectations. Now that the prophecy has come true, we can return to the devil domain." The other higher-ups of the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group also smiled. They had waited here for thousands of years, and now that it had finally come to an end, they all let out sighs of relief. Sensing the violet sky dragon star's descent, the entire dragon race felt a pressure from their bloodline. However, they could not help but excitedly roar as if they were welcoming their emperor. The other people in the devil race also sensed the violet sky dragon star's descent and looked incredibly excited. This was their devil race's supreme emperor star, and that person was definitely a genius of their devil race. For the devil race to have such a genius, it was a blessing for the entire devil race. Every race had their own supreme emperor star, and it was incredibly difficult for a supreme emperor star to descend. Anyone with a supreme emperor star would definitely become the sovereign of their race in the future, so every race treated the supreme emperor star with great importance. Back when Xiao Fu's celestial emperor star had descended, the human race had more supreme emperor stars than the demon race, devil race, and god race, causing many higher beings to feel quite displeased. Now, they had to hunt down Xiao Fu. From this, it could be seen how much importance everyone placed on the supreme emperor stars. They did not know that Xiao Fu already had 3 races emperor stars and that his bloodline had reached the saint grade. Even higher beings would be incredibly shocked, and if ordinary people heard about this, they would most likely go crazy. However, the descent of the purple sky dragon star caused all of the dragon clan to fall into a state of ecstasy, causing the other demon clans to be dissatisfied. For example, the other large demon clan, the Phoenix clan, among the monster clan, the dragon clan and the Phoenix clan were the strongest and had the largest population. They were widely distributed and belonged to the two largest clans in the Monster Clan. Usually, there were many conflicts among the Monster Clan. They were naturally the most dissatisfied with the appearance of the purple sky dragon star because it would be of great help to the dragon race. Perhaps the dragon race would be able to suppress the phoenix race and become the most powerful race within the devil race. The phoenix race also had a related emperor star, but they could not become the supreme emperor star of the devil race. After all, they were weaker in terms of fate, as dragons represented kings and phoenixes represented concubines. As such, their emperor star could not become the supreme emperor star of the devil race. The phoenix race naturally gave the order to find the person who possessed the purple sky dragon star and to get rid of that person to prevent future troubles. At the same time, within a luxurious and domineering dragon palace, 8 people giving off massive dragons might sat on 8 dragon thrones. There were men and women, and they all looked different. However, there was one thing in common, which was that they were all real dragons and belonged to the dragon race. Most importantly, their cultivations were all higher being cultivations, and with the 8 of them gathered together, the space around them became incredibly heavy. At that moment, a dignified-looking middle-aged man said, "Old Knight's legatee has appeared, and he has used the purple sky dragon star to descend in such a domineering manner. This is a vicious slap in our faces. Are you all willing to abide by the agreement from back then?" An ugly-looking young man coldly laughed. "Old Ninth has been dead for so long, so that agreement is naturally invalid. Also, that person with the purple sky dragon star might be a bit special. He's not from the dragon race and has the bloodline of other devil races mixed in. It's best to get rid of that person as soon as possible." A mild-mannered and chubby elder thought about it with a dark expression and said, "The agreement from back then can be invalidated, but that person is someone from the devil race and has the supreme emperor star of the devil race. He has great fate, so there's no need to kill him. Perhaps he really can become the ruler of the dragon race. This sovereign is not interested in your matters. According to the agreement, if he returns to the devil domain and sits on one of the 10,000 dragon thrones, he will naturally become the ruler of the dragon race. This sovereign also has matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first," a cold-looking woman interrupted before disappearing. In the end, the remaining people chatted for a while and ended the conversation unhappily. Then, they left one after another. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" A handsome youth in dragon robes asked curiously as he looked at the young man who had stopped and looked at the horizon. It was a young man wearing a violet dragon robe. He looked quite mighty and gave off a massive might. He was called Heaven God Long, and he was also a member of the dragon race. He was one of the owners of the violet sky dragon star, and he was publicly acknowledged as a peerless genius in the devil race. At this moment, he stared at the horizon solemnly. "I feel that a great enemy has appeared." The youth beside him lightly laughed in disbelief. "Senior apprentice brother. With your strength, you can rank first or second in the entire demon race. Who can defeat you?" Long Shantian did not reply to the young man. Instead, his expression became even more serious as he looked towards the horizon. He could feel the immense danger coming from the horizon, causing his hairs to stand on end. Even the violet sky dragon star felt slightly uneasy. This was the first time he had felt like this. Because they were both from the violet sky dragon star, he could clearly sense this person. At the same time, he understood how terrifying this person was and that he was definitely an extremely dangerous person. With Long Shantian's strength and status, if he said this, many people would be shocked. After all, there were not many people in the Heaven Awakened world who could do such a thing. The first was the devil's power that he had absorbed. Before, Zhao Fu had instinctively gone to the four-soul devil world because he desperately needed devil qi, and that was where Qin had the most devil qi. Following this was the 10,000 dragon seal's 10,000 dragon power, which was also abnormally powerful. There was also the clear sky Saint Dragon's clear sky power, as well as the sun devil and moon devil's sun and moon power. This was the power of a dragon and a demon fusing together. This kind of power was extremely top-notch, because whether it was 10,000 dragon power, vast sky power, or sun and moon power, they were all extremely terrifying powers. Even though they could not compare to the 6 paths of reincarnation power, they could still be considered an ultimate power. After obtaining this dragon devil power, Zhao Fu's body became even more powerful, and even top-quality weapons would not be able to cut through Zhao Fu's skin. With the power of his body, he could casually shatter boulders, and he could be called a humanoid devil beast. After fusing all of his powers, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes, and a violet light shot out as another pair of pupils appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes. This pair of pupils were purple and looked like the pupils of a dragon. They carried with them the aura of a dragon. Under this pair of pupils, normal demonic beasts wouldn't dare to resist at all. They could only kneel on the ground in fear and submit. Now, Zhao Fu's left eye had 7 pupils, and his right eye had 6 pupils stacked together, surrounded by 6 gray dots. His eyes were even more terrifying than before, and they now contained a trace of devilish intent and might. As for the rest of Zhao Fu's body, it was still the same as before, but there were traces of violet in his jet black hair. His aura was even more powerful than before, and it gave off a trace of devilish qi. What delighted Zhao Fu the most was that he had finally leveled up to a divine bloodline, and he reigned above the tens of thousands of emperors. Now, Zhao Fu was no longer an emperor but a holy son. With the Violet Dragon Emperor Star's immense power, the various bloodlines that Zhao Fu had fused with, such as the Darkness Royal bloodline, the Fairy Emperor bloodline, the Clear Sky Dragon bloodline, and others, had all been perfectly fused together, causing Zhao Fu to have a divine bloodline. It was most likely only with the help of a Supreme Emperor Star that his bloodline could fuse so perfectly and provide even more power. Otherwise, Zhao Fu would not have been able to raise his bloodline to a divine bloodline. At this moment, even Zhao Fu wasn't sure what race he belonged to, because he possessed the purest, most terrifying, and most valiant bloodline of the 3 major races: humans, ghosts, and demons. Also, the 10,000 dragon mark and sun moon devil mark on Zhao Fu's chest had completely disappeared because they had fused with Zhao Fu. It could be said that Zhao Fu was a true dragon, but it could also be said that Zhao Fu was a devil. The violet sky dragon star in the sky also gradually disappeared. Only then did everyone recover from the overwhelming pressure. It's finally over. Seeing that the sky and surroundings had returned to normal, countless people let out sighs of relief. The descent of the violet sky dragon star was simply too terrifying. Countless people hurriedly tried to find out what had happened. Just what was that violet star? What had caused it to happen? It was not just the people in the surrounding worlds who started to investigate, even the ancient STEM domain and the surrounding domains sent people to investigate. After all, the appearance of such a terrifying star, and the ripples from it could be sensed by thousands of worlds, was evidently a shocking matter. Congratulations, Your Majesty! The hundreds of millions of devils in the 4-soul devil world regained their freedom, and the devils hurried over. Sensing the terrifying might from Zhao Fu's body, as well as the terror from their bloodlines, they knelt on the ground and cried out in delight. The countless devils also knelt on the ground and obediently lowered their heads, looking like billions of devils were submitting to them. Zhao Fu stood at the center like a devil emperor, and this scene was incredibly shocking. Following this, the other ministers also hurried over, feeling quite happy that Zhao Fu had awakened his 4th emperor star. After all, Zhao Fu was their king, and the more powerful Zhao Fu was, the more beneficial it would be for them. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and he returned to Qin Qin's palace. He started to examine his body, and there were other pleasant surprises. The first was that Zhao Fu's lifespan had increased by 1,000 years. Now, even if Zhao Fu did not do anything, he would be able to live for 3,000 years. Moreover, the Emperor Killer's power had been reduced by another 30%, and it only had 60% left. It was not too far away from the day when Zhao Fu would be able to completely remove it. At the same time, Zhao Fu received a lot of information, causing Zhao Fu to frown. The first was about the Devil Horn Empire's Devil Vein. He had clearly destroyed the Devil Horn Empire's Devil Vein, but in the end, he had still helped the Devil Horn Empire and obtained a Bloodkin Devil Vein. This was completely out of Zhao Fu's expectations. He had paid such a great price and taken such a great risk, but he had still helped his enemies. It could be said that his plan had failed. However, this awakening of the Violet Sky Dragon Star was mainly because he had devoured countless Devil Spirit Fountain water. Without the pure Devil Chi from the Devil Spirit Fountain water, who knew when Zhao Fu would have been able to awaken the Violet Sky Dragon Star? This was his greatest gain. Moreover, countless regions had sent people to investigate, so Zhao Fu had to properly deal with this. If it was just the surrounding worlds, Zhaofu would not have been afraid. However, the surrounding domains had sent people, especially the ancient stem domain, which he had enmity with. Once they discovered Zhaofu's identity, Qin would face a catastrophe, so Zhaofu had to deal with this carefully. Zhaofu first ordered Qin's factions to stop all external activities and to keep a low profile and not be too ostentatious. They had to avoid the limelight for now. On the other hand, Zhaofu wanted to peacefully develop for a while. He wanted all of Qin's soldiers to use darkness equipment and fuse with darkness crystals. When that time came, Qin would truly become a darkness core. Although Zhaofu wanted to keep a low profile, others would not allow him to. After all, the ripples from the violet sky dragon star had spread out from Qin, and countless scouts were gathering towards Qin, wanting to infiltrate Qin and see what was going on. This caused Qin to be on high alert. Apart from this, many factions came to visit. These were all royal kingdom factions, and they were quite arrogant and looked down on Qin. Qin only had the strength of 2 worlds, and their royal kingdom factions had the ability to look down on Qin. With so many royal kingdom factions, it was impossible for Qin to gather all of them, as that would offend all of them. With Qin's current strength, he did not have the ability to offend a few domains' royal kingdoms. As such, facing these people's arrogance, Qin could only endure it and carefully deal with them. Qin once again entered the eyes of many royal kingdoms. After obtaining all of the information about Qin, he went from being a nobody to someone whose name shook dozens of worlds. With the power of a new world, he had resisted the attacks of a few worlds. In fact, many kingdoms expressed their willingness to support the Qin Empire and make the Qin Empire a true kingdom. After all, the Qin Empire had the potential to become a kingdom, and if the Qin Empire became a kingdom, it would be a powerful ally for them. However, Zhaofu still refused because they would not support the Qin Empire for free. They would also have to sign all sorts of unfair contracts that would restrict Qin Empire's actions. If they had any requests, Qin Empire would not be able to refuse. Even though they would be of great help to Qin Empire, how could Zhaofu agree to their requests? This caused some kingdoms to feel quite dissatisfied. With their strength and foundation, they were willing to help Qin Empire because they thought highly of Qin Empire. However, Qin Empire refused to give them face, and they wanted Zhaofu to come out and apologize. Now, there were a few people standing in the hall, giving off powerful auras. They raised their heads high and looked incredibly arrogant. In their eyes, the Qin Empire was quite powerful, but it could be easily destroyed by their kingdoms. As such, they did not place Qin Empire in their eyes at all. At the same time, they thought that the emperor of the Qin Empire was only a Saint Realm cultivator. "Where's your king? Hurry up and come out. You don't have the right to talk to me. Do you know that I'm the Jade Six Kingdom's emissary?" A big man shouted in the hall. Bang, a formless energy sent the big man with Heaven Realm cultivation flying. There was no need to endure this kind of person anymore, because the more you endured, the more he would go overboard. Zhaofu walked out with a cold expression. He wore a mask and covered his face. The big man was sent flying back and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He looked furious as he roared, "You dare to attack me? I'm the Jade Six Kingdom's emissary, and the Jade Six Kingdom will soon bathe the Qin Empire in blood." Zhaofu coldly harumphed as he said, "Even though our Qin Empire only has 2 worlds, it's not something that can be easily bullied. Also, can you really represent the Jade Six Kingdom? Even if the Jade Six Kingdom wants to destroy the Qin Empire, it will have to pay a price. Do you think you're worth that price?" The pressure of a holy sun spread out, causing everyone's bodies to stiffen. Beads of cold sweat appeared on their bodies, and they began to feel nervous. This caused many envoys to be much more well-behaved. If they caused a great war and lost billions of people, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. This included the few who had threatened to search the Qin Empire to find out why such a terrifying star had appeared. If you want to cooperate with the Qin Empire, you must do it in a fair way. The Qin Empire will not accept unfair conditions from any force. As for the purple star, the Qin Empire does not know. If you are here for this matter, please leave. When the envoys heard Zhaofu's words, they were a little displeased. However, they still endured it. Seeing how tough Qin Empire's attitude was, they couldn't use force to obtain information. Just the aura that this king emitted was enough to kill everyone present. It was shocking that the Qin Empire's king was so powerful. Some people angrily left and planned to report this matter to the higher-ups. It would be best if they sent some experts to teach this arrogant Qin Empire a lesson. Some people stayed behind, and a white-robed elder gave a slight smile and bowed as he said, "This old man comes from the Tao Cultivation sect. I greet your majesty." Hearing that he was from the Tao Cultivation sect, Zhao Fu's expression became even colder. It was not just because of Bai Xingjun but also because of the ancient stem banquet. However, Zhao Fu still nodded and nodded. The elder continued to speak courteously. "This old man has come under the sect master's orders to gather information on the purple star. Please help me, your majesty, this old man will be eternally grateful." How could Zhao Fu tell him? He coldly replied, "Our words are still the same, we do not know anything about the purple star." The other envoys slightly frowned. As a new world, they had already given enough face. However, Zhao Fu was not moved by force or persuasion, and he did not place them in his eyes at all. The elder looked quite awkward and felt that he would not be able to obtain anything useful. As such, he could only take his leave and say courteously, "If you have time in the future, please come to the Tao Cultivation sect as a guest." The Tao Cultivation sect welcomes your majesty. The Tao Cultivation sect's sect master had obtained information on Qin and was sure that Qin's emperor was not simple at all. As such, he had asked the elder to be more courteous, or else he would not have acted like this. The others also felt that they would not be able to obtain any information, so they could only secretly investigate and report this matter to their superiors. They also told them about the Qin Empire's emperor, saying that he was a very arrogant, cold, and powerful king. They did not know that Zhao Fu was the mysterious emperor who had shaken 10 or so domains in the cosmos historical remnant. Right now, everyone only treated him as a not-so-powerful king. This matter not only caused the Qin Empire to enter the eyes of a few domain royal kingdoms, but it also caused the Devil Horn Empire to enter their eyes. Seeing how domineering it was across 4 worlds, they felt that it had great potential to become a royal kingdom, so they paid a visit to the Devil Horn Empire. Yao Ming's expression had been quite unsightly after seeing the violet star appear in Qin. He clearly understood how terrifying that Emperor Star was, causing his mood to plummet. However, now that so many royal kingdoms had come to pay a visit and were willing to support him, Yao Ming felt incredibly delighted. With the royal kingdom's help, not only would the Devil Horn Empire quickly become a royal kingdom, but it would also be easy to destroy Qin and get rid of this hidden threat. Now, the Devil Horn Empire wanted to eat Zhao Fu like how it had eaten its little brother. Killing Zhao Fu had become Yao Ming's greatest wish. Days passed, and gradually, the matter with the Violet Emperor Star calmed down. Qin's development was incredibly peaceful, and there seemed to be no movement at all. On the other hand, the Devil Horn Empire became quite lively. It invited various factions to come and made some agreements with a few royal kingdoms, obtaining some support from them. It also started to trade goods and resources, causing the surrounding 5 or 6 worlds' economies to develop. Because of the massive benefits they could obtain, the surrounding world's attitudes towards the Devil Horn Empire changed. Before, they had been quite wary of the Devil Horn Empire, as the Devil Horn Empire already had 9 continents and was a great threat. Because of this, Yao Ming had paid a great price, paying a large number of resources and gold coins. In order to befriend the princes of a few royal kingdoms, he had thought of many methods. In fact, one time a lecherous prince had taken a fancy to a few of his concubines, and Yao Ming had not hesitated to send them over. A few unimportant concubines in exchange for a prince's goodwill was worth it. The prince happily promised to convince his kingdom to give the Devil Horn Empire the greatest help. Seeing his concubines being done by someone else in front of him, Yao Ming felt quite displeased, but he endured it. As long as the Devil Horn Empire could level up to a royal kingdom and become powerful, it would be enough. If he was powerful enough, he could even attack that prince's kingdom and capture his sisters and family and do them in front of him. That would be quite satisfying. Yao Ming's concubines moaned under the prince's body, and seeing such an erotic scene, Yao Ming wanted to call over a few concubines. Yao Ming had many concubines, and even though he was not as perverted as Zhao Fu, he still had many beauties. However, the prince called out, telling Yao Ming to go and play with them. Yao Ming did not hesitate and took off his clothes and joined in, and he called over a few more beautiful concubines. After a chaotic storm, the relationship between Yao Ming and the prince improved greatly. They lay on the chair like brothers, and there were even a few concubines serving them. Soon, another half a year passed, and the Qin Empire welcomed its 8th year. After Qin's development, Qin's strength had greatly increased. First, there were 270,000 cities, 50,000 towns, more than 4 million villages, and a population of 210 billion. It now had 16 billion soldiers, 1 billion of whom did not have Stage 1 cultivation and 13 billion of whom had Stage 1 cultivation. There were 2 billion Stage 2 soldiers, 70 million Stage 3 soldiers, and 2 million Stage 4 soldiers. It now had 1 billion ghost soldiers, 2 billion devils, 240,000 beasts, 2 million giant beasts, and 2 million fallen angels. Qin now had 21,000 wyverns, and 18,000 wyverns could participate in battle. There were also 110,000 corpse soul soldiers and 25,000 corpse soul commanders. Next were the illusion flower devils, which numbered 50 million. 6 million or so spiders, and 6 million or so giant wolves. Because the production stats had disappeared, Qin's strategy had changed. The ratio of soldiers to population had decreased, as they had to ensure that Qin had enough people to produce. This was mainly because of food, which was the most important thing, and they could not allow anything to go wrong. Another reason why Qin had so many Stage 1 soldiers was because of the blood god pill, the darkness crystal, and the black blood pill, which could instantly turn a Stage 5 cultivator into a Stage 1 soldier. The black blood pill was refined with the blood of darkness beasts. Most of those darkness beasts were wild beasts that had been invaded by darkness. Because Qin had built a dark magic formation in the abyss, some creatures had been eroded, so there were many of them. The main effect of the black blood pill was to stimulate a large amount of darkness energy and obtain a weak trace of darkness bloodline. When used with darkness crystals, it had a very powerful effect. This was the reason why he had so many Stage 2 soldiers. Not only did he use Stage 2 blood god pills, but he also used darkness crystals and black blood pills. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Qin to have 2 billion Stage 2 soldiers so quickly. A single Stage 2 soldier was equivalent to 7 or 8 Stage 1 soldiers, so 2 billion Stage 2 soldiers were equivalent to 14 billion soldiers. No one would have thought that with them, Zhaofu would have the ability to resist the royal kingdom. It was a pity that the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it was to raise it. In comparison, there were not many Stage 3 and royal kingdom soldiers. Now, Qin's soldiers had become true darkness soldiers. Not only did they all wear black armor and black weapons, but they also gave off a black aura and darkness power. Adding on their black hair, black eyes, and cold and resolute faces, anyone who looked at them would feel a deep sense of fear. Currently, Qin's soldiers did not look like human soldiers at all. They looked like demon race soldiers that could destroy everything, and they gave off a pure aura of darkness. Zhaofu was quite satisfied with this, so he had spent so much time in order to achieve this effect. Now that he had such strength, Qin now had the power to continue expanding. However, Qin's greatest enemy was still the Devil Horn Empire. With the help of a few royal kingdoms, the Devil Horn Empire had developed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on Qin. Of course, now that the Devil Horn Empire had the support of a few royal kingdoms, the threat it posed was much greater than that of Qin. Now, the various factions were leaning towards Qin and resisting the Devil Horn Empire together. Zhaofu did not deal with these matters for the time being. Instead, he went to Spider Palace because he had something important to take care of. It had been a while since Xianxia had been here, and he noticed that the number of people had increased significantly. There were 1,000 spider maids with short black hair, black eyes, and a dozen or so spider maids with short silver hair, silver eyes, and hot bodies. It seemed that Elise was very eager to complete the task he had given her. Zhaofu smiled and walked towards Elise. "Your Majesty. 1,000 spider crystals, as well as the one I condensed, are you ready to give me my reward?" Elise threw herself into Zhaofu's embrace and hugged Zhaofu with a charming smile. Zhaofu smiled as he hugged her and walked into the spider palace. The other spider maids also giggled and flowed into the spider palace. However, nothing happened. Xiao Fu sat on Elise's bed and examined the fingernail-sized crystals. These crystals were of 3 colors, one was black, and there were over 1,000 of them, one was silver, and there were 10 or so of them, and one was red, and there was only a single one. They all gave off a mysterious aura, and the black ones were the weakest while the red ones were the strongest. Elise had already taken off her clothes, and she hugged Xiao Fu from behind as she said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, you haven't even rewarded me yet. You haven't rewarded me yet. You can worry about those spider crystals later." The other spider maids flirtatiously came over, and a few of them with short silver hair squatted down and started to serve Xiao Fu. However, Xiao Fu cut them off and said, "Let's talk about this later. I've been waiting for this for 6 or 7 years, and I can't wait any longer." These spider crystals had taken the spider maids and Elise a lot of time and effort to condense, and they were mainly used to unlock premonition. Premonition was the 5th sense of the 5 celestial senses, and what Xiao Fu was doing was unlocking the 5 celestial senses. Xiao Fu had first unlocked vision, which greatly boosted his vision and greatly boosted his eye techniques. Divine sense was the manifestation of a powerful soul, and it gave him great immunity to all mental attacks. Perception gave him a powerful sense of his surroundings, and it could increase his comprehension of his domain. Heaven sense was how compatible one's body was with the heavens and earth, and it made it easier for one to comprehend the Tao of the heavens and earth. Finally, premonition could predict what would happen in the future. Spiders had an innate 6th sense, and this 6th sense was premonition. The spider crystals they condensed could unlock premonition, and after such a long time, Xiao Fu had finally unlocked the 5 celestial senses. A formless energy covered the energy stones and refined them into liquid. Xiao Fu opened his mouth and sucked in all of the liquid before starting to refine it. After the liquid entered Xiao Fu's stomach, it turned into a formless energy that spread throughout his body. Xiao Fu's body quickly absorbed that energy and gradually gave off a profound aura. Boom, an explosion sounded out in Xiao Fu's mind as that mysterious energy flowed into his mind, causing Xiao Fu's soul to tremble. He quickly devoured that energy, and a formless energy spread out as Xiao Fu once again slowly opened his eyes. The 5 celestial senses, premonition, had finally been unlocked. Right now, Xiao Fu did not have the power to foresee the future. That power could be used to pry into heaven's secrets, and he would receive a backlash from heaven's secrets. However, Xiao Fu could foresee danger, but only a few minutes in advance and not a few days in advance. Now, the most important thing was that after obtaining the 5 celestial senses, he would be able to unlock the celestial mode. It was said that the celestial mode not only had the power to move mountains, fill seas, and change the heavens and earth, but it also had the ability to fuse with the heavens and temporarily become a celestial. The celestial race was a race born from the heavens, and they had powerful world power. At the same time, they were one of the top-tier races within the spirit race and were quite rare. It was unknown if there were still any celestial beings left. After all, the spirit race was already quite small, and as the top-tier race within the spirit race, they were even rarer. It had been a long time since a celestial being had appeared in this world. Now, Xiao Fu fused his 5 senses and entered the celestial mode. Xiao Fu's eyes gave off an intense silver light that spread out like 2 silver eyes of light. Next was godly sense. Xiao Fu's soul gave off an intense white light that passed through his body, and it was as if Xiao Fu's head was giving off countless rays of white light. Next was heaven's sense. Xiao Fu's body gave off an intense yellow light that shined in all directions. Next was perception. The space around him gave off an intense golden light, forming a golden energy barrier that covered Xiao Fu. In the end, it was a premonition. Countless rays of black light shot out from between Xiao Fu's eyebrows, piercing through the space of 100 meters. At that moment, Xiao Fu's body was shining with 5 different lights. His body was also filled with 5 different powers. What Xiao Fu wanted to do was to fuse the 5 powers together. Xiao Fu started to fuse the 5 types of powers. He extracted the 5 types of powers and gathered them at his chest. Because they all belonged to the 5 heavenly senses, it was quite easy to fuse them together. The 5 energies formed a lychee-sized 5-colored ball of light in Xiao Fu's chest. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. When Xiao Fu ate the immortal peach, the strand of 7-colored aura in his body automatically flew into the 5-colored ball of light. Boom, Zhao Fu felt the heavens and earth and his mind tremble, and his mind went blank. His senses seemed to disappear, he could not see, hear, or smell anything, and he could not feel anything at all. The heavens and earth started to change as wild gales started to blow and clouds roiled. The world's power quickly gathered, and the ocean-like power flowed into Zhao Fu's body and gathered at the seven-colored ball of light in his chest. In that moment, the ball of light slightly trembled before condensing into a seven-colored pearl, and an even greater amount of power was absorbed. Boom, the seven-colored pearl reached its saturation point and exploded out with an extremely powerful power, sending out a terrifying shockwave that caused the ground to crack. Fortunately, the spider attendants in the surroundings had all retreated far away, or else even if they did not die, they would be heavily injured. Zhao Fu gave off a faint rainbow-colored light as a coin-sized rainbow-colored magic formation appeared on his forehead. A circle made of rainbow-colored runes appeared around him, and it was about 2 meters wide. Zhao Fu sat at the center of the rainbow circle. When he opened his eyes, Zhao Fu's eyes gave off a rainbow-colored light, and his body gave off an unfathomable and illusory feeling. It was as if he was there, but at the same time, he was not. It was as if he was engraved in the heavens and earth, just like a legendary celestial. Zhao Fu did not know what mode this was. Was it celestial mode? Or could he enter celestial mode? Zhao Fu could not be sure, but what he knew was that Zhao Fu had grasped an ultimate power. In this state, Zhao Fu's eyes could see through space, as well as all sorts of formless powers and elemental essences. His body could sense everything within 10,000 meters, and he could even sense a grain of sand. At the same time, Zhao Fu could also foresee everything that would happen in the next minute, provided that there were no disturbances or disruptions. Even though it was only for a minute, it was incredibly clear, and he knew everything. Before, he could only vaguely sense danger. Even though 1 minute was not much, it was enough to do many things and avoid many disasters. It was a very powerful method, and ordinary people naturally would not be able to use it. What was more important was that Zhao Fu would not suffer any backlash from Heaven's secrets. In the Emperor Path College's examination next year, Zhao Fu would have another powerful method, and he would not be much weaker than those true geniuses. Compared to when he had met Wu Wu, Zhao Fu had gone through great changes. Not only had he awakened the violet sky dragon star, but he had also obtained a divine bloodline, and he had also obtained celestial mode. If he fought with Wu Wu again, Zhao Fu was confident that he would be able to defeat Wu Wu without fusing with the 6 paths demon images. After all, Zhao Fu had the strength to do so, and it would not be so strenuous for him. Moreover, now that Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline and had the violet sky dragon star, the damage from fusing with the 6 paths demon images was greatly reduced. He would not be heavily injured like before. Zhao Fu had wanted to test out celestial mode's true power, but looking at Elise serving him while looking pitiful and flirtatious, Zhao Fu smiled and started to go at it with her. The other spider attendants happily gathered over. They had tried this a few times before, or else they would not feel so much need and anticipation towards Zhao Fu. Sounds continuously sounded out, and it was incredibly alluring. Zhao Fu started to do it with different spider attendants, causing them to moan and moan. Elsewhere, the Devil Horn Empire was currently discussing a major matter. After half a year of development, it was not just Qin City that had developed quickly. With the support of a few other royal kingdoms, the Devil Horn Empire had also developed incredibly quickly. They had also digested the population they had gained, and their military had greatly increased. Their weapons and equipment had also greatly improved, and they now had 3 million devil beasts, returning to their peak. Countless Devil Horn soldiers drank the blood-kin devil fountain's water and obtained that forbidden power. Their strength greatly increased, and they were even more ferocious than before. Their battle power greatly increased as well. With the help of a few royal kingdoms, Yao Ming had developed a blood-kin forbidden technique, which allowed some soldiers to personally kill their brothers and parents and then have them eat their brothers and parents. Adding on the blood-kin spring water, they would become devil monsters. They were 2 meters tall and had 2 horns on their heads. Their eyes were blood red, and they were well built. Their bodies were covered with scales, and they could fight 7 or 8 people of the same level. There were not many of these monsters yet, as most of the soldiers killed their own relatives and ate their corpses. Yao Ming increased the rewards and used his power to entice more people. Many people had already started to kill their own relatives for wealth and power. At night, a young man holding a sharp knife stealthily walked into a room and looked at two sleeping elderly people. He thought to himself that it was time for these two old fellows to show their worth. With a few stabs, the young man killed the two elderly people. The two elderly people died quickly, and because they were asleep, they did not suffer much pain. The young man lay on the two elderly people's corpses and started to eat them. These two elderly people were his parents who had raised him for many years. Within the courtyard, a big man looked at the infant in his arms and thought about the massive wealth and power he had. He then looked at his wife, who had been knocked unconscious on the ground, and he decided that he would just have a few more. The big man raised the infant in his hands and wanted to smash it to death, but he thought that it would be too loud. As such, he used his hands to crush the infant and started to eat it. The infant's flesh was tender and smooth, and the taste made the big man feel infatuated. On the wasteland, a young man holding a dagger eerily smiled as he walked towards another young man. That young man already had a few wounds on his body, and blood dyed his clothes red. He weakly begged, "Little brother, I've treated you well, why are you doing this?" The young man coldly laughed, "Of course it's for power and status. Our king ate his little brother and obtained a massive increase in power. Big brother, please help me in the end." In the end, the young man killed his big brother. He did not leap down and devour him like a wild beast, but he slowly used his dagger to cut off his big brother's flesh and slowly ate it. Within the room, a young girl's face was covered with tears as she begged, "Big brother, don't do this. We can't do this." A young man was pressing down on a young woman's body, ravaging her. The young woman continuously struggled, while the young man savagely grinned and enjoyed her body. However, the young woman's struggles were too intense, so the young man strangled her with his hands and continued to ravage her body. Soon after, the young man finished venting and took a few bites of the girl's meat. After chewing a few times, he spat it out because he found that he was not used to eating raw meat. He chewed a bit of the young girl's flesh before spitting it out because he found that he was not used to raw meat. After a while, the aroma of meat wafted out. The young man added some seasonings and ate the girl's meat in big bites while thinking about his future glory and wealth. This kind of thing happened more and more. In order to obtain the strongest power, Yao Ming was willing to do anything. He did not have any principles or bottom lines. Since their king was like this, the others naturally did not have any scruples. This race nation soldiers King blood Yao, and Yao Yao king of Yao king soldiers, the king they, Yao Yao king Yao king soldiers, the Yao king soldiers. The Devil Horn Empire's blood kin devil soldiers became more and more numerous, reaching 400 to 500 million. Their battle strength could rival 3 billion ordinary soldiers, and with such a terrifying army, Yao Ming felt that anything was worth it. If this went on, his dream of a royal kingdom would be fulfilled and he would be able to destroy the Qin Empire and devour Qin's legatee. With the Devil Horn Empire's current strength, they could start a war and did not need to continue developing peacefully. The Devil Horn Empire now had the ability to deal with many dangers. Yao Ming gathered his subordinates and started planning for the war. His target was not the Qin Empire because he knew that Qin had become much more powerful, and attacking the Qin Empire was not a wise decision. He needed even more power to destroy Qin Empire, and he did not have enough power yet. As such, he needed to continue attacking other worlds to obtain more power. Yao Ming chose the Lontong world because it was right next to the Devil Horn world. Moreover, after many years of fighting against the Lontong people, he had used up a large portion of his strength. Comparatively speaking, the Lontong world was weaker than the other worlds, so it would be easier to conquer and would consume less resources. Moreover, after conquering the Lontong world, the continent that the Lontong people had in the grassy world would belong to the Devil Horn Empire. When that time came, the Devil Horn Empire would have 5 continents, and if they could take down one of the continents that Qin Empire had conquered, the Devil Horn Empire would have the strength of 3 worlds. After making detailed plans, Yao Ming officially started to attack the Lontong world. Because the other worlds were wary of the Devil Horn Empire, they had to quickly resolve this war, or else the other worlds would also join in. In fact, they would also attack the Devil Horn Empire to tie down the Devil Horn Empire's forces. Moreover, Qin, their most powerful enemy, would definitely act to stop them. Because the Lontong people were often invaded by the Devil Horn Empire, they spent a lot of effort on their defenses, and it would not be easy to break through. It was not as if Yao Ming had not made any preparations. In actuality, 10 or so years ago, Yao Ming had placed many chess pieces in the Lontong world in preparation for this day to conquer the Lontong world as quickly as possible. Before, the Lontong world could work together with the Grassy world to defend against the Devil Horn Empire's invasion. Adding on the other worlds, the Devil Horn Empire would not be able to take down the Lontong world. However, things were different now. The Grassy world had been destroyed, and only the Lontong world remained. Moreover, the Devil Horn Empire had given the surrounding worlds massive benefits, so they were not too wary of the Devil Horn Empire. If the Devil Horn Empire suddenly attacked the Lontong world, they would not be able to react in time. Apart from sending out a large number of soldiers to defend against Qin's attack, the Devil Horn Empire once again sent out its full strength, preparing to take down the Lontong world in one fell swoop. Late at night, the sky was completely dark without any stars, making it quite dim. Visibility was quite poor, and the wind howled, making people feel quite uneasy. However, they could not do anything about a traitor, and it was not just one but 4 in total. They were spread across a few continents, and 3 of them were barony kingdoms and 1 was a marquisate kingdom. The pawns that the Devil Horn Empire had set up for 10 or so years were going to be used today. However, because the Lontong people had always been wary of the Devil Horn Empire and were on guard against traitors, they had to work together to defend and not spread out. If something happened, all of the Lontong people would know. According to Yao Ming's orders, a marquisate kingdom started an internal war and attacked many other kingdoms, causing the Lontong world to fall into chaos. Everyone did not know why this kingdom would overestimate itself and attack, but most of their attention and forces were drawn over. The 3 barony kingdoms' forces took this opportunity to take down a defensive wall, and the Devil Horn soldiers, who had been preparing for a long time, flooded in. Their ferocious aura swept out, and no one could stop them. By the time the Lontong people realized that the situation was bad, it was already too late. They hurriedly gathered to defend and asked for help. Countless flying beasts flew in the sky, covering the sky, and countless walking beasts flooded forwards. Massive amounts of devil chi covered the heavens and earth, and their blood-red eyes were incredibly eye-catching in the darkness. Seeing this scene, the countless Lontong people's legs became weak in fear. They felt an aura of death, and they could not help but tremble. Swish, 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 the sound of the air being torn could be heard as the terrified Lontong people shot out countless arrows like a rain of arrows. Flying beasts covered with arrows fell from the sky, and countless walking beasts were hit by countless arrows, causing them to howl in pain and die. But there were even more flying beasts on the city wall, using their claws to tear the bodies of the soldiers, using their beaks to bite off the heads of the soldiers, or using their bodies to directly knock the soldiers out. The blue-eye soldiers were dying one by one. The countless walking beasts smashed through countless defensive walls and charged into the city, smashing countless soldiers to death or trampling them into meat paste. Countless cries of pain and terror sounded out as the Lontong people started to run. The Devil Horn army easily entered the city. In order to motivate them to fight, the Devil Horn soldiers were allowed to do anything, whether it was killing people, robbing people, or raping people. Those ferocious soldiers attacked the city and laughed sinisterly. They killed anyone they saw, no matter who they were. They plundered everything of value. Regardless of whether those people surrendered or begged for mercy, a soldier laughed loudly and chopped off the limbs of a young man who was paralyzed with fear. He watched as the young man screamed and wriggled like a worm, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. One of the cavalrymen used a rope to tie up an old man and dragged him along. The old man's skin and flesh were torn apart, and he screamed in agony. In the end, he was dragged to death, and his flesh was a bloody mess. Bang! A loud sound rang out as 7 or 8 soldiers smashed open a room. Looking at the young man and the pregnant woman hiding in the room, they sneered and charged over. The young man knelt on the ground and begged, willing to surrender and hand over all of his belongings in exchange for the Devil Horn soldiers to spare them. However, the Devil Horn soldiers hacked the young man half to death before 7 or 8 soldiers took turns ravaging his pregnant wife. The young man was in immense pain and wanted to kill these bastards, but he did not have any strength. In fact, he was about to die, and he deeply experienced what it felt like to be the strong preying on the weak. He hated himself for not being stronger. Following this, the 7 or 8 soldiers took away all of their belongings and carried the weak woman. It was rare for them to play with such a beautiful woman, and they planned to bring her to the streets for 1 silver coin each time for the other soldiers to continue. In the end, the pregnant woman was killed by countless soldiers, and her body was covered with filthy liquid as her corpse was thrown to the side. These devil horn soldiers were not too bad, but the bloodkin devil soldiers were even more perverted. Because they were affected by that forbidden power, they enjoyed torturing and killing people. For example, they hung people upside down before cutting open their stomachs and tying them to pillars before cutting off their flesh. Some were even more perverted, burying people alive on the ground and sticking tubes in their mouths before pouring in kerosene and igniting them, causing them to burn from within without being able to struggle at all. It was incredibly painful and cruel. The Lontong army quickly gathered, but no matter if it was in terms of numbers or power, they were many times weaker than the devil horn people, and they did not have a massive devil beast army. However, the Lontong people still launched a final charge because they were the Lontong people's final force. If they could not stop the Devil Horn Empire's invasion, the Lontong world would be destroyed, and their families would die. Boom, the two powerful forces collided with each other, creating a deafening explosion. The sounds of countless weapons clashing rang out like thunder. Both sides fought with their lives on the line, causing blood to splatter everywhere. A Lontong person pierced through a devil horn soldier's chest with a spear, while a devil horn soldier chopped off a Lontong person's arm and slashed open his throat. Another devil horn soldier smashed a Lontong person's head with a hammer. The Lontong army gradually collapsed, and countless soldiers were unable to stop the devil horn army at all. They were either rammed to death by devil beasts or killed by countless devil horn soldiers. In the end, the Lontong people still lost, and only a few soldiers managed to escape. The ground was covered with Lontong people's corpses. The Devil Horn Empire's side cheered. They did not dare to be interested in ordinary corpses, but they cut off the heads of their commanders and used spears to stab them into the ground, announcing their victory. The last bit of resistance disappeared, and the Lontong people no longer had the strength to resist. Under the Devil Horn Empire's perverted and cruel methods, they chose to submit in fear, and in the end, the Lontong world perished. The battle only lasted for a few days, and at the start, the surrounding worlds did not even have time to react. By the time they gathered their forces, it was already too late. The Devil Horn Empire had already conquered the Lontong world, and even if they acted, they would not be able to reverse the situation. By now, the Devil Horn Empire had conquered 2 worlds and 9 continents, far surpassing Qin's strength and becoming the most powerful kingdom in this region. The kingdoms around the Devil Horn Empire hurriedly allied together because the Devil Horn Empire was simply too dangerous. If they did not do anything, they would perish like the Lontong world. At the same time, some other kingdoms also felt threatened and wanted to ally with other worlds to suppress the Devil Horn Empire. Some worlds invited Qin to join them in resisting the Devil Horn Empire, wanting to use the Qin Empire's power to suppress the Devil Horn Empire's arrogance. However, Qin did not respond and did not attack the Devil Horn Empire. After hearing that the Devil Horn Empire was attacking the Lontong world, Zhao Fu and his subordinates discussed whether or not they should attack the Devil Horn Empire. However, at most, they would only be able to stall the Devil Horn Empire and would not benefit Qin at all. As such, while the Devil Horn Empire was attacking the Lontong world, Qin could attack the Dark Demon world. Now that the Devil Horn Empire was attacking the Lontong world, they naturally would not have time to stop Qin. That way, Qin would have 3 worlds. Ever since the grassy, half-beast, and elf worlds had been split up, the Dark Demon world had entered a state of high alert. Without those 3 worlds, they would not be able to stop Qin at all, and they would be the next world to be destroyed. Moreover, one of the Dark Demon world's continents had already been conquered by Qin, and they only had 4 continents in total, which meant that they would only have 3/4 of their territory left. It could be said that Great Qin could easily destroy them, and they were so terrified that they could only defend with all of their strength. If they did not do this, they would only be destroyed. However, even if they were united, they could only defend their own continents and could not gather all of their forces to fight a final battle with Qin. This was because Qin had already conquered 1 continent and could simultaneously attack 3 continents. As such, they naturally could not gather their forces together. This time, Qin split his forces into 3 groups and simultaneously attacked the 3 continents, conquering the dark demon world as quickly as possible. The strongest was the eastern continent, which had 15,000 or so regions. Of the 7 legatees, 4 were from the eastern continent, and the world protector was also from the eastern continent. It was definitely the most terrifying of the 4 continents. The other 2 continents were relatively weaker, so Zhao Fu naturally led his forces to attack the strongest eastern continent, Bai Qi led his forces to attack the western continent, and Wang Jian led his forces to attack the northern continent. Zhao Fu quickly led his army to the eastern continent. This place was filled with restrictions, and the eastern continent wanted to stall for time. However, it was a pity that they were all destroyed by Qin. The 2 armies quickly clashed. One side stood on 100-meter-tall walls, looking incredibly serious and nervous. They gave off powerful auras, and it seemed that no one would be able to break through their defenses. As for Qin's side, they all wore black armor and gave off a majestic aura. They were even more terrifying than those in the dark demon world, and they were like dark demonic dragons that shook the surroundings and gave off a power that could cause anyone in the world to feel fear. Qin's forces far surpassed the dark demon world's. Because they had devoured many continents' people, they had 5 billion soldiers attacking the eastern continent. However, there were at most 3 billion people in the eastern continent of the demonic world. Many of them were ordinary people and not proper soldiers. Otherwise, there would not have been so many people. However, because the dark demon world was a cultivation world, these ordinary people's bodies had fused with the heaven awakened world, so they had stage 1 cultivation. Zhao Fu stood in the air with Mo Yao Er by his side. Opposite him stood Mo Qi and a bald elder, who was one of the legatees and the demonic sect master. One could be said to be perfect. She wore white clothes and gave off an icy aura. She was the dark demon world's #1 beauty and the daughter of the celestial demon sect master. One was also peerlessly beautiful and had a graceful figure. However, she gave off a vicious aura, and it was obvious that she was not to be trifled with. She was the 2nd most beautiful woman in the dark demon world. There was also a handsome young man who gave a bright and confident smile. He was one of the legatees and was the legatee of a dynasty. Do you still think you have the power to resist? Just surrender. We can treat you well and won't pursue past matters. Zhao Fu stood in the air and gave a confident smile as he gave off a powerful aura. Mo Qi and the others' expressions were quite unsightly. They had not seen Zhao Fu in a long time, and his power was more than 10 times greater than theirs. If it was before, Mo Qi would have been able to fight against Zhao Fu, but now, he could not. Luckily, they still had their nation armaments, so they had a trace of resistance and would not be directly suppressed. Mo Qi looked at Zhao Fu seriously and did not reply to Zhao Fu. It was evident that he would not surrender. Next to him, the dark demon world's #2 beauty, Mo Xianxia, coldly laughed as she said, "We won't easily submit to anyone. If you have the ability, come and conquer us." Zhao Fu's smile faded as he said coldly, "Since you're seeking death, don't blame us." Boom! A terrifying aura spread out like a wild gale. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and exploded out with all of his power as he started to attack. Sensing Zhao Fu's terrifying aura, Mo Qi and the others' expressions fell, and they exploded out with their nation armament's power, causing powerful gales to sweep out. Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed and also used his nation armament's power. He did not use his cultivation's power because that would take some time. However, if he used his nation armament, it would be a different story. After all, Qin now had 2 worlds and 4 continents. The power of his nation armament was not something that Mo Qi and the others' nation armaments could compare to. Xing, Zhao Fu rushed up and slashed out an enormous sword light. A sharp sword chi storm blasted out, and a terrifying sword light shot out with enough power to slash through everything. Mo Qi looked incredibly shocked. Not only did he use his sect armament's power, but he also used the Dark Demon World's clan armament. Facing the threat of extinction, his clan armament exploded out with its greatest power, but in the end, it was still sent flying by a single strike from Zhao Fu. The bald elder roared as he slammed out with his palm. Countless traces of demonic chi flowed out, forming a 1,000-meter wide palm that gave off boundless destructive power as it slammed towards Zhao Fu. Xiao Fu casually slashed out with his sword, causing a blood-red sword arc to flash out. The palm condensed from demonic chi was instantly slashed apart, turning into countless traces of demonic chi and dissipating. A massive wave of sword energy sent the bald elder flying, and a gash appeared on his chest. The woman in white, the handsome young man, and Mo Xianxia gave off powerful auras as they once again rushed at Xiao Fu. However, they were also sent flying by Xiao Fu. Explosions sounded out in the sky as terrifying shockwaves spread out. The heavens and earth dimmed as a wild gale blew. However, it was evident that they were not a match for Xiao Fu at all. Even if they used all of their nation armament's power, they would not be a match for Xiao Fu. This was because the difference in power between the two sides was simply too great, whether it was their nation armament's power or their own power. As the battle in the sky unfolded, Qin's soldiers below started to attack. They first sent out a wave of talisman arrows, which gave off powerful rays of light as they flew out, seeming to tear the sky apart. The soldiers were instantly sliced into pieces by the rays of light, causing blood to fly everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. Xiao Fu first used a wave of talisman arrows to suppress the soldiers, and the countless wyverns and flying devil beasts roared as they gave off terrifying auras and directly attacked the defensive walls. As they attacked in the sky, the Qin soldiers on the ground roared as they rushed towards the defensive walls like a black tidal wave, giving off a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Massive spiders easily climbed up the defensive walls and started to use their blade-like legs to cut at the soldiers' bodies. The massive corpse soul soldiers swung their heavy weapons, smashing the soldiers into meat paste. Countless massive wolves jumped up the defensive walls and started to madly tear at the soldiers. The illusion flower devils also opened their flowers, causing pollen to rain down, causing the soldiers to fall into illusions. With the devil beasts and ferocious beasts attacking, the Qin soldiers were much more relaxed. They used all sorts of methods to climb up the defensive walls and started to fight with the soldiers. A Qin soldier slashed out with his black saber, hacking into a dark demon soldier's head. A Qin soldier stabbed his black sword through a dark demon soldier's chest, and a Qin soldier stabbed his spear through a dark demon soldier's heart. The dark demon soldiers desperately resisted, killing countless devil beasts and ferocious beasts. They also started to counterattack against the Qin soldiers, and the battle between the two sides was incredibly intense. However, it was evident that the dark demon world was not a match for the Qin soldiers at all. From the very beginning, they had been suppressed by the Qin soldiers, and they did not have much defensive power. Most of the casualties were from the dark demon world, and the Qin soldiers had only suffered small casualties. Under this sort of pressure, the dark demon world could only use their trump cards. They activated demonic formations and massive waves of demonic chi spread out. The cold demonic intent caused people's hairs to stand on end. Demon generals that were 100 meters tall and wore demonic armor and held demonic weapons were summoned. They had savage expressions and gave off ferocious auras, and the massive demonic might caused the air around them to become incredibly heavy. After these demon generals were summoned, before they could roar and start killing, countless devil beasts ferociously leapt over, and the two sides started to fight intensely. A demon general slashed out with his saber, sending out a massive saber light that sent a corpse soul soldier flying. However, a few other beasts leapt up and started to tear at the demon general. A few giant wolves knocked a demon general to the ground and opened their mouths full of sharp teeth, tearing apart the demon general's body. The demon generals turned into traces of demonic chi and disappeared. Some demon generals were incredibly ferocious and stabbed their spears through the spider's body, killing it. Some demon generals held large axes and ferociously swung them, splitting a giant wolf in half and causing blood to spurt out. The corpse soul soldiers' large swords cut the demon generals into pieces. Even though Great Qin had suffered some losses, they were able to quickly kill the summoned demon generals and counterattack the dark demon soldiers. The dark demon world soldiers withstood the attacks of the beasts and Great Qin's soldiers, continuously dying. Some people started to run in terror. The dark demon world was doomed to lose, there was no hope at all. Seeing this scene, the people from the spirit light to the spirit and to the spirit beasts from the spirit Qin started to gather. However, at the start, Qin's attacks had been too ferocious and there were too many of them. This made it so that the spirit light people did not dare to attack according to their original plan, which was to launch a sneak attack on Qin. Now, seeing that the dark demon world was about to lose, there was no point in attacking anymore, so they could only retreat to the spirit light world. Arg! Mochi gave a massive roar as he fully activated his clan armament and sect armament. A demonic light shot into the sky, causing the heavens and earth to continuously tremble. Boom! Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he slashed out with his sword, and the images of dismembered corpses around him gave off an unstoppable power that seemed to be able to kill everything as they inundated Mochi. After the images of the dismembered corpses dissipated, the dark demon world's world protector fell to the ground. Seeing that the world protector had died, everyone else threw down their weapons and knelt on the ground, shouting that they were willing to surrender. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the other legatees from the dark demon world. Their faces were pale, and they understood that they were not a match for Zhao Fu at all. Not only had they lost, but the army below had also lost, and the dark demon world had also lost. In the end, the other legatees could only submit or die. The dark demon world was going to perish, and they would not be able to escape. After they submitted, everything was much easier to deal with. Qin broke through the defensive walls and entered the east, and he started to take over cities. Most of the dark demon people could only submit to Qin, but there were still some stubborn people. Qin would kill and capture as many of these people as he could before throwing them into the devil world and turning them into devils. Groups of black-armored Qin soldiers entered cities, and countless dark demon residents knelt on the roadsides in fear. Sensing the darkness aura that these Qin soldiers gave off, their hair stood on end. They were even more terrifying than the demon race, and they were a group of pure darkness soldiers. Qin soldiers started to gather the residents together and ransack them, finding anything of value, including food. Now, food was an important resource, and they could not waste any of it. If anything unexpected happened in the future, it would save their lives. At the same time, they caught some soldiers who were hiding and wanted to launch sneak attacks. These people hid and wanted to use the complicated structures of the cities to put up a final resistance. Even though there were not many of them, they could slow down Qin's soldiers and cause some injuries and deaths. Now, they had to use special methods to suppress the dark demon residents who had just submitted and to prevent them from resisting. After all, they had just surrendered, so they felt quite uneasy and needed special methods to calm down. Qin naturally would not try to persuade them, nor would he try to be a good person. He would only use bloody suppression. If those who had rebelled died, their clothes would be ripped off and their stomachs would be cut open, and they would be hung on the city walls like dried meat. If they did not die, they would be brought in front of everyone and punished, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. For example, they would tie people to pillars, and then start to peel off their skin bit by bit from their faces, revealing their blood-red muscles. Those people would not die any faster, and then they would be hung under the scorching sun. The scorching sun scorched their skinless muscles, causing them to feel pain in every part of their nerves. Pitiful cries continuously sounded out, and blood continuously flowed out. Arg, these pitiful cries could not be held back, nor could they be stopped. They sounded throughout the entire city, and it was so tragic that people's hair stood on end. It was like a scene from hell. Now, these people were even more well-behaved, and Qin continued to clear out houses, skinned some people, and hung them up. Moreover, Zhao Fu ordered that if a person resisted, their entire family would be skinned. At the same time, anyone who dared to hide would be punished as well. This was quite effective, and the number of people resisting and hiding continuously decreased. Seeing this scene, the people who had just submitted to Zhao Fu could not bear it and wanted to say something, such as the legatee, the bright-smiling young man. However, Zhao Fu ignored them. Qin needed this method to suppress them as quickly and effectively as possible. They could not show any mercy to those who resisted. In the end, Zhao Fu went to the Demon Heaven sect. As the number one sect in the dark demon world, it was the most powerful, and because of Mochi's death, the resistance was the most intense. They had even activated their sect's grand formation, preparing to fight one last time. Boom, Zhao Fu used his nation armament and slashed apart the sect's grand formation. He stood in the sky and watched as the dark demon world's last resistance faction was destroyed. Qin's soldiers rushed in and started a massacre, killing everyone regardless of whether they were male or female, young or old. Zhao Fu did not accept the Demon Heaven sect's stubborn resistance. Countless demon heaven sect disciples continuously died under his sabers, and the stench of blood continuously spread out as cries continuously sounded out. This was a complete massacre. A Qin soldier used his spear to pierce through the body of a woman who was protecting a child. The spear stabbed into the child's body, causing the child to cry out in pain. The woman's mouth bled as she looked at the soldier pleadingly. The soldier's expression was cold as he carried out Zhao Fu's orders. The spear in his hand trembled as a powerful energy spread out. Two pained cries sounded out as a large hole appeared in the woman and child's bodies. A great Qin soldier looked at the escaping young man and vigorously threw his spear. The spear flew out and pinned the young man to the wall, and an elderly man cried as he leapt at the young man. The one who had died was his son. The Qin soldier slowly walked over and looked at the old man who was crying bitterly as he hugged his son's corpse. His expression was cold as he drew out his long saber and chopped off the old man's head. Blood spurted out from the neck and splashed onto the wall. The old man's face was still that of crying bitterly. An old woman held a baby in her arms and begged bitterly. She said that the baby's parents had been killed by Qin. She hoped that Qin would let the baby live. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill her. However, Qin's soldiers didn't even wait for her to finish speaking. Several beams of sword light flew out and chopped the old woman and the baby into pieces. Then, the soldiers continued to kill the others. Zhao Fu watched in satisfaction as the soldiers coldly carried out his orders. After fusing with the darkness crystals, their hearts had become dark and they would not show any mercy. They were like cold killing machines. This was what powerful soldiers should be like. Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied as he looked at the soldiers coldly carrying out his orders. Mo Yaoer, who was hugging Zhao Fu, said in pity, "Master, there were quite a few good-looking women down there, so why not enjoy them? Let's celebrate our victory at the demonic heaven sect. If those women don't want to stay, we can just kill them after playing with their bodies." After saying this, Mo Yaoer condescendingly looked at Mo Xianxia and the dark demon world's #1 beauty, Mo Xianxia, and said, "Also, you too, make sure to properly serve Master, or else your entire sect will suffer the same fate." In the past, the three of them had been the dark demon world's top 3 beauties, and there had been some enmity between them. Mo Yaoer's beauty and strength had been suppressed by the two of them, making her feel quite displeased. Now that she had followed her master, Zhao Fu, and conquered the dark demon world, she naturally had to properly teach them a lesson. Mo Xianxian stood there with a cold expression, giving off traces of coldness, and she did not reply. Mo Xianxian coldly harumphed. With her temper, she would definitely curse a bit, but she had just submitted and Mo Yaoer was one of Zhao Fu's favorites, so she naturally did not dare to say anything. After all, with Zhao Fu's cruel methods, he was evidently not a good person. "Your Majesty Qin. The Demon Heaven sect is willing to submit to Qin, please stop the slaughter. We are willing to hand over the Demon Heaven sect's supreme treasure," an elderly man knelt on the ground and said in a sorrowful voice. Zhao Fu did not recognize this elder, and Mo Yaoer explained that he was the sect master of the Demon Heaven sect. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression became cold. These people had resisted so intensely before, but now that the slaughter had begun, they were afraid. However, Zhao Fu was quite interested in the supreme treasure that the elder spoke of, so he gave the order to stop the slaughter. The countless demon-like soldiers stopped, and the Demon Heaven sect's disciples powerlessly lay on the ground as if they had just survived a calamity. Some people were so afraid that they started to loudly cry. Zhao Fu came to the elder's side and asked, "What is that supreme treasure?" Seeing that Qin had stopped the slaughter, the elder let out a sigh of relief, seeming to have aged 10 or so years as he said, "That item is a demon ancestor's finger, and it is within the depths of the Demon Heaven sect. It provides the Demon Heaven sect with countless traces of pure demonic qi." Demon ancestor? Hearing these 2 words, Zhao Fu knew a bit about them. The demon ancestor was the ancestor of the demon race and the source of the countless demon race bloodlines. Each demon race only had one demon ancestor, and each demon ancestor would give birth to a demon race. If there was a demon ancestor's corpse, Zhao Fu would be quite delighted because it would be incredibly useful and could be used everywhere. It could be said to be a supreme treasure, but the elder only said that it was a finger, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. In the end, Zhao Fu followed the elder to the depths of the Demon Heaven sect, which was thousands of meters underground. Within a massive stone cave, there was a pinky finger floating above a magic formation. This pinky finger was as white as jade and was the size of a normal person's thumb. It gave off a faint black light and a massive amount of demonic qi, as well as a powerful might. Zhao Fu's body uncontrollably gave off demonic qi. This was the sky demon aura that Zhao Fu had obtained from the sky demon sword. Even though the sky demon aura was a high-level power, it definitely could not compare to the demon ancestor's aura. Under the demon ancestor's aura, Zhao Fu could not control himself. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt a wave of hunger. He stretched out his hand and a formless energy grabbed the finger. He hesitated for a moment before placing it in his mouth and eating it. He was quite surprised that the demon ancestor's finger was quite delicious and he wanted to take a few more bites. There was still some blood on the finger, and when he bit into it, blood spurted out. However, the bone was quite hard, so Zhao Fu vigorously chewed and crushed the bone before eating it. After the finger entered Zhao Fu's stomach, Zhao Fu's holy son bloodline automatically started to digest the demon ancestor's finger. A massive wave of demonic qi spread throughout his body, and Zhao Fu's body automatically absorbed the demon ancestor's power. After eating the demon ancestor's finger, Zhao Fu's divine bloodline easily digested the demon ancestor's finger, leaving nothing behind. Zhao Fu now had some demon ancestor's power, but it was quite weak, so Zhao Fu did not pay it much mind. "Let's go." Zhao Fu looked at the shocked elder and said calmly. Following this, he walked out, and the elder hurriedly followed behind him. After coming outside, Qin's soldiers had completely taken control of the Demon Heaven sect, and all of the Demon Heaven sect's people were gathered together. Zhao Fu sat there and thought about how to deal with these people. He had wanted to punish them, but considering that they had admitted their mistakes, he decided to let them off this time. Mo Yao Er flirtatiously sat in Zhao Fu's embrace and said fawningly, "Master, I'll help you find 10 or so beauties from the Demon Heaven sect." Zhao Fu looked over and saw that Mo Yao Er had brought 10 or so women. All of them had graceful figures and snow-white skin. They were extremely beautiful, and their auras were quite outstanding. One of them was a green-robed woman who stood out the most. She had a voluptuous figure and gave off a proud aura. She was not weak at all, and her looks were not much inferior to Mo Yao Er's. She was definitely a peerless beauty. Mo Yao Er looked at Zhao Fu and then at the green-robed woman as she flirtatiously smiled and introduced her, saying, "Master, that's called Tianling Er. She's the daughter of the Demon Heaven sect master and is the 4th-ranked beauty in the dark demon world. She's also Mo Chi's fiancée, and she's still a virgin. Does master want to do her?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu laughed and lifted Mo Yao Er's chin as he said, "Are you the one who wants it, or am I?" Mo Yao Er giggled and kissed Zhao Fu's face as she said, "I like it when master does me every day." Zhao Fu stopped Mo Yao Er from going any further. The other 2 continents in the dark demon world were progressing quite smoothly. Since the eastern continent's strongest faction had been destroyed, the other continents were naturally not too surprised. Bai Qi and Wang Jian were currently subduing 2 continents, and Zhao Fu was waiting for the results. Following this, Bai Qi and Wang Jian reported the details of the battle, and Zhao Fu listened attentively before giving the order to set up a defensive line at the border between the Spirit Light world and the Dark Demon world. Now, Zhao Fu knew that the Spirit Light world was participating, but they did not dare to make a move when they saw that Qin was too ferocious. They also had the ability to go to other worlds on a large scale. Finally, it was time to calculate their gains. Because it was a world the dark demon race could not escape, so they had made great gains. First of all, the population had reached 40 billion, and the number of cities had reached 70,000. Secondly, there were all kinds of treasures and coins. At the same time, Qin had also collected a huge amount of food. At the same time, Qin's soldiers started to clear out the dark demon world, taking down the cities that had escaped to the wilderness or hidden locations to make sure that there were no more hidden dangers. They also left behind 100 regions for the heaven domain boundary. Within the Sky Demon sect, Zhao Fu started to do it with Tianling Mo Xianxia, Mo Xian Er, and the other women. Looking at how they were panting beneath him, it seemed that all of the famous beauties of the dark demon world were gathered here. Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and felt a sense of heroism. Looking at the world and conquering the various races, Qin was like a lion sweeping through the world, invincible and unstoppable. When drunk, he lay on the knees of beauties, and when awake, he would rule the world. When he was an emperor, he would be free and unfettered. Becoming a monarch, establishing 1,000 years of hegemony, expanding boundless territory, conquering the various great races, and enjoying the most beautiful women, this was undoubtedly the dream of many people, the goal they pursued. Husband. I want more. The cold-looking Xianxia, who had been the #1 beauty in the dark demon world, was now completely red as she tightly wrapped herself around Zhao Fu. After having fun for a while, Zhao Fu got up and led his army back to Qin. The invasion of the dark demon world had officially concluded, and Qin had conquered the dark demon world, becoming an empire with 3 worlds. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu conferred concubines, and the Emperor Phoenix statue's power surpassed ordinary clan armaments. Now, the Qin Imperial Palace not only had people with large amounts of Phoenix Chi from the 3 worlds, but it also had people from the 3 worlds. Such an ocean of Phoenix Chi would greatly increase the Emperor Phoenix statue's power, and its power would definitely surpass that of a clan armament. After clearing out the dark demon world, Zhao Fu moved on to the spirit light world. At the same time, Zhao Fu heard that the Devil Horn Empire had successfully conquered the Lontong world, and the other worlds wanted to ally with Qin to suppress the Devil Horn Empire. Zhao Fu felt quite displeased. Before, Qin had sent out countless ambassadors to the other worlds to suppress the Devil Horn Empire, but not a single one had agreed. Now that they felt threatened by the Devil Horn Empire, they wanted to ally with Qin. However, Zhao Fu endured it. If the other worlds could ally to suppress the Devil Horn Empire, it was very likely that Qin would be able to destroy the Devil Horn Empire. Without the Devil Horn Empire as an obstacle, Qin's path would be unobstructed in the future. However, news of Qin conquering the dark demon world still spread. Conquering a world was such a big thing that it could not be hidden. After hearing about this, the other worlds were greatly shocked. The Devil Horn Empire was enough to make them feel terror, and now there was the Qin Empire as well. This caused their faces to become quite pale. There were tigers in front and wolves behind, and danger was everywhere. Now, the other worlds were not willing to work together with Qin. Qin now had 3 worlds and 3 continents, and it seemed that it was only slightly weaker than the Devil Horn Empire. In the end, the various worlds could only form an alliance to resist the Devil Horn Empire and Qin Empire, creating a situation where the world was split into 3. In response, Zhao Fu could only curse inwardly. He had expected that the other worlds would go back on their word and say something else. However, after hearing that the Lontong world had been conquered, he had sent a large number of soldiers to the grassy world. Now that the Lontong world had fallen, the continent that he had conquered naturally fell into the Devil Horn Empire's hands. The Devil Horn Empire originally had 4 continents, and with another one, it now had 5. If they could conquer Qin's continent, the Devil Horn Empire would have 3 worlds. Zhao Fu would not allow such a thing to happen no matter what, and he had to defend Qin's continent in the grassy world. Now that 2 massive factions had appeared, they attracted the attention of the surrounding hundreds of worlds. Some factions from the inner domains were quite interested in these 2 factions, especially those from the ancient stem domain. After all, these 2 factions occupied 7 worlds, and if one of them won, the ancient stem domain would have a 21st royal kingdom. Moreover, because this was a boundary region, it did not directly affect the interests of the various royal kingdoms and sects. As such, they did not feel any ill will, and they instead wanted to support one side in order to gain a reliable ally in the future. Most of these factions were willing to support Qin. After all, it was incredibly rare for Qin to have such shocking achievements as a new world, and his potential was even greater than the Devil Horn Empires. Moreover, many things had happened near the Qin Empire, and it was possible that these things were related to the Qin Empire. This made the Qin Empire seem a bit more mysterious, so many people were willing to support the Qin Empire. Many factions sent ambassadors to Qin, and there were even some familiar faces, such as the Ice Origin Kingdom's Bing Qixue, the Heavenly Music Sect's Yin Ruoshi, the Wine Sun Kingdom's Jiu Xiaoyun, the Volcano Sect's Yan, and even the Ancient Sword Sect's people. In response, Zhao Fu did not dare to show himself. After all, even if he wore a cloak and mask, it was possible that he would be recognized. Once he was recognized, Qin's fate would be quite terrible. Zhao Fu had Li Si receive them, and this caused many people to feel quite displeased. Some of the legatees of royal kingdoms and sects had personally come, which showed the sincerity of these royal kingdoms and sects. Great Qin's king did not even show his face, which made it seem as if he was looking down on them. Li Si was quite good at dealing with this, and he said that Zhao Fu was sick and would not be able to come out. However, Zhao Fu did not want to work with these people. After all, the ancient sword sect was an enemy, and the Qin Empire would definitely destroy it. Moreover, because of what had happened in the past, the Dao Cultivation sect might stand against them in the future. There were also some factions that did not have enmity with Qin, but if they found out about Zhao Fu's identity, they might act against Qin. If they worked together and interacted more in the future, many things might be leaked. If he directly refused, he would offend everyone. If they became enemies with Qin or supported the Devil Horn Empire, Qin would be at a great disadvantage. In the end, Zhao Fu endured his discomfort and accepted the cooperation of the large factions. Zhao Fu did not want the resources that the ancient sword sect and the Dao Cultivation sect provided, as he already viewed them as enemies. However, Zhao Fu did not dare to refuse. Putting aside the Dao Cultivation sect, which was the most powerful faction in the ancient stem domain, just the ancient sword sect alone would definitely be able to destroy Qin. As such, Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. At the end of the conversation, the envoys from all sides were very interested. They started to have fun in Qin City. They were surprised by the culture, customs, and prosperity of Qin City. There were also all kinds of novel things, such as the human world's dramas, poems, and all kinds of food and wine. What surprised them the most was the situation in Qin City. All kinds of ideas and cultures collided and merged, making Qin City full of vitality. This was something that the sects in their country did not have. They were also a little curious about how Qin had managed to create such a magnificent scene. They were afraid that it was not something that could be done overnight. It was very likely that it had something to do with Qin's national policy. Because Qin had been maintaining such a situation, all kinds of sects strongly supported him, which was completely different from them. Whenever they destroyed a faction, they would directly wipe out everything related to that faction and would not leave anything behind. Like this, there would not be any future troubles. However, Qin City had taken the opposite path, and the results were quite good. Now, the feeling that Qin City gave off was that a powerful empire was slowly rising in the boundary region, and this momentum was unstoppable. Looking at the black-armored soldiers holding black weapons and giving off a powerful darkness aura patrolling around, they felt quite shocked. They felt that all of Qin City's soldiers were not simple at all, and they were all very powerful. No wonder they had such accomplishments even though they were new to this world. The various factions all highly approved of Qin City and felt that they had not misjudged Qin City's potential. Supporting Qin City was the best choice compared to supporting the Devil Horn City, and supporting Qin City was the correct choice. Everyone felt quite interested and continued to play on the streets, admiring the scenery and prosperity of Qin City. Some people wanted to see Qin City's true strength. Bing Qixue was quite interested in the people holding brushes and writing on the streets, while Bai Haoren was quite interested in books from various sections. Jiao Xiaoyun was addicted to all kinds of wine, and Qing Muji held all kinds of snacks in her hands as she continued to look around curiously. After playing around for most of the day, the things they had heard the most were about their Qin Empire's emperor. Not only did he have extraordinary talent and was like a godlike existence in the empire, but he also accepted many virtuous officials and was fair in giving out rewards and punishments. He loved his people as if they were his own children, and his policies were clear and clear. At the same time, there were also some rumors about how the emperor was very interested in other people's wives and mothers. There were also rumors about Qin City's harem. There were countless beauties there, and all of them were as beautiful as fairies. Mortals could not profane them, and it was a place that countless men dreamed of. After asking around, they found out that the Qin emperor had taken beauties from many worlds into his harem, and the most beautiful women in the surrounding worlds were gathered there. The rumors were most likely true, but they still felt quite shocked at the massive number. With so many women, the Qin emperor was simply too dissolute. Could he really handle it? By now, they heard about the Qin emperor's abilities, and they could not help but feel dumbfounded, thinking about a humanoid dragon beast. Of course, there were also other rumors that were known to the public. Fortunately, the Qin emperor did not publicize the important things, so they could not find out anything useful. However, they were more curious about the crown prince of Qin, whom they had never met before. Some people returned to their own forces with all kinds of information obtained from the Qin emperor, while some stayed in the Qin empire to meet the Qin emperor, because the Qin emperor was the ruler of the empire, the core of everything. They wanted to know what kind of person the crown prince of Qin was. Only by knowing what kind of person the Qin emperor was could they better understand what kind of country the Qin empire was. However, how could Zhao Fu meet them? The consequences of revealing his identity were too serious. Therefore, he would never meet them. He could only refuse them with all kinds of excuses. In the end, they returned with resentment, and at the same time, they were curious and confused. Why didn't the Qin emperor meet them? What kind of person is the crown prince of Qin? They did not know any of this, and they would never have thought that the Qin emperor was the mysterious crown prince whose name shook the world. Yao Ming knew that there were so many factions supporting the Qin empire, but the faction that had come to him was only a seventh of the other sides. Yao Ming felt incredibly furious because it was evident that those factions looked down on the Devil Horn Empire and believed that the Qin empire would definitely win. After sending off the ambassadors, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. The Devil Horn Empire was digesting the Lontong world, and the Qin Empire was digesting the Dark Demon world. The other alliances did not want to cause trouble, and this place entered a temporary period of peace. Zhao Fu now had a few things to take care of. The first thing was to plant celestial peaches. Before, when Zhao Fu had eaten a celestial peach, he had left behind a purple-patterned peach pit. This purple-patterned peach pit could grow into a 9,000-year-old celestial peach, and it had shocking effects. Zhao Fu did not know if Zhao Fu would be able to grow a celestial peach in his lifetime, but it would at least be a powerful trump card for Qin's future. However, Zhao Fu did not know if he would be able to grow it, as the celestial peach was incredibly high grade. Zhao Fu did not know if he would be able to grow it. As such, Zhao Fu planned to create a fountain of life for the celestial peach to provide a large amount of life force to the celestial peach. This spring water of life was the same as ordinary spring water of life. It wasn't the special spring water of life from before, because it required corpses to be continuously thrown in to produce spring water of life. Ordinary spring water of life relied on gathering large amounts of life aura to produce spring water of life. This was because Zhao Fu wanted to directly plant the celestial peach in the fountain of life instead of beside it. Only by planting it in the fountain of life would it be able to provide the most life force. Because the celestial peach was too high grade, Zhao Fu was worried that it would not be able to grow. Moreover, there was only one peach pit, and it was almost impossible to obtain another one. As such, he had to be extremely careful. Because Qin had a large number of spirits, they now had the ability to create ordinary fountain of life. Under Zhao Fu's orders, a beautiful fountain of life was constructed. It was a 10 or so meter wide pool made of pure white stone bricks, and there were many flowers and green leaves carved on it. The pool gave off a faint green light and gathered large amounts of life force in the surroundings. There was a magic formation at the bottom, and under Zhao Fu's orders, it was not made of stone bricks. Zhao Fu came to the center of the array and gently dug a shallow pit with his hands. Then, he placed the purple-patterned walnut in it and covered it with soil. After activating the magic formation at the bottom, countless traces of life energy flowed into the peach pit, but the peach pit did not react at all. Zhao Fu had long since expected this and understood that the peach pit's grade was too high, so it would take some time for him to see any results. Some people were left behind to look after the immortal peaches to prevent any accidents. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the military equipment department. An extremely terrifying weapon had been developed, which was the upgraded dragon-slaying ballistae. Long ago, Zhao Fu had ordered his subordinates to improve the dragon-slaying ballistae. The first was to simplify and reduce its power, but it could be mass-produced. Simplification was easy, but it was more difficult to make it more complicated. That was why the first method was mass-produced very quickly, and the second method had only just been completed. The reason they had come here was naturally to test out the power of the ultimate dragon-slaying ballistae. Standing in an open space, 500 or 600 soldiers were each dragging a rope, strenuously dragging out a massive and terrifying ballista. This ballista was 100 meters long and looked incredibly savage and terrifying. It was a pale white color and there were countless runes on its surface. It gave off a might, and even though it did not do anything, just by standing there, it gave off a sense of intimidation. The ballista's materials had reached the saint grade and were the bones of a massive beast. There were 6 bowstrings on the ballista, each of which was transparent and made from high-quality dragon tendons. There were 7 massive crystals embedded in the front of the ballista, which represented yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Looking at the massive ballista, Xiaofu felt quite shocked and was sure that the power that this ballista gave off was incredibly terrifying. Bai Shan gave a pleased smile and said, "Your Majesty. What do you think? Are you satisfied with the results of our research?" Xiaofu looked at him and nodded as he said, "Let's test its power, we want to know how terrifying it is." "Your Majesty, watch carefully." Bai Shan smiled and gave the order. 6 corpse soul soldiers that were 100 meters tall walked out and placed a 130-meter-long arrow on the ballista. This 130-meter-long arrow was completely black and was also made from saint-grade materials. There were countless runes on it and there were 100 or so golden talisman stones embedded in it. There was also a violet talisman stone that gave off a destructive power. The 6 corpse soul soldiers roared as they pulled the bowstrings. Even with their massive power, it was incredibly difficult for them to pull the bowstrings. The 7 massive crystals on the ballista were activated and countless rainbow-colored runes lit up as a massive wave of power flowed into the arrow. A massive aura spread out. Boom! The arrow turned into a rainbow-colored ray of light as it shot out. A massive explosion sounded out as space seemed to explode and a shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crack. The ray of light gave off immense power as it tore through space, tearing open a long rift and leaving behind a rainbow-colored trail. It was incredibly fast and flashed through the air, shooting towards a large mountain dozens of kilometers away. Bang! A massive muffled explosion sounded out as rocks flew everywhere. A large hole that was hundreds of meters wide had appeared in the mountain that was thousands of meters tall. With this kind of power, it was enough to instantly kill a devil beast king, such as the Azure Dragon in the Devil Horn Empire. If it was hit by an arrow, even if it did not die, it would be heavily injured. Even Xiaofu's hair stood on end, and he did not dare to face it head-on and could only dodge. Bai Shan smiled as he asked, "Your Majesty, what is it? Are you satisfied?" Xiaofu nodded in delight and had Bai Shan create these ballistae as quickly as possible. If they had dozens of ballistae, they would be able to kill even world realm experts. In the future, when facing the Devil Horn Empire's devil beasts, they would be able to instantly kill them all. However, Bai Shan felt quite troubled, as these ballistae were too time-consuming and required a lot of saint-grade materials. It would be quite difficult for Qin to mass-produce them. Xiaofu understood this, so he had Bai Shan do his best to manufacture them. They would definitely be of great use in the future. Following this, Xiaofu wanted to continue to take care of other matters, such as agriculture, but the Heaven Spirit Steel received a few messages. The message was from a higher being, saying that the Emperor Path College would be recruiting new students next year. They were holding an entrance tour, and this was the only chance for outsiders to enter the Emperor Path College. They could take a look and understand some information about the Emperor Path College, as well as some information about their opponents. Xiaofu thought about it and felt quite interested in the Emperor Path College. Perhaps he would become a student next year, so it would be good for him to take a look and prepare for the Emperor Path College next year. His vision blurred and Xiaofu once again came to a barren wasteland. He looked around and found that there was no danger. Following this, Xiaofu headed towards the Emperor Path College. There was an ocean of people there, and all of them had powerful auras. None of them were weaklings, and all of them had extraordinary identities. After all, it was one of the Heaven-Awakened World's 7 great colleges. Not only was it powerful to the point that it could cause others to despair, but its history and foundations were also terrifying. It was a holy land for emperors in countless people's hearts. Countless famous emperors had appeared here, and the Heaven Murder Empire's imperial prince had once been a student here. The Golden Dragon had strongly recommended Xiaofu to come here. Even if one was a true imperial prince, if one did not pass the college's examination, one would not be able to enter through connections. It could be seen just how powerful and difficult Emperor Path College was. They did not give any face to empires, and even imperial princes would not be able to enter. Normally, there were countless terrifying restrictions protecting this place, and even higher beings did not dare to barge in. The Emperor Path College was incredibly mysterious, and now that the entrance examination had begun, everyone had a chance to see the Emperor Path College. Countless people naturally came excitedly. Even though the Emperor Path College did not restrict anyone from entering, not everyone could enter. If the Emperor Path College was greedy, a single ticket would be worth 100 million gold coins. However, the Emperor Path College did not care for that kind of money, and only those with a certain level of strength could enter the Emperor Path College. At the entrance, there were two domineering and solemn dragon pillars, and the golden dragon seemed to come to life. It gave off a massive dragon's might, and it was like a corporeal energy barrier that covered the 1,000 meters around the entrance. If one was powerful, they could ignore the golden dragon's might and calmly enter the Emperor Path College without any resistance. If one was weak, they would be forced to kneel on the ground. Most of the people in the crowd were people blocking the entrance, and there were also some people observing from the outside. They mainly wanted to see some peerless geniuses. Many major figures would come to visit the Emperor Path College, and they would not be seen by ordinary people. Jiaofu went to the outside, but he could not squeeze in. Jiaofu was not in a hurry to enter the Emperor Path College, and he observed some of the major figures like ordinary people. Now, Jiaofu was quite curious about the difference between his strength and that of the Heaven Domain's peerless geniuses. He could take a look now to gain some confidence. If the difference was too great, he could go back and work harder. Jiaofu looked in the direction of the sound, and the crowd automatically parted to make a path for them. Under the gazes of countless people, the five of them walked over with a transcendent demeanor. Oh my God! The River Basin's 5 heroes have come. Are they also planning on entering Emperor Path College? I'm so excited. As soon as I arrived, I saw the River Basin's 5 heroes. To be able to see the 5 of them makes this trip worth it. The 5 of them are entering Emperor Path College for the first time this year. This year's new students are simply too eye-catching. That's right. They've been in the limelight recently. 5 of them destroyed a duchy. Jiaofu was quite curious about these 5 people's identities, so he looked at the dignified and excited young man and asked, "Who are they? Are they very famous in the Heaven Domain?" The dignified young man grinned and said, "They're not just famous, they're extremely famous. Look at that white-clothed young man, he's called Nongyi, the prince of the Tian Imperial Kingdom. That young man with the folding fan is Dun Hoji, the prince of the Heaven Domain's Dun family. That muscular young man is the young sect master of the Divine Martial Sect. That fairy-like beautiful woman is Bai Ruolin, from the 100 Kingdoms in Heaven Mountain, and that young man is the young sect master of the Demon-Seeking Dynasty. What do you think? Are you shocked? The factions behind them are all large factions in the Heaven Domain, and they all have extraordinary power that can rival world realm experts. If they were ranked in the human domain, they'd definitely be in the top 50. Jiaofu looked quite awkward and did not feel shocked at all. After all, Jiaofu did not know any of the factions that the young man had mentioned, and he asked, "Only in the top 50? The young man laughed, "What do you mean only in the top 50? If you can enter the top 50 in the human realm, that means you are standing above millions of geniuses. Every single one of them is a peerless character. Believe it or not, they can crush you with a single hand." The Heaven Domain was incredibly big, but it was split into 8 domains, which were divided by the 8 races. Emperor Path College was the most top-tier college in the human domain, and no other college in the human domain could compare to it. A kind-looking middle-aged man next to him smiled and said, "Little brother, you're quite good. You're not from the Heaven region, are you? Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't know about the 5 of them. They are the 5 most talented people in the River Basin. That's why they're called the River Basin's 5 heroes. There have been a lot of shocking stories about them recently. Just ask around and you'll know how terrifying they are. Also, let me remind you that no matter what status you have in the inner regions, in the Heaven Domain, you can only lie down and lower your head. Don't say anything because the people in the Heaven Domain are not people that ordinary people can afford to offend. You might even die, so don't say those words again." The middle-aged man thought that Zhao Fu was from the central domain and did not know much about the situation, so he gave him a warning. He did not know that Zhao Fu was from an even more remote outer domain. Hearing the middle-aged man's kind reminder, Xianxia smiled and thanked him. Facing that massive dragon's might, the five people's expressions slightly changed because they felt a wave of pressure. However, they were able to easily pass through it, causing everyone to sigh in amazement. Boom, a berserk aura spread out like a wild gale, and the people in the surroundings quickly retreated as a well-built, bearded young man appeared. That's the Beast Empire's Imperial Prince. A cry of surprise sounded out, and everyone's gazes were focused on that person. It was an extremely famous genius who had descended. The strong-looking young man knew that Zhao Fu, a country bumpkin, did not know, so he excitedly explained to Zhao Fu, "That's the Beast Empire's third Imperial Prince. Based on strength, he can enter the top 40 of the human domain rankings. Such a powerful Imperial Prince is only ranked 40th. Do you know how terrifying the people on the human domain rankings are now?" Oh. However, Zhao Fu still calmly nodded because Zhao Fu did not dare to be interested in those in the top 40 or 50. The young man felt quite displeased and said, "That's an Imperial Prince. He's an Imperial Prince who reigns above countless people and is a terrifying figure that you can't even see in the inner regions. Can't you at least have some reaction? Also, you're saying that he's more powerful than him?" Zhao Fu laughed and shook his head. He naturally would not reveal his identity. No matter what, the young man did not believe that Zhao Fu had that kind of power. Looking at Zhao Fu's current appearance, it was likely that Zhao Fu was even weaker than him. If that was the case, what he had said before would have been nonsense, so he felt quite self-mocking. The Imperial Prince easily withstood the dragon's might and entered Emperor Path College, and everyone looked away. He. Suddenly, a flirtatious laugh sounded out as an intoxicating fragrance wafted out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They looked over and saw a peerlessly beautiful woman in a pink palace dress with an alluring figure. The woman gave off an incredibly attractive aura, and everyone's gazes were drawn over. Their hearts sped up and their breathing became ragged as their bodies instinctively reacted. Humph. However, a cold harumph sounded out, causing everyone to feel as if they had fallen into a world of ice and snow. A wave of coldness flowed over, stinging their skin. Everyone came back to their senses and quickly looked away in fear, not daring to look at the woman again. The scene became deathly silent. A young man in snow-white robes appeared next to the woman and coldly looked around before hugging the woman and walking towards Emperor Path College. The people in the surroundings automatically made way for them in fear, and the woman gave a flirtatious smile as she leaned against the young man's embrace, looking incredibly sweet as she walked forwards. However, when she passed by Zhao Fu, she seemed to sense something and her body froze. Her expression changed as she looked at Zhao Fu, and her body started to heat up as a lustful light appeared in her eyes. Sensing the change in the woman, the young man frowned and looked at Zhao Fu within the crowd. He prepared to attack and kill Zhao Fu. The woman hurriedly pulled the young man and said coquettishly, "Husband, don't misunderstand. I just feel that he looks like someone I know and I'm not interested in him. Moreover, I'm your person and my heart is filled with you. Don't you trust me?" Hearing this, the young man's expression eased and he stopped. The incredibly alluring woman flirtatiously smiled at Zhao Fu as she clamped her legs together, doing her best to stop the liquid from flowing out. She then followed the young man into Emperor Path College. The young man gulped and felt that the woman had smiled at him, causing his heart to soften. He then introduced the woman to Zhao Fu, saying, "That woman is called Xianxia, the young mistress of the 10,000 Desire Palace. Her seduction techniques have reached perfection, and all men are infatuated with her. She is ranked 12th on the human domain's new rankings, but it's a pity that she's someone else's wife. It's that young man next to her. His name is Song Kongyue, the 9th prince of the Tian Song Empire. His strength is extremely terrifying. He can enter the top 30 of the human realm in the new edition. Xianxia can also enter the top 40. The human realm had its own ranking, and this ranking was also divided into years, recording different people in each period. The new version was the latest human realm ranking. Zhao Fu understood and nodded, but his expression was quite unsightly. From the woman's smile, he could tell that she had other intentions, and Zhao Fu did not want to cause trouble. As such, he could only suppress the six desires' demonic chi within his body. Just then, the six desires' demonic chi had uncontrollably floated towards the woman, wanting to forcefully toy with her. The middle-aged man next to him looked quite serious because he could tell that the woman had smiled at Zhao Fu. For such a grand figure to act like this, perhaps the cloaked figure's identity was not simple either. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive emperor's aura spread out and two people appeared in front of everyone. Zhao Fu felt a familiar aura and turned to look. He hurriedly hid his aura and hid within the crowd. Enemies really did meet on a narrow road. Zhao Fu actually recognized one of those two people, and they were most likely enemies because that person was Zhang Mingyue. The young man next to him started to introduce them, saying, "Those are the Zhang Empire's two imperial princes." The one in front, Zhang Wuyue, is already a student of Emperor Path College and is quite famous in the Heaven Domain. The one behind him is most likely his little brother, and he most likely brought his little brother here to take a look. He plans to enter Emperor Path College next year. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's heart sank. If Zhang Mingyue was also at Emperor Path College, it would be quite troublesome in the future. However, Zhao Fu had no other choice, nor did he have the ability to go to another college. Boom, boom. Boom, massive auras descended as more peerless geniuses descended, causing countless people to cry out. The young man next to him excitedly introduced them to Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu looked at their strength. The middle-aged man next to him also politely chatted with Zhao Fu. Xing, a sword light giving off massive sword chi shot over from the horizon as a peerlessly beautiful woman in green appeared, giving off a corporeal sword intent. So beautiful. So powerful. Everyone stared at the woman in front of them, and they could not help but cry out. The woman was tall and slim, and her skin was like jade. Her looks could be said to be perfect, and her sword-like eyebrows gave off a dense heroic aura, causing people's hearts to palpitate. That corporeal sword intent seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, and no one dared to get close. The young man next to her introduced her with an infatuated look on his face, saying, "She's the sword sect's second miss, Jian Luiyue. Her strength can enter the top 20 of the human domain rankings, and with her beauty, she's ranked 9th. Zhao Fu was not in the mood to listen to the young man's words because that woman also gave off an extreme sword intent. Zhao Fu's killing sword intent had a powerful reaction, so Zhao Fu did his best to suppress it in order to not draw too much attention. Seeing the woman enter Emperor Path College, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Jian Luiyue had already given Zhao Fu a great deal of pressure. Moreover, even though the geniuses that had appeared were quite powerful and had decent reputations, the true experts had not come yet. For example, the top 10 of the Heaven Domain rankings had not appeared yet. Those were the most dazzling geniuses of the human domain, people who stood above the entire human domain. They were people that countless geniuses could only look up to. They most likely would not appear this time and would only appear during Emperor Path College's official examination. Emperor Path College's examination would receive the attention of the entire human domain, and if they became famous, the entire human domain would know about them. Boom, another explosion sounded out as a 5-colored ray of light landed on the ground and a massive aura spread out. Everyone in the surroundings retreated as an elegant-looking young man in white appeared before everyone. The young man next to Zhao Fu felt quite surprised as he looked at that person and said, "Who would have thought that he would also come? He's a rising star and the disciple of a higher being." In actuality, even without the young man's introduction, Zhao Fu knew that person. Zhao Fu also knew that person. That white-clothed young man was Bai Xingjun. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would come to Emperor Path College if he did not take a higher being as his master. Following this, they waited for a while, but no more geniuses appeared. Others prepared to try and see if they could enter Emperor Path College. Seeing those powerful geniuses walk into Emperor Path College so easily, they had thought that it would be quite simple. However, only after walking into the range of the dragon's might did they realize how terrifying it was. Countless people stepped in and felt as if the sky had collapsed. Their minds went blank, and their bodies crumpled to the ground, unable to move at all. So terrifying. Seeing a large number of people fall, those who had not entered the range of the dragon's might cried out in shock. They felt quite afraid and did not dare to continue. Some people thought about it and exploded out with their full power. They walked in and felt a massive might weighing down on their bodies. They gritted their teeth and walked forwards with great difficulty, their bodies covered with beads of sweat. However, even though some people fell, some people still successfully entered Emperor Path College. This gave many people confidence, and they also entered the range of the dragon's might. However, most people failed, and only a small portion of people passed. Zhao Fu also walked towards Emperor Path College, and the young man next to him laughed as he said, "Don't tell me you want to enter Emperor Path College as well? I'd advise you not to make things difficult for yourself. I'm sure you don't even know what Emperor Path College is. Let me introduce you, so don't go looking for trouble." The young man did not have any ill intentions and just wanted to give him a reminder. Zhao Fu looked at Emperor Path College's entrance and lightly laughed as he replied, "No need." Zhao Fu walked towards Emperor Path College, and the young man wanted to try to persuade Zhao Fu, but the middle-aged man next to him cut him off. "Don't try to persuade him, perhaps that person will be able to enter Emperor Path College. Don't you feel that he's not simple?" These words caused the young man to feel quite startled. Zhao Fu was not simple? Looking at Zhao Fu's back, the young man still did not believe it, as he felt that it was impossible for Zhao Fu to enter Emperor Path College. After walking a few steps, Zhao Fu was pushed back and forth by people, and there was an impenetrable wall of people in front of him. Seeing how weak Zhao Fu was, the young man couldn't help but loudly laugh. Boom! Suddenly, an unimaginably massive might pressed down on everyone's bodies like a massive hand. Everyone's souls trembled, and they felt as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Boundless darkness flowed over, and some people's legs became weak as they knelt to the ground. The young man's smile froze, and the middle-aged man was also quite shocked. Everyone else looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Zhao Fu could not help but explode out with his power and did not hide it at all. Everyone within 1,000 meters of Zhao Fu collapsed to the ground, and only Zhao Fu remained standing. The young man looked quite shocked. He had never thought that the person who he would have such terrifying power. Even though he had Zhao Chen, he could not help but felt that. This might not only cause the expressions of the people in the surroundings to fall, but even the guards' expressions became serious. They felt an immense sense of danger, making them feel as if they were suffocating. Now, no one dared to block in front of Zhao Fu, and they respectfully made way for him. This might not only caused everyone's expressions to fall, but even the guards' expressions became serious. Zhao Fu arrived in front of the dragon's might, and looking at the might that the golden dragon gave off, he stepped in. Roar! Roar! Terrified dragon roars sounded out as the dragons sensed Zhao Fu's aura and curled up within their dragon pillars, looking like small snakes. None of them dared to give off any might towards Zhao Fu, and they looked at Zhao Fu as if he was their master. It was not just the people watching, but even the Zhao dynasty's guards looked incredibly shocked. This was something that had never happened before. No matter how powerful or terrifying a person was, the golden dragon had never felt so much fear before. This was the first time something like this had happened in Emperor Path College. In actuality, the golden dragon's might was not just this. After all, the golden dragon had not released its full power. If it released its full power, even a higher being would not be able to defend against it. However, the golden dragon was indeed afraid. It was not because of Zhao Fu's power, but because Zhao Fu was definitely not the most powerful person in Emperor Path College. It was because Zhao Fu's aura caused the golden dragon to instinctively fear him. Who was this person in front of him? How could there be such terrifying power and such shocking abilities? Zhao Fu sighed. He did not want to cause such a commotion. He ignored everyone's gazes and walked to the Emperor Path College's entrance. At that moment, the Zhao dynasty's guard could not help but ask, "Sir, where are you from? May I ask where you are from?" Zhao Fu calmly replied, "I'm just an unremarkable minor figure." Of course, the Zhao dynasty's guards did not believe him. How could such a terrifying figure be an ordinary minor figure? As such, they hurriedly reported this to the higher-ups. At first, the higher-ups did not pay too much attention and thought that it was just a slightly more powerful or special person. However, that person's appearance caused even the golden dragon to feel fear, causing them to feel quite shocked. After all, Emperor Path College's golden dragon was not an ordinary golden dragon, it was something that had fused with the gatekeeping formation. If it released its power, even a higher being could be killed. It could be said that even if a higher being descended, the golden dragon would not be able to cause golden dragons to feel fear, unless it was something that could suppress their bloodline and dragon soul. That sort of thing was incredibly rare and almost impossible to obtain. Even the most noble dragon species in the dragon race would not be able to cause golden dragons to feel fear. Just how had that cloaked figure done it? This matter even shocked Emperor Path College's higher beings. After hearing about it, they could not help but want to meet Zhao Fu and see just what sort of existence Zhao Fu was. However, another higher being had appeared and quelled this matter, making it seem as if nothing had happened. The Zhao dynasty's guards had received orders not to spread this matter, and those who disobeyed would be severely punished. Of course, the Zhao dynasty's guards understood how terrifying this matter was, so they would not say anything about it even if they were beaten to death. However, with so many people at the gates, news about Zhao Fu quickly spread, causing a small commotion. Of course, Zhao Fu did not know about any of this. After entering Emperor Path College, Zhao Fu felt as if he had entered a different world, and it was completely different from what he remembered. What entered Zhao Fu's eyes was a green grassland with many unknown flowers. The sky was very blue and there was a light breeze, creating a beautiful scene. There were also stone and brick paths on the grass that led to different places. There were also mighty and domineering statues of soldiers that were 10 meters tall on the sides of the paths. Every path had a stele that indicated where each path led to, and there was only one path that led to the new students. Zhao Fu tried to enter another path, but he was repelled by restrictions. It seemed that there was only one path he could choose. This was most likely where the ordinary people of the college lived. Zhao Fu looked around and found that it was not much different from the outside, except that everyone's auras were much more powerful than the ordinary people outside. Zhao Fu saw that there were many people gathered in front of a tall stone stele, so he walked over and found that there were over 1,000 people's names recorded on it. After hearing from the people around him, Zhao Fu understood that this was the Emperor Path College's rankings. The person in first place was called Emperor Junwang, and he was the legatee of one of the most powerful empires, the human race empire. He had a peak sovereign bloodline and his strength surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm. The person in second place was called Tailing Jun. He was a disciple of one of the most powerful sects, the Heavenly Path sect. Even though his bloodline was not a sovereign bloodline, he had a great Dao constitution and was no weaker than a peak sovereign bloodline. His strength also surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm. The person in third place was called Jian Yue, and she was the sword sect's young master. She was Jian Liuyue's older sister and had an extreme sword body. Her cultivation had surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm, and she had been ranked third in the previous rankings. Zhao Fu looked at these people's names in shock. These were all experts who had surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm and could sweep through anything in the inner domains. No one in the outer domains could stop them. The stone stele was split into 3 rankings, the Heaven rankings, Earth rankings, and Mortal rankings. The Heaven rankings that Zhao Fu had looked at before were for the oldest students of Emperor Path College, the Earth rankings were for the middle, and the Mortal rankings were for the new students. These were most likely the most powerful people in the human domain's younger generation. They were true geniuses who had transcended mortality and entered holiness. They were existences that billions of creatures looked up to, and behind each of them stood a massive faction. Zhao Fu understood that the Emperor Path College did not have any restrictions on accepting students. No matter what race or faction one was from, as long as one passed a test, one could become a student of Emperor Path College. For some reason, the various large factions were willing to send their most outstanding people to Emperor Path College. It was said that there was a secret to celestial ascension here. With Zhao Fu's current strength, he was naturally not a match for these people. The difference in strength was simply too great, and Zhao Fu understood that he was inferior. Little brother, you're quite interesting. You're quite interesting. You're actually a projection, which is quite rare. A handsome young man in white smiled as he put his hand on Zhao Fu's shoulder. Zhao Fu frowned and turned to look at the young man beside him because he did not recognize him at all. The other party's actions were a little too enthusiastic. Moreover, this young man's strength was not weak at all and far surpassed Zhao Fu's. He was already a world realm expert, and such a powerful person would not come to chat with him for no reason. He definitely had a purpose, and Zhao Fu could not help but feel wary. Without answering the white-robed youth's question, Zhao Fu removed his hand and walked to the side. The young man was stunned for a moment before he chuckled and said, "Little brother. My name is Feng Qiyun and I don't have any ill intentions. I just find you interesting and want to get to know you. Also, you're here to visit Emperor Path College, right? I'm familiar with this place and can lead the way." "What? He's Feng Qiyun? He's ranked 7th on the Earth board." The people around the stone stele cried out and countless people's gazes gathered on Feng Qiyun's body. They had never thought that they would personally meet an expert on the Earth board so soon. However, Zhao Fu's expression became serious. He had never thought that he would attract such a person's attention right after entering. Zhao Fu wanted to keep a low profile and not attract too much attention, so he refused and said, "No need. I'll just walk around by myself." "Wha? Who's this person? Even an Earthboard expert is taking the initiative to lead the way for him, and he dares to refuse? Does he want to die?" "That's right. He offended such a person right after entering Emperor Path College. He can forget about staying in Emperor Path College in the future. He's not giving him any face at all. If it was me, I'd want to kill that boy." The surroundings were sent into an uproar. After Feng Qiyun announced his name, everyone looked at Feng Qiyun with worshipful gazes. They all felt incredibly honored to be able to meet such an expert, and they all felt that Zhao Fu was too arrogant and overestimated himself. "Humph. Today, I'll teach you a lesson in Senior Brother Feng's place." An azure-clothed young man gave off a massive aura as he rushed out from the side and raised his hand to attack Zhao Fu. An azure-colored aura flowed out, turning into a massive azure-colored tiger that ferociously leapt at Zhao Fu. Feng Qiyun wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Zhao Fu did not move at all, and a massive black aura flooded out, forming a savage and domineering black dragon that rushed towards the azure tiger. The two beasts clashed, and in just an instant, the azure tiger was shattered into countless traces of azure aura, while the black dragon continued to rush towards the young man. The young man's expression fell, and an azure-colored defensive barrier appeared around his body. Boom! The black dragon gave off a massive aura as it slammed into the azure energy barrier, causing a wild gale to spread out. The azure energy barrier shattered, and the young man was sent flying. Because Zhao Fu had held back, the young man was not injured. However, the young man was not willing to give up and stood up, wanting to attack again. Feng Qiyun hurriedly called out to the young man, and his expression became serious as he looked at the black aura that flowed out from Zhao Fu's body. The black aura automatically condensed into a dragon form. Only the powerful dragon race could do such a thing. Zhao Fu's aura was quite complicated, and Feng Qiyun could not tell what race he was. However, in Feng Qiyun's eyes, Zhao Fu was filled with mysteriousness. "Thank you for holding back." Feng Qiyun lightly smiled as he cupped his hands. He understood that Zhao Fu had held back, or else the young man would have been injured. Zhao Fu calmly nodded and did not plan on staying, and he turned and walked away. The people in the surroundings felt quite shocked because they found that Zhao Fu was quite powerful. That young man was a student of Emperor Path College, and yet he had lost so easily. It seemed that he was not simple at all. "Ha ha ha. Feng Qiyun, you're quite patient. If it was me, I would have long since taught that boy a lesson. What a disgrace to the Earth rankings. That boy only has stage 9 cultivation." A well-built red-faced big man loudly laughed as he walked out. Feng Qiyun slightly frowned. The big man's arrival made the situation much more complicated, and he did not get along with the big man. Zhao Fu ignored the big man's words and walked to the side. The big man's expression became cold and a world realm might blasted towards Zhao Fu, saying, "Boy, didn't you hear what your lordship said? Even though you didn't offend your lordship doesn't like you. Kneel and apologize to your lordship." If it was before, Zhao Fu would not have been able to withstand the world realm might at all. However, Zhao Fu now had a divine bloodline, greatly reducing the might. Moreover, the big man had underestimated Zhao Fu and did not use his full strength. The big man looked quite surprised because an ordinary stage 9 cultivator would have collapsed to the ground under his might and looked at him in terror. How could Zhao Fu be so relaxed? Zhao Fu slowly turned and revealed a pair of terrifying eyes. His left eye had 7 pupils and his right eye had 6 overlapping pupils. There were also 6 gray dots, making him look like a world-destroying beast. He looked at the big man with a trace of fury, causing his hairs to stand on end, and he instinctively felt a trace of fear. This caused the big man's expression to fall, and he could not believe that a person with stage 9 cultivation could give him such a dangerous feeling. However, in the next moment, the big man felt furious. This was the first time he had felt threatened by such a low-level cultivator. This was a great humiliation, and his gaze became cold and contained a trace of killing intent as he glared at Zhao Fu and said, "Didn't you hear me when I told you to kneel?" Boom! Heaven and earth power quickly gathered as the big man exploded out with the power of a world realm expert. A might containing heaven and earth power blasted towards Zhao Fu, causing the surroundings to become incredibly heavy and filled with a cold and austere aura. Zhao Fu's body once again sank as he sensed this terrifying might. His legs became weak and his waist gradually bent as cold sweat covered his body. After all, Zhao Fu only had stage 9 cultivation, and even though he had a divine bloodline, he could not withstand the might of a world realm expert. Seeing Zhao Fu like this, the big man gave a trace of a pleased smile and said, "Fudge. A stage 9 cultivator dares to act so arrogantly in front of a world realm expert? He's simply seeking death." Everyone in the surroundings inwardly shook their heads. There was no suspense in the battle between a world realm expert and a stage 9 cultivator. It was a complete suppression. Some people felt that Zhao Fu should give in and kneel down to apologize. That way, he would be able to keep his life, or else the consequences would be dire. Some people also felt that Zhao Fu deserved it for daring to speak to Feng Qiyun like that and not giving him any face. Feng Qiyun was a world realm expert, but he had not made a fuss about it. However, this person was simply too arrogant. A weakling should act like a weakling. He should be humble and pitiful, begging for mercy. This person had brought all of this upon himself. As for the young man who had attacked Zhao Fu, he smiled and let out a sigh of relief. He felt that Zhao Fu deserved to be taught a good lesson and let him know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Feng Qiyun frowned. Even though he felt that Zhao Fu was not simple, the difference between a stage 9 cultivation and the world realm was too great, so he said, "Xianxia. Enough, don't go too far." The big man completely ignored him and did not give Feng Qiyun any face. After all, he was the imperial prince of an empire and was ranked 8th on the earth rankings. He was only slightly weaker than Feng Qiyun, so he could directly oppose Feng Qiyun and not give him any face. Seeing that Xianxia ignored him and raised his chin, revealing a condescending expression, a trace of anger appeared on Feng Qiyun's face, and he was about to attack. Boom! A massive aura of killing intent spread out, causing the ground to crack and the air to become icy cold. Zhao Fu looked furious and finally exploded out with his nation armament's power. Zhao Fu was no longer afraid of a world realm expert because Qin now had 3 worlds. The power that his nation armament exploded out with was much more powerful than ordinary world realm experts. After exploding out with his nation armament's power, the massive might around Zhao Fu's body disappeared because it had been cancelled out by his nation armament. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pointed at Xianxia as he said coldly, "Kneel." Boom! Qin's nation armament, the 12 metal colossi, gathered the massive power of 3 worlds and infused it into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu pointed out and a massive might landed on Xianxia's body, causing his body to sink and his expression to fall. Everyone understood that Zhao Fu was the king of a kingdom, and only the king of a kingdom could use the power of a nation armament. Looking at the power that it gave off, it was at least the power of 3 worlds. Now, the situation was completely reversed. Zhao Fu was the one releasing the might, while Xianxia was the one enduring it. He gritted his teeth and used all of his strength to resist that might. Even though Xianxia was an imperial prince, he did not have an emperor's nation armament. In front of Qin's nation armament, he was unable to resist at all. He felt his body sink and was about to kneel. As an imperial prince, how could Xianxia allow himself to kneel to someone else? Boom! An explosion sounded out as a blue blood-red flame appeared and boundless emperor's aura spread out. Xianxia burned his sovereign bloodline and barely withstood the might. He looked furious as he glared at Zhao Fu and said, "Your lordship is the ferocious beast empire's imperial prince. You dare to treat your lordship like this? In the future, your lordship will slaughter your entire kingdom and leave no one alive." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and once again pointed out with his finger, using a trace of his divine bloodline's power. A divine aura that surpassed that of an emperor flowed out, bringing with it a power that could cause the heavens and earth to cry as it blasted towards Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia heavily knelt on the ground, smashing out 2 imprints on the ground. Xianxia looked quite confused. Under Zhao Fu's power, even his sovereign bloodline felt immense fear, and he did not resist at all as he knelt on the ground. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That person had actually made an imperial prince kneel in front of him. This was an incredible humiliation, and they would definitely become mortal enemies in the future. No one could endure such humiliation, and he had angered the dignity of an empire. At the same time, they felt incredibly shocked at the power that Zhao Fu had released with that one tap of his finger. In just an instant, their bloodlines had felt immense terror, and they held in pain. How could that person's bloodline be so terrified? Feng Qiyun also looked at Zhao Fu in shock because Zhao Fu's performance far surpassed his expectations. Even with his experience, he was incredibly shocked. The young man next to him had an unsightly expression. Only now did he realize that Zhao Fu had not used much power at all before and had easily defeated him. Now, everyone fell into a deathly silence. Xianxia looked furious as he glared at Zhao Fu, wanting to cut Zhao Fu into 1,000 pieces. Pa! Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and a formless slap landed on Xianxia's face, causing the right side of his face to immediately swell up. Xianxia furiously roared, wanting to resist Zhao Fu's might, but he was unable to do so. Angry? You brought this upon yourself. I don't want to make trouble, so why are you forcing me? Zhao Fu said coldly as he stared at Xianxia. Only now did everyone understand why Zhao Fu did not show any weakness when facing a world realm expert. With such a powerful nation armament, he indeed did not need to fear a world realm expert. Suddenly, an uproar sounded out from the crowd as everyone turned and saw a group of extremely beautiful female attendants wearing silver palace dresses walking out. At the center was a cold and noble woman wearing a golden palace dress and giving off a massive might. This woman's beauty could not be described with words, and countless people felt their hearts speed up as their blood quickly flowed. They stared at this woman as if they had fallen deeply in love with her. Her appearance caused the crowd to fall silent, and it was as if the world had stopped. Her aura completely surpassed that of Zhao Fu's because her aura surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm and was definitely on the Heaven rankings. Feng Qiyun and the big man remained silent because the woman gave off a powerful aura, making it so that they couldn't help but lower their heads and submit to her aura. Just like that, amidst the silence, the crowd automatically opened up a path and the group of female attendants slowly walked by. Facing the countless infatuated gazes, the noble woman looked calm as she walked by. Out of everyone present, only Zhao Fu was not affected by her aura, mainly because of his divine bloodline. However, Zhao Fu also automatically retreated to the side. Facing an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, even if Zhao Fu released his nation armament, he would not be able to resist much, let alone someone who had already surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm. Everyone in the surroundings knew who she was. She was the 4th-ranked Feng Changhua on the Heaven rankings, the Human Phoenix Empire's young empress. This meant that the next person to inherit the Human Phoenix Empire would be her, which was why she was called the Young Empress. She was also the #1 beauty from the previous imperial rankings, the Young Empress. The Human Phoenix Empire was a terrifying empire that could rival the Human Race Empire. The two of them were in the top 10 empires in the human domain, and other empires feared them. Under this terrifying power, even Zhao Fu could not help but lower his head. Not only was her power countless times greater than Zhao Fu's, but she could also crush Zhao Fu with a single finger. It was as if these people were just passing by and had no intention of interfering. The group of beautiful female attendants slowly walked past Zhao Fu with indifferent expressions, not even glancing at Zhao Fu. Within the group of female attendants, Feng Changhua coldly walked past Zhao Fu, not putting Zhao Fu in her eyes at all. She was not interested in Zhao Fu at all, and Zhao Fu did not even dare to breathe loudly. Emperor Path College is simply too terrifying. There are all sorts of terrifying people here. It's best to be careful in the future and not be too arrogant, Zhao Fu inwardly warned himself. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded out from Zhao Fu's body. It was the dragon phoenix's roar, and Zhao Fu's body gave off golden light. Zhao Fu's expression fell, and he used all of his strength to suppress the dragon phoenix. However, after walking past Zhao Fu, Feng Changhua stopped and her peerlessly beautiful eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body. Sensing that gaze, Zhao Fu felt incredibly nervous, and he did not hesitate to run to the side. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu's expression froze because a massive power instantly locked down Zhao Fu's body, making it so that Zhao Fu could not move at all. Even his nation armament's power was suppressed, and he could not resist at all. "Why are you running?" A pleasant voice sounded out as Feng Changhua calmly looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu could not help but feel nervous because she could casually kill him at any moment. He carefully replied, "It's nothing. I just want to leave." "Is that so?" Feng Changhua asked as she turned and walked towards Zhao Fu. Seeing Feng Changhua walk over, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and tried to struggle, but he could not break free at all. In the end, he could only sigh. Feng Changhua came in front of Zhao Fu and pressed her hand against the air. Zhao Fu's body trembled and he lost control of it, and his body gave off a large amount of golden light. Boom, a golden ray of light gave off a massive aura as it shot into the sky. Countless traces of platinum-colored light covered the surroundings as a mite descended. This massive figure had the body of a dragon and the head of a phoenix, but it had a pair of phoenix wings and a pair of phoenix claws. It was covered in platinum-colored scales and gave off an extremely noble aura. It really is a dragon phoenix. And it's a dragon phoenix of the highest grade. Feng Changhua gave a beautiful smile, causing countless people's hearts to tremble. Looking at her, they felt as if their hearts were going to melt. The female attendants all smiled and bowed to Feng Changhua as they said in unison, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Now, Zhao Fu understood what was going on. It was the dragon phoenix within his body. Zhao Fu's dragon phoenix was of the highest grade, and it was incredibly attractive to kingdoms where women were monarchs. It was enough to cause countless people to fight over it, and the human phoenix empire was one where women reigned supreme. In that empire, it was mostly women who held power, and women were more prestigious than men. There were many women who had multiple wives and concubines, but they were all men. Feng Changhua stretched out her hand and took off Zhao Fu's cloak. He had an extremely handsome face and a pair of terrifying eyes. He had jet black hair with a few traces of violet, and he gave off an otherworldly and saintly aura that seemed to reign above emperors. He made countless people feel that he was unreachable. "This young empress now announces that you are this young empress. Where is your faction? This young empress will immediately deliver the betrothal gifts. Don't worry, this young empress will not mistreat you." Feng Changhua gave a pleased smile and said words that caused countless people's jaws to drop. However, Zhao Fu was resolute and said, "Apologies. I refuse." He definitely had to refuse. As the Emperor of Qin, how could Zhao Fu humiliate himself into becoming a woman's concubine? Moreover, Zhao Fu did not want to serve a woman with so many men, no matter how beautiful the woman was or how many benefits there were. "Do you have the right to refuse?" Feng Changhua lightly laughed, her tone containing a trace of condescension and domineeringness. Zhao Fu inwardly cursed. Indeed, he did not have any power to resist. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would be taken away to become a concubine just to take a look at Emperor Path College. It seemed that the wheel of fortune had turned, and Zhao Fu had done this before. "Bring him back to this young empress courtyard. Also, send a message to Imperial Mother and tell her this good news," Feng Changhua said as she gave a faint smile. A few female attendants walked over to Zhao Fu. Now that Zhao Fu could not move at all, they planned to carry him away. Boom, a massive power landed on Zhao Fu's body, and the power binding Zhao Fu instantly disappeared. Even though Zhao Fu did not know what was going on, he grasped this opportunity and activated his nothingness cloak, causing his body to instantly disappear. "Your Majesty." The female attendants turned and called out with serious expressions. That wave of power just then definitely belonged to a higher being's power. After Zhao Fu disappeared, he appeared in a crowded market. There were people setting up stalls on both sides of the road, and after asking around, Zhao Fu found out that this was a place for students of Emperor Path College to trade. Ordinary students would sell their gains here. As a student of Emperor Path College, the things they had were naturally not simple, and all of them were incredibly precious. Zhao Fu looked around and found many things that he was quite interested in, such as spirit liquids that could nurture high-grade plants, flight stones that could construct sky cities, and the agriculture god's great blessing that could greatly help agriculture. It was a pity that Zhao Fu was only a projection and not his true body, so he could not bring these things back to Qin City. Moreover, the things here could not be bought with gold coins. As a student of one of the 7 great colleges, who would lack gold coins? The things here could either be bought with items or with Emperor Path College's points. Emperor Path College also had a point system, which was incredibly important in Emperor Path College. Almost everything required points, and without points, it would be incredibly difficult to advance. Come and take a look. If anyone can help me open this box, I'll give this agriculture goddess's divine deity to him. Everyone knows that now that the production attribute has disappeared, the agriculture goddess's divine deity can play a huge role. It's definitely a priceless treasure. A shout attracted Zhao Fu's attention, mainly because of the agriculture goddess divinity. With the current situation, the agriculture goddess divinity was incredibly important to any kingdom. Even though his projection could not bring it back, perhaps he would be able to bring such an important item back in the future, so Zhao Fu was quite interested. At the same time, even an ordinary divinity was a top-tier item, and it was said that one could obtain it by opening a box. As such, there were many people gathered there. Zhao Fu went over and saw a person trying to open a box. This box was as big as a fist and seemed to be made of wood. It had 6 sides, and each side had a black image of a ghost. This box gave off a cold and eerie aura, and it was most likely a ghost treasure. Zhao Fu could sense that this box could only be opened by someone with the 6 paths bloodline. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to act because the 6 paths bloodline almost did not exist in this world. Zhao Fu had only obtained the 6 paths demon image's blood when he had awakened the Nether Emperor Star and fused it with the 6 paths demon image's blood. Otherwise, no one would have this bloodline. Now, Zhao Fu was confident that no one present would be able to open it. Zhao Fu was also curious as to how the person who shouted had obtained the box. The person who had shouted was a round fatty with dark skin. He looked quite honest. The first person tried to twist the box and sent his power into it before smashing it with his hand. He tried all sorts of methods to no avail. Another person went up and thought that opening the box most likely had to do with the 6-sided image and that brute force could not open it. However, after thinking about it for a long time, he still could not figure it out. After trying a few more people, no one was able to open the box, and the fatty felt quite disappointed. It seemed that no one could open it. The people in the surroundings also felt that no one would be able to open it. No matter if they used brute force or techniques, it was useless. Some people even asked the fatty how he had obtained this thing, and the fatty did not hide anything. He said that he had obtained it from an ancient tomb and wanted to open it. Perhaps there would be some wondrous treasures inside. Let me try. A voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man in a cloak. Currently, not many people here wore cloaks. Most of them were people of status, so they disdained to wear cloaks unless it was necessary to do so. Even though this person looked quite mysterious, wasn't his strength a bit too weak? He only had stage 9 cultivation. How could Emperor Path College have someone with such a low cultivation? Could he really open the box? Everyone did not believe it, but they believed that this person would take the box and run. The fatty held on to a trace of hope and handed the box to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took the box and looked at it before sending his 6 paths power into it. Boom, a massive and cold aura instantly spread out, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Everyone in the market looked quite shocked and looked over at Zhao Fu. The box floated in the air and gave off an intense black light. A terrifying ripple spread out from it, accompanied by an intense might. The people gathered in the surroundings could not help but retreat. The box continuously trembled in the air before blooming like a flower, and a black light shot into the sky. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the sky trembled. A massive and cold aura gathered, and an eerie wind blew. The surrounding temperature quickly fell, and an eerie chill spread out. Zhao Fu felt that the situation was not good. If things continued like this, who knew what would happen, so he hurriedly said to the fatty, "I've opened the box, hurry and give me the agriculture goddess divinity." The fatty looked at the sky in shock and did not hear Zhao Fu's words at all. Zhao Fu almost wanted to steal it. Suddenly, 6 massive explosions sounded out as 6 massive yin-chi vortexes appeared in the sky, bringing with them an immense might. 6 terrifying figures giving off heaven-toppling ghostly chi slowly appeared in the sky. One had a muscular body and had 3 heads, one had a pair of wings and held a spear, one had an ugly face and a bulging stomach, one wore a long robe and looked like a human, one was an Asura and gave off killing intent, and one looked like a demon and was filled with evil. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and found that this box was used to summon the 6 paths demon images. Perhaps it could be opened using some sort of secret technique, but Zhao Fu had the 6 paths bloodline, so he directly opened it. The people in the surroundings all cried out. They had heard of the 6 paths demon images before, and today, most of them had personally seen them. The 6 paths demon images gave off massive might that covered the surroundings, causing the air to become incredibly heavy and making it difficult for people to breathe. The heaven-toppling ghostly chi caused the heavens and earth to dim, causing the world to become deathly gray. The instant that the 6 paths demon images appeared, their gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's main body clearly remembered what he had done to the 6 paths demon images, and he definitely wanted to kill him. As such, when they saw Zhao Fu, it was as if they were looking at an enemy. Their eyes were filled with corporeal killing intent, causing the heavens and earth to become even colder. Hurry! Give me the agriculture goddess divinity. Facing these 6 terrifying gazes, Zhao Fu did not dare to stay here. He would definitely cause trouble again, so he called out to the fatty. After obtaining the divinity, Zhao Fu immediately turned and ran, and the fatty started to panic. As such, he did not think too much and followed Zhao Fu. Seeing that Zhao Fu was about to run, the 6 paths demon images raised their weapons and gave off boundless power as they prepared to blast towards Zhao Fu. Shing, a saber hum that seemed to cause the heavens and earth to shatter sounded out, causing the entire sky to tremble. Boundless red light shined out as a massive saber light containing world-shattering power slashed towards the 6 paths demon images. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 6 paths demon images were slashed into countless traces of ghostly chi, which flooded out in all directions before gradually disappearing. A red-clothed elder appeared in the sky and furiously cursed, "That bastard is seeking death by summoning the 6 paths demon images in Emperor Path College." Looking at the red-clothed elder, everyone's hearts tightened. This was the law enforcement department's great elder, and his strength was close to that of a higher being. That was why he could easily deal with the 6 paths demon images. However, the 6 paths demon images were only 1,000 meters tall and were not very powerful. If the 6 paths demon images' true bodies had descended, even tens of thousands of red-clothed elders would not be a match for them. Some people did not hesitate to report, saying, "Great elder, there's a person wearing a cloak. I don't know what he looks like, but he has a pair of terrifying eyes." He opened a wooden box and summoned the 6 paths demon images. The red-clothed elder coldly harumphed, "Find that bastard. If he dares to resist, call the law enforcement department. If you do this well, this elder will reward you with 1,000 points." "Thank you, great elder." The people in the surroundings were all delighted. 1,000 points could be exchanged for many good things, so they all chased after Zhao Fu. Luckily, Zhao Fu had run quite quickly from the start, or else he would have been caught by those people. However, now, Zhao Fu hid in an alleyway and did not dare to go out. Because of the terrifying ripples coming from here, many people's gazes were drawn over, including the people who wanted to capture Zhao Fu. Right now, Zhao Fu was not interested in going around at all and just wanted to leave Emperor Path College as soon as possible. He had never thought that he would encounter such a thing, and he could not even keep a low profile in Emperor Path College. Now, Zhao Fu naturally had to change his appearance. He could no longer wear his cloak, so Zhao Fu used his ghostly chi to turn his purple-black hair into gray-white. He also hid his terrifying eyes and put on a mask. However, there was another person beside Zhao Fu, and that was the fatty from before. Zhao Fu was not worried that he would say anything, because he was the mastermind of what happened just now. If Zhao Fu was caught, he would also be severely punished. Zhao Fu had no intention of befriending the fatty, but the fatty was very interested in Zhao Fu. He was mainly curious about how Zhao Fu could open the box. Then, he introduced himself. "Brother. My name is Lin Da Peng. It's an honor to meet you. Zhao Fu's reaction was quite cold, and he nodded before walking onto the street while no one was paying attention, wanting to leave Emperor Path College. However, Lin Dapeng still followed him, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite displeased and call out, "Why are you following me?" Lin Dapeng laughed and said, "I just want to know how you can open that box because I have quite a few of those boxes at home." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. However, how could Zhao Fu tell him that he had the Six Paths bloodline? He only replied, "I don't know either, I just casually tried and opened it." Lin Dapeng evidently did not believe him and clung on to Zhao Fu as he said, "Brother, don't worry. As long as you tell me how to open it, I won't mistreat you." Seeing that Lin Dapeng was clinging on to him, Zhao Fu wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of him. However, a group of women rushed over, causing Zhao Fu to become more well-behaved. Those women wore silver dresses and were Feng Changhua's female attendants. Even though he did not know how he had escaped last time, if he was caught by them again, he would have no chance of escaping. After the female attendants left, Zhao Fu wanted to leave, but a few more groups of people ferociously rushed over. As such, Zhao Fu once again hid within the crowd, not daring to reveal any of his aura. He understood that these people were coming for him. The people next to him felt quite strange and asked, "What's going on? What are these people trying to do by acting so menacingly?" Another person said in surprise, "Don't you know? Now, news has spread throughout Emperor Path College that everyone is looking for a cloaked man with terrifying eyes," Zhao Fu said with a smile. The person asking felt even more confused. Why are there so many people looking for that man? Seeing that he really did not know, the other person explained in detail. When that person entered Emperor Path College, he caused a huge commotion and even the golden dragon pillar at the entrance was incredibly afraid. News of this spread to the Dragon Blood Empire, which has good relations with the dragon race, and they want to see that person. The next group is from the Dragon Blood Empire. Many people are interested, so they are also looking for him. Moreover, that person is not a student of Emperor Path College and is just here to visit. Emperor Path College has no right to interfere. The next group is from the Ferocious Beast Empire. I heard that that person made the Ferocious Beast Empire's Imperial Prince, who is ranked 8th on the Earth rankings, kneel in front of everyone and even slapped him. Such humiliation has angered the Ferocious Beast Empire, so they naturally won't let him off. Hearing this, the person asking the question said in disbelief, "No way. That person is so powerful, and Xianxia is ranked 8th on the Earth rankings. He also has a sovereign bloodline, could that person really make him kneel?" The person nodded and explained, "That person used his nation armament's power." Hearing this, the person understood and smiled as he said, that Xianxia was too arrogant and acted in a barbaric and unreasonable manner. It's a pity that I wasn't there, I wanted to see how angry Xianxia was. That's right. What about some other people? Why are they looking for him? This is especially so when we saw the female attendant of our Emperor Path College's #1 beauty looking for him. Hearing this, the person who had asked the question laughed and said, "Some people are looking for him because he released the 6 Paths demon images in the trade market. I heard that there are also 1,000 points as a reward. As for the female attendant of our Emperor Path College's #1 beauty looking for him, it's because our Emperor Path College's #1 beauty, Feng Changhua, wants that man to be her imperial concubine. Not an ordinary imperial concubine but an imperial concubine, which is equivalent to an empress." No way. The person who had asked the question was dumbfounded and could not believe this. With Feng Changhua's personality, she would not even take a liking to the Emperor Path College's #1 beauty, so how could she take a liking to a man? It's true. At first, I didn't believe it either, but many people saw it with their own eyes. What's more, it was Feng Changhua who announced it in front of everyone. I heard that that person has the highest grade dragon phoenix and is the best candidate to be an imperial concubine, another person explained. That's right. That man ran away, which was why Feng Changhua ordered her female attendants to capture that man. To be honest, that man was so stupid. Feng Changhua is the #1 beauty in the human domain, and she's already a young empress. In the future, she'll definitely control the human wind empire. Not only is she peerlessly beautiful, but she also has extraordinary talent and wields immense power. Countless people dream of having her, but that man actually refused. It's simply too infuriating, another person said in a sour tone. The person who had asked the question said in a jealous tone, it's so infuriating. If only I had this opportunity, as long as I could have her, I'd do anything. In fact, I'd even be willing to accept her having other concubines. The other person nodded in agreement. This was all because Feng Changhua was simply too beautiful, and she was the future legatee of an empire. That empire was one of the strongest in the human domain. Feng Changhua was the #1 beauty in Emperor Path College, and with her suffocating beauty, countless men and women had fallen madly in love with her. With a single word from her, many people would die for her. However, hearing her personally announce that a man was going to be her imperial concubine, countless people felt as if the world was collapsing, and their hearts felt as if they were being torn apart. Brother! They seem to be talking about you, Lin Dapeng said in a small voice, looking incredibly shocked, as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said resolutely, no, I'm not. You've got the wrong person. Lin Dapeng laughed, then I'll yell a few times and see if those people find out who you are. Zhao Fu glared at him and said, so you want me to silence you? Lin Dapeng smiled confidently as he said, brother. I'm sure you don't want to make a big deal out of this, right? As long as you tell me how to open the box, I can take you out of Emperor Path College. Also, let me remind you that Emperor Path College is very big, so be careful not to get lost. Zhao Fu sighed and found that he indeed did not know where he was. He said somewhat helplessly, I have that bloodline, which is why I can open that box. That box can only summon the 6 paths demon images. What kind of bloodline is that? Lin Dapeng asked curiously. Zhao Fu's right eye, which had turned into a normal human eye, now reverted to his normal eye. The 6 gray dots spun quickly, and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation spread out like a gray vortex. All the hairs on Lin Dapeng's body stood on end as a huge and cold aura enveloped his body. He felt as if his soul was about to be sucked into Zhao Fu's eyes. This is the bloodline. It is impossible for you to have it, Zhao Fu said calmly. His right eye returned to that of a normal person. Lin Dapeng, on the other hand, had a look of shock on his face. That is, the 6 Daos. Samsara. Bloodline? Zhao Fu snorted, admitting it. Lin Dapeng continued to ask in shock, just who are you? How can you have the legendary sovereign bloodline of the Yin world? Zhao Fu did not reply and said, now, fulfill your promise and take me away from Emperor Path College. Lin Dapeng thought about it and nodded as he said, come with me then. Also, are you planning on participating in Emperor Path College's examination next year and becoming a student of Emperor Path College? As Zhao Fu followed Lin Dapeng, he lightly nodded. A smile appeared on Lin Dapeng's face, and his tone became even more courteous as he said, brother, please take care of me in the future. Hurry up and take me away from Emperor Path College, I don't want to be captured by those people, Zhao Fu said hurriedly to Lin Dapeng. Only then did Lin Dapeng come back to his senses. Zhao Fu was being chased by a few groups of people, so he nodded and quickly brought Zhao Fu away. However, before they had taken a few steps, they were once again stopped by a flirtatious and peerlessly beautiful woman. It was the 10,000 Desire Palace's Xianxia. Good man. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? Xianxia said with a trace of bitterness in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Fu. Looking at this flirtatious and seductive woman, Lin Dapeng instinctively stared with wide eyes and gulped. Only then did he realize that this was Zhao Fu's woman and immediately retreated to the side. However, Zhao Fu frowned and said to Lin Dapeng, I don't know this woman. Don't worry about her and take me away. Lin Dapeng felt quite startled and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia angrily said, you heartless man, we clearly confirmed that you wanted me and I wanted you. It took me so much effort to send my husband away to find you. Lin Dapeng felt quite dumbfounded. Why was this flirtatious woman a married woman? Their relationship seemed so complicated. Zhao Fu was expressionless and knew that she was a big problem. He said coldly, you're mistaken, I'm not interested in you at all. Is that so? Xianxia was quite displeased with Zhao Fu's attitude and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace. The 6 desires demonic qi within Zhao Fu's body went out of control, causing Zhao Fu to hug Xianxia and do all sorts of things. Xianxia tightly stuck to Zhao Fu, looking quite pleased. Sensing a certain part of Zhao Fu's body, she happily panted as she said, "All right, scoundrel, I'm not angry. Scoundrel, I'm not angry. Hurry up and fuck me." Seeing such an erotic scene, Linda Peng felt quite embarrassed and prepared to leave. Zhao Fu did not know why Xianxia had attracted him like this, but more accurately speaking, she had attracted the Six Desires demonic art and caused it to go out of control. Zhao Fu bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain caused Zhao Fu to wake up, and he prepared to push Xianxia away. Boom, a massive aura descended as the sky was covered by a golden light. There seemed to be countless phoenixes flying about, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Feng Changhua. Seeing this scene, Feng Changhua's peerlessly beautiful face became cold and she stretched out a finger. At that moment, Zhao Fu pushed Xianxia away, and a massive force sent Zhao Fu flying back. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Xianxia felt incredibly touched, and she thought that Zhao Fu had pushed her away in a moment of danger. "You slut, you're so fickle and yet you dare to betray this young empress and be intimate with another woman? Do you know that you deserve to die 10,000 times? A bone-chilling voice sounded out as Feng Changhua coldly looked at Zhao Fu. Feng Changhua was like a man who had seen his wife cheating on someone else. Even though Zhao Fu was not married to her, she had set her sights on Zhao Fu and declared him to be her imperial concubine. Linda Peng and Xianxia's faces became pale because they could sense Feng Changhua's aura. She was an existence that surpassed the Emperor Heaven realm and could casually kill them. Zhao Fu fell to the ground, feeling furious. He glared at Feng Changhua and cursed, "What's wrong with you, you crazy woman? Who's yours? This imperial concubine has countless beauties, I don't fancy you at all. Trash. Crazy woman." Zhao Fu could not help but loudly curse. However, he could not resist at all, and his nation armament was forcefully suppressed. Feng Changhua's expression was cold as she walked towards Zhao Fu and said, "Despicable man. If it wasn't for the fact that you have the highest grade of dragon and phoenix, this young empress would have already killed you. However, you're extremely useful to this young empress, so this young empress will still make you an imperial concubine. However, you will spend the rest of your life in the cold palace so that you will not be able to betray this young empress. Now, you can beg this young empress and promise to only belong to this young empress and kill all of your women. Perhaps this young empress will forgive you this time." Scram. Zhao Fu glared as he angrily called out. Feng Changhua was expressionless and her eyes were filled with a dense coldness as she said, "Looks like you'll have to suffer a bit before submitting to this young empress. Also, you must remember that you belong to this young empress and do not have the right to express your opinion." Boom, Feng Changhua stretched out a snow-white hand and grabbed at the air, and Zhao Fu was lifted into the air by a formless energy. A massive energy heavily slammed into Zhao Fu's body, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood and many of his bones to break. Zhao Fu was instantly heavily injured, and his aura became weak as he powerlessly floated in the air. Feng Changhua felt slightly better and gave a trace of a smile. She came to Zhao Fu's side and took off Zhao Fu's mask. She lifted up Zhao Fu's chin and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "Do you know your wrongs now? Beg this young empress and this young empress will dote on you in the future. How could that slut next to you be better than this young empress?" Feng Changhua planned to use force first and then soften, wanting to completely subdue Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu coldly looked at her and gritted his teeth as he said, "Stop dreaming, I can't be a woman's imperial concubine. In the future, I'll definitely make you submit to me." Hearing this, Feng Changhua lightly laughed and said condescendingly, "Do you know who this young empress is? Even ordinary higher beings would not dare to speak to me like this." Zhao Fu raised his head and said with a trace of arrogance, "You're just an imperial concubine. Do you know this young empress's identity?" He planned to use his divine bloodline to scare Feng Changhua. After all, this was a divine bloodline, and it was connected to a holy empire. With a holy empire's might, even the most powerful empires would have to fear it. Hearing how Zhao Fu called himself, Feng Changhua, Feng, Zhao Fu, and the great, Feng, Fu, Feng, and Fu, Zhao, Feng, and Feng, Emperor, Feng, and Feng. This was the first time that Feng Changhua had seen someone look down on her peak imperial bloodline, and she felt quite amused. It was like a beggar mocking a rich person for not having money, and with Zhao Fu's identity, how could he have the right to say such a thing? This was the first time that Feng Xianxia had seen someone look down on her peak imperial bloodline, and she felt that it was quite amusing. It was like a beggar mocking a rich person for not having money. With Zhao Fu's identity, how could he have the right to say such a thing? Before holy empires appeared, her bloodline was the most powerful bloodline in the world, and no one could surpass it. Boom, a power that surpassed even that of an emperor flooded out, causing the heavens and earth to fall into terror and continuously tremble. Zhao Fu ignited his divine bloodline and exploded out with the power of a divine bloodline. Feng Qianghua's expression fell as her peak imperial bloodline trembled. This really was the power of a divine bloodline. Thinking about that, Feng Qianghua felt quite shocked and could not help but take a step back. Her face became slightly pale, and this was the first time someone had made her act like this. With her identity, she knew many things about holy empires. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu naturally understood Feng Qianghua's wariness towards the divine bloodline, so he said in an even more forceful tone, "Now you know this holy son's identity, right? This holy son advises you to let this holy son go, or else the human Phoenix Empire will not leave a single person alive." Feng Qianghua suddenly laughed. How can a holy son only have stage 9 cultivation? Moreover, even if you're a holy son, as long as this young empress takes you back and makes you a concubine, then takes you by force, if this young empress becomes pregnant with your child, your holy empress won't be able to do anything to the human Phoenix Empire. Moreover, with this young empress bloodline and status, I'm not much weaker than a holy son. Your holy empress will most likely be very satisfied with this marriage. Right now, this young empress must have you. Before, you only made this young empress interested, and this young empress planned to take you back and nurture our relationship in the future. However, this young empress must have you now. Don't worry, this young empress will dote on you. Ha ha ha. Feng Qianghua's smile was incredibly beautiful, causing everything in the world to lose its color. Everything was immersed in her smile. However, Zhao Fu angrily glared at Feng Qianghua. He had never thought that using his divine bloodline's power would have the opposite effect. Not only did Feng Qianghua not let him go, but she was even more determined to take him back. Even though Lin Dapeng and Xianxia were bound by the side, they could still hear, and they looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a powerful background and would have a divine bloodline. Just thinking about this would cause even emperors to feel some fear. Alright, beloved concubine, this young empress will take you back immediately, Feng Qianghua smiled as she stretched out her hand towards Zhao Fu. Boom, another massive wave of power descended, and Feng Qianghua's gaze became serious. This time, she was prepared, and she raised her hand and blasted out a wave of power as well. Bang, the two formless powers clashed in the air, resulting in a massive explosion and a terrifying shockwave. However, it was evident that even though Feng Qianghua was powerful, she was far from being a match for that wave of power. However, that wave of power did not harm Feng Qianghua and only forced her back a few steps. At the same time, Zhao Fu's body regained its freedom, and the restrictive power disappeared. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and once again used the nothingness cloak to teleport away, quickly disappearing. Feng Qianghua angrily said to the sky, "Teacher, don't go overboard. This is our human Phoenix Empire's private matter, and if you try to stop me, this young empress will not hold back and will have the human Phoenix Empire's Phoenix Lord act." A gentle voice sounded out from the sky, "Little girl Feng, don't use your human Phoenix Empire to scare this sovereign. You don't have to use your human Phoenix Empire to scare me. That person was invited by me, and his identity is far more complicated than you think. You still have to treat him with caution." Hearing this, Feng Qianghua's expression became serious. It seemed that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple at all. The aura in the sky disappeared, and Feng Qianghua coldly harumphed as she looked at Lin Dapeng and Xianxia. Lin Dapeng immediately explained in fear that he was not familiar with Zhao Fu and had just happened to run into Zhao Fu, so he told him what had happened with Zhao Fu. He did not have much of a relationship with Zhao Fu, so he naturally would not help Zhao Fu. However, if Feng Qianghua wanted to kill him, his family would not dare to say anything, as Feng Qianghua's identity was simply too terrifying. Feng Qianghua then looked at Xianxia, who did not dare to hide anything, and told her what had happened with Zhao Fu. What a lewd slut, he actually has the ability to seduce women. After hearing Xianxia's explanation, he looked at Xianxia's drenched dress and furiously cursed before flying to the side. At the same time, the power binding the two of them disappeared, and Linda Peng hurriedly left, not daring to stay for another moment. Xianxian also left. As she thought about what Zhao Fu had just done to her, her face became incredibly red, looking incredibly alluring. At the same time, she felt quite indignant and wanted Zhao Fu to viciously do her again. Zhao Fu's body teleported 10,000 meters away, and before he could react, his body was affected by the spatial energy and fell forwards. There was a woman sitting cross-legged in front of Zhao Fu. This woman's looks could be said to be perfect, and she was not inferior to Feng Changhua by much. She had a pair of sword-like eyebrows and looked quite heroic. She looked quite similar to Jian Luyue, and she gave off a corporeal sword intent. Zhao Fu's body fell towards her, and Zhao Fu's body was unable to react in time. Just as Zhao Fu's body was about to fall onto the woman's body, the woman suddenly opened her eyes and a sword light shot out. The woman sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened her eyes and a sword light shot out. A massive sword chi easily sent Zhao Fu flying, and he crashed into a wall hundreds of meters away. The wall collapsed, and Zhao Fu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Previously, Zhao Fu had already been injured. Now that he had received such a heavy blow, Zhao Fu's injuries were definitely not light. That woman was the third-ranked on the heaven rankings, Jian Yue. She was the third-ranked beauty from the previous heaven rankings, and she was also Jian Liyue's older sister. Who are you? Why did you appear in my courtyard? Jian Yue looked at Zhao Fu coldly and her voice seemed to contain a sword power that could cut one's skin. Zhao Fu inwardly cursed, why had he encountered such a powerful person? Zhao Fu did not know who this woman was, but he could sense that her aura was even stronger than Feng Changhua's. Sorry. I didn't mean to barge into this place. I got off the horse and left, Zhao Fu said as he climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. After all, he had barged into this place and had been attacked by this woman. Moreover, this woman was even stronger than Feng Changhua, so how could Zhao Fu dare to say anything? Jian Yue coldly looked at Zhao Fu and allowed Zhao Fu to leave, not seeming to have any intentions of attacking. Zhao Fu then slowly closed his eyes. However, Zhao Fu did not feel good because the sword energy that had struck him was still corroding his body, making him feel as if there were swords cutting into his body. Xing, a sword hum tore through the air as a blood-red sword mark appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead. An extremely terrifying, berserk, twisted, and murderous black and blood-red sword intent flooded out. Under that sword energy, the killing sword intent within Zhao Fu's body went out of control and exploded out with his own power, dispelling that terrifying sword energy's corrosion. Jian Yue, who had her eyes closed, sensed the massive wave of sword intent and once again opened her eyes. Her body exploded out with a massive white sword intent that flooded towards the killing sword intent. Boom, a muffled sound rang out as the sword intent that flooded out from Zhao Fu's body was dissipated by Jian Yue's white sword intent. Even though Zhao Fu's sword intent was not weak, his cultivation was pitifully weak and was not a match for that white sword intent at all. The white sword intent was like a flood as it coldly flowed towards Zhao Fu. As a killing sword intent that could kill celestials, how could it be so easy to deal with? Boom, Zhao Fu's body gave off an intense black and blood-red light as he turned into an intense ray of sword light and gave off an incredibly sharp aura as he shot into the sky. An explosion sounded out as the Emperor Killing Sword world started to tremble. Massive amounts of killing sword intent madly gathered, and the sky was dyed blood-red. A massive wave of killing sword intent gave off world-destroying power as it poured down like a heavenly river, shaking the surroundings. The white sword intent that was ferociously rushing towards Zhao Fu was instantly inundated by the black and blood-red sword intent, and it crazily rushed towards Jian Yue like an uncontrollable beast. Jian Yue's expression was quite serious and she felt a trace of fear. She was not afraid of the incoming sword intent, as this sort of attack could not harm her. What she cared about was the sword intent itself, which was an extremely terrifying extreme sword intent. Xing, Jian Yue slashed out with her finger and a white arc of light containing unimaginable power slashed out, instantly destroying the black and blood-red sword intent. By now, Zhao Fu had forcefully suppressed the uncontrollable sword intent, and his expression was quite unsightly because he had offended yet another major figure. The nothingness cloak could teleport 3 times per day, and he had already teleported twice before. Facing this situation, Jiaofu did not hesitate and teleported a third time. Boom, a white sword light shot over, bringing with it an incredibly sharp power. It tore apart space and caused Jiaofu's teleportation to fail. "Why are you running?" Xianxia said as she coldly looked at Jiaofu. Jiaofu felt that these words were quite familiar, and he felt that he had heard them before. Jiaofu bitterly smiled and inwardly sighed at how unlucky he was, and he replied, "I was unable to control my power just then, I apologize." Xianxia continued to speak coldly, "I can ignore what happened just then, but tell me, who are you? Why do you have such a terrifying sword intent? And what is the name of that sword intent?" Jiaofu was in a difficult position because Jiaofu's identity and the killing sword intent could not be leaked. Otherwise, the danger would be even greater, and the Qin Empire might even be implicated. Jiaofu couldn't pretend not to know, so he could only apologize, "I'm sorry. I am unable to tell you." Xianxia's expression did not change at all. She lightly nodded and said in a domineering tone, "Then you can stay here. Once I understand your sword intent, I will let you go." F***ck. Were all people from Emperor Path College so domineering? I'm so angry. However, even though Jiaofu felt quite angry, he could only endure it. After all, the person in front of him was a bit stronger than Feng Chanhua, and it would be even easier for her to kill him. Jiaofu could only compromise and say, "If your excellency is interested in this sword intent, this lowly one can leave some for your excellency to comprehend." Xianxia coldly looked at Jiaofu and asked, "Which do you think I'll choose between leaving some of the sword intent or the main body of the sword intent?" Jiaofu's heart sank. It was evident that most people would choose to leave the main body of the sword intent, as that would make it easier to comprehend it. If that was the case, wouldn't he be trapped here forever? Perhaps his life would be in danger. What should I do now? Jiaofu started to think about how to escape, and he even regretted coming to Emperor Path College. Lowly man. Do you think you can escape from this young empress? Golden light filled the sky as countless phoenix images danced, and Feng Chanhua gave off a massive aura as she appeared in the sky. Jiaofu's heart sank, he had never thought that Feng Chanhua would find him again so quickly. However, Jiaofu was unable to escape from just Xianxia, and with Feng Chanhua here, Jiaofu felt that he was going to die here. Xianxia looked up and seeing Feng Chanhua arrive, her expression became serious and she said coldly, "Feng Chanhua. This is my courtyard, please leave." Feng Chanhua coldly harumphed and pointed at Jiaofu as she said, "This young empress doesn't want to come here, I'm here to take away this lowly man." Hearing Feng Chanhua's words, Jiaofu felt quite displeased. Xianxia looked at Feng Chanhua with her beautiful eyes and said calmly, "Everything in my courtyard belongs to me, so he's also mine. Do you think you can take away something that belongs to me?" Feng Chanhua's gaze was cold as she said with a trace of anger, "Xianxia, this young empress is going to take him away no matter what. This time I will take her away no matter what, and she will be the imperial concubine of the human Phoenix Empire in the future. I advise you not to fight with me over her." Xianxia felt quite surprised and looked at Jiaofu. Even though she was slightly stronger than Feng Chanhua, the faction behind her, the human Phoenix Empire, was more powerful than the Sword Sect. As such, Feng Chanhua was using the human Phoenix Empire to suppress her. However, Xianxia was not someone who would submit so easily. The sword intent in Jiaofu's body might be of a higher level than hers. If she could comprehend or obtain it, it would undoubtedly bring her unimaginable benefits. She might even surpass the #1 sovereign monarch. How could Xianxia give up on such a great fortuitous encounter that was presented to her personally? "I've already said that everything in my courtyard belongs to me, and no one can take it away," Xianxia said as she looked at Feng Chanhua with her beautiful eyes. Her aura was no weaker than Feng Chanhua's at all. At this moment, Jiaofu was still a bit nervous. Seeing the two extremely domineering women facing off against each other, his mind was thinking of a way to escape. Scree! A massive phoenix's cry sounded out as a massive golden phoenix appeared behind Feng Chanhua, giving off a massive aura that shook the surroundings. Feng Chanhua grabbed out with her hand, and the golden phoenix turned into an extremely long golden saber. "Xianxia. It's been a long time since we've fought. Let's see if your majesty can keep your third place today. Boom, Feng Changhua exploded out with her power, turning into a ray of golden light that gave off boundless power as she shot towards Jiani Yue. Boom, Jiani Yue was expressionless as she drew a white sword, and a massive, corporeal sword intent spread out, turning into a ray of white light that gave off an incredibly sharp aura as it met the incoming golden ray of light. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the two rays of light collided with immense power, resulting in a destructive shockwave that blasted out. The clouds in the sky were reduced to nothingness and thin cracks appeared in the sky. The destructive aura flooded out in all directions, and a bone-chilling coldness flowed out. Everyone's expressions fell because their souls trembled under this aura. The battle between two experts who had surpassed the Emperor Heaven realm was naturally incredibly terrifying, causing the heavens and earth to dim. The sun and moon dimmed, and clouds gathered. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and trees swayed. It was as if there was a catastrophe. Zhao Fu obediently hid far away. With Zhao Fu's power, if he stayed close, he would die without a doubt. However, Zhao Fu hid far away and did not dare to run. Even though those two people were fighting, they had locked onto Zhao Fu the entire time. If Zhao Fu ran, those two people would attack Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu would have no hope at all. More than half of Emperor Path College's people sensed their battle, and looking at the abnormal signs in the distance, they did not understand what was going on. Some people felt curious and gathered there. Finally, some people understood what was going on, and news quickly spread. What? Jiani Yue and Feng Changhua were fighting over a man? And they were fighting so ferociously? How was this possible? Whether it was Jiani Yue or Feng Changhua, both of them were peerless beauties. Not only were they peerlessly beautiful, but they also had monstrous strength and terrifying statuses. They had countless suitors in Emperor Path College. Now, hearing that they were fighting over a man, with their status and beauty, how could things be like this? No one believed this. If it was said that the two of them had fought over a small matter, everyone would believe it. However, they would never believe that the two of them would fight over a man. This was simply impossible. How could someone spread such a stupid rumor? However, even though they did not believe this stupid rumor, because of the battle between the two of them, everyone could not help but go over. They had never thought that the rumor was true. They were indeed fighting over a man, and that man was the imperial concubine that Feng Changhua had personally announced. Now, Jiani Yue had come over to snatch him away. At that moment, countless people's hearts shattered. They felt immense envy and hatred towards that man, and they wanted that man to die without a trace. Boom, the terrifying battle between the two of them caused a higher being to finally act. A massive power instantly locked down the two people fighting in the sky. A square-faced middle-aged man dressed in black robes and giving off a dignified aura appeared and loudly yelled, "What's going on with you two? Do you know that Emperor Path College forbids private battles? How dare you act so brazenly?" Zhao Fu felt incredibly delighted because the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally come. The two of them had been restricted by a higher being, so they naturally could not do anything to Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu immediately activated his nothingness cloak and disappeared. Zhao Fu turned and saw a group of handsome men doing it next to the pool. Seeing how much they were enjoying themselves, Zhao Fu was quite shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu and felt quite shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. However, seeing that this was someone else's private territory, Zhao Fu did not want to get involved and just wanted to quickly leave. Now that he had used the nothingness cloak's 3 teleportations, he could only rely on himself now. While no one was paying attention, Zhao Fu stealthily walked to the side. Bang, a muffled explosion sounded out, and before Zhao Fu could react, he was pushed to the ground by a person. His hands were grabbed by that person and pressed against the ground. He had a handsome face, a pair of devilish purple eyes, and a head of long, pitch-black hair. His upper body was bare, and his figure was very slender and fit. Every muscle on his body was very well proportioned, neither exaggerated nor weak. A strong, masculine aura assaulted one's senses. Immediately, Zhao Fu vigorously struggled, but he could not break free at all. Even though this person did not have Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation, he was still an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, and his strength completely suppressed Zhao Fu. Fudge! Why is it another powerful person? I'm going to be unlucky. Zhao Fu inwardly cursed. How had he teleported here? Why was everyone he had met so powerful? How was he supposed to live? This was a pure hell for weaklings. Also, this position isn't right. Also, the gaze of the man pressing down on me isn't right either. The handsome man pressing down on Zhao Fu looked at Zhao Fu's incredibly handsome face with his violet eyes, and he gave a trace of a devilish smile as he said in amazement, "You're so beautiful." Hearing this and hearing the gasps of the other handsome men, Zhao Fu's heart sank as he had a bad feeling. Zhao Fu did not dare to continue thinking and hurriedly said, "This lowly one accidentally barged in and did not mean to offend anyone. Please allow this lowly one to leave." The handsome man was startled and lightly laughed as he said, "Why do you want to leave? This young master has already fallen in love with you. Just stay here and accompany this young master. This young master will give you everything you want. Become this young master's beloved wife, okay?" Hearing his loving words, Zhao Fu had goosebumps all over his body. He felt extremely uncomfortable. "I'm really not interested in men. You should find someone else." The handsome man smiled warmly and said, "It's all right. This young master will make you fall in love with this young master. You have such peerless beauty and that unique noble and enchanting temperament. If this young master misses this chance, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Women are vulgar creatures. Naturally, they are not worthy of you. You meeting me must be fate's arrangement. I will love you for the rest of my life." If an ordinary woman were to hear such infatuated and affectionate words, coupled with the appearance of a handsome man, there would be no woman who would not be moved. However, Zhao Fu was a man, and he definitely did not like men. Hearing these words, he did not feel moved and instead felt disgusted. If he had known this would happen, Zhao Fu would have stayed with Jiani Yue and let her research sword intent. At the very least, he could have chosen Feng Xianxia. At the very least, she was a woman. Beloved wife. This husband can't take it anymore. The handsome man looked at Zhao Fu with his violet eyes and gave a trace of a smile as he slowly kissed Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was given a big fright and hurriedly said, "Wait, I'm Feng Xianghua's man, and I'm the man that Jiani Yue needs. You can't do anything to me, or else they won't let you off." Now, Zhao Fu had no other choice but to bring up the two of them. Their cultivations were higher than this man's, so they would definitely suppress him, making it so that he would not dare to do anything to him. Perhaps he would be able to escape this calamity. Hearing Feng Qianhua and Jiani Yue's names, the handsome man paused and said to himself, "So it's the man that they've taken a fancy to, no wonder this prince was so moved." Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the handsome man was quite wary of Feng Qianhua and Jiani Yue, so the handsome man most likely would not do anything to Zhao Fu. Ha ha ha, the handsome man looked at Zhao Fu and laughed, "Beloved wife. Do you think this prince will let you off? Since it's the man that they want, it means that this prince's taste is quite good. This prince wants you. This prince will eat you now, and even if they come later, they won't be able to do anything to this prince. Even though they're a bit stronger than this prince isn't afraid of them." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's heart sank, and he struggled, wanting to break free from the handsome man's hands. The handsome man gave a trace of an evil smile and countless traces of violet qi came out of his body and flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's breathing to become ragged and his body to heat up. His face became red and his eyes became lustful. Beloved wife. Just enjoy it to the fullest. No man can resist this prince's violet male qi. The handsome man lightly leaned over and slowly kissed Zhao Fu. On the other side, Feng Qianhua and Jiani Yue had been bound by a higher being. Because of the battle just then, both sides had been enraged, so they looked at each other angrily. However, sensing that Zhao Fu had instantly escaped, their expressions fell. They wanted to stop him, but they were unable to do so. "Teacher! Hurry and let go of me!" The two of them cried out anxiously towards the black-robed man. This caused the black-robed man to feel quite startled. He did not understand why they were so worried, but he did not let go of them. He coldly harumphed and said, "You should explain why you're fighting in Emperor Path College. Otherwise, no matter how prestigious your statuses are, you'll be punished." Feng Qianhua angrily looked at Jiani Yue and said furiously, it was Jiani Yue who stole this young empress man and wanted to take him for herself. She's shameless to the extreme, which is why this young empress acted. Jiani Yue coldly harumphed, did he admit that he was yours? He barged into my courtyard, so he's mine. Didn't you come to steal him? What a joke. This young empress has long since declared him to be an imperial concubine. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Let alone saying that he's this young empress man, even if he's not this young empress man, I'll take him for myself, Feng Changhua said loudly as she glared at Jiani Yue. Jiani Yue coldly replied, I don't care. Who told him to barge into my courtyard? Anything that enters my courtyard is mine. Feng Changhua felt quite angry and wanted to say something. The middle-aged man said, that's enough. The two of you actually dared to fight over a man, aren't you losing face for the factions behind you? Why don't you think about who you are? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Hearing that he would have to face the wall for a few days and have his cultivation sealed for half a month, Zhao Fu had long since run. Once he ran, with how big the world was, how would they be able to find him in the future? That was impossible. Now that some time had passed, it was possible that Zhao Fu had long since escaped from Emperor Path College. They did not know that Zhao Fu had been unlucky enough to enter another place and had been pressed down by a man. Feng Changhua looked quite worried and refused, saying, no, teacher. That man is extremely important to this young empress, and this young empress will accept the punishment. However, teacher, please allow this young empress to capture that man. The human Phoenix Empire will fully support this young empress' decision. Zhao Fu had the highest grade of the Dragon Phoenix and had a terrifying divine bloodline. Just with those two things, her mother would not blame her for anything she did and would instead strongly support her. As such, she was willing to use the human Phoenix Empire to pressure the middle-aged man. Me too. I'll accept the punishment, but please allow me to capture that man first. The Sword Sect will support this decision, Jiani Yue said. Jiani Yue also said. She also wanted to obtain that terrifying sword intent from Zhao Fu's body. It would allow her to go through massive changes. Hearing that the two of them were using the factions behind them to pressure him, the middle-aged man felt quite furious. Only a faction like theirs would dare to speak to a higher being like this, and he said, don't use the factions behind you to pressure this sovereign. Emperor Path College isn't a place where you can act as you please. Go and face the wall for this sovereign. Hearing this, Feng Changhua and Jiani Yue felt quite worried and angry. They started to struggle, wanting to break free from the middle-aged man's restriction. However, that was a higher being's restriction, so Jiani Yue and Feng Changhua naturally could not break free. The middle-aged man was about to take them to the law enforcement hall. Wait. Brotherly, a voice sounded out as a white-robed, handsome-looking young man appeared. The aura he gave off was quite terrifying. He was another higher being. Hearing his voice, the middle-aged man stopped and looked at the handsome-looking young man as he asked, what is it? The handsome young man chuckled and said, look at how angry and anxious they are. I'm afraid that man is really important to them. This sovereign also wants to know what kind of man he is to be able to make two peerless beauties act like this. The middle-aged man looked at the bound Jiani Yue and Feng Changhua. In order to capture Zhao Fu, Jiani Yue and Feng Changhua could only give in and bow to the middle-aged man, saying, teacher, please spare us this once. Hearing this, the anger in the middle-aged man's heart dissipated, and he said, you better be more careful next time. With a casual wave of his hand, the power binding the two disappeared. After Feng Changhua and Jiani Yue recovered their strength, they immediately flew in the direction that Zhao Fu had disappeared. The people in the surroundings also started to look for Zhao Fu, wanting to see what kind of man he was for Feng Changhua and Jiani Yue to act like this. However, they did not even need to think about it to know that he was definitely a world-shaking and peerless man for these two geniuses to act like this. It could be said that more than half of Emperor Path College was looking for Zhao Fu, and many people had heard about this matter. They also knew about what had happened to Zhao Fu, and they felt quite shocked. When had such a terrifying figure come to Emperor Path College, the handsome-looking man looked at the alluring Zhao Fu and leaned over, about to kiss Zhao Fu's lips, and the two of them were about to do something indescribable. However, Zhao Fu's breathing became ragged, and his body became hot, and his face became red. This was because the six desires demonic qi within his body had absorbed the handsome-looking man's violet desire male qi, allowing Zhao Fu to use the six desires demonic qi's power. Just as the handsome-looking man was about to kiss him, Zhao Fu exploded out with the six desires demonic qi, which flooded into the handsome-looking man's body. The handsome-looking man was given a big fright. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to break through his restrictions. He had been caught off guard, and the massive amount of six desires demonic qi madly flowed into his body and started to corrode it. The handsome-looking man immediately used his Emperor Heaven Realm power to suppress it, but he was unable to quickly dispel it, causing his expression to become quite unsightly. Swish, Zhao Fu's body suddenly gave off a yellow light, and he turned into a ray of light and fused into the ground. The handsome-looking man felt that the situation was quite bad and grabbed at the ground. A massive wave of energy flowed into the ground, and six figures were pulled out. They all looked the same as Zhao Fu, and their auras were the same as well. However, after being pulled out, they quickly turned into clay people. It was Zhao Fu who had used the cloning clay people. After escaping from the handsome-looking man's side, Zhao Fu quickly ran. He did not have any other thoughts and just wanted to escape from that place. The handsome-looking man sat cross-legged on the ground and used his Emperor Heaven Realm power to dispel the six desires demonic qi's power. The handsome-looking man felt quite surprised at this power, as it seemed to be able to suppress his purple desires male qi. Haha, thinking about Zhao Fu, the handsome-looking man lightly laughed and found that he was becoming more and more interested in Zhao Fu. He turned to the man doing it and said, "You've all had enough fun. Now, help this prince find my beloved wife." The group of handsome men stopped and lightly laughed as they said, "Very well. However, after you find her, don't just dote on him." Following this, the group of handsome men put on their clothes and left. News of the handsome-looking man looking for Zhao Fu quickly spread, and everyone looked quite shocked. Why was Prince Xian also looking for that person? Could it be that something had happened? However, it was said that that man was abnormally handsome and was quite rare. With Prince Xian's fetishes, he would definitely fall in love with him, and the two of them would do indescribable things. Just thinking about it caused some Fujoshi's hearts to speed up. However, after hearing that Prince Xian was looking for Zhao Fu, Feng Changhua and Jian Yue's expressions fell. They thought of something bad and became even more eager to find Zhao Fu. They even mobilized others to look for Zhao Fu and gave them great rewards. Now, Emperor Path College became quite lively because of Zhao Fu's appearance. After hearing that everyone was looking for him, Zhao Fu naturally felt even more afraid and nervously ran everywhere. He could not resist a single one of them. There were simply too many experts in Emperor Path College, and it was not a place he could come to. Also, why is Emperor Path College so big? Where's the exit? Zhao Fu felt like a headless fly and randomly flew around, unable to find his way. He started to feel quite worried. If this went on, he would definitely be caught. Ai! Does that person look like the person we're looking for? A person suddenly pointed at Zhao Fu's back and said to the people around him. Hearing this, Zhao Fu immediately ran, and the others felt that something was off and quickly chased after Zhao Fu. This place was actually only 1,000 meters wide, and the ground was flat and paved with black bricks. There was a massive black magic formation at the center that gave off intense demonic light, and there was a tall wall surrounding this place. There were actually very powerful restrictions here as well, but they did not seem to be able to stop Zhao Fu. Instead, they kept everyone else outside, allowing Zhao Fu to enter and avoid the others' pursuit. This place gave off a massive amount of demonic qi and a cold and evil aura. At a glance, one could tell that this was not a good place. Zhao Fu did not want to cause any more trouble, so he planned to leave from the other side. Come here. Suddenly, an immense will surged into Zhao Fu's mind, causing Zhao Fu's body to walk uncontrollably towards the black magic array. Zhao Fu was shocked and cursed, "Damn it. How did I end up in a place that I shouldn't have come to? With that powerful will, it's obvious that I can't resist it. Sir. I really didn't mean to intrude, please let me leave." Zhao Fu did not know how many times he had said something like this. Why was Emperor Path College so dangerous everywhere? Moreover, everyone was incredibly domineering. In the face of such a powerful will, it would be a lie if Zhao Fu was not afraid or nervous. Because this will felt like it came from a higher being, Zhao Fu could not resist at all, so he could only loudly shout. Humph! Let you go? You must be dreaming, right? This old man can sense your bloodline, it's a divine bloodline. Not only is your bloodline terrifying, but there are even more terrifying powers within your body. This old man is going to refine you into a clone and leave this place. A gloomy and twisted old man's voice resounded. Zhao Fu now discovered that this array was actually a sealing array, and it was sealing an extremely terrifying old monster. What kind of lousy academy is this? To seal such a powerful old monster, couldn't they protect it more tightly? It's good to set up all kinds of restrictions. How can we let people casually barge in? Zhao Fu felt quite angry, he felt so stupid and unlucky. Why had he come to such a place and his life was in danger? Zhao Fu felt that he would never come to Emperor Path College again. Zhao Fu's body moved uncontrollably to the center of the black magic formation and he sat down cross-legged on the ground. The black magic formation automatically spun and a boundless demonic might spread out, causing the surrounding space to seem to freeze. The demonic aura of heaven and earth gathered in an instant, and thick demonic clouds covered the entire sky. Muffled thunder rang out in the demonic clouds, and black arcs of lightning appeared in the clouds. An extremely oppressive power pressed down from the sky, making it difficult for people to breathe. The dark and evil demonic chi caused the temperature to plummet, making it seem like a world of ice and snow. It also gave off an incredibly terrifying feeling. The abnormal signs spread throughout the entirety of Emperor Path College, and sensing this terrifying demonic intent, the teachers' and students' expressions fell as they hurried over. There were many people gathered here, looking at the terrifying abnormal signs in the sky, including Feng Changhua and Jiani Yue. Did you personally see him come in here? Feng Changhua's expression was serious as she asked a group of people coldly. The group of people nodded in fear and said, "We personally saw him go in, but when we wanted to go in, we were stopped by the restrictions." How could someone enter here? Jiani Yue frowned, feeling quite confused. Even though this place looked quite ordinary, there were powerful restrictions set down, and no one had ever entered before. She had never heard of such a thing in all her time at Emperor Path College. What? This prince's beloved wife is trapped in there? An incredibly handsome young man in purple appeared. He looked a bit anxious and worried as he looked into the restriction. Hearing this, Feng Changhua felt quite displeased and glared at Prince Ziyun as she warned, "Ziyun, she's this young empress' imperial concubine. It's best if you don't have any other thoughts, or else don't blame this young empress for being impolite." Xing, a massive sword hum sounded out as Jiani Yue attacked. A massive sword light slashed towards the restriction, but the restriction did not react at all. Feng Changhua vigorously slashed out, causing a massive saber light to give off a ferocious saber wind that seemed to be able to destroy everything. However, when the saber hit the restriction, it was like cotton hitting an iron wall, and there was no reaction at all. Even with Jiani Yue and Feng Changhua's power that surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm, they were unable to shake the restriction at all. It could be seen just how terrifying this restriction was. If they were unable to shake it at all, Prince Ziyun would be even more so. He ignored Feng Changhua's words and said to the people beside him, "Hurry and call a teacher. This isn't something that students can break." Just as he finished speaking, the handsome-looking young man and black-robed middle-aged man appeared in the sky with serious expressions. Seeing them appear, Feng Changhua felt quite delighted and said, "Teachers, please open the restriction and save the imperial concubine. This young empress will greatly reward you." The handsome-looking young man shook his head seriously and said, "Even this sovereign is unable to open the restriction here. Do you know that the restriction here was set down by the dean?" Hearing the name Old Dean, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even though they had never seen the mysterious Old Dean before, they knew that he was a half-step celestial. The restriction he had set down was something that ordinary higher beings would not be able to break through. After reaching that realm, one would have some true celestial power. Looking at the ripples coming from within, it was evident that something terrifying had happened. However, the restriction could not be broken through. Could Zhao Fu die inside? Feng Changhua and the others felt quite worried, pained, and helpless. Someone so important to them had died here so easily, it was simply a waste. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged at the center of the black magic formation and felt quite terrified. He did everything he could to break free from that will's control. However, there was no effect at all. Was he really going to die here? Boom, a massive wave of demonic energy exploded out of the ground like a volcano, shaking the surroundings. A black pillar of light shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble. Countless traces of demonic qi flowed into Zhao Fu's body through the pillar of light. A massive wave of demonic energy flowed out of the ground and madly flowed into Zhao Fu's body. Boy! Is it very painful for your body to be corroded by the demonic qi? However, in just a while, you will become this old man's puppet clone. This is your honor. The eerie and twisted elderly man's voice once again sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind. Old man. Did you make a mistake? How come I don't feel any pain at all? Instead, I feel quite comfortable. Now that he knew that the old man was not willing to let him go and wanted to harm him, Zhao Fu did not hold back and said mockingly. These words caused the old monster to feel quite furious, and he exploded out with even more intense demonic qi that madly flowed into Zhao Fu's body. He did not waste words with Zhao Fu and wanted to directly refine Zhao Fu into a puppet clone. The sky seemed to be affected by the old monster, and heaven and earth demonic energy flooded down, giving off a powerful aura as it entered Zhao Fu's body. The ripples that came from here were like ripples, and each ripple was stronger than the last. The terrifying power caused countless people's hands and feet to feel cold, and their bodies could not help but tremble as they felt immense terror. Jiani Yue and the others' expressions were quite unsightly. From these ripples, it seemed that Zhao Fu's chances of survival were quite low, and it was possible that he was already dead. A wave of demonic qi flowed into Zhao Fu's body from above, while a wave of demonic qi flowed into Zhao Fu's body from below. Even though the demonic qi was incredibly powerful and looked quite terrifying, after entering Zhao Fu's body, it became abnormally docile and gave Zhao Fu a very comfortable feeling. Old man. How can you be such trash? I don't feel any pain at all and feel quite comfortable. Aren't you too weak? You want to corrode me with just this bit of power? Zhao Fu continued to mock and ridicule the old monster. At that moment, the old monster sensed that something was off and hurriedly tried to stop, but he found that he could not. It was not because of Zhao Fu but because of the formation sealing him. Thinking of something, the old monster angrily cursed, Jiolo, you dared to trick this old man. Don't let this old man out, or else I'll make you die a horrible death. Hearing the old man's curses, Zhao Fu felt that things were not quite as he had expected. However, as an enemy, the more displeased the old man was, the happier Zhao Fu was. In the underground space, there was a bald old man whose skin was like a layer of plants. His hands were constantly forming hand seals, trying to prevent his energy from leaking out. But right now, it was as if someone had opened up a hole in his body and his energy was being forcefully absorbed. Seeing that he was unable to stop Zhao Fu, the elder's expression hardened. He wanted to use his will to kill Zhao Fu. However, something unexpected happened. Boom, the sealing magic formation on the ground quickly spun, and a massive power slammed into the elder's body, causing his body to tremble. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. An invisible hand grabbed onto the elder's body and drew out traces of blood from his body. The elder's face immediately became incredibly pale, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free at all. The strands of blood floated upwards and floated out of the black magic formation, entering Zhao Fu's body. Now, Zhao Fu's body felt a stabbing pain. However, the pain was not very strong and lasted for a while. However, Zhao Fu's throat felt hot as a black flower appeared. This black flower was pure black and looked like a rose, and it gave off an intense demonic qi. What was shocking was that there were countless beautiful demon women with bewitching figures dancing on each black flower petal. The black flower itself had a bewitching power, and it could easily control other people's souls. This was one of the 7 wondrous flowers, the evil spirit abyss flower. After the evil spirit abyss flower appeared on Zhao Fu's throat, the black magic formation on the ground gradually stopped, and the demonic qi in the surroundings disappeared. The abnormal signs also disappeared, and the elder fell unconscious, looking much weaker. Zhao Fu's body regained its freedom, but looking at the large number of people outside, he could not help but gulp in shock. There was an ocean of people outside, and he would not be able to escape. What's more, it was not just Jiani Yue but also Feng Changhua, young Master Ziyun, and 2 higher beings. None of them were people that Zhao Fu could resist. He had been quite happy after escaping this calamity, but how could Zhao Fu be happy now? The demonic qi within the restriction dissipated, and everyone could clearly see the scene within the restriction. They were all quite surprised to see that Zhao Fu was looking at them like he was fine. Feng Changhua let out a sigh of relief and flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Lord husband, hurry up and come out. I'll take you back to the human Phoenix Empire." Hearing Feng Changhua's flirtatious tone and how she called Zhao Fu husband, countless people's hearts melted. It was a pity that she was not calling them that, and many furious, hateful, and jealous gazes gathered on Zhao Fu's body. If looks could kill, Zhao Fu would have died hundreds of thousands of times without leaving anything behind. Hearing this, Zhao Fu got goosebumps and felt a chill in his heart. Zhao Fu could clearly remember how she had treated him in the past, and how Zhao Fu found that they could not come in. Otherwise, they would have long since come to capture him. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Jiani Yue's voice was cold as she said, "Come out and come back to the sword sect with me. I promise that I won't harm your life, and no one will be able to harm you." Young Master Ziyun also yelled, "Beloved wife, you know how this prince feels towards you. This prince is definitely more sincere than those two. This prince will also do his best to protect you and won't let anyone harm you at all." Hearing this, countless people felt incredibly disgusted and felt that something had definitely happened between young Master Ziyun and that person. There were definitely many things that could not be described. None of the three choices were good, and the best option was to choose Jiani Yue without sacrificing her body. Cough, cough. The handsome young man in white looked at the evil spirit abyss flower in Zhao Fu's throat and lightly coughed a few times before saying, "This boy is fated with Emperor Path College. How about you join Emperor Path College? This sovereign can make the decision that you don't need to pass the examination to enter Emperor Path College and become a special student." The surroundings were immediately sent into an uproar. It was not just Feng Changhua and the others who wanted that man, but even a higher being from Emperor Path College had personally invited him to join. This was incredibly rare in Emperor Path College, and it could be said that it was a joke. Feng Changhua and the others' faces became pale. They had never thought that even Emperor Path College would personally participate. Things had become quite complicated, and they did not know what Zhao Fu should do. There were three people in the crowd who were the most shocked. They had all been attracted over by the abnormal signs. The first was naturally Zhang Mingyue. He recognized Zhao Fu and had never thought that he would meet him here. As such, he told Zhang Wuyue, causing him to feel incredibly shocked. Now, this person had been invited by Emperor Path College, the Human Phoenix Empire, the Sword Sect, and a few other large factions. All of these factions were much more powerful than them, and now, he understood why Zhao Fu had Heaven's Secrets and Emperor Killer. There was a reason for all of this. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and delighted. He had never thought that Emperor Path College's higher being would say such a thing. In that case, the best choice was naturally Emperor Path College. There were no sacrifices or restrictions. Moreover, he did not have to pass any tests, and as a special student, he would be able to enter Emperor Path College early. He would not have to wait until next year, which would save him a lot of trouble. This was a good thing, and after thinking about it, Zhao Fu prepared to agree. Feng Changhua could tell what Zhao Fu was thinking. If Emperor Path College participated, she would not have the ability to steal from Zhao Fu, so she immediately spoke. "Husband. If you choose the Human Phoenix Empire, you can directly become an imperial concubine in the future and wield the greatest power in the world. This is something that countless people can only dream of, and you can easily obtain it. Moreover, this young empress can promise that I will only have you as my man." Jiani Yue understood that Zhao Fu would choose Emperor Path College, and hearing Feng Changhua's conditions, she also spoke. "You have that terrifying sword intent, and if you don't become a sword cultivator, it would be too much of a pity. If you choose the sword sect, I can have the sword sect master personally take you as a disciple. If you become a legacy disciple, no one will dare to harm you at all." Hearing the other two people's conditions, young Master Ziyun hurriedly called out, "Beloved, if you choose this young master, everything about this young master will belong to you. If you choose this young master, then this young master's everything will belong to you. Believe this young master, no one in this world can love you more than this young master." Hearing these words, Zhao Fu felt quite hesitant. Jianyue's conditions were quite good, and there was no need to consider the other two. The handsome-looking young higher being slightly frowned and said, "If you choose Emperor Path College, not only will you be a special student, but this sovereign will also take you as a disciple and allow you to sense the heavens and earth's Tao." This caused the people in the surroundings to cry out in shock. To be taken as a disciple by a higher being was something that countless people dreamed of, and this higher being was taking the initiative. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. It seemed that this was a better choice. Thinking about having a higher being protecting him, the benefits were unimaginable. However, it seemed that the higher being did not really want to take him as a disciple and had other intentions, making Zhao Fu feel quite hesitant. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body trembled and gradually disappeared, causing the expressions of the countless people outside to fall. Only now did they realize that Zhao Fu's true body was not an Emperor Path College but a projection. After that, the crowd only saw Zhao Fu slowly disappearing before their eyes. Because there was a restrictive spell blocking them, they were powerless to do anything about it. Their hearts were filled with indignation. Fortunately, Zhao Fu did not make any choice, and Zhao Fu did not belong to any faction. This meant that they still had a chance to obtain Zhao Fu. Inside the resplendent hall, a noble and beautiful woman with a strong imperial aura was sitting on a phoenix chair, seriously reading through the memorials. "Queen Mother!" Feng Xianxia walked in and called out unhappily. The beautiful woman lightly laughed and raised her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Feng Xianxia. "Who made my daughter unhappy? Was it that man? To be able to make my daughter personally call you husband, you really do have some ability." This beautiful woman was naturally Feng Xianhua's mother, the human Phoenix Empire's empress. She was called Feng Qianhuang and had higher being level power. After hearing about what had happened at Emperor Path College, Zhao Fu felt incredibly shocked that Feng Qianhua had publicly announced that a man would be her imperial concubine and had even helped that man. It didn't seem like something her daughter could do. Feng Qianhua's face became slightly red as she said, "Mother Empress. If it weren't for the fact that he possesses the highest grade of dragon and phoenix, as well as the divine blood, I wouldn't have taken a liking to him." The highest level of dragon phoenix, saint blood? These two words caused the beautiful woman to be startled, and her expression immediately became serious. Dragons and phoenixes were extremely rare, and the highest grade of dragons and phoenixes were even more legendary. If Feng Qianhua had the support of a dragon phoenix and inherited the Empress throne, it would be incredibly beneficial to both her and the human Phoenix Empire. It would be dozens or even hundreds of times more useful than ordinary phoenix chi. Just this alone made her feel incredibly shocked because she had never seen a dragon phoenix before. Only after hearing about Saint Blood did she become serious. With the human Phoenix Empire's massive power, it could be ranked at the top of the human race. However, facing the legendary Holy Empires, it was still incredibly wary. It was not just the human Phoenix Empire but all other factions that viewed Holy Empires with great importance. Hearing about Saint Blood, which only Holy Empire's holy sons had, and it reigned above countless sovereign bloodlines, Feng Qianhuang could not help but become serious. "Qianhua, tell me in detail what's going on." Hearing this, Feng Qianhua had long since expected the Mother Empress to be so serious. After all, Saint Blood was not an ordinary matter, so she explained everything in detail. "That fellow's quite interesting. He only has stage 9 cultivation and yet he dares to come to Emperor Path College and cause so much trouble. Emperor Path College even made an exception and made him a special student. If I met such a miraculous man, I would also make him my imperial concubine." After hearing Feng Qianhua's story, Feng Qianhuang lightly laughed. Her beautiful smile caused the colors around her to dim, and it was not inferior to Feng Qianhua's at all. Feng Qianhua lightly harumphed and said, "Mother Empress, I plan to use the power of the human Phoenix Empire to find that person no matter what." "Yes. I'll allow you to do so, but be careful and try not to injure him. His identity might be quite complicated," Feng Qianhua said as she lightly nodded. Feng Qianhua gave a trace of a smile and nodded before thinking of something and asking, "Mother Empress, why did that man charge into the demon land and an evil spirit abyss flower appear on his throat?" Feng Qianhuang knew about this and replied, "It counts as a legacy of power, but it was forcefully taken away. That's most likely why Emperor Path College's dean sealed that old monster there. However, it was obtained by an outsider." In order to preserve that power, Emperor Path College's higher beings took him in as a student. Is that power very terrifying? Hearing that even a higher being wanted to keep that power, Feng Changhua asked out of curiosity. Feng Qianhuang smiled and nodded. That old monster's main body is the world's first evil spirit abyss flower, and his power is incredibly terrifying. Anyone who isn't a half-step celestial would not be able to suppress him. There's a rumor in the demon world that when the evil spirit abyss flower blooms, demonic chi will become chaotic and countless demons will kill each other. After you bring him back, make sure to treat him well. He definitely won't be any weaker than you, understood? Feng Changhua smiled and agreed. Following this, she used all of the human Phoenix Empire's power to search for Zhao Fu. Within the grand and simple sword sex hall, a white-robed young man with a cold expression and giving off a powerful sword aura asked with a cold expression. You. Are you really going to fight for a man? This young man was the sword sex sect leader. Even though he looked young, he had lived for many years. After all, he was Jian Yue's father, and his name was Jian Tianai. Jian Yue nodded calmly and admitted it without any explanation or hesitation. This caused everyone else in the hall to look quite confused. When they heard about this, with their familiarity with Jian Yue, they knew that she definitely would not do such a thing for a man. They had wanted to hear how Jian Yue would refute these laughable rumors, but they had never thought that she would boldly admit it. Jian Tianai was expressionless as he looked at Jian Yue. He did not feel that Jian Yue liked that person at all, so he asked, "Is that person important to you?" Jian Yue lightly nodded and said, "That person has an extremely terrifying ultimate sword intent, and its level might be above the sword intent that I have comprehended." That's impossible. Everyone was shocked when they heard this because the sword sect was the strongest sword sect in the human domain. The sword intent they comprehended was an ultimate sword intent, and it was extremely famous even in the heaven domain. It was the highest level of sword intent. Now that they heard Jian Yue say that there was a sword that was even stronger than their sect, how could they have imagined it? Faced with everyone's questioning, Jian Yue did not say anything. Instead, she took out an egg-sized orb of light. There was a strand of blood-red sword energy within it. This was a strand of sword intent that Jian Yue had captured from Zhao Fu's body. She gently tossed it out and the ball of light flew into the air. The ball of light dissipated and the strand of blood-colored sword energy shot out. Immediately, everyone sensed an extremely berserk, murderous, and twisted sword intent that stabbed at their souls like needles. Even though this strand of sword chi was small, the danger it gave off was immense, making everyone feel quite terrified. Jian Tianai looked at the trace of sword chi seriously and immediately said loudly, "All of you, get out." The people in the surroundings were stunned. They immediately understood that they couldn't know what was going to happen next. This matter might be extremely important. Although they were curious, they still obeyed and left. Jian Yue's eyes lit up and she looked slightly delighted as she asked, "Father, I've been waiting for a long time. Do you know what sword intent this is?" Jian Tianai did not reply to Jian Yue and looked at the blood-red sword chi in the air. He stretched out his hand and tapped out, causing a trace of green sword chi to shoot out and attack the blood-red sword chi. Sensing the green sword chi, the blood-red sword chi did not show any fear and instead madly leapt over, quickly devouring the green sword chi. The green sword chi was quickly devoured and converted. Jian Tianai made up his mind and said in shock, "How could that person have such a sword intent? This is the legendary killing sword intent." Hearing this, Jian Yue looked quite shocked. As a sword cultivator, she had naturally heard of the killing sword intent. It was an extreme sword intent and an extreme killing intent fused into an extremely berserk and twisted sword intent. It was said that it had the power to kill celestials, and it had caused a catastrophe countless years ago. "Father, that's impossible. That person wasn't affected by the killing sword intent at all and maintained his rationality. He doesn't seem to have gone berserk or killed at all," Jian Yue said after thinking about it. Jian Tianai looked at that trace of sword chi and explained, "This killing sword intent and killing intent, as well as its own baleful aura, have all been greatly reduced. That person most likely used some sort of method to perfectly fuse with the killing sword intent, so they are not affected." Sensing the blood-red sword chi in the air, Jian Tianai said with a trace of amazement, as expected from a sword intent that can kill celestials. Even after being weakened by so much, it still has such terrifying power. That person is quite extraordinary to be able to fuse with such a terrifying sword intent. Father. Right now, the human Phoenix Empire is doing everything it can to find that person, and he most likely has some other secrets. I want to use the sword sect's power to find that person, Xianxia said. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia wanted to comprehend that sword intent even more, so she asked Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, "This person might not be ordinary, so you have to deal with him carefully. I think that he's quite suitable to be your husband, so you can consider him and tie him to the sword sect." Xianxia nodded and agreed. Xianxia coldly refused, saying, "Father, I only want to cultivate the sword and have no other thoughts. Right now, I only want to cultivate the sword and have no other thoughts." Seeing this, Xianxia did not insist. Following this, the sword sect also started to search for Zhao Fu's whereabouts, causing quite a commotion. Now, there were two large factions in the human domain searching for that man. Just who was that man? How could he make two large factions act like this? A third large faction quickly joined in. It was naturally young Master Xian's faction, and it was called the Violet Cloud Immortal Pavilion. At first, it was said that young Master Xian wanted to use his faction's power to find a man that he had taken a fancy to. However, young Master Xian used the excuse that the other two factions were searching for that person and that person had been specially recruited by Emperor Path College to praise Zhao Fu, allowing him to use his faction's power to search for Zhao Fu's whereabouts. The higher being from Emperor Path College told everyone about the evil spirit Abyss Flower, causing Emperor Path College to take it seriously. They felt that Zhao Fu was quite extraordinary and also tried to find Zhao Fu's whereabouts. The most terrifying dean of Emperor Path College sent out an order for no one to interfere. This caused all of the higher beings to feel quite shocked because they had not seen the dean in a long time and had not heard anything from him. However, he had actually given such an order. It could be seen just how important this matter was to him. However, after thinking about it, the higher beings realized that the restrictions had been set down by the dean, so the dean naturally knew about the evil spirit Abyss Flower. It was most likely that he was planning something. Thinking about that, the higher beings felt quite shocked and did not want to interfere. Only one higher being knew about this matter and slightly frowned. News of the three factions searching for Zhao Fu and what had happened at Emperor Path College quickly reached the ears of other large factions. They were all quite shocked that such a terrifying figure had appeared, and they felt quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. This was the first time that Zhao Fu had appeared in front of the Heaven Domain's large factions. It was not like before, when they only knew that he existed but did not know what he looked like or whether he was a man or a woman. Zhao Fu's body returned to Qin, and he looked quite confused. Before he could understand what had happened, it was as if his body had been forcefully summoned back, causing the projection to fail and Zhao Fu's body to return. What's going on? Zhao Fu could not understand, because once a projection was 100% complete, it would be incredibly difficult to withdraw from it. Normally, Zhao Fu would have to return to the location where the projection had started, which was that barren land. Only then would he be able to withdraw it. Now, there was some sort of power that had forcefully stopped the projection. After examining it, Zhao Fu found that there was some sort of power seeping into the projection pearl in front of his chest, which was quite powerful. What made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted was that the agriculture goddess divinity that he had obtained from Linda Peng had been brought back. After all, a projection could not bring anything back. Zhao Fu thought about the power that had helped him many times in Emperor Path College, as well as the projection pearl's power. Zhao Fu thought of something and headed to the Heaven Spirit Steel. As expected, he received many messages from higher beings. Just as Zhao Fu had expected, the higher being who had been talking to Zhao Fu was most likely a teacher from Emperor Path College. Moreover, it was this higher being who had helped Zhao Fu forcefully stop the projection, allowing Zhao Fu to escape. After all, the remnant aura from the projection pearl was the same as the power that had helped Zhao Fu before. Boy, you've made this sovereign look at you in a different light. You've caused so much trouble right after coming to Emperor Path College. This sovereign now regrets introducing you to Emperor Path College. Looking at the higher being's message, Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. He had indeed caused a lot of trouble at Emperor Path College, but that had all gone against Zhao Fu's original intentions. Who would have thought that Emperor Path College would be so dangerous, and anyone he met could easily crush him? At the same time, there was no one else who could make an expert who stood at the peak of the heaven-awakened world say such things. Zhao Fu naturally knew that he had caused trouble for this higher being, so he said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Sorry for troubling you." The higher being had been waiting for Zhao Fu's reply, and seeing him apologize, the anger in his heart dissipated a bit. He said, "Now you know how terrifying a top-tier genius of the heaven domain is, right? You still have a year, so you need to quickly increase your strength and enter Emperor Path College with the highest ranking." Seeing this, Zhao Fu asked, what's going on? Senior, do you want me to continue joining Emperor Path College? In actuality, Zhao Fu did not want to go to Emperor Path College because he had caused so much trouble there. Zhao Fu did not dare to go there, as he might be caught by Feng Changhua again. In fact, it was even possible that he would be caught by Prince Ziyun. When that time came, Zhao Fu would not have a chance to escape at all, and if he could not escape, one of Zhao Fu's places would be in danger. As such, Zhao Fu did not want to go to Emperor Path College again. That was because with his current strength, he really couldn't go there unless he obtained even more power. Looking at Zhao Fu's words, the higher being could guess what Zhao Fu was thinking and said, If you come to Emperor Path College, this sovereign will be able to take care of you. You've already entered the eyes of many top-tier factions, and if you don't have a faction protecting you, if they do anything to you, you won't be able to resist. For example, there are many curses in the world that are similar to the Emperor Killer Curse. You haven't even gotten rid of the Emperor Killer Curse, and if a few more of them are added to your body, do you think you have a chance of surviving? These words caused Zhao Fu's heart to feel a chill. The shadow of the Emperor Killer Curse had always been hanging over Zhao Fu, and it had even caused Zhao Fu to give up and wait for death. He had used various methods to get rid of less than half of the Emperor Killer Curse's deathly power. If it was a few more, Zhao Fu really would not have any hope of surviving. Zhao Fu indeed needed a massive faction to support him. This massive faction naturally couldn't be Qin. With Qin's current strength, it would be difficult for him to even protect himself, let alone Zhao Fu. As such, Zhao Fu could only rely on another faction. Even though there were 7 great colleges in this world, and apart from Emperor Path College, there were 6 other colleges of the same level, they were simply too far away. Moreover, he would enter as a human, and no one would be able to protect him, making it 10 or so times more dangerous than Emperor Path College. Now, he only had one choice, Emperor Path College. Moreover, the higher being from before had said that he could directly enter Emperor Path College without taking the test. If Zhao Fu agreed, wouldn't Zhao Fu already be a student of Emperor Path College? Thinking about that, Zhao Fu grinned. He would not have to wait for a year, and one of his biggest worries would be resolved. However, the higher being immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him, causing Zhao Fu to feel a chill in his heart. Emperor Path College's dean is paying attention to you, and he said not to interfere in anything. All of the promises that teacher made to you are now void. Emperor Path College's dean was a half-step celestial expert, and hearing that he was paying attention to him, Zhao Fu felt as if he had fallen into icy water. Goosebumps rose up all over his body, and he felt as if there were countless eyes staring at him. Facing such an existence, Zhao Fu did not dare to even think about resisting at all, even Emperor Heaven Realm experts would not dare to do so. That sort of existence already had heaven-defying power. How had he drawn the attention of such an existence? Zhao Fu felt incredibly shocked and had never thought that such a thing would happen. He thought that it might be because of the evil spirit abyss flower. Senior, what does the dean think of me? Zhao Fu asked that higher being carefully. The higher being could immediately tell what Zhao Fu was thinking and lightly laughed as he said, "Don't worry, it's an opportunity. Also, if the dean wants to do something to you, do you think you'll be able to resist at all?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt at ease. If that sort of existence really wanted to do something to him, he would not be able to resist at all. In the future, you'll need to go to the demon domain. When that time comes, you'll see the evil spirit abyss flower's true effects. Zhao Fu looked at the higher being's reminder and thought back to what the 4 guardian beasts and the 10,000 Dragon Financial Group's president had said, asking him to go to the devil domain. Zhao Fu remembered this reminder and once again thanked the higher being. Following this, Zhao Fu and the higher being chatted for a while longer before concluding their conversation. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered people to build a temple for the agriculture goddess and used the divinity to summon a simple and beautiful middle-aged woman. Right now, she was just an image and her mind was not clear, and her expression was wooden. Zhao Fu ordered people to carve a statue of her and fuse the divinity into it. As long as she absorbed a large amount of faith energy, the agriculture goddess would recover her mind and power. A few days later, Zhao Fu received news that the Devil Horn Empire was preparing to gather its army and plan to attack the continent that Qin had conquered in the grassy world. If they could conquer that continent, the Devil Horn Empire would have 3 worlds. They had coveted that continent for a long time and had not even completely digested the Lontong world yet, and they wanted to make a move on Qin's continent. Now, Qin had 2 choices. The first was to defend and not allow the Devil Horn Empire to conquer the grassy continent no matter what, making it impossible for them to obtain the grassy world. The second was to withdraw and give the grassy continent to the Devil Horn Empire, allowing it to continue to develop. When it grew to a certain extent, Qin would ally with the other worlds to attack the Devil Horn Empire. In the end, Zhao Fu chose the first option because the second option was too dangerous and the situation could easily spiral out of control. This was especially so because the Devil Horn Empire had many supporters, and if they acted at a critical moment, they could change the situation. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not trust the other worlds. The second day after receiving this information, the Devil Horn Empire mobilized 10 billion soldiers and gave off a massive aura, seeming like a world-destroying flood as they swept towards Qin. Qin also mobilized 10 billion soldiers to defend, giving off a majestic aura that seemed to be indestructible as they blocked all invading enemies. Both sides were old enemies, and they did not say anything as the battle quickly unfolded. Roar! Roar, roar! Qin's countless beasts and the Devil Horn Empire's devil beasts fought intensely in the sky and on the ground. The auras they gave off were incredibly majestic, shaking the surroundings and causing the heavens and earth to seem incredibly austere and chaotic. Massive flying beasts fought intensely in the sky, using all of their teeth and claws as they tore and slashed, causing feathers and blood to fall everywhere. The beasts on the ground ferociously collided with each other, causing muffled sounds to ring out. They used their teeth and claws to ferociously attack each other, causing blood to fly everywhere. Howls and roars continuously sounded out, creating an incredibly bitter scene. The Devil Horn soldiers gave off massive auras and roared as they charged over. Their power seemed to be able to destroy everything and caused the heavens and earth to dim. On Qin's side, arrows continuously shot out, falling like rain and killing Devil Horn soldiers. However, because Qin City had gone through a few large battles, they lacked talisman arrows. The Devil Horn army used the core barrier to block most of Qin City's attacks, and they quickly charged to Qin City's walls and started to attack. Qin continuously shot down arrows, while the Devil Horn soldiers continuously shot up. The Devil Horn soldiers used all sorts of methods to scale the walls, while Qin continuously used heavy objects and sharp lights to attack. The sounds of battle were like thunder, shaking all directions. Soldiers from both sides were dying, and a thick smell of blood spread out, as if it could dye the heavens blood red. This time, the Devil Horn Empire had come prepared. Apart from the ferocious devil beasts, they had also summoned massive blue eyes. The blue eyes were 100 meters wide and floated in the air, giving off sapphire-like light. Their gazes were cold and did not contain any emotions, causing people's hairs to stand on end, and they gave off an intense might. The blue eyes were summoned using the Lontong people's forbidden technique, and they were called the Blue Star Forbidden Pupil. Each blue eye required the eyes of 10,000 Lontong people to be summoned. Moreover, they had to be the eyes of living people, as dead people's eyes could not be summoned. Even though there were only 1,000 massive eyes on the battlefield, Yao Ming had dug out the eyes of 10 million Lontong people to summon these terrifying things. The people who had used this forbidden technique thought back to the Lontong people being tied to pillars and looking at them in fear. They used their fingers to pry open the Lontong people's eyes and used spoons to stab into their eye sockets, causing blood to spurt out. The Lontong people howled and continuously struggled as they pressed down on their heads and slowly dug out their eyeballs. It was as if they were digging out jelly, and using spoons was the best method. This way, the eyeballs would be completely intact, and there would only be a bit of flesh and blood at the back of the eye. Following this, they dug out the other eyeball, and pained cries sounded out, making the scene seem like purgatory. Those people who had their eyes gouged out were essentially crippled. Without their eyes, they could not do anything, and raising them was a waste of food. As such, Yao Ming had thrown them into the devil beasts' territory to be used as food for the devil beasts. Just like that, not only did the 10 million Lontong people have their eyes dug out, but they were also turned into food for the devil beasts. It was quite pitiful. In actuality, if it wasn't for the fact that the Lontong people were going to fight to the death against the Devil Horn Empire, Yao Ming would have summoned 10,000 blue eyeballs and dug out the eyes of the 100 million Lontong people. However, he understood that he could not do this, or else the Lontong people who had surrendered would definitely rebel. After all, digging out the eyes of 10 million people had already caused the Lontong people to feel incredibly furious. They had surrendered to the Devil Horn Empire and had never thought that the Devil Horn Empire would treat them like this. In this battle, they were going to dig out the eyes of 10 million people, and they were going to be used as food for the devil beasts. If there were even more battles in the future, it would be their turn to suffer the same fate. They would definitely rebel against the Devil Horn Empire, and that would not be worth it. As such, Yao Ming held back. However, sacrificing 10 million people to summon the Blue Star Forbidden Pupil was incredibly powerful. Boom, boom, boom. As Yao Ming gave the order, the blue eye looked towards Qin and gave off an intense blue light. Rays of terrifying blue light containing destructive power shot out, causing the air to explode. They were incredibly fast and flashed past. Bang, bang, bang. Massive explosions sounded out as rocks flew everywhere and dust billowed. Over 1,000 large holes appeared in Qin's defensive walls, and in some places, the walls collapsed. In some places, soldiers were covered by the blue light, and before they could even cry out, they were turned to dust. Immediately, the 1,000 blue rays of light caused great losses to Qin's defensive walls and broke through Qin's defenses. The defensive walls had powerful restrictions, but they were still destroyed by the blue rays of light. It could be seen how terrifying these blue rays of light were. Kill. Seeing that Qin's defenses had been destroyed, the Devil Horn Empire's morale soared, and they roared as they flooded towards the holes in the defensive walls. Zhao Fu's expression fell, and he immediately had his stage 2 soldiers block the holes. He also ordered 1,000 or so dragon-slaying ballistae to aim at the 1,000 blue eyes floating in the air. Bang, 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 bang. The 1,000 or so rays of light gave off ferocious and sharp auras as they shot towards the 1,000 blue eyeballs. However, just as they were about to hit, they were blocked by a formless restriction. The 1,000 or so rays of light continuously shot out, trying to pierce through the restriction, but the restriction stubbornly resisted. In the end, the restriction's power was greatly reduced, but the 1,000 or so rays of light disappeared and turned into arrows that fell from the sky. These eyes moved incredibly slowly, and if they were attacked, they would not be able to dodge quickly. As such, Yao Ming had paid a great price to set up restrictions to protect them. The 1,000 eyes once again gave off intense blue light, and a massive aura of danger spread out as the 1,000 eyeballs once again shot out terrifying rays of light. Zhao Fu's expression fell and he turned into a ray of light and rushed out, wanting to stop the blue eyeballs. Yao Ming coldly laughed and also turned into a ray of light as he rushed out. He understood that if he relied on his cultivation, he definitely would not be a match for Zhao Fu, so he directly exploded out with his nation armament's power. Facing a nation armament, Zhao Fu could only use his nation armament's power. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them started to fight, causing cold light to shoot out everywhere as explosions continuously sounded out. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing wild gales to blow out. Countless Devil Horn soldiers surged forwards from the 1,000 holes that had been blasted open. Qin's Stage 2 soldiers blocked the holes and unleashed their Stage 2 soldiers' power. Countless sword lights and saber lights shot out, killing the Devil Horn soldiers charging at them. However, the Devil Horn soldiers were not afraid, and they instead ferociously charged in. This was the breakthrough point, and once they broke through, they would win. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded out as the air trembled. The blue eyeballs continued to shoot out blue rays of light that gave off destructive power. The intense blue light dyed the sky blue. Bang, 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 massive sounds rang out as the air seemed to explode. Rays of light giving off incredibly sharp auras shot out, seeming to be able to cut through steel. Under that sharp aura, countless people's hair stood on end. Bang, 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 the two of them collided in the sky, producing massive explosions. Blinding light and shockwaves spread out. In the end, the blue beam of light was stronger. The countless arrows turned into countless light spots and dissipated. The blue beam of light continued to shoot towards the city wall of Qin. However, because its power was not greatly reduced, it only left a few marks on the city wall. At this time, the blue eyeball needed to pause for a while before it could continue its attack. However, Qin's arrows didn't have this shortcoming. They could be shot directly after drawing the bow. Rays of light containing terrifying power shot towards the blue eyeball, but they were blocked by the formless restriction, and the restriction's power was greatly weakened. The massive Devil Horn Empire soldiers were about to flood in, and Great Qin continuously sent Stage 2 soldiers here, as well as countless devils. They had to defend against the incoming Devil Horn soldiers. The battle was extremely bitter. Blood splattered everywhere and screams rang out incessantly. More and more people died. Seeing this scene, Yao Ming gave a delighted smile because the situation was quite favorable to him. If this went on, the Devil Horn Empire would be able to conquer the grassy continent, and when that time came, the Devil Horn Empire would have 3 worlds. However, facing Zhao Fu, Yao Ming still felt great pressure. He could only tie down Zhao Fu, and he felt that Zhao Fu's power had greatly increased. Yao Ming felt quite startled and did not know why Zhao Fu's power had increased so quickly. He had to quickly kill Zhao Fu, or else if this went on, Zhao Fu would become far more powerful than he was sooner or later. Boom, Yao Ming used Zhao Fu's nation armament's power to send out a massive violet saber light towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also slashed out a terrifying sword light, and their attacks clashed, resulting in another explosion. Bang, 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 another massive explosion sounded out as 1,000 or so rays of light shot out, giving off terrifying power as they shot towards the blue eyeball, once again weakening the restriction's power. However, the blue eyeball gave off an even more intense light, and an even more dangerous aura spread out. The blue eyeball was going to give off an even more terrifying light, and its destructive power would be many times greater than before. Swish, 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 Qin hurriedly shot out more talisman arrows, once again weakening the restriction, but he was still unable to break through it. The Devil Horn Empire's general gave a trace of a cold smile and prepared to have the blue eyeball shoot out a terrifying ray of light to deal a heavy blow to Qin. Suddenly, more than 1,000 monsters came out of the void. The monsters looked like rats, but they had bat heads. Their teeth and claws had a metallic luster to them, and they were probably very sharp. They looked quite scary. These were the cosmos beasts that Qin had nurtured and had fused with City Lord's seals. They were 100 meters long, and after appearing from the void, their sharp claws gave off 5 cold lights as they attacked the restriction protecting the blue eyeball. The restriction had been used up a few times, and its power had greatly decreased. The 1,000 or so cosmos beasts ferociously attacked, and it looked like the restriction was about to be destroyed. The Devil Horn Empire's general's expression fell, and he hurriedly ordered the archers to shoot. Arrows flew out, but the cosmos beasts once again hid in the void, dodging the attacks. They then came out from another side and started to attack the restriction. In the end, the restriction was destroyed by the cosmos beasts, who rushed out and bit at the blue eyeball, easily destroying it. The blue eyeball turned into motes of light and dissipated, and the cosmos beasts once again hid in the void. They came out from various directions and suddenly attacked the Devil Horn army, causing much chaos. On the other side, next to the opening that the Devil Horn Empire had blasted open, groups of fallen angels with black wings appeared in the sky, giving off massive auras. There were roughly 2 million or so of them. They raised the darkness swords in their hands and black rays of light containing terrifying power blasted down from the sky. Bang, 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 explosions sounded out as the black rays of light exploded. A single black ray of light killed or heavily injured 10 or so Devil Horn soldiers, causing countless casualties in the Devil Horn Empire. The 2 million or so fallen angels all had stage 3 strength, so their attacks were naturally terrifying. Following this, even more Stage 2 soldiers from Qin's army flooded into the opening and started to kill Devil Horn soldiers in an orderly manner, stopping them from entering. Only now did Qin reveal his abilities. He had obtained the Cosmos Beasts and Fallen Angels from the Cosmos Historical Remnant, and he had not used them even once. Yao Ming did not know about them, so he naturally had no way to deal with them. The Devil Horn Empire was unable to break through Qin's defenses at all, so they could only retreat. Otherwise, even more people would die, and it would be meaningless. The Devil Horn Empire announced Qin's victory as they retreated. Countless soldiers started to cheer, and Zhao Fu smiled as he gave the order to clean up the battlefield. Both sides had suffered great losses in this battle, and Qin had not gained much of an advantage. What was more important was that they had not gained anything at all. They had only been able to defend against the Devil Horn Empire's attack, while the Devil Horn Empire had suffered great losses and had not gained anything. The people who benefited the most from the battle between the Qin Empire and the Devil Horn Empire were naturally the allied worlds. They had not seen Qin and the Devil Horn Empire fight to the death, causing them to feel quite disappointed. They had been waiting for both sides to suffer heavy losses so that they could destroy the two greatest threats in one fell swoop. That way, they would not have to worry anymore. The allied worlds had also formed an allied army in order to prevent Qin and the Devil Horn Empire from doing anything. However, because they came from different worlds and factions, they were much weaker than the Devil Horn Empire and Great Qin in terms of battle strength and unity. They had been watching from the sidelines during the battle between Qin and the Devil Horn Empire, which was why Zhao Fu had not chased after the Devil Horn Empire. After this battle, the Devil Horn Empire most likely would not easily attack Qin Empire again. After all, the Devil Horn Empire had suffered great losses and had not been able to defeat Qin. However, Qin had revealed many of his trump cards, so the Devil Horn Empire would be prepared. Next time, this method would most likely be ineffective, and Great Qin would have to prepare other methods to defend against the Devil Horn Empire's invasion. This would be quite troublesome, as powerful methods were not easy to prepare. After returning to Qin Empire, Zhao Fu gave all sorts of rewards to those who had contributed greatly this time, and he especially praised the Fallen Angel Corps. In the battle just then, they had released even more powerful attacks and killed countless Devil Horn soldiers, making them quite eye-catching. Erisina lightly harumphed and said, "Of course. That is this god's fallen angel. When you capture a celestial world and use the celestials to transform into a fallen angel, the power will be even stronger." Zhao Fu glanced at Erisina with a smile. Her attitude now was not as cold, disgusted, and resentful as before. After all, affection grows with time. Erisina, Nasi, and the 24 Darkness God emissaries were all doted on by Zhao Fu, and their relationship gradually became better. As a fallen angel godly spirit, Erisina's alluring aura became stronger and stronger. Boom, suddenly, another shocking explosion sounded out, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Clouds swirled as a terrifying aura covered the heaven-awakened world. The 8 crystals in the endless void trembled slightly again, causing the powerhouses to be startled awake by the ripples. They all revealed serious and worried expressions. Zhao Fu's face also stiffened. He walked out of the palace and looked at the changing sky. This time, the fluctuations could be considered familiar, because it had already happened twice. Notification. The city's stats have been weakened by 10%. Notification. The region's power has been slightly weakened. As expected, more system announcements appeared in Zhao Fu's mind. The first time, City Lord seals could not be used, and the second time, the production attribute had disappeared. Now, the city's stats had been weakened by 10%. This was for all cities. No matter if it was an ordinary city or a royal city, having their stats reduced by 10% would have a big impact on the various factions. After all, cities had all sorts of stats, such as the production attribute that had disappeared, the stats for soldiers and residents, the stats for spawning people, the stats for talent, and the power of the city itself. Apart from these, there were also some other special stats that had been reduced by 10%. There was also the region's power. Each region had its own power, and it could be used to manage the region or obtain the region's power, directly increasing its power. However, now that Great Qin had established a kingdom and unified a world, the weakening of the power of regions did not have much of an impact. However, for some smaller factions, especially those that occupied regions, they would be greatly affected. AI. Jiaofu could not help but sigh. Anyone could tell that the city lord seal's power had disappeared, and the production attribute had disappeared. Now that city stats and region's power had been weakened, what would disappear in the future? If this went on, all of the Heaven Awakened world's powers would be weakened, and it was possible that it would be destroyed. This sudden thought gave Zhao Fu a big fright. If the Heaven Awakened world was destroyed, all of them who lived within it would be destroyed as well. Even though this thought was quite shocking, if things continued to weaken like this, it was quite possible that something terrifying would happen. Zhao Fu could not help but think about that higher being's warning to him that he had to quickly level up to a royal kingdom. Only then would he have the power to protect himself. That higher being definitely knew the truth, or else he would not have said such a thing. Becoming a royal kingdom was quite a bit of pressure for Zhao Fu. Right now, he only had 3 worlds, and he was 7 worlds away from leveling up to a royal kingdom. Right now, he just hoped that nothing bad would happen in the Heaven Awakened world, or else small factions like Zhao Fu's would be the first to suffer. After the abnormal signs, everything returned to normal, and Zhao Fu anxiously gathered his subordinates to discuss the future of Qin City. Everyone was quite worried about this, so they prepared a detailed plan. Even if something happened in the future, they would at least be prepared and would not be at a loss waiting to be destroyed. The meeting lasted for a few more days, and Zhao Fu planned to return to his palace to rest. However, he had never thought that he would run into the Flower Fairy. Zhao Fu still did not know what sort of existence the Flower Fairy was. She was a product of the active period and had powerful flower energy. She had appeared when using the level 7 blessing, and she had been caught by the world-cleansing butterfly when using the level 7 blessing, which was why she had remained in Qin City. The Flower Fairy was most likely waiting for him here because she had saved his life before, so Zhao Fu felt quite grateful towards her. He looked at her and lightly smiled as he asked, "What is it?" The Flower Fairy stood by the side and bowed, her face slightly red as she smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I can sense that your body has very powerful flower energy. I can sense that your body has very powerful flower power, so I want to borrow your power to create a flower world. It will give birth to 10 or so flower spirits every day, and it should be of some help to you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. Qin City had 3 flower spirits, Charming, 100, and Peachy. Not only could they control plants to attack, but they could also delay the withering of flowers by 6 times and had high-grade healing magic. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "All right. What should I do then? How should we cooperate with you?" The Flower Fairy's face was slightly red as she brought Zhao Fu to the flower domain. This was a place to nurture flower devils and also a place to grow world flowers. There were all sorts of flowers blooming everywhere, causing the ground to be covered in colorful clothes. Moreover, because of their various attributes, the flowers here almost never wilted and bloomed all year round, and they gave off a dense fragrance. This was undoubtedly the best place to set up the flower world. Moreover, the world flowers had already grown to 5,000 meters tall, but they had not bloomed yet. The flower buds were still jade green, and it would most likely take a while before they bloomed. The Flower Fairy's face was red as she started to set up a magic formation that gave off colorful light. Just as the magic formation was set up, all of the flowers in the surroundings gave off traces of different auras, which flooded into the magic formation like rainbow-colored floodwaters. A powerful aura spread out from the magic formation. The magic formation gave off intense light, dyeing the sky all sorts of colors. The entire sky of the flower domain was like this, and it looked quite beautiful. The 2 of them stood at the center of the magic formation, and the Flower Fairy's face was red as she said nervously, "Your Majesty, we need to fuse. Right now, we need to combine. My flower power will enter your body, and your powerful flower power will also enter my body. This way, a flower nurturing power will be born. At the same time, the 2 massive flowers' energies will fuse together, which will be very beneficial to us. You'll be able to obtain the source flower energy, and I'll be able to use your flower energy to recover my memories and power." Fuse? Looking at the blushing Flower Fairy, Zhao Fu naturally thought about that, and he looked at the Flower Fairy's exquisite face and seductive figure with interest. Sensing Zhao Fu's gaze, the flower fairy lowered her head with a red face, not daring to meet Zhao Fu's gaze. Zhao Fu naturally understood and smiled as he went up and hugged the flower fairy and took off her clothes. At first, the flower fairy did not object and shyly cooperated with Zhao Fu. However, at critical moments, she resisted. However, the two of them still started to do it amongst the flowers. As the two of them made love, the huge power of the flowers gathered by the array was injected into their bodies. The flower fairy's body gave off an intense light, and the images of all sorts of flowers appeared around her body. There were gardenias, peach blossoms, cherry blossoms, lilies, and so on. It was impossible to count, and it seemed to contain all of the flowers in the world. There seemed to be a sea of flowers in the surroundings, and within this sea, there were 8 blurry, ethereal, and illusory flowers scattered in 8 directions. Based on the auras that the 8 flowers gave off, Zhao Fu determined that one was the World Flowers aura and one was the Evil Spirit Abyss Flowers aura. Both of them were part of the world's 7 wondrous flowers, and Zhao Fu was quite surprised. If the indistinct flower in the sea of flowers corresponded to the world's 7 wondrous flowers, but there was an 8th flower in the sea of flowers. Could it be that there was another wondrous flower in the world that no one knew about? Before he could understand, Zhao Fu's body started to heat up and the Evil Spirit Abyss flower in his throat gave off a black-purple light before seeming to come to life. Countless seductive women with beautiful faces and seductive auras appeared in the surroundings as they twisted and danced about. Zhao Fu's eyes became blood red and the pupils in his eye sockets disappeared as 2 jet-black Evil Spirit Abyss flowers appeared, giving off a heart-chilling evil aura as if they had the power to bewitch all creatures. Zhao Fu's appearance also went through some changes. His face became much more beautiful and gave off a dense evil aura, as well as a trace of a feminine aura. Boom! Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body trembled as the 6 Desires demonic crystal within his body exploded out with a massive amount of 6 Desires demonic chi, and 6 rays of black light giving off sharp auras shot into the sky. 6 demon gods appeared in the sky, they were the 6 Desires demon gods. Zhao Fu's 6 Desires celestial art had unexpectedly broken through, and demonic chi flooded into the 6 Desires demon gods' bodies. Demonic clouds covered the sky, and a massive might spread out. Now that his cultivation technique had broken through, Zhao Fu had obtained the ability to summon the 6 Desires demon gods. However, things did not end so simply. The 6 Desires demon gods in the sky raised their hands and a massive wave of power blasted down and entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body seemed to be filled with the 6 Desires power, and his eyes once again went through changes. At the center of the 2 Evil Spirit Abyss flowers, there were 6 small black runes, and there was a swirling demonic chi around the flowers, giving off a suction force. It was as if anyone who looked at him would be sucked into the darkness. The 6 Desires power and Evil Spirit Abyss flowers power had actually fused together, and Zhao Fu felt quite shocked. He had never thought that the 2 powers would fuse together. Boom! 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 The 6 Desires celestial sect's 6 statues once again sensed the 6 Desires demonic chi's shocking changes and gave off intense ripples. The light they gave off pierced through many worlds, causing countless people to feel incredibly shocked. A heaven-toppling aura spread out in all directions. The 6 Desires celestial statues seemed to come to life, and their eyes gave off dense killing intent. This caused the 6 Desires celestial sect's people to feel incredibly shocked. They had never seen the 6 Desires celestial statues react so intensely before. The higher beings all looked incredibly shocked, and one of them sighed, "That person's 6 Desires demonic art has improved, and it seems that he has harmed countless women. We should kill him as soon as possible before things go out of control." Another higher being nodded in agreement, saying, "This sovereign also feels that we should kill him as soon as possible." The 6 Desires celestial statues' reactions are dozens of times more intense than before, and they only react like this after sensing that person's immense threat. That person most likely obtained some sort of heaven-defying opportunity in recent years. The other higher beings all agreed with this and decided to temporarily leave the sect to search for the legatee of the 6 Desires demonic art and put an end to this matter. This caused many people to feel incredibly shocked. It was incredibly rare for 6 higher beings to personally hunt down a single person. However, they knew about the enmity between the 6 Desires celestial sect and the 6 Desires demonic art, so they could understand the six desire celestial sects' actions. Countless righteous sects expressed their support, saying that such a scourge should be killed as soon as possible, while countless evil cultivators supported the legatee of the six desires demonic art. Zhaofu did not know about these things, and the legatee of the six desires demonic art already had dozens of peerless beauties by his side. He had been taking these beauties around to continue his path of subduing beauties, as the six desires demonic art required a large number of top-grade beauties. He didn't know that he had overestimated himself. The six almighty beings weren't looking for him at all, but for Zhaofu's location. With the six almighty beings' terrifying abilities, they might even cause a lot of trouble for Zhaofu in the future. Zhaofu's body was boiling hot, and after being affected by the six desires demonic chi and evil spirit abyss flower, he could not stop his desires and continuously went wild on the flower fairy's body. Under the influence of the sea of flowers, the flower fairy panted and shyly responded to Zhaofu. The two of them spent an entire day in the sea of flowers before stopping. The flower fairy's face was flushed red as she powerlessly lay on top of Zhaofu, while Zhaofu lightly hugged the flower fairy. The two of them were enjoying the afterglow of their passion. After a while, the flower fairy blushed and said, "Your Majesty. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about two people not wearing clothes and sticking close to each other. Through a kiss, the two forces will fuse together." Zhaofu felt quite startled. It turned out that he had misunderstood. No wonder the flower fairy had resisted at the crucial moment. However, Zhaofu still shamelessly said, "Even if it's just like that, I wouldn't be able to resist because you're too alluring." The flower fairy couldn't help but feel delighted and shyly shoved her head into Zhaofu's chest, not daring to meet Zhaofu's gaze. Suddenly, the flower fairy thought of something and sweetly called out, "Husband. Even though my power hasn't recovered, I've recovered some of my memories. I discovered that I was formed from a remnant soul, and if I collect the power of countless flowers, especially the world's 8 wondrous flowers, my former power will recover." Hearing this, Zhaofu was startled and asked curiously, "What kind of remnant soul is that?" Because the flower fairy's existence was too special, Zhaofu had always been curious about what kind of existence she was. Now that he heard that she had recovered some of her memories, he asked curiously. The flower fairy felt quite mysterious and smiled as she said, "Husband, I'm quite curious. Guess what kind of remnant soul I am, and I'll give you a hint that will exceed your imagination." Zhaofu thought to himself. This exceeded his expectations, and he looked quite shocked as he said, "Fairy. Don't tell me you're the remnant soul of a powerful being." If there was a higher being lying in his arms, Zhaofu would be quite shocked and afraid. After all, the difference in power was like the difference between an ocean and a grain of sand. A higher being could kill Zhaofu countless times with just a finger. During his trip to Emperor Path College, Zhaofu had not been able to retaliate at all against Emperor Heaven Realm experts, and Emperor Heaven Realm experts had not been able to retaliate at all in front of higher beings. Zhaofu realized just how terrifying the power of higher beings was. With Zhaofu's stage 9 cultivation, the thought of the person lying in his arms was enough to scare him. Now, Zhaofu's heart had turned cold. The flower fairy looked at Zhaofu with her beautiful eyes and smiled as she shook her head. Zhaofu heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Is that a realm below almighty beings? Or a remnant soul of a flower goddess?" Now, Zhaofu felt that the flower fairy was most likely a remnant soul of a flower goddess. After all, the flower fairy's blessings and her abilities seemed to be that of a godly spirit. Most of the activities in the Legacy Land were related to godly spirits. However, the flower fairy still shook her head and said, "I'm not a flower goddess, I was even more powerful than a higher being." What? Zhaofu looked at the flower fairy in shock. She was even more powerful than a higher being, and she was not a half-step celestial. Zhaofu's body felt quite cold, and with a half-step celestial lying in the flower fairy's arms, Zhaofu felt like he was going to be scared to death. This was especially so when he thought about what he had just done to the flower fairy. He had actually done that to a half-step celestial. If she wanted to make trouble for him in the future, he would not even know how he died. Facing such an existence, Zhaofu couldn't help but feel nervous. That fairy. Fairy, I apologize for what just happened. I didn't ask for your opinion properly. However, are you really a remnant soul of a half-step celestial? The flower fairy lightly laughed, so even the emperor of Qin City could feel fear. However, husband, I'm not angry, can't you see that I'm quite happy? Also, I'm not some half-step celestial's remnant soul. Zhao Fu felt quite confused. She was even more powerful than a higher being and not a half-step celestial, so what was she? The flower fairy smiled as she reminded him, husband, what did you just call me? The flower fairy smiled as she reminded him, husband, what did you just call me? Hearing this, Zhao Fu's heart stopped beating, and a look of shock appeared on his face as he thought of something impossible. If Zhao Fu had just called the flower fairy a fairy, wouldn't that mean that the flower fairy was a true celestial? Thinking about how he was hugging a legendary celestial, Zhao Fu immediately wanted to run. He disregarded everything and ran as fast as he could. He did not even have time to think about putting on clothes. Right now, Zhao Fu's entire body was ice cold and he was sweating profusely. He felt as if he was going to die. He had actually done that to an immortal. If he told others, no one would believe him, because this was simply too terrifying and shocking. What kind of existence was an immortal? They were the ultimate existences in the heaven-awakened world, and they could cause the heavens and earth to split apart, destroy countless worlds, and annihilate all creatures. There was no power in the world that could stop them. Although Zhao Fu had always been curious about what the flower fairy was, he never would have imagined that the flower fairy was actually an immortal. However, Zhao Fu still wanted to confirm something, so he asked, Celestial Maiden, what is it? You really are the remnant soul of an immortal. The flower fairy smiled and nodded seriously. Now that he had confirmed his suspicions, Zhao Fu's heart sank into an abyss. If the flower fairy did anything to him or to Qin, Zhao Fu and Qin would not even have the courage to resist. Hearing the flower fairy admit it, the golden dragon within Zhao Fu's body was incredibly shocked. It had never thought that the flower fairy would be such a terrifying existence. The flower fairy sensed the changes in Zhao Fu and shyly kissed Zhao Fu, saying, husband, don't be afraid of me. You don't have to be afraid of me. Am I not your woman now? Moreover, my power is less than 10% of yours, and I've only recovered a small portion of my memories. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much right now. It was the first time that a woman had been sent to him, and Zhao Fu didn't dare to accept her. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he really didn't dare to. Just thinking about the flower fairy's identity was enough to scare him to death. However, having such a terrifying woman would be of great help to him and Qin in the future. Moreover, he also had a concubine from the origin race. Even though she had left for a long time and he didn't know if she would ever return, she was still Zhao Fu's concubine. She was naturally Tuoba Qing, and she was Zhao Fu's first woman. It had been a few years, and Zhao Fu wondered where she was and how she was doing. Thinking about Tuoba Qing, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel worried. He didn't know when the flower fairy would leave him. Zhao Fu shook his head, indicating that it was fine. Looking at the flower fairy's beautiful face, he evilly smiled and pressed the flower fairy under him as he asked, Fairy, let's do it again, okay? The flower fairy shyly nodded. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to do something, there was some movement around them, and the flower fairy said, Husband, it's possible that a flower fairy is about to be born. It's possible that a flower fairy is about to be born. Hearing this, Zhao Fu could only stop. The two of them put on their clothes and headed to where the movement was. The place where the movement was happening was not very far away, only a few hundred meters away. There was a small red flower that was only a few centimeters tall and had 4 petals. It absorbed the flower energy around it and quickly grew. It gave off an intense red light, and a figure gradually condensed within the red light, waiting for it to dissipate. A flower fairy appeared in front of Zhao Fu. She had a graceful figure and snow-white skin. She was incredibly beautiful and had long, red hair. There was a small red flower on her head, and she wore clothes made of flower petals that only covered the important parts. She also had a pair of transparent, leaf-shaped wings. What was most surprising was that they were the size of normal people, unlike Rose and the others, who were only as big as a palm. Zhao Fu had asked the flower fairy about this, and the flower fairy's reply was that there were many types of flower fairies, and they all looked different. Some had special abilities, but their abilities were roughly the same. There would not be any difference. Hearing this, Zhao Fu examined the abilities of the newly born flower fairies and found that they were the same as normal flower fairies, making him feel at ease. Now, he could spawn 10 or so of these flower fairies every day, and Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied. He wanted to take the flower fairy back to the palace and make her a concubine. Her phoenix chi would be unimaginably vast, and it would not be much weaker than Tuoba Qing's. Husband, I need to come here often to maintain the flower realm. I need to come here often to maintain the flower world, and I want to stay here to absorb the flower's energy to recover my power and memories, the flower fairy said. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that the flower realm was the most suitable place for the flower fairy, so he said, Then you stay here. I will order people to build a palace here for you to live in. I will also hand over all the flower spirits to you. The flower fairy revealed a happy smile. Thank you, husband. I forgot to tell you that I left a trace of celestial flower's energy in your body, so make sure you hide it well. Also, you can absorb all sorts of flower energy, and you can also use the evil spirit abyss flower's energy to its peak. Zhao Fu sensed that there was an additional flower within his body. This flower was very small, only about the size of a mung bean. It had 8 petals and gave off 8 different lights, but the power it contained was extremely great. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite moved. This was evidently very important to the flower fairy, but she had still given it to him. He could not help but spend some more time with her. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to the palace and made the flower fairy a concubine. The amount of phoenix chi she had was quite shocking. If he had made the flower fairy a concubine earlier, just from that massive amount of phoenix chi, he would have realized that her identity was not simple at all. However, back then, Zhao Fu really did not have any intentions of taking possession of the flower fairy. If it wasn't for the misunderstanding, with the flower fairy's status as his benefactor, Zhao Fu would not have been able to do it. In the desolate crow world, which was the world next to the white god world, a massive battle was going on. This was a battle for supremacy. The desolate crow world was quite special. There were no sects or kingdoms here, and everything was gathered in the form of tribes. The race here was called the Desolate Crow race, and they were all tall and muscular. They were natural warriors. However, the culture here seemed to be stuck in a primitive society. They all wore beast skins and had beast fangs. They held crude weapons and gave off a barbaric aura. The Desolate Crow world's geography was quite special. It had 68 continents, and most of them were quite small. A few regions could form a continent, and there were all sorts of tribes living within them. The largest of the 68 continents was at the center of the 68 continents, which was why it was called the Overlord Continent. Anyone who obtained this Overlord Continent would become the Desolate Crow Overlord, and they would be able to accept the submission of the other continents and have the power to mobilize them. The War of the Overlords that was happening now was a huge war for the Overlord of the continent. The victor would become the Overlord and rule over the 68 continents. Boom, a valiant-looking, violet-clothed young man held a sharp sword and 9 violet dragons revolved around his body. He gave off an intense king's aura as he slashed out with his full strength, causing a massive violet sword light to split the heavens and earth. Opposite him was a well-built young man who held a massive stone hammer. He exploded out with terrifying power and roared like a berserk beast, giving off an unstoppable aura as he charged at the violet-clothed young man. Bang, the violet sword light gave off terrifying power as it slashed over. The well-built young man swung the stone hammer with all of his strength, giving off immense destructive power as it smashed towards the violet sword light. However, in the end, he was still sent flying, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The violet-clothed young man appeared next to him and pointed his sword at the young man as he said, "Coldly, you've already lost, not just in terms of martial power but also in terms of tribe. You only have 2 choices, submit or die." The well-built young man did not hesitate. Because he was weaker than the violet-clothed young man, he accepted his loss. He half-knelt on the ground and shouted, "I, Yi Wuji, submit to the Sea Tribe." The Sea Tribe Sea sounded quite familiar because the violet-clothed young man was CG, the former legatee of Great Xia. After escaping from the human world, CG came to the Desolate Crow world. In order to regain his strength, he did everything he could, including marrying the daughter of a large tribe's chief and accepting the Desolate Crow's baptism, becoming half a Desolate Crow tribesman. After that, he accepted the tribe and developed it to where it was now. The desolate power of the 9-continent cauldrons was undoubtedly the greatest help to him. This was because the Xia dynasty was also founded during the desolate era and had hidden desolate power. This allowed him to have sufficient power. In the end, CG started the Overlord War and became the 10th overlord of the desolate Crow world. During this period of time, CG had suffered greatly, and his aura had greatly changed. He was much steadier and sharper than before, and he gave off a valiant aura. He had suffered so much and endured so many cold gazes, all of this was so that he could take revenge on Qin one day. In the end, this day had come. He was now the 10th overlord of the desolate Crow world, an existence that everyone paid attention to. CG had never thought that he would have his current status. Even though he was not the true ruler of a world, he could use the power of an entire world. However, he only had the qualifications to compete with Qin. Now, he only had the qualifications to fight, and it was not too likely for him to defeat Qin. As such, CG naturally thought of the Devil Horn Empire, which was opposing Qin. If he allied with the Devil Horn Empire, he would be able to defeat Qin and wash away his humiliation. He would return 10 times what Qin had done to him in the past. Even though he had considered allying with the Devil Horn Empire and Great Qin Empire, they did not have the same opinion and did not want to directly fight with the Devil Horn Empire or Great Qin. As such, CG could only give up on working with them. After becoming the overlord of the desolate Crow world, CG immediately sent an envoy to the Devil Horn Empire to express his intentions to ally with them. Yao Ming looked delighted. At a time like this, having an ally with a world would be of great help to the Devil Horn Empire. The Devil Horn Empire's overall strength would surpass Qin's, so Yao Ming was naturally very happy and agreed. CG did not look surprised at Yao Ming agreeing to ally with them, as he had long since expected that only an idiot would not ally with them. After both sides reached an agreement, they quickly deepened their cooperation. Yao Ming gifted countless pieces of equipment and medicinal pills to the desolate Crow world, increasing its strength and improving their relationship. Soon, they began to discuss how to destroy Qin. In the end, both sides were quite satisfied with this meeting and came up with a plan to destroy Qin. They smiled and prepared to go back and make preparations. Zhao Fu naturally heard about this, and he was quite surprised by CG's appearance. He had never thought that he would be able to meet this old opponent of his, and he had never thought that CG would become the overlord of a world. However, Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to CG, as there was a pile of information about the desolate Crow world in front of him. Zhao Fu already had a rough understanding of the desolate Crow world. Right now, CG was not the true ruler of a realm. He was only the ruler of a realm, and he was only the ruler of the various powers. His authority had not been truly unified, and there were so many powers that could not be truly loyal to CG. Zhao Fu sneered. He would first let CG see what a small country needed to do in a contest between two big countries. Qin's emissary quickly headed to the desolate Crow world and asked around. Some people were not convinced that CG, an outsider, had become the overlord, but because they did not have the power to resist, they kept their dissatisfaction to themselves. Hearing that CG wanted to ally with the Devil Horn Empire to destroy the Qin Empire, many people objected. The Devil Horn Empire and the Qin Empire's fame had spread throughout the surrounding 10 or so worlds. They were also the 2 strongest countries in this area. The desolate Crow world's people did not want to participate, even though they had a world and their warriors were not weak. However, they were divided into countless factions, while the other side was a unified faction. The battle prowess of both sides was clearly much stronger. Whether it was in terms of morale, equipment, or unity, the unified faction had a great advantage. The Devil Horn Empire and the Qin Empire were both massive unified empires, and the desolate Crow world was not strong enough. If they participated, they would definitely suffer. However, as the overlord of the desolate Crow world, CG had the right to decide what to do, and they had to obey the overlord's orders. Of course, in order to appease the dissatisfied voices, CG said that he would not submit to the 2 empires and would fight against the 2 empires. The desolate Crow people would conquer the world from now on and would not fear bloodshed or any war, using this as a slogan to motivate the desolate Crow people. This was indeed quite useful. The desolate Crow people were all battle-hungry people and did not fear battle. Similarly, the Desolate Crow people had never left the Desolate Crow world before. Now, under the leadership of their new overlord, they might be able to conquer other worlds instead of fighting amongst themselves. Because of the Desolate Crow world's special location, it was difficult for the factions within it to unify, so it did not start any battles. The other worlds did not want to offend the Desolate Crow world either. Now that they were going to conquer worlds, this was a historic moment, and CG received the support of countless Desolate Crow race youths. Some of the older Desolate Crow race members were deeply worried. They were old and no longer had any hot-bloodedness. They just wanted to live peacefully, and the Desolate Crow world participating in a war between two massive empires could cause the Desolate Crow world to fall into danger. In actuality, this was indeed the case. The messengers that the Qin Empire had sent out had already contacted the tribe that was most dissatisfied with CG. This tribe was quite powerful and was one of the top 3 tribes in the Desolate Crow world. This tribe was called the Mater tribe, and the Mater tribe was quite shocked at the sudden arrival of the Qin Empire's messengers. They did not understand why the Qin Empire's messengers had come to find them. However, as the messengers of such a massive empire, the Mater tribe still received this messenger seriously. The Qin Empire's messengers directly stated their goal. Qin Empire would provide all sorts of help for the Mater tribe to become the overlord, and they also told him of CG's true identity. He was a rebel from the Qin Empire, and Qin Empire had to kill him. Now, he dares to control the Desolate Crow world and ally with the Devil Horn Empire to resist Qin Empire. Our Emperor Qin Empire is quite furious, so he is willing to help the Mater tribe. Of course, you can choose to refuse, and Qin Empire will choose someone else to be the overlord. Qin Empire is willing to provide all sorts of equipment and even war beasts to become the overlord of the Desolate Crow world, and unifying the Desolate Crow world will not be a problem. The Mater tribe had always been dissatisfied with CG and wanted to become the overlord, but they did not have the strength to do so. Hearing that they had Qin Empire's full support, they were naturally quite delighted. Hearing that Qin Empire's messengers would choose someone else to work with, they did not hesitate and chose to work with Qin Empire. Following this, Qin Empire's messengers came back with a large number of gifts, saying, "His Majesty is very happy to work with you and has sent over 10 million sets of armor, 10 million weapons, 6 million sets of bows and arrows, 5 million bottles of stage 3 medicinal pills, and 100 war beasts." The Mater tribe's people looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Qin Empire would give them such a large sum. Looking at the exquisite equipment that gave off a cold light and the bottles of medicinal pills, everyone's eyes widened and their breathing became erratic. With such a massive amount of resources, the Mater tribe's people felt incredibly delighted. They were now sure that Qin Empire would fully support them in fighting for the position of overlord. They did not suspect Qin Empire's true goal because CG was a rebel from the Qin Empire. They had investigated this and had confirmed CG's identity. In actuality, these pieces of equipment had already been discarded by Qin, and they were not very useful. Now that Qin had a complete set of black iron god equipment and medicinal pills, he had added hidden evil, which he had used against the Orc City. Even though this was quite sinister, Zhao Fu did not want to fully support a faction in case they turned on him. More importantly, Zhao Fu did not trust them. Seeing the Mater tribe's people look so delighted, the Qin's envoy smiled and said, "Everyone, these are just inanimate objects and are not much. Qin's truly powerful battle beasts are his battle beasts. Everyone, please take a look." Massive gray wolves appeared in front of everyone. Looking at their bodies that were close to 100 meters long, their savage eyes, sharp fangs, and the ferocious auras they gave off, everyone felt quite shocked. Is this Qin's true strength? Everyone could not help but gulp in shock. Even though they had heard of how powerful Qin was, they had never seen it for themselves. Today, their horizons had been broadened and they had seen Qin's true strength. They were now even more certain that the Desolate Crow world was not a match for Qin, and it would be best if they did not become enemies with Qin. At the same time, they were quite happy that with such a powerful faction supporting them, they would be able to easily obtain the overlord position. Following this, the Qin's envoy threw out an important piece of news. If the Mater tribe truly wanted to cooperate with Qin, the supreme ruler of Qin, Qin's emperor, would personally come to discuss with everyone, and he might even provide the ability to create Qin's battle beasts. Everyone was sent into an uproar. No one had thought that even Qin's emperor would come. In actuality, the Mater tribe's strength was equivalent to a Marquis kingdoms. Meeting the ruler of Qin, who had 3 worlds, made them feel quite flattered. At the same time, they were not in a hurry to agree. Instead, they returned to their tents and gathered all the nobles in the tribe to discuss the matter from the beginning. This was because they wanted to do something that would affect the fate of the entire Mater tribe. Sitting in the tent was a thin middle-aged man dressed in black. He was the chief of the Mater tribe, Mok. Beside him was a sturdy young man named Moyue, the young master of the Mater tribe. The 2 rows below were filled with people. They were naturally the nobles of the tribe. Now, they looked at Mok, waiting for him to speak. Mok told everyone everything that had happened, allowing them to voice their opinions. Soon, someone said, "I think we can cooperate with Qin. They have a reason to destroy CG, and we also want to compete for the overlord position. It's just a matter of taking what we need. Besides, CG has long known that we are dissatisfied with him. It's just that he hasn't found a chance yet. If he has a chance, he will destroy our Mater tribe immediately." Another person said, "I agree with that. We should take advantage of Qin's help to make a move against CG, or else it will be too late." However, someone said hesitantly, "For Qin to support us so much, his goal might not be simple. I feel that Qin wants a civil war in the desolate Crow world so that the desolate Crow world will not be able to threaten Qin." The others nodded, and one person said, "If this civil war breaks out, it will definitely be the largest civil war in the desolate Crow world. We have the support of the Qin Empire, and now that CG has allied with the Devil Horn Empire, we will definitely receive the Devil Horn Empire's support. When that time comes, who knows how many people will die because of this. It's possible that we will become the sinners of the desolate Crow world, causing the desolate Crow world's creatures to be plunged into misery and suffering." Hearing this, the atmosphere within the tent became quite heavy. Most people did not want to cooperate with Qin and did not want a terrifying civil war to break out in the desolate Crow world. Seeing this, someone said dissatisfiedly, "I know that you don't want a large-scale civil war, but you need to understand that CG is Qin's enemy and has allied with the Devil Horn Empire. The desolate Crow world has already joined in. Even if we don't start a civil war, Qin will attack the desolate Crow world sooner or later. When that time comes, the desolate Crow world will be filled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. This is unavoidable. Also, CG wants to destroy us at any time. Do you want to wait for death here and let CG come and kill us? If we want to fight for the overlord position, we will have to go through a civil war. What's more important is that Qin is not limited to only cooperating with one of us. He has many other factions to choose from. Do you think the other factions will refuse Qin 100%? A civil war will break out sooner or later, and the most important thing for us is to obtain the most power. Moreover, Great Qin's emperor has personally come, which shows Great Qin's sincerity. Everyone has seen that battle beast with their own eyes. That terrifying battle beast is most likely able to fight against 50,000 to 60,000 soldiers. If we can obtain such a method, not only will the entire desolate Crow world belong to the Mater tribe, but the surrounding worlds will also belong to the Mater tribe. Our Mater tribe will lead the desolate Crow race into a glorious era." Hearing this, everyone silently thought about it. Right now, cooperating with Qin was the best choice. In the end, the chief Mok listened to the suggestions of the various factions and decided to formally cooperate with Great Qin. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu smiled and did not feel too surprised, as he had long since guessed this. As such, he got up and snuck into the desolate Crow tribe and came to the Mater tribe. The one who received Zhao Fu was the Mater tribe's young chief Moyue. The Mater tribe's chief did not appear, as he was still on guard against Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu had a nation armament with the power of 3 worlds and could easily kill him. As such, he did not directly meet with Zhao Fu and had Moyue take his place. Within the tent, Moyue and Xianxia received Zhao Fu and celebrated their cooperation. There was not much to discuss about the cooperation, it was basically that Qin would provide all sorts of resources. What the Mater tribe felt was that the method to nurture that war beast was incredibly terrifying. That method was Qin's most important secret, and he would not easily give it to the Mater tribe. That war beast was something that the Mater tribe wanted the most, as it would be their main force in sweeping through the various large factions. As such, they first properly received Zhao Fu before bringing up this matter. However, how could Zhao Fu agree so easily? However, he did not say anything too harsh and gave them some room to bargain. Zhao Fu was doing everything according to plan, and Mo Yue let out a sigh of relief. There was still some hope, and according to the Modder tribe's plan, he smiled and had everyone leave, and he called in 10 beautiful Modder tribe women. In actuality, the other women were like this as well, and they gave off a dense wildness and a straightforward and domineering aura. Almost all of the wild crow women were like this, as they were quite valiant and liked to fight. As such, they naturally did not give off a weak aura. Mo Yue pointed at the most beautiful woman and smiled as he said, "That's my little sister, and her name is Molly. The other women are all famous beauties in the Modder tribe, and they are now your majesty's women. This is a small gift from the Modder tribe." Zhao Fu could tell what the Modder tribe meant. The Modder tribe chief's daughter had been sent here, which showed how much importance the Modder tribe attached to this matter. At the same time, this would make the relationship between the two sides more stable. Moreover, as the daughter of the Modder tribe chief, Molly would think of ways to help the Modder tribe in the future, and she would also collect information about Qin for the Modder tribe. As such, most factions would choose the people they were closest to as they were the most reliable and had various advantages. "Your Majesty, enjoy yourself." "Enjoy yourself, we'll talk about business later." Mo Yue smiled and said goodbye, then left the tent. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had thought that he would bring these women back to Qin's palace, and he had never thought that Mo Yue would now want to enjoy them. Molly gave a cool smile as she walked over to Zhao Fu and boldly straddled him. She put her arms around Zhao Fu's neck and looked at Zhao Fu provocatively as she said, "Your Majesty Qin, I've often heard of you. Now, I want you to do me." Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh. It was rare to see such a bold, arrogant, and wild woman. What happened next did not need to be said, nor could it be described in detail. Intense sounds came from within the tent. At first, Molly was able to say a few words, but she quickly started to beg for mercy. However, the other women could no longer do it, so Zhao Fu could only do it with Molly. He wanted to see if she would still dare to be so arrogant in the future. There were 5 or 6 female soldiers guarding the tent, and they were Molly's personal soldiers. In the Modder tribe, Molly led an army, and she was quite strong. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter was too important, the Modder tribe definitely would not give Molly away. These female soldiers were quite good-looking and had mature figures, and they gave off ferocious auras. Hearing that, they hurriedly walked into the tent, but soon, they started to moan. Mo Yue waited in the distance, but the sounds were too loud and he could not help but react. Then, he heard his little sister's voice. An image appeared in his mind of his little sister being pressed down by a man and ferociously doing it. Hearing his little sister's pleas, Mo Yue felt quite amazed at Zhao Fu's abilities. Including the female soldiers, there were 10 or so women, but it was still not enough. The Qin emperor was just as the legend said, extremely dissolute and lustful. With this weakness, he could easily control Zhao Fu and obtain what he wanted. Mo Yue immediately ordered people to find another 30 beauties from the tribe and bring them here for Zhao Fu to enjoy. Just as the 30 beauties entered, their moans sounded out. Mo Yue listened in the distance and could not take it anymore, so he wanted to find a woman. However, soon, he heard his little sister's voice. Mo Yue couldn't help but curse. Just as he was about to give the order to send more women in, his body froze as he saw a peerlessly beautiful woman walk towards the tent. Not only was this woman beautiful, but her skin was snow white and she was voluptuous and alluring. She wore a fox fur coat and gave off a trace of nobility. She also gave off a mature aura, making people want to pounce on her and ferociously do her. She was his mother and his father's only woman. She was called Shuer and was a member of the Snow tribe. Why was she here? Mo Yue felt quite shocked and had a bad premonition, and he quickly went up to stop his mother. "Mother! What are you doing here?" Shuer said angrily, "Your bastard father gave me to the person in the tent and told me to properly serve that person." Mo Yue felt as if his mind had exploded and went blank. The desolate Crow people were quite valiant, and there were men who invited their friends to do their wives or had their wives serve important guests. However, Moyue had never thought that his father would give his mother to someone else. However, Moyue quickly understood the reason. His father most likely did not want to do this, but he was still thinking about the big picture. His mother, Shuer, had the desolate crow-woman body, and she had a unique charm that could make any man fall in love with her and go crazy for her. With how lustful Great Qin's emperor was, he would most likely be controlled by his mother. Even if he could not obtain the Qin Empire, he would at least be able to obtain massive help from the Qin Empire, and the benefits would be unimaginable. Moreover, the desolate crow-woman body was incredibly demanding. The previous overlord had the desolate crow-woman body, and she needed thousands of men to do her every day. This was why his father was so skinny. When he was young, his father was a hero of his generation and had countless beauties. However, it was already quite difficult for him to deal with his mother, so his mother was his only woman. However, as his father grew older and older, he became weaker and weaker. If this continued, his father would die because of his mother sooner or later. Moyue hoped that this would be the case. He hoped that his father would die earlier so that he could inherit the position of the tribe and his mother. Ever since he was young, he had deeply loved his mother, but he had always hidden it within his heart and did not dare to let his father know. This was why Moyue had been so shocked and excited when he heard that his father had given his mother to someone else. Moyue said angrily, "Mother, wait here. I'll go and find father right away. I definitely won't allow such a thing to happen." Shuer lightly smiled and nodded as she lightly hugged Moyue, saying, "As expected from my good son, but you need to remember not to quarrel with your father too much. As long as your father takes back his orders, it will be fine. I only have you and your family in my heart, and I definitely won't serve other men." Moyue greedily breathed in his mother's aura and tightly hugged his mother. He resolutely nodded and thought to himself that he definitely could not let this happen. His mother belonged to him, and no one could take her away from him. Soon, Moyue ran into the tent and was about to loudly reprimand his father when Moke threw out a pile of clothes, causing Moyue to collapse to the ground and stare at his father in a daze. Those clothes were his mother's underwear that he had stolen since he was young. Moyue looked dispirited and powerlessly sat there. The secret hidden in the depths of his heart had long since been known by his father, the person he should not have known. Now, he did not have the strength to persuade his father. That way, his father would be able to get rid of his mother and recover his essence qi. His mother would also be satisfied, and he would not do that forbidden thing. With his mother's help, his little sister would have a better life in Qin, and the tribe would receive more support from Qin. Outside the tent, Shuer heard the intense sounds within the tent, and her body reacted greatly. Her face became red, and her eyes shined with lust. However, Shuer still controlled herself. Even though she wanted to go in, she stayed a bit further away. She told herself not to think too much and not to listen. However, from a bit further away, she could still hear the women's moans within the tent. Their voices were filled with joy and pleasure. Shuer almost wanted to go in, but she controlled herself and wanted to leave. Perhaps that bastard husband of hers had already taken back his orders. At the same time, she felt quite shocked and disappointed. The Emperor of Qin was too terrifying in this aspect. Now that she had heard it with her own ears, Shuer completely believed the rumors. Arg! Suddenly, a cry of pain sounded out, causing Shuer's body to tremble. It was Molly's voice, which was Shuer's daughter. Hearing that her daughter was being ravaged by the Emperor of Qin, Shuer angrily rushed into the tent. Seeing the erotic scene within the tent, as well as the flesh and desire spreading around, Shuer's body trembled. There was also a faint six desires demonic qi floating in the air. Shuer breathed in the faint six desires demonic qi, and under the stimulation of the scenes and sounds, she could not control her body and leapt onto Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu looked at such an alluring woman, and this was what he liked, so the two of them quickly started to do it. Dispirited, Moyue returned to the tent and did not see his mother waiting there. He let out a sigh of relief. With his mother's personality, she should have left long ago. However, in the next moment, Moyue's body softened and he powerlessly knelt on the ground. He looked at the tent in a daze because the sounds of his mother and another man could be heard, and the reaction was extremely intense. Although he had eavesdropped on his father and mother doing it a few times, It was the first time he had heard his mother so happily and excitedly. Without even thinking, he knew that his mother was happily doing it with the Emperor of Qin and Qin Emperor like a slut. After half a day, torches were lit to illuminate the surroundings, and the sounds only stopped. Moyue gave a twisted smile as he softly asked, "Great Qin's Majesty, may I come in now?" Moyue had been standing outside the tent the entire time, listening to the sounds of his mother and Great Qin's emperor doing it. Under the stimulation, he started to like this feeling. Zhao Fu lightly nodded and silently leapt into the tent. Within the tent, the woman had already put on her clothes again. Her face was ready and she had a faint smile on her face. His mother and little sister were currently lying in the Great Qin Emperor's embrace, and his little sister was happily smiling as she hugged the Great Qin Emperor, looking like she had fallen in love with him. His mother and little sister were lying in the embrace of the Emperor of Qin. His little sister smiled happily and hugged the Emperor of Qin, looking as if she had fallen in love with him. "Also, don't worry, I won't do anything. I can do it in front of you, and the beasts and tribe stones are yours. You should be able to control them. Also, don't worry, I won't do anything. I can do it in front of you, and the beasts and tribe stones will be yours. You should be able to control them." The tribe stones were city lord seals, and although they had different names, their functions were the same. Hearing that he would only help them with the transformation of their battle beasts and not obtain the method, Moyue felt quite angry. He had sacrificed his mother and little sister, but he had not obtained the method to nurture battle beasts. "Good husband. Please help my son." Shuer did her part and kissed Zhao Fu on the cheek as she said coquettishly to Zhao Fu. She wanted to help the Mater tribe and obtain the most benefits. Moyue looked at his mother hugging someone else, calling him husband, and kissing him. Most of the anger in his heart disappeared, and he instead felt quite excited. Facing Shuer's intimate actions, Zhao Fu felt quite embarrassed. Now, he understood that the beautiful woman in front of him was Moyue's mother, and she was the Mater tribe chief's woman. He couldn't help but marvel at the ferocity and chaos of the tribe world. However, Zhao Fu was not someone who would do anything for a woman, so he said, "This is all Qin can do. However, I can help you transform as many battle beasts as you have." "All right. I promise." A skinny middle-aged man walked in from outside the tent. It was the Mater tribe chief, Moke. Even though Moke was not here, he constantly received information about this place. He understood that this was Great Qin's greatest concession, so he directly agreed. Now that the tribe had 4,000 tribe stones, they could directly have 4,000 terrifying battle beasts. Thinking about that terrifying power, coupled with the various excellent equipment provided by Qin, the Mater tribe could instantly sweep away all the surrounding forces. When Shuer saw Moke, her eyes were filled with resentment. He had actually given her away just like that. Fortunately, not only could Zhao Fu satisfy her, but he could also let her enjoy extreme pleasure. In addition to Zhao Fu's incomparably handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, Shuer was actually very surprised to meet Zhao Fu. If she hadn't met such an extraordinary and powerful man like Zhao Fu, Shuer's eyes would have been filled with resentment. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. At the same time, he was a little more careful with Moke. A person who could give away his beloved woman was definitely not ordinary. The two sides quickly signed a contract, and Zhao Fu took out a sum of strategic resources to give to the Mater tribe. This made the Mater tribe pleasantly surprised, and they could not help but feel more confident. Following that, Zhao Fu also began to help the Mater tribe transform their battle beasts. The Mater tribe also specially selected 4,000 extremely powerful and ferocious desolate crow beasts. These desolate crow beasts did not refer to just one type of creature, but included all kinds of wild beasts in the desolate crow world. For example, there were tigers, lions, crocodiles, elephants, black apes. Many of the wild beasts looked the same as normal beasts, but they had one thing in common, which was that there was a piece of black skin or scales on their heads. Zhao Fu fused the tribe stones into them, and waves of ferocious aura erupted. The Mater tribe, who had already made various preparations, began to attack the surrounding forces at the same time, and issued a challenge to the 10th Overlord, CG. At the beginning, the Mater tribe split into 3 armies and simultaneously attacked in 3 directions. They swept through everything in their path, as the surrounding factions were completely unprepared. Before there was an overlord, the various factions would have been wary of each other. However, now that there was an overlord, no one dared to casually attack other tribes. After all, the overlord had the authority to mobilize all of the tribes to attack another tribe, and no one dared to do so. If the Modder tribe did not have Qin's support, they would not have dared to do such a thing. Only with Qin's support did they dare to directly face off against CG. Roar! Roar, roar! Massive desolate crow beasts gave massive roars and ferociously destroyed defensive structures. They gave off shocking auras and were completely unstoppable. The enemy quickly gathered their forces and came to resist, but they had never thought that they would encounter a group of massive beasts. Looking at the 100-meter-tall massive beasts, they felt a sense of fear, and the desolate crow beasts savagely leapt towards the army. A massive black ape leapt into the army and crushed dozens of people into meat paste. It swung its massive arm, bringing with it a powerful gale, and soldiers' bodies were blasted away like sand. A massive red-furred tiger leapt into the crowd and started to randomly bite, turning soldiers into mincemeat. It turned its body and swung its tail, sending many soldiers flying. Its power could easily shatter a soldier's chest. An elephant that was as big as a small mountain rampaged through the army, and no one was able to stop it. Countless people were sent flying and died on the spot, and even more people were crushed into meat paste by its massive foot. The enemy had no way to deal with the massive beasts, and countless beasts rushed into the army, causing many people to panic and die. The army fell into chaos. However, many people rushed up and fought with the massive beasts, and some used bows and arrows to shoot. However, they were too weak, and some were unable to harm the massive beasts. Some were able to injure the massive beasts, but they were only lightly injured. The pain stimulated the massive beasts' ferocity, causing them to become even more savage and ferocious as they attacked the enemy soldiers, causing the death toll to continuously rise. At the same time, the people of the Modder tribe also launched an attack. Taking advantage of the chaos, arrows flew out like black shadows, killing soldiers one by one. Some of them raised the weapons provided by Qin, roared, and rushed into the chaotic crowd, killing the enemy soldiers wantonly. Everything happened so suddenly that the forces around the Modder tribe had no time to react. They did not expect the Modder tribe to have such a terrifying combat power, and they were all taken down by the Modder tribe. After destroying the surrounding large factions, Moke didn't bother with the surrounding smaller factions and attacked the larger factions further away. The surrounding smaller factions all surrendered in fear, and Moke didn't need to do anything. The Modder tribe's sudden provocation of war and their explosive power shocked the entire desolate crow tribe. What's going on? How did the Modder tribe suddenly become so powerful? Also, how did the Modder tribe obtain that terrifying beast? Also, how did they dare to fight against the entire desolate crow world by themselves? Everyone felt quite confused and couldn't understand what was going on. However, they understood that the Modder tribe was coming in ferociously, and the desolate crow world was about to fall into chaos. At that moment, the Modder tribe's arrogant words of challenging the overlords resounded throughout the desolate crow world. They used the excuse that CG was not part of the desolate crow tribe and was an outsider, as well as Qin's sinner. This also meant that the Modder tribe had obtained Qin's support and was about to become the desolate crow overlord. Hearing this, everyone in the desolate crow world felt their hearts sink. They were now certain that a terrifying war was about to erupt in the desolate crow world. Now that the Qin Empire had intervened, the Modder tribe had become incredibly powerful with its support. It would be very difficult to destroy them, especially since the Qin Empire could send troops to help the Modder tribe at any time. With the Qin Empire's terrifying strength as their backing, it was no wonder that the Modder tribe dared to be so arrogant, directly challenging the overlord and going against all the tribes in the desolate crow world. However, now that the Modder tribe had Qin's support, many tribes probably didn't want to get involved, because the losses would be huge. Right now, no one knew how many people were still on CG's side. Although the overlord had the right to mobilize many tribes would not follow orders 100%. They would also resist or even ignore orders. If the Modder tribe didn't have the support of the Qin Empire, they would naturally stand on CG's side. This was because if they gathered together, they could easily destroy the Modder tribe. However, now that the Modder tribe had the support of Qin, they would have to pay a huge price to destroy it, and they might even be destroyed instead. In the face of such a huge price and death, how could anyone listen to CG? CG, the overlord, would become an empty shell overlord. At the same time, everyone understood that the Mater tribe's massive war beast had most likely been provided by Qin. Hearing that the Qin Empire was supporting the Mater tribe, CG's eyes became filled with fury, and his hatred towards Zhao Fu became even greater. Following this, CG held an overlord conference and invited the various tribes to come and discuss how to deal with the Mater tribe. However, only 7 or 8 factions came, and they were the factions that were on good terms with the Sea tribe and were the most reliable allies. Apart from them, not a single one came. This made CG so angry that he slammed the table and furiously left the desolate Crow world. With his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to defend against the Mater tribe with Qin's help. As such, he had to invite the Devil Horn Empire to help him. After hearing about this and realizing Qin's plan, Yao Ming naturally could not allow Qin to do as he wished and use the Mater tribe to control the desolate Crow world. He would definitely support CG and have him resist the Mater tribe. Of course, Yao Ming did not want to lose a large number of forces for nothing, so he signed an agreement with CG. If CG once again obtained the position of overlord, he would cede half of his territory to the Devil Horn Empire. Facing the greedy Devil Horn Empire, CG did not hesitate to agree because he did not have any other choice. Yao Ming was quite satisfied and sent a large number of devil beasts, equipment, and war resources to CG. Taking these things, CG returned to the desolate Crow world. The first thing he did was gather his tribe's forces and a few tribes that he had good relations with before attacking the surrounding tribes. That's right, CG did not immediately attack the Mater tribe and instead attacked the surrounding tribes. This was because he understood the weakness of not having a unified authority. It was impossible to truly mobilize the power of an entire world. The many tribes could also make him a mere figurehead, not having to listen to his orders and dispatches. In fact, they could even not give him any face, making him an overlord in name but not a true ruler. In the end, CG decided to act like the Mater tribe and quickly expand his strength to obtain the greatest benefits, rather than foolishly defend. After all, the factions conquered by the Mater tribe had nothing to do with him, and CG did not care whether they lived or died. The tribes around the Sea tribe had never thought that CG would not attack the incredibly arrogant Mater tribe and instead attack them. Adding on the Devil Horn Empire's devil beasts' help, they were unable to resist at all and were swept aside by CG. Countless devil beasts roared and massive amounts of devil chi filled the heavens and earth. That massive aura was unstoppable, causing countless people to fall into terror. Similarly, as CG destroyed some large tribes, the smaller tribes surrendered in fear. After all, these smaller tribes did not have any strength to resist at all, so they could only surrender. Facing CG's sudden attack, the desolate Crow tribe's various tribes looked quite confused. They had never thought that CG would do such a thing, causing their hearts to tighten. Before, they did not want to participate in this battle because they did not want to suffer heavy losses. If 2 empires joined in, the casualties would be unimaginable. As such, they could only choose to remain neutral to avoid this. However, CG had acted against them first, causing them to fall into a battle that was unavoidable. CG had attacked them from the front and the Mater tribe was wildly expanding. The remaining factions hurriedly allied together to resist CG and the Mater tribe, but the situation was not looking good. These 2 factions were the most powerful factions in the desolate Crow world, and with the help of the 2 empires, they became even more powerful. The allied factions were continuously pushed back by these 2 factions, and countless people died. The battle continued for 7 days, but it did not end. It was now the most important moment. The various tribes gathered their forces and split into 2 groups, wanting to defend against CG and the Mater tribe's attacks. On the other hand, the Mater tribe had already swept away countless tribes and swallowed their power to become a huge monster. Their military force had already reached a terrifying 2 billion. Most importantly, the power had been unified. These military forces and generals would all listen to the orders of one person, and there would be no objections. Moke's blood surged as he looked at the tide-like soldiers, bringing with them a vast and terrifying aura. His heart was filled with boundless pride. Today, he did not want to be an overlord, he wanted to be the Desolate Crow race's first king, the Desolate Crow King. He wanted to unify the Desolate Crow world and create a new era so that the Desolate Crow race's history would forever remember him. When he thought of this, Moke let out a wild laugh. Recently, without his wife Xuer, Moke's chi and blood quickly recovered. He became strong and powerful, and his ambition also surged. Now, facing the final resistance from all sides, in order to raise morale, Moke was conferred king in advance and became the first Desolate Crow King. The Mater tribe also officially changed its name to Aragawa Province. The Mater tribe had completed an unprecedented feat. It was their first time establishing a kingdom and conferring king, and all of the Mater tribe people were incredibly excited. Their blood burned as they roared towards the sky, celebrating and welcoming the establishment of Aragawa Province. Using this fervent aura, Moke started to attack all of the other tribes. CG did not fall behind, and he eagerly fulfilled the Sea family's dream of establishing his own kingdom. Hearing that the Mater tribe had publicly established a kingdom, he also started to announce the establishment of a kingdom, and the Great Xia dynasty officially appeared in the world. Countless people from the CG tribe excitedly celebrated. They had ended the era of tribes and entered the era of dynasties. At the same time, CG used this high morale to launch a final attack on all of the other tribes. All of the tribes were gloomy. Facing the powerful morale of both sides, they did not have the confidence to defend against both sides. Roar! Roar, roar! The battle beasts of Aragawa Province loudly roared, bringing with them an incredibly ferocious aura. They ferociously rushed towards the soldiers of the other tribes, and their aura seemed to be suffocating. Now, the number of battle beasts in Aragawa Province had reached 30,000, and they charged together with unstoppable momentum. They broke through the defenses that the various tribes had temporarily built, and countless Aragawa Province soldiers roared as they rushed towards the soldiers of the other tribes. Facing such a terrifying attack, the various tribes had long since become terrified and were powerless to defend. After fighting for a while, countless tribe soldiers had already escaped. The Aragawa Province soldiers ferociously chased after the tribe's soldiers, and it was time to enjoy the fruits of their victory. The Aragawa Province soldiers savagely grinned as they rushed into the various tribes. Seeing women, they did not care if they were beautiful or ugly, and they would press them down on the ground, tear off their clothes, and violate them. Not many soldiers fought over average-looking women, as they could vent by themselves. However, for beautiful women, many soldiers would violate them at the same time. They continuously struggled and cried, unable to resist at all, and could only be violated by those people in despair. Not everyone was interested in women, and some people rushed into the tribes and started a massacre. They killed anyone they saw, chopping off children's heads as spoils of war, or chopping up useless elderly people, enjoying the pleasure of killing. There were also many people who rushed into tents to take their belongings. Those who hid in tents naturally did not have good fates. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been hacked to death, but some people who could not find their belongings would vent their anger on those people. They would cut off large pieces of flesh from those people's bodies and use fire to burn their wounds, turning the wounds into charcoal, and those people would die from the pain. Jiaofu hugged Xuer and flew in the sky. His expression did not change at all, as he had seen this many times, and he did not show any signs of stopping them. Seeing such a bloody and cruel massacre, Xuer did not react at all. This sort of thing happened quite often in the tribe, so she did not have much of a reaction. The two of them landed on the ground, and Jiaofu mainly came to personally check on the situation. Before, he had directly received reports and had never personally seen it, so he wanted to confirm it and decide on his future plans. Seeing that there was no one around, Xuer lay on a tree and raised her bottom. Her cheeks were red, and she looked at Jiaofu flirtatiously as she said, "Good husband. Now that you've seen the situation, hurry up and do me." Jiaofu felt quite helpless. This beautiful woman was incredibly thirsty and wanted him at any time. No wonder Moke would give her to him, an ordinary man would definitely die for her. However, she could have become the first Desolate Crow King's queen, and even though she had been given to him, their relationship was quite special. Everyone knew that she was Moke's only woman, and she was their young master's mother. Looking at Jiaofu ravaging Xuer, the golden dragon suddenly said, "Jiaofu, why don't you make her an empress?" "Eh?" Zhao Fu looked quite confused and did not know why the golden dragon would say such a thing, so he asked, "What's the reason?" The golden dragon replied, "Her constitution is quite special, and it's possible that she'll become pregnant with your child. With your divine bloodline, it's almost impossible for other women to become pregnant with your child." Zhao Fu could not help but stop and think to himself. However, Shuer was unwilling and looked at Zhao Fu flirtatiously as she begged, "Husband, hurry up and do me." A while later, Shuer's face was completely red as she sweetly hugged Zhao Fu and walked into the army camp. Zhao Fu had long since made his decision and did not want to make Shuer an empress. It was not because she was promiscuous but because Zhao Fu did not want to make her an empress at all. There was no great reason for him to treat all women equally. "Mother." Moyue gave an excited smile as he looked at his red-faced mother, who gave off an alluring aura. She had most likely just been done by Zhao Fu. She really was a promiscuous woman who wanted to be done by a man at any time. Fortunately, Zhao Fu could help her, or else how many men would it take? To satisfy her, the hegemons of the previous generations needed thousands of men to be satisfied. Did that mean that his mother needed 1,000 as well? Thinking about that, Moyue felt quite excited. Shuer's face became red and she buried her head in Zhao Fu's embrace. She knew that after she and Zhao Fu had gotten together, she had become more and more promiscuous. There were many rumors about her, and most of them were true. She could not face Moyue as a mother. She did not know that her son's heart was already twisted, and she could not imagine all of the twisted thoughts in his mind. Zhao Fu calmly said a few words to Moyue before bringing Shuer into the tent. There was a meeting going on, and seeing Zhao Fu arrive, they all got up and smiled at Zhao Fu. It could be said that the Modder tribe had today's achievements and could reward Aragawa province because of the support of the Qin Empire. Without the support of the Qin Empire, they couldn't have done it. Shuer let go of Zhao Fu and didn't hug Zhao Fu anymore. Moke was now the first Baron Crow King and her ex-husband, so she had to give him some face. Otherwise, Shuer wouldn't want to leave Zhao Fu's side for even a minute. Although they had just done it, Shuer wanted to wait until the meeting was over before doing it with Zhao Fu again. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but think of Moyue. I don't think he'll be able to forgive his promiscuous mother. After obtaining victory in Aragawa province, they had obtained half of the desolate Crow World's territory. However, the other half was occupied by CG's Great Xia dynasty because they had also won the final battle. Now, the desolate Crow World did not have as many complicated factions and tribes as before, and there were only two major factions, the Golden Crow Kingdom and the Great Xia dynasty. All of the other tribes had either submitted or been destroyed. Not only had countless desolate Crow people died in this internal battle, but countless tribes had also disappeared. The battle had spread everywhere, and no one had been able to escape. The desolate Crow World had suffered a catastrophe. Now, both factions had the support of two large empires, and the world had been split in half. It could be said that all of this had been caused by CG. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to ally with the Devil Horn Empire to destroy Qin, Qin would not have interfered, and such a terrifying outcome would not have happened. This was a warning to the surrounding worlds that it was best not to participate in the battle between the two empires, or else the desolate Crow World would become a living example. The surrounding alliance's expressions were quite serious, and they took this matter quite seriously. They had never thought that the two empires would have such great power to directly split apart a world. If the two empires did the same to them, how could they stop them? In order to deal with this, they set up armies and people to prevent this from happening. If they found any worlds or kingdoms related to the two empires, they had to be destroyed as soon as possible to prevent them from harming the alliance. This measure caused the 10 or so worlds to become quite tense. All sorts of spies ran about, gathering all sorts of information and preventing the two empires from infiltrating. The battle in the desolate Crow World was not over yet. Not only did Aragawa province want to unify the world, but the Great Xia dynasty also wanted to unify the world. Roar! Roar, roar! Aragawa province's countless war beasts gave off roars and gave off world-shaking auras as they rushed towards the Great Xia dynasty. Roar! Roar, roar! The Great Xia dynasty's devil beasts also gave off massive roars and gave off an aura that caused people to feel despair as they ferociously rushed towards Aragawa province, as if nothing could stop them. Bang! Bang! Bang, the gigantic beasts ferociously clashed against each other, giving off muffled sounds. Shockwaves blasted out as the two sides began to fight. Blood continuously flew everywhere, and pain screams continuously sounded out. The scene of the battle was shocking to behold. The soldiers of both sides also fought together, and the situation was also very intense. The soldiers fought fiercely, and it was either you die or I live. The clanging sounds of weapons colliding were endless, and the battle cries were deafening. The smell of blood was so thick that it made people want to vomit. The battle lasted for an entire day, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Neither side was able to gain any advantage, and in the end they could only stop fighting. Both sides were quite shocked at each other's battle strength. After all, with their strength, they could sweep through the desolate Crow world, but they were still stopped by the other side. After all, they were mainly relying on the strength of the two empires, while the Qin Empire and Devil Horn Empire could not do anything to each other. CG understood that if he wanted to defeat Aragua province, he needed other powers to join, so he asked Yao Ming to send reinforcements. Yao Ming did not refuse, and he sent 1 billion soldiers to help CG unify the desolate Crow world. This way, he would be able to obtain half of the world. After hearing about this, everyone in Aragua province felt quite startled. The two sides' strength was about the same, and if the Devil Horn Empire sent reinforcements, Aragua province would definitely lose. As such, they could only look to Zhao Fu. Right now, only the Qin Empire could help them. Husband. Shuai lightly called out. She naturally wanted to help Aragua province. Seeing the woman he had once been incredibly infatuated with helping him, Moke felt quite grateful and guilty. If his body was a bit stronger, he would not have given her to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded and agreed to send reinforcements. In actuality, even if they did not say anything, Zhao Fu would have sent reinforcements anyway. After all, Zhao Fu could not allow the desolate Crow world to fall into CG's hands. After this matter concluded, Zhao Fu brought his women back to the Qin Empire. After receiving the news, he was delighted and went to a blood lake. Looking at the massive creature within it, he smiled. Now, he could make a move against the spirit light world. However, because they were attacking a world, Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless. He gathered his subordinates to discuss, and the most important thing was to prevent the Devil Horn Empire from making any trouble. If the Devil Horn Empire ferociously attacked, the Qin Empire would not be able to mobilize its forces to attack a world. As such, they had to deal with the Devil Horn Empire first. At the same time, the alliance's strength could not be underestimated, and they might be able to cause trouble. In the end, they found that the Devil Horn Empire was preparing to make a move against the neighboring worlds. To the right was the Lontong world, which was often bullied by the Devil Horn Empire and greatly weakened. As such, the Devil Horn Empire was able to easily destroy it. To the right of the Devil Horn Empire was the Rock Spirit world. Rock spirits were a race that was born from rocks. Their bodies were almost completely made of rocks and their appearances were difficult to distinguish. Not only did they have powerful defenses, but they were also very difficult to kill. Rock spirits were part of the spirit race, which was the race with the least population out of the 8 major races. However, they were not weak and were quite difficult to deal with. Even though they were right next to the Devil Horn Empire, under normal circumstances, the Devil Horn Empire did not want to make a move against them. However, now that there was a perfect opportunity, the Devil Horn Empire could not help but want to destroy the Rock Spirit world. Now that the Rock Spirit King of the Rock Spirit world had died, the various Rock Spirit Lords wanted to fight for the position of Rock Spirit King. Now that the Devil Horn Empire was in a state of chaos, attacking them was the best opportunity. There was also a kingdom that supported the Devil Horn Empire, which was the Woodleaf Spirit Kingdom. They were also from the spirit race and had ways to suppress rock spirits, as would countered Earth. However, they were not helping the Devil Horn Empire for free. They wanted the Devil Horn Empire to send all of the rock spirits they killed to the Woodleaf Spirit Kingdom. They did not say why, but everyone understood that rock spirit corpses would be of great help to them. The Woodleaf Spirit Kingdom only treated the Devil Horn Empire as a tool and only provided some technology in exchange for the Devil Horn Empire to obtain a large number of rock spirit corpses. Yao Ming did not refuse and happily agreed. This was because he really wanted the rock spirit world, and it was right next to him. If he wanted to become a kingdom, the rock spirit world would be an obstacle and he had to get rid of it. However, the Devil Horn Empire was worried that the Qin Empire and allied factions would interfere, so it was thinking of a way to deal with this. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Even though the Devil Horn Empire was going to conquer a world, Qin would be able to take this opportunity to conquer a world. Moreover, the alliance's attention would be drawn to the Devil Horn Empire and would not be on Qin. Moreover, the Spirit Light world was a novice world, and it was within a protective barrier, so attacking it would be more secretive and would not cause as much of a commotion as outside. Gather the army. Under Zhao Fu's order, Qin City, a huge war machine, started to move at full speed. Teams of people wearing black armor and holding black weapons walked in unison, their gazes cold. They started to gather, and a murderous aura filled the air. This time, Zhao Fu Qin brought 10 billion soldiers, half of which were beasts, and the rest were responsible for defending against any sudden attacks from the Devil Horn Empire and the Alliance. The army majestically advanced like a black tide, giving off a world-shaking aura. Even gods and demons could not stop them, and all creatures fell into terror. Now that the dark demon world had been conquered by Qin City could directly go to the Spirit Light world. Qin City did not have a way to transport large numbers of people across worlds, and if he relied on the teleportation formation from before, it would take him at least 10 years to transport 10 billion soldiers. However, now that Zhao Fu had Yu Ling, he could directly destroy the heavenly domain boundary and would not have to go through the trouble of using teleportation formations. Yu Ling's small body walked up and placed his hand on the heavenly domain boundary. After being nurtured by Qin City, Yu Ling had truly grasped his own power. Ripples of light spread out from Yu Ling's hand, and the heavenly domain boundary started to tremble. As more and more ripples of light spread out, the heavenly domain boundary started to tremble. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as countless cracks appeared on the heavenly domain boundary, following which rainbow-colored shards fell from the sky, smashing open large craters in the ground with shocking sounds. After everything settled, a massive city wall appeared in front of Qin City and the others, and there were countless people hurrying towards the city wall. Ever since the Dark Demon world had been destroyed by Qin City, the Spirit Light world had hurriedly built this massive city wall in order to stop Qin City. Moreover, under the threat of Qin City destroying the Dark Demon world, the Spirit Light world had banded together and used all sorts of precious materials to build this city wall. This was because they had personally seen Qin destroy the Dark Demon world, causing them to hide in a corner, not daring to show themselves. It could be said that this city wall's defenses were 7 or 8 times stronger than ordinary city walls. Moreover, the various factions had all gathered together. Only a single battle would decide the Spirit Light world's fate. If they could stop Qin City, the Spirit Light world would continue to exist. If they could not, they would all be destroyed, and the Spirit Light world would disappear. Now, there were roughly 14 billion Spirit Light people on the city wall. With such a large number of people, not all of them were soldiers, and most of them were ordinary residents. The auras they gave off caused the entire world to tremble. However, Zhao Fu continued to stand in the sky and gave a confident smile as he said loudly, "Don't think that you can stop Qin City, your fates have long since been decided. Now, you can only submit or die." There were a total of 7 people on the other side, 1 world protector and 6 legatees. The world protector was naturally Cayman. He had many grievances with Zhao Fu, and he looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. The other 6 legatees, 4 men and 2 women, looked at Zhao Fu seriously and gave off powerful auras. They were the most powerful people in the Spirit Light world. Facing Zhao Fu's words, Cayman coldly harumphed and did not say anything. He did not show any signs of attacking, and he was afraid of angering Qin City's side, so he controlled his emotions. Seeing that they were ignoring him, Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and just as he was about to give the order to attack, "Your Majesty, there's an urgent report from the rear. An army of 10 billion soldiers is heading towards Qin City." A general flew to Zhao Fu's side and said respectfully as he cupped his hands and lowered his head. Zhao Fu was expressionless. The Alliance's 10 billion soldiers were from the outside world, and whether it was in terms of cultivation or equipment, they were naturally stronger than the Spirit Light world and would not be so easy to deal with. Soon, Zhao Fu made a decision, and the countless generals started to retreat to the Qin border. "We've won." Countless cheers sounded out. Seeing that the Qin Empire had retreated, the spirit light people felt that they had won this battle without even fighting. Facing Qin's ferocious attacks, the spirit light people had felt quite afraid. However, they had defeated Qin so easily without losing a single soldier. This was simply unimaginable, and they could not help but feel excited. However, their smiles quickly froze because Qin had only retreated a portion of his soldiers, and there were still many soldiers who had not moved at all. Zhao Fu had ordered 3 billion soldiers to defend the Qin border and 7 billion soldiers to continue attacking the spirit light world. However, the entire army was not retreating. Attack! Zhao Fu gave the order, and Qin's army started to attack. Powerful arrows flew out, causing the air to seem to explode, and a dangerous aura caused people's hairs to stand on end. Even though they did not have any talisman arrows because they lacked talisman stones, Qin's ballistae and Stage 2 archers' arrows had massive destructive power, and a black wave of arrows rained down towards the spirit light people. The spirit light people had been preparing to defend against Qin, and they had definitely made powerful preparations. As the countless arrows shot over, a massive defensive barrier appeared, blocking the countless arrows. Cayman and the other legatees did not come out to fight with Zhao Fu. Even though Cayman had a clan armament, it was only the power of a clan armament and did not even have a world's energy. How could he resist Zhao Fu, who had 3 worlds' energy? The spirit light people were quite clear about this, and they did not hope to defeat Qin and only hoped to stop Qin. As such, they had set up countless defensive magic formations and restrictions. The arrows that were shot out did not affect the defensive barrier at all. Roar, roar, roar. The beasts gave off massive roars and gave off terrifying auras as they rushed up, vigorously attacking the barrier and giving off muffled sounds. Countless soldiers rushed up and exploded out with their power as they attacked the barrier. Countless saber lights and sword images slashed against the barrier, and adding on the ferocious beasts' attacks, no matter how powerful the barrier was, it could not withstand so many attacks. Soon, the defensive barrier began to tremble. It would probably be broken soon. The spirit light people could not just stand by and watch, allowing Qin to destroy the barrier. As such, they also attacked, causing arrows to fly towards the beasts and soldiers. The beasts and soldiers blocked, but many of them were still hit. Now, Qin's side was quite passive. He could not attack the spirit light people and was instead being attacked by the spirit light people. Zhao Fu could not continue watching and directly used his nation armament's power. An enormous blood-red sword light containing berserk sword wind shot out, seeming to be able to split the heavens and earth. Boom, the sword light ferociously slammed against the defensive barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. Adding on the attacks of the countless beasts and soldiers, the defensive barrier violently trembled and a crack soon appeared on it. This caused the countless spirit light people to feel greatly shocked. They had paid a great price to prepare this defensive barrier, but it had been shattered so easily. They did not hesitate and immediately used their trump cards. Boom, 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 countless magic formations were activated as pillars of light containing terrifying power shot into the sky, giving off intense light. It was as if there were tens of thousands of pillars of light standing between the heavens and earth, giving off shocking auras. These magic formations were all support magic formations, and they sent all sorts of power into the defensive barrier, causing the violently trembling defensive barrier to gradually stabilize. White-robed spirit light priests appeared barefoot on the city walls. They closed their eyes and lightly spread out their hands as they started to chant. The words they chanted sounded like poems and scriptures, and their bodies gave off intense white light before disappearing. The sky gave off boundless white light that covered the ground. It was slightly blinding and gave off a powerful light, causing people to feel immense pressure. Boom, 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 massive pillars of white light descended as countless powerful auras exploded out. Figures that were 100 meters tall appeared within the pillars of light. These figures were all men without hair and had well-built figures. They were bare-chested and had solemn and dignified expressions. There was a ring of light on their chests, and they looked like spirit light people that had been magnified countless times. However, the power they gave off was incredibly powerful. There were tens of thousands of them, and they stretched out their hands towards Qin's soldiers and beasts. A ring of light lit up on their palms, and countless rays of light containing light energy suddenly shot towards them. Chi, chi, chi. The rays of light easily pierced through the beasts' and soldiers' bodies, causing cries to sound out. Blood sprayed everywhere as many beasts and soldiers died. Qin used the core formation to summon massive beasts that were over 1,000 meters long and attacked the spirit light god emissaries. The other beasts and soldiers continued to madly attack the defensive barrier, and the generals also used various methods. This was especially so for the generals with general armaments. They directly summoned their general star's power, and pillars of starlight blasted towards the defensive barrier, causing it to once again tremble. Arg, the spirit light people continuously attacked Qin's soldiers and roared as they exploded out with auras and rushed towards the magic formation in the sky. No one knew what they were summoning or gathering. The auras of 10 billion people were absorbed by the massive magic formation, and just thinking about it was incredibly terrifying. A destructive aura spread out as countless arcs of white lightning exploded out around the magic formation. Xiaofu did not hesitate and used his trump card against the spirit light people. He came to the ground and pressed a hand against the ground. The golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun and a formless ripple spread out. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a massive black light shot out from the ground and rushed into the sky with terrifying power, causing the sky to tremble and the weather to change. The ground violently trembled as countless cracks appeared. A terrifying aura spread out from the cracks, causing all of the spirit light people's expressions to fall, and their bodies started to tremble. The ground rose up as an enormous creature slowly rose up from the ground. It was a massive head, followed by a body, and in the end, it was completely revealed. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to fall silent. This was the refined primogenitor statue. Originally, it would have taken hundreds of years to refine, but with the massive amount of blood that Qin had provided, it had taken Qin a few years to successfully refine the primogenitor statue. Xiaofu had gone to see the primogenitor statue at the blood lake. Because the primogenitor statue was simply too big, there was not much that could fit inside it. As such, Xiaofu had placed it in the sealed region so that he could summon it whenever he needed it. Countless spirit light people looked at the primogenitor statue in terror, and their hearts sank. Their bloodlines were filled with terror, and their power quickly disappeared in front of it. This was the primogenitor statue's greatest effect. It could weaken all spirit light people's power and suppress the spirit light people greatly. Hurry! Gather all of your power and send it into the spirit light god world's magic formation. Cayman's expression was incredibly unsightly as he yelled to the people around him. The others came to their senses and exploded out with all of their power, sending it into the magic formation in the sky. This was their final hope. Xiaofu coldly laughed and sat on the 100,000-meter-tall primogenitor statue's head. He controlled it to grab at the air, and a massive wave of sword chi exploded out, sending out a massive gale as a blood-red sword appeared. This blood-red sword was naturally massive and there were black grass inscriptions on it. At the point where the sword and hilt connected, there was a carving of a large snake, seeming to bite onto the sword. There were also snake scales on the hilt. This sword gave off a massive and eerie aura, and it was like a large snake, causing people to feel terror. This sword was one of the refined Japan's 3 divine armaments, the Kusanagi sword, and it was also called the Kusanagi sword. The primogenitor statue gripped the Kusanagi sword and sent large amounts of power into it, causing it to give off a faint sword light as it vigorously slashed out. Shing, a sword hum tore through the sky. It was as if heaven and earth had been slashed apart by a sword. It was as if a wound had been opened outwards, revealing a dark area in the middle. A trace of blood light shot out, and the wound continued to extend until it slashed the spell formation. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the massive magic formation was destroyed by that sword strike, giving off blinding light that covered the heavens and earth. A massive shockwave spread out like a super gale, uprooting countless trees and blowing countless people into the sky. This scene caused everyone to fall into a state of shock. It was just too terrifying and shocking. The primogenitor statue had used just one sword strike, but it felt like the world was about to be destroyed. The spirit light people fell into despair because that magic formation was their final hope. Now that it had been destroyed, their final hope was gone. Xiaofu looked at the spirit light people in despair and did not feel any pity. His gaze was cold as he controlled the primogenitor statue to raise the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and sent large amounts of power into it. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi gave off an intense blood-red light that dyed the sky blood-red, and an even more terrifying aura of destruction spread out. Boom, the primogenitor statue slashed down, seeming to cause the heavens and earth to explode. A massive blood-red crescent containing enough power to destroy the heavens and earth slashed out, instantly slashing apart the spirit light people's defensive barrier. The sword chi it contained turned countless spirit light people on the defensive walls into meat paste. The defensive barrier was finally destroyed, and the impatient beasts and soldiers swarmed towards the defensive walls like a beehive. Countless massive flying beasts swooped onto the city walls and slaughtered wantonly. They used their sharp claws to cut open the spirit light people's bodies and opened their mouths to devour the soldiers. Some used their massive bodies to send countless soldiers flying. The wyverns continuously spewed out flames and icy blasts, burning spirit light people into charcoal or freezing them. The massive corpse soul soldiers rushed to the defensive walls and ferociously smashed them against the defensive walls, killing people one after another. They also destroyed the defensive walls, and soon, cracks appeared on the defensive walls. The ones most suited for attacking were the spiders. They climbed up the tall defensive walls as if they were walking on flat ground, and their blade-like legs flashed past, cutting apart countless spirit light people's bodies, causing limbs and organs to fly everywhere. Qin's soldiers easily reached the defensive walls and started to slaughter the spirit light people. A soldier used a spear to pierce through a spirit light person's head, a soldier used an axe to split a spirit light person in half, and a soldier tore apart a spirit light person's body. Now that the primogenitor statue was present, the spirit light people's strength was greatly reduced. Normally, they would not be able to stop so many of Qin's beasts and soldiers, let alone now. Under Qin's berserk and ferocious attacks, countless spirit light people started to retreat, looking terrified. They did not dare to stay here, as they would definitely be killed by Qin's soldiers. If they lost, the spirit light people would be finished. Seeing this, the various leaders sighed and understood that the situation was hopeless, so they started to retreat. Cayman's expression was quite unsightly as he hatefully looked at Zhao Fu before turning and running. Perhaps ordinary people would not be able to escape from the spirit light world, but he had something that could allow him to. Zhao Fu looked at Cayman's retreating figure with a cold expression and stood up from the primogenitor statue's head. The 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun as he lightly cried out, "Ghost summon." A massive wave of ghostly chi spread out as a 1,000-meter-tall ghost giving off a massive might appeared behind Zhao Fu, and the aura in the surroundings became cold and eerie. Zhao Fu grabbed with his hand and lightly cried out, "Ghost God Soldier." The massive ghost behind him turned into countless rays of light and condensed in Zhao Fu's hand, forming a gray ghostly spear covered with countless ghostly runes and giving off an eerie aura. Zhao Fu gripped this ghostly spear and sent large amounts of 6 paths of reincarnation power into it, causing countless ghostly images to appear on the ghostly spear. Boom! Zhao Fu vigorously threw out the ghostly spear, and it gave off terrifying power as it flew out. It gave off countless ghostly wails and howls as it streaked through the air, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Pooh! However, in the next moment, the ghostly spear pierced through Cayman's body, nailing him to the ground. Cayman's face was gray-white as his body had been corroded by the ghostly chi, and he was dead. He had never thought that he, Cayman, the world protector of the spirit light world, would die like this. After killing Cayman, Zhao Fu looked at the other legatees. The legatees who had been planning to run felt a chill in their hearts and looked terrified. They immediately knelt on the ground and lowered their proud heads, expressing their willingness to submit. The spirit light people desperately ran in terror, not daring to stay there for even a moment. It was as if there were ferocious beasts chasing after them. Arg! Pained cries sounded out as those who were too slow were caught up to. The black-armored Qin soldiers started to kill, slashing at the spirit light people's backs with their sabers, killing them in a single strike. Some used spears to pierce through their hearts, while others sliced off their heads with their swords. The Qin soldiers behind the spirit light people were even more terrifying than ferocious beasts. They were like a world-destroying black tide, giving off a dark aura that could destroy everything. Ta, 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 great Qin's cavalrymen held their spears and started to charge, shooting out like arrows as they ferociously charged towards the escaping spirit light people. Chi, 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 the spirit light people continuously ran in terror, wanting to escape from the Qin soldiers' pursuit. However, how could they outrun the cavalrymen? Sharp black spears pierced through their chests, causing blood to fly everywhere. The cavalrymen galloped through the battlefield, stabbing out with their spears and brandishing their sabers, killing spirit light people one after another. No one was able to escape. Swish, 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 arrows containing immense power flew out, tearing through the air and descending like raindrops. The escaping spirit light people were pierced by the arrows, and some immediately died while others fell to the ground and held. Under Qin's slaughter, blood dyed the ground red, and someone finally knelt on the ground in terror, crying and begging Qin to spare him. Great Qin's soldiers, who had been hunting down the spirit light people, naturally spared him and continued to kill others. Seeing that they could live, the others all knelt on the ground. Qin controlled the escaping spirit light people and started to attack those cities. News of the spirit light people's defeat had long since spread, and the residents, who had been filled with hope, now looked terrified and filled with despair, not knowing what to do. The residents of some cities knelt outside the cities, waiting for Qin to subdue them. They had naturally been treated very well by Qin, but there were also some people who ran and resisted. Those people dragged their families and carried all kinds of luggage as they fled in a certain direction. Demonic beasts pounced over and began to devour these people wantonly. A large python quickly shot out, opened its mouth, and swallowed a family of 4, a pair of parents, and 2 children. The python's stomach bulged into the shape of a human, and the 2 children died within a few seconds. The 2 adults struggled a few times in the python's stomach before dying. A tiger jumped out and looked cruelly at the people who were running away. It opened its big mouth and ate them happily. Its eating manner was quite bold. It wasn't as clean as the python, leaving blood and broken limbs everywhere. A demonic beast that looked like a crane was much more graceful. It pressed the 2 of them to the ground with its pair of claws, ignoring their cries and struggles in fear. Its sharp beaks pierced into their brains and sucked on their brains like soft tofu pudding. There was a huge hedgehog demonic beast. Although it had eaten its fill, it still wanted to preserve some food. It used the long spikes on its back to stab people and hang them on its back. Right now, there were more than 10 people hanging on its back. There were men and women, old and young. Their bodies were pierced by many spikes, and some of them were not completely dead yet. They let out weak and painful moans. Xiaofu did not tell them not to eat people, instead, they could eat as much as they wanted on the battlefield. To them, humans were incredibly nutritious food, and they could destroy enemies while also increasing their strength. Apart from the escaping people, there were also stubborn resistors in the cities. They were not willing to surrender to Qin, and they wanted to use the cities to resist Qin. In the end, Qin easily broke through their defenses and charged in, massacring them. He killed all of them, regardless of whether they were male or female, young or old. He did not accept those who surrendered, and he skinned them and hung them on the city walls, letting them howl in pain as they died. He could not show any mercy to these people. On this day, the spirit light world was blood red, and there was the smell of blood everywhere. There were endless screams, and the ground was covered with corpses. The sky seemed to be dyed blood red, and the wind moaned, bringing with it a sense of desolation. Xiaofu had already arrived at the spirit light world's godly spirit palace and sat on a chair. After 4 days, Qin had completely taken control of the spirit light world, and the resistors had been eliminated. The godly spirit palace had originally been the most powerful faction in the spirit light world, which was Carmen's faction. The resistance here had been quite intense, and Qin had killed almost all of the people here. Now, there was a mountain of corpses outside. After hearing Bai Qi's report, Xiaofu grinned. He had obtained even more from conquering the spirit light world than from conquering the dark demon world. He had obtained 46 billion people and nearly 80,000 cities. By now, Qin's population had reached 300 billion, which was a shocking number. However, thinking about it, it was not a lot, as this was the population of 4 worlds and more than half of the grassy worlds. In total, there were 7 worlds. He was only 3 worlds away from being able to rival a royal kingdom. Normally, a newly established royal kingdom would have around 400 billion people in 10 worlds. Now, there were 420,000 cities, and Qin could create tens of thousands of beasts. However, because the city's stats had been weakened, some of the beasts' strength had decreased. However, beasts were still one of Qin's most terrifying methods. Apart from the population and cities, there were also many resources. However, Zhao Fu had obtained a few good things. The first was the Spirit Light World's golden doors, which the Spirit Light race had used to invade the Dark Demon world. They allowed a large number of soldiers to fight across worlds. With these things, Qin would be able to fight across worlds and would no longer need to rely on Yu Ling. At the same time, these golden doors were of the lowest grade. If one could gather all of the precious materials required, they could create golden doors that could cross worlds. In other words, if one stepped out of this world, they would be able to travel to a few worlds away in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fu was quite delighted to be able to obtain these golden doors. The second item was something that the Spirit Light race had used before, which was to summon divine light saints. These were the 100-meter-tall giants that the white-robed priests had summoned in the previous battles, and they had powerful holy light energy. Because those priests were quite special, they had many restrictions. They could only summon 40,000 priests, which meant that they could only summon 40,000 divine light saints, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. This was a god race stone, something that could only be produced in a god race world. It had immense divine power, and it was the most delightful thing that Zhao Fu had obtained. This was because this god race stone could be fused with the 10,000 gravity origin stone from the Cosmos historical remnant to create a massive battle fortress that could fly in the sky. This type of fortress was called the War God's Fury, and it could cover an area of 100,000 kilometers. In other words, it was the size of a region. Just this size alone was enough to show how terrifying it was. If it rammed into a group of beasts, countless beasts would be smashed into meat paste. Apart from its massive size and undefeatable power, the War God's Fury could also use War God cannons, which were similar to cannons. However, they did not require gunpowder and instead relied on divine power to fire. There was also Terminating Light, which was the most terrifying ability of the battle fortress. It gathered all of its power to shoot out a ray of light that could destroy the heavens and earth. The War God's Fury was incredibly powerful, and ordinary kingdoms would not have it. Zhao Fu had obtained the two most important materials, as well as the blueprint that the Golden Dragon had given him. However, he was still lacking many things before he could complete it. He needed all sorts of top-tier talisman stones, which were at least orange grade. There were also all sorts of core materials, and all of them were incredibly precious. If Qin wanted to create the War God's Fury, it would take a long time. Finally, there was also a precious divinity. This divinity was different from ordinary divinity. It was a rainbow-colored luck goddess poem, and it could give many blessings of luck. In actuality, luck was a form of fate, and it could determine a person's fate. There were also blessings of fate, and even though this godly spirit's power was not very powerful, it was very useful. There were naturally very few of them, and there were many people in the heaven domain who captured luck goddesses to give blessings to their factions. As such, the luck goddess divinity was a priceless treasure even in the heaven domain. This divinity had originally belonged to an ancient spirit light family, and they had built a temple for it. However, because the spirit light world had been conquered by Qin, the divinity had naturally fallen into Qin's hands. Now, there were many godly spirits in Qin: the water god, life god, light god, desolate god, fallen angel god, and adding on the luck goddess, there were 6 godly spirits in total. Qin had left most of his forces behind to clear out the spirit light world. Zhao Fu wanted to take the spirit light world into Qin as quickly as possible so that it would become a part of Qin. After staying in the spirit light world for a few days, Zhao Fu did not worry about the other battlefield. Before, there had been 10 billion allied soldiers attacking Great Qin, but in actuality, it was just an attack and there was no actual battle. Seeing a large number of Great Qin's soldiers retreat, the alliance thought that their plan had succeeded, so they did not attack. Instead, they wanted to stall Great Qin because Great Qin was not easy to deal with, and they did not want to suffer heavy losses. However, in the end, the spirit light world had been destroyed by Qin, making the alliance's expressions become quite unsightly. They felt that the spirit light world was too useless. They had stalled so many of Qin's forces, but the spirit light world had still been destroyed by Qin. In actuality, it was not that the spirit light world was weak. As part of the spirit light race, they were quite powerful. However, facing Qin, they were quite weak. Ordinary worlds that had developed for dozens of years were not a match for Qin, so how could a new world like the Spirit Light world be a match for Qin? What's more, Qin had a trump card against the Spirit Light race, which was the primogenitor statue. Moreover, Zhao Fu had not used the primogenitor statue's full power, and he had not even used the Yasakani no Magatama or the Yada no Kata mirror. The three divine weapons perfectly fused with the primogenitor statue, and when they were used simultaneously, the primogenitor statue's full power would explode out. After hearing that the Spirit Light world had been destroyed, the Alliance army retreated without waiting for Qin to do anything. "Let me go. You tyrant, cruel, and cold-blooded beast. If you have the ability, kill me. Even if I die, I'll curse you to suffer boundless pain and make you beg for death." A woman bound by chains looked at Zhao Fu hatefully as she cursed at him. Zhao Fu held a chain and dragged this woman forwards. This woman had a head of soft, golden hair and a pair of golden eyes. She was extremely beautiful and wore a golden dress that was stained with blood. She had suffered many injuries and her hair was in a mess, making her look quite wretched. What was shocking was that she had 7 golden rings of light on her chest. This meant that she had the noblest and purest bloodline in the Spirit Light world. She was called a Thankalai, and she was the #1 beauty of the Spirit Light world. She was also someone from the Godly Spirit Palace and Cayman's only wife. She hated Zhao Fu so much not only because Zhao Fu had killed Cayman but also countless people from the Godly Spirit Palace. Zhao Fu felt quite impatient and pulled on the chain in his hand, causing a Thankalai to stumble and almost fall to the ground. "Hurry up and leave. If you dare to curse at me again, I'll kill everyone else from the Godly Spirit Palace." A Thankalai felt quite angry, but thinking about the captured people from the Godly Spirit Palace, she could only endure it and hatefully glared at Zhao Fu. "Seriously, what kind of method are you thinking of to torture women again?" Aracena walked out and looked at a Thankalai with her beautiful eyes. She felt a trace of bitterness towards Zhao Fu. She could not bear to see what Zhao Fu had done to those women. Zhao Fu rolled his eyes at her and said, "Didn't you say that it's best to fall to the God race? Qin just conquered the Spirit Light world, and her bloodline is the highest grade bloodline in the Spirit Light world. I want to see the effects of falling." "Is that so? Let's begin then." Aracena looked at a Thankalai before turning and walking away. Following this, the three of them went to the Fallen Land, and Aracena personally presided over the transformation while a Thankalai stood on the stage and started the transformation. Darkness energy quickly gathered in the surroundings. Because she knew that a Thankalai had the highest grade God race bloodline, Aracena also started the transformation, causing the sky to be covered by darkness. The surrounding light seemed to disappear, and the darkness was terrifying. Boom! A massive pillar of darkness heavily landed on a Thankalai's body, causing her to half-kneel on the ground. Countless traces of darkness energy corroded her body, causing her to feel immense pain and hell. The people around her were expressionless as they sent even more darkness energy into a Thankalai's body, causing her body to absorb the darkness energy. The 7 golden rings on her chest became a black gold color. At that moment, a Thankalai absorbed all of the darkness energy. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a wave of darkness energy exploded out from the half-kneeling Thankalai's body. It spread out like a black wave of light, seeming to corporeal as it blasted out. Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and his Saint Realm domain appeared, easily blocking this wave of light. Whoosh! A black light flashed behind a Thankalai, and her dress was torn into countless pieces, revealing her pure white back. 4 rows of black light shot out from her back, turning into 4 massive pairs of black wings of light that gave off a storm of darkness. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked and surprised. These were not ordinary wings but black wings of light, and they were 8-winged angels. A Thankalai's strength had been around stage 9 before, but now, her strength had broken through the Saint Realm and reached the Earth Realm. This was quite a big leap, and even Zhao Fu was still at stage 9. The further he went, the more difficult it would be to advance. Aracena was also quite shocked and flew down from the sky as she said, "Her bloodline and constitution are of the highest grade in the God race, and she's from the Light God race, so she has wings of light." A Thankalai's holy aura disappeared and was replaced with a dark coldness. Her eyes had become a black and gold color, and she stood up from the ground and covered her chest with her hands as she looked at Zhao Fu with even more intense fury and hatred, seeming to be able to pierce one's eyes. She had been filled with immense fury and hatred, and because of the darkness energy, these two emotions became even more intense. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You now have a beautiful and powerful concubine," the 24 god emissaries flirtatiously smiled as they surrounded Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and walked over to Athenkalai as he said in an irrefutable tone, "You're not bad, I'll make you a concubine and give you some fallen light angels. Your family will also become one of the top families in Qin City." Athenkalai was infuriated and looked at Zhao Fu as she coldly laughed and said, "Is there something wrong with your head? Not only do you want me to serve you, but you also want me to work for you. Do you think I'll agree?" Zhao Fu grabbed her by the throat and raised her up as he expressionlessly said, "Is that so? Don't forget that your family and friends are all in my hands. Do you have the ability to refuse my orders?" Athena felt as if her throat was going to snap, and the intense feeling of suffocation caused her to instinctively struggle. Zhao Fu casually tossed her to the side and planned to bring a few ordinary fairy light race people to see the effects. Athenkalai fell to the ground, and even though she had Earthrealm power, she could not resist at all. Athenkalai felt wronged, angry, and helpless as she started to cry. The 24 oracles had a trace of sympathy, but they didn't go over to comfort her, because Zhao Fu also didn't like her appearance. Erisina was quite interested in her, and she stroked her tear-stained, beautiful face as she said with a smile, "You should give up now. Even I can't resist that bastard now, so you don't stand a chance. But I can give you the strongest power, so you won't be weak anymore. You won't feel powerless because you can't protect your family. Believe in me." Facing such a talented Athenkalai, Erisina wanted to subdue her and make her the strongest fallen angel under her god of fallen angels. Erisina believed that Athenkalai had this potential. After all, Athenkalai's power came from Erisina, and the spirit race felt close to godly spirits. Moreover, there was no one who could comfort her and rely on her. Athenkalai could not help but believe in Erisina. Because she needed even more power. As such, she stopped crying and her gaze became resolute. Erisina gave a trace of a smile and kissed Athenkalai's lips. Athenkalai's body froze, but she did not show any signs of rejection. Instead, she started to respond to Erisina. When Zhao Fu returned with the spirit light people, he found that Athenkalai's face was red as she stood beside Erisina. Erisina was looking at him flirtatiously. This was an expression that she would only reveal when she wanted to do it with Zhao Fu, as she had been aroused by Athenkalai. Zhao Fu did not mind and had the spirit light people convert. These people were the most ordinary spirit light people, but their strength was greatly increased and they were even stronger than ordinary Qin soldiers. After ordinary Qin soldiers converted, they would grow a pair of black wings and their strength would reach stage 3. The spirit light people would also grow a pair of black wings and their strength would reach the peak of stage 3, and they would only be a step away from breaking through to stage 4. Thinking about having 10,000 peak stage 3 fallen light angels, Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction and decided to only use the spirit light people's fallen light angels in the future and not other races. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu directly left because he still had many things to take care of. This caused Erisina, who had been waiting for a long time, to angrily harumph and return to her inner palace. The 24 god emissaries looked quite disappointed. Because of the war, Zhao Fu had not been intimate with them for almost a week. Back at the Rock Spirit World, with the Woodleaf Kingdom's help, Yao Ming had taken down the Rock Spirit World. Things had gone quite smoothly, and the things that he had been worried about had not happened. Because Carmen had asked for help from outside, the Alliance's attention was drawn to Qin, and they focused on Qin. This made it easier for the Devil Horn Empire to act. Even though the Alliance had sent out 8 billion soldiers to try and tie down the Devil Horn Empire, the Devil Horn Empire did not care at all and sent soldiers to guard the borders. With the Alliance's people's cowardice, they did not attack. Adding on the Rock Spirit World's internal strife and the things that the Woodleaf Kingdom had prepared to counter rock spirits, Yao Ming had been able to easily win this battle and had not paid a great price. The things that the Woodleaf Kingdom had given him were very effective. Now, there were countless rock person corpses on the ground, and there were countless plants growing on their bodies. It was these plants that easily killed the rock people, otherwise, with the rock people's defenses, it would have been very difficult to kill them. Yao Ming put away the rock people corpses and planned to send them to the Woodleaf Kingdom. After obtaining so many rock spirit corpses, the relationship between the Woodleaf Kingdom and the Devil Horn Empire became much closer, and the Woodleaf Kingdom gave the Devil Horn Empire even more help. What made Zhao Ming even happier was that he had obtained a method to create rock giants, which would greatly increase the Devil Horn Empire's strength. The Devil Horn Empire now had 3 worlds and 9 continents, and with such power, Yao Ming felt incredibly proud. However, after hearing that the Qin Empire had also conquered a world, his mood became quite bad. Any one of those people would be able to destroy the Tao Cultivation sect. Let alone higher beings, even a few Emperor Heaven Realm experts would be something that the Tao Cultivation sect would not be able to withstand. After all, the Tao Cultivation sect was a faction from the outer domains, and their most powerful cultivator was only at the peak of the world realm. In the eyes of those existences, the Tao Cultivation sect was just an ant-like existence that could be destroyed at any time. After receiving the news from Bai Xingjun, the Tao Cultivation sect's higher-ups were incredibly shocked. If it wasn't for Bai Xingjun coming from the Heaven Domain, they would not have believed that Zhao Fu would be so terrifying and cause such a big ruckus in the Heaven Domain. The Tao Cultivation sect's sect master felt incredibly regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have disregarded everything and stopped the Ancient Sword sect before trying to get on good terms with Zhao Fu. It would have been best if he could have pulled him into the Tao Cultivation sect. That would not have been a disaster but a massive opportunity. However, now that things had happened, that person might have hated the Tao Cultivation sect. This caused the Tao Cultivation sect to feel a wave of terror, as the Tao Cultivation sect might be destroyed at that person's hands. Bai Xingjun also warned the Tao Cultivation sect not to participate in anything related to that person, or else even his master would not be able to protect the Tao Cultivation sect. Now that that person was so dangerous that even higher beings felt a trace of fear and were not willing to participate, the Tao Cultivation sect felt quite afraid. They quickly closed the sect and summoned back their disciples. They did not want to get involved in anything, nor did they want to offend Zhao Fu. They inwardly prayed that Zhao Fu would spare the Tao Cultivation sect, or else the Tao Cultivation sect would be completely destroyed. The various factions in the ancient STEM domain did not know why the Tao Cultivation sect was so afraid. Could it be that a disaster was about to befall the ancient STEM domain? As such, they had investigated, but they did not receive any information. They could only feel quite confused and did not know what was going on. To the Tao Cultivation sect, Zhao Fu's appearance was a disaster. The Ancient Sword sect, Bear Mountain Kingdom, and Netherine Dynasty had the greatest enmity with Zhao Fu, and the Ancient Sword sect had even greater enmity with Zhao Fu. The 3 factions were still searching for Zhao Fu and sending out all sorts of missions to kill Zhao Fu, wanting Zhao Fu to die without a grave. In the eyes of the Tao Cultivation sect, they were not far from death, and there was absolutely no possibility of them surviving in the future. The last thing they wanted was to have anything to do with the 3 of them. Half a day later, Great Qin received news from the Greenwood Kingdom that they intended to betroth the Greenwood Kingdom's most prestigious princess, Princess Greenwood, to Great Qin. As long as Great Qin agreed, the Greenwood Kingdom would fully support Great Qin in becoming a royal kingdom. Moreover, they had another condition. They had heard that Qin did not have an empress, so they wanted Qin to make Princess Qingmu his empress, making her his only empress. Even though Princess Qingmu looked like a young girl, she was not young anymore. The Greenwood Kingdom had been looking for candidates for her this entire time, and Zhao Fu was undoubtedly the best choice. He was the king with the most potential in the ancient STEM domain. Of course, Princess Qingmu could not accept this. They wanted her to marry a man she had never seen before. Moreover, that man had countless concubines, so she did not want to be mistreated. Princess Qingmu closed the door and started to throw a tantrum. However, the Greenwood Kingdom's attitude was quite resolute, making Princess Qingmu feel quite annoyed. She planned to go and hide for a few days. The other large factions were also quite shocked. They had never thought that the Greenwood Kingdom would be so willing to marry their most noble princess to Qin's emperor. This would bind Qin to the Greenwood Kingdom. It seemed that the Greenwood Kingdom valued the Qin Kingdom greatly. Even though the Great Qin Empire had great potential, it was only potential. Many royal kingdoms looked down on its strength, as any royal kingdom could easily destroy it. Marrying off one of the noblest princesses was an insult to one's status. If they were to marry, they would at most marry an ordinary princess. It would be a simple marriage alliance, and they would not place so much importance on it. Moreover, the Qin Empire only had 4 worlds, and there was still a long way to go before it could become a royal kingdom. Who knew what would happen during this period of time? Perhaps the Qin Empire would be destroyed if it was not careful, and everything they had invested would be for naught. As such, before things were completely confirmed, the various factions only provided some resources and did not provide any substantial help. After all, they were not certain that the Qin Empire and the Devil Horn Kingdom would be able to establish a royal kingdom. Now, the Greenwood Kingdom was not only marrying off its most noble princess to Qin, but it was also doing its best to help Qin. This caused everyone to feel quite shocked, and they felt that they had placed too much importance on the Qin Empire. They could not afford to pay such a high price, and they wondered what the higher-ups of the Greenwood Kingdom were thinking. Why did they believe that the Qin Empire would be able to establish a kingdom? Moreover, the Qin Empire had another powerful opponent, the Devil Horn Empire. The Devil Horn Empire was not much weaker than the Qin Empire, but its potential was slightly weaker than the Qin Empire's. In a battle between 2 major powers in that region, it was not certain who would win. If the Qin Empire accepted the Greenwood Kingdom, the other factions would not be able to support the Qin Empire. After all, the Qin Empire already belonged to the Greenwood Kingdom, and if they supported it, they would be helping another faction. If everyone wanted to know what would happen in the future, as long as they knew Zhao Fu's identity, there would be countless large factions sending their most prestigious women to Great Qin to be married off to Great Qin. The Greenwood Kingdom did not know that it had made the best decision in its history. However, what no one had expected was that Qin Empire would refuse the Greenwood Kingdom's request and was not willing to marry Princess Qingmu. No one had expected that Qin Empire would refuse such a good opportunity. Was he not afraid that the Greenwood Kingdom would be enraged and send soldiers to destroy the Qin Empire? The Greenwood Kingdom was quite angry, but it was not too angry. After all, they were only interested in marrying Princess Qingmu over. Hearing about this, Princess Qingmu felt quite angry. It was evident that she did not want to marry Princess Qingmu, and now it was as if Qin did not want her anymore. With her status, marrying Zhao Fu would be Qin Empire's honor. Where is His Majesty Qin Empire? Hurry and call him out, this princess wants to see if he's worthy of this princess. Princess Qingmu ran to the Qin Imperial Palace and raised her little head as she called out to the people around her. Her words naturally caused many soldiers to look at her coldly. However, Princess Qingmu's cultivation was much higher than theirs, and she had the Greenwood Kingdom supporting her, so they did not mind. If it was an ordinary person, facing such cold gazes, they would have long since been scared to death. The reason why Zhao Fu had rejected the Greenwood Kingdom was quite simple: he did not want other factions to infiltrate. The royal kingdoms in the inner regions all had stage 2 soldiers, and with the strength of a border faction like Qin, how could it stop them from infiltrating? Moreover, if he made Princess Qingmu an empress, in terms of fate, Qin and Princess Qingmu would have a close connection. After all, an empress was not that easy to make. In actuality, Princess Qingmu was quite beautiful and could rank in the top 10 in the ancient STEM domain. She was quite unruly and arrogant. Zhao Fu came out after changing his aura a bit and said, "What business do you have with us? Also, this isn't the Greenwood Kingdom, your tone should be nicer." Princess Qingmu's beautiful eyes looked at the cloaked and masked person, and she understood that this was Great Qin's famous legatee. At the same time, Princess Qingmu felt an incredibly dangerous aura from his body, as well as an otherworldly aura. Without even thinking, she knew that he was not an ordinary person, and in front of him, Princess Qingmu instinctively felt weak. Princess Qingmu pouted and said unhappily, "Why did you reject the Greenwood Kingdom? You've made this princess lose face." Seeing Princess Qingmu give in so easily, Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh as he replied, "You can be our ordinary concubine, and we don't want the Greenwood Kingdom to interfere too much with Qin." "What? Only an ordinary concubine? Do you know who this princess is and how beautiful this princess is? Don't you feel like you're insulting this princess?" Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Princess Qingmu glared at Zhao Fu and could not help but feel angry as she called out, "Husband! What is it?" Nu Lu walked out from the side and looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes as she spoke in a soft and flirtatious voice. Apart from Nu Lu, Wu Qingyang, Su Dafei, Wu Zetian, Binoche, Karash, Mo Yao Er, Sindra, and the other women also walked out. They were all extremely beautiful women, and they were not inferior to Princess Qingmu at all. Their faces were quite red, and after experiencing Zhao Fu's nourishment, they looked incredibly enchanting. They had not seen Zhao Fu in a while, and after Zhao Fu finished his matters, they started to do it with Zhao Fu regardless of whether it was day or night, and they took the initiative. This time, Zhao Fu carefully tasted the women he had brought back from the nothingness historical remnant, which were Sijuani and Akali. There were Goddess Diana, the goddess of the moon, Goddess Diana, dragon, Shiva, Shiva, goddess of war, Goddess Shiva, and Goddess, Shiva, Goddess Zhao Chen. The ones he liked the most were Sindra, the valiant Shiva, the flirtatious Shiva, and the wild Sijuani. Before, Zhao Fu had not planned on touching them, and he had only done it with Wu Zetian and the other women. Sindra and the others had taken the initiative to join in, and the 8 women controlled by the sadistic killing sword were also quite lewd. Zhao Fu had not thought about the reason for this, and the sadistic killing sword spirit happily explained to Zhao Fu how it had trained them. Moreover, they had been prepared to serve Zhao Fu. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had obtained the sadistic killing sword, or else they would be moaning under other men's bodies and enjoying the pleasure that other men gave them. Before Zhao Fu could say anything, Princess Qingmu looked at the women who were not inferior to her in terms of beauty, and there were so many of them. Some of the women gave off auras that were much more powerful than hers and gave off a sense of danger. She had used her beauty as a source of confidence, but seeing so many women who were not inferior to her by Zhao Fu's side, she felt a massive blow to her confidence. Tears welled up in her eyes as she angrily pointed at Zhao Fu, unable to say anything. She yelled as she turned and left. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless as he watched Princess Qingmu leave. After all, she was the Greenwood Kingdom's most noble princess, and Zhao Fu could not do anything to her. It was just that rejecting the Greenwood Kingdom's marriage alliance would cause some trouble. Right now, Qin did not have the strength to resist the royal kingdom, so Zhao Fu felt a bit worried. Wu Zetian walked over and hugged Zhao Fu as she flirtatiously said in Zhao Fu's ear, "All right, it's time for you to enjoy yourself. Now is the time to enjoy. The political affairs can be dealt with later. This consort hasn't enjoyed enough yet. Do you know how much this consort's body needs you right now? That's right. Lily hasn't properly served master yet." Nine-tailed fox leapt onto Zhao Fu's body and hugged Zhao Fu as she said coquettishly. Following this, Zhao Fu was dragged into a room by the women, and indescribable sounds could be heard. Before he knew it, it was already night, and a full moon appeared in the sky. Looking at the women sleeping soundly on the bed, Zhao Fu felt quite spirited. This was mainly because of the 6 desires demonic qi. As he cultivated the 6 desires celestial art, Zhao Fu seemed to have less and less resistance towards women. Even though indulging in lust felt quite delightful and could cause people to sink into it, Zhao Fu still felt a trace of regret. Perhaps things would have been different if he had chosen to abstain from lust back then. After returning to the palace, Zhao Fu started to read through memorials and take care of other matters. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Wen walked in with a look of delight and excitement on his face and bowed to Zhao Fu. Seeing Li Wen arrive, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Li Wen had been in charge of clearing out the underground region this entire time, and it had mostly been cleared out. This was because Qin now had 24 general armaments, and if he collected 1,000 soldier souls, he would be able to fuse a king armament. However, it would not be easy to gather 1,000 soldier souls, and that would be enough to fuse 10 general armaments. As soon as Li Wen arrived, Zhao Fu didn't know what was going on. Seeing Li Wen's excited expression, he immediately realized something and smiled as he asked, "You've gathered 1,000 soldier souls?" Li Wen smiled as he replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Just now, I discovered a large number of skeletons, and after destroying them, I obtained many soldier souls, more than 1,000. After confirming his thoughts, Zhao Fu could not help but laugh. Fusing a king armament had always been Qin's goal, and Zhao Fu had waited for a long time. It had been 8 years since he had discovered the underground region. Today, he was finally going to complete this matter. Zhao Fu smiled and had Li Wen bring the soldier souls, and he gave orders for the generals with general armaments to come. Fusing a king armament was much more troublesome than fusing a general armament, and it required 24 general armaments. As such, Zhao Fu ordered the 24 generals to quickly come. Zhao Fu wanted to fuse a general armament right now. This vessel was definitely not ordinary, as it was a vessel for a king armament. Zhao Fu looked through the Disaster King ring to see if there was anything suitable to be used as a vessel. The best would be a sword, and the highest grade Zhao Fu had were the Sadistic Killing Sword and the Emperor Killing Sword. The Sadistic Killing Sword was an Earth God armament and had abilities similar to God armaments. It was incredibly powerful and contained the Sadistic Killing Sword spirit, which Zhao Fu did not want to erase. After all, if he fused a king armament, the artifact spirit would also be erased. Moreover, the Sadistic Killing Sword's attributes were berserk, twisted, and cruel. It was not suitable for a king armament, so he could give up on the Sadistic Killing Sword. That left only the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor Killing Sword was an origin weapon, and it was of a higher grade than the Sadistic Killing Sword. It was originally the Clear Sable Sword, a sword of benevolence and a sovereign king's sword, but it had been forged by Zhao Fu into the Killing Heart Sword, which had the power to destroy souls. Following this, it became the core item of the Killing Sword world, fusing with Boundless Sword Intent and Killing Intent. It had world-destroying power and was able to recreate the Killing Sword world. However, after being recast, the Killing Sword world had absorbed Zhao Fu's Emperor's power, causing the Killing Sword's power to weaken. However, because it still had Emperor's power, the Killing Sword world became the Emperor Killing Sword world, and the Clear Sable Sword became the Emperor Killing Sword. Even though the Emperor Killing Sword was filled with sword intent and killing intent, it also had Emperor's power. Moreover, the Emperor Killing Sword's main body, the Clear Sable Sword, was a sovereign king's sword, so Zhao Fu felt that it was quite suitable as a vessel. Now that the Emperor Killing Sword did not have a sword spirit, it would be easier to fuse with a divine soldier soul and become a king armament. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to use the Emperor Killing Sword as a vessel. Ordinary general armament's power was already incredibly terrifying, and a king armament's power would definitely be even more terrifying. The Emperor Killing Sword was also incredibly powerful, and if the two of them fused, who knew what would happen? Thinking of this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Wei Liao, and the other 24 generals with general armaments came to the hall and called out in unison. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "We called you all here to fuse with the king armament. Now, just follow Zhen's instructions." The generals nodded. The first thing to do was to prepare for the fusion. Zhao Fu brought everyone to a mountain far away from the city, and Zhao Fu used his power to cut off the mountain, leaving behind a smooth surface. Zhao Fu led everyone to the platform and distributed the 1,000 soldier souls to everyone. Among them, the 7 Murders Star, the Voracious Wolf Star, and the Army Destroyer Star received the most soldier souls. The 7 murders were the thieves who threw the world into chaos. Pejuan was a general who could sweep across the world. Ravenous Wolf was a treacherous and cunning man. Once these 3 stars converged, they would form the kill and destroy wolf pattern, and the world would fall into chaos. At that time, the country would be in turmoil, wars would break out everywhere, and the people would be unable to make a living. It was irreversible. As the king star above the 3 general stars, it had the 3 general stars as its foundation, so it received the most soldier souls. Their effects were also the most powerful. Boom, boom. Boom, Bai Qi and the other generals tossed their general armaments into the sky. The general armaments gave off different kinds of lights and exploded out with powerful auras, and an intense general's might spread out. The generals sat cross-legged on the ground and held a soldier soul in their hands, and they exploded out with their general's aura, activating the general armaments in the sky. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing pierced through the night and sounded out in all directions. The 24 general armaments continuously trembled as a massive wave of heaven and earth power gathered and entered the general armaments. Rays of different lights descended on the soldier souls. The soldier souls quickly absorbed the general's power, and they originally gave off a faint white light, but as they absorbed the general's power, they became different colors. Moreover, the soldier souls started to become corporeal, and they no longer looked like orbs of light. The orbs of light continuously condensed, forming transparent orbs of different colors. 10 of these orbs could be fused together, forming an even larger rainbow orb that gave off even more light and power. Moreover, there seemed to be something like a star within the orb. The orbs could only be fused once, which was different from fusing with general armaments. As Zhao Fu and the other generals fused with the soldier souls, they did not remain idle. They first dug a 2-meter-long and 2-meter-deep stone trough and poured spirit liquids into it, filling it to the brim. Finally, they lightly placed the emperor-killing sword into it. This was calming the sword. The emperor-killing sword's killing intent and sword intent were too powerful, so what Zhao Fu was doing was temporarily weakening its killing intent and sword intent and calming down its spirituality in preparation for the fusion. The silent sword was something that would only be used in important situations, and it could be seen how much importance Zhao Fu placed on this matter. Following this, Zhao Fu took out a golden orb of light that was as big as a fist. There seemed to be a dragon swimming within the orb of light. This dragon looked a little like a divine dragon, but it was different. Its horns were straight, and it had a pair of wings with golden feathers. Moreover, this dragon had 2 pupils, giving off a very serious and dangerous feeling. The golden orb of light was the most important item for fusing a king armament, which was the remnant soul of a king. Without this item, even if one had 1,000 soldier souls, they would not be able to fuse a king armament. The golden dragon within Zhao Fu's body had its eyes closed, and the instant Zhao Fu took out the golden orb of light, it suddenly opened its eyes and stared at the orb of light. The divine dragon within the orb of light looked exactly like the golden dragon, but there were some differences. Those differences were after it fused with Zhao Fu. Before, the golden dragon looked exactly like the divine dragon within the orb of light. Suddenly, the golden dragon gave a trace of a smile and did not say anything, but its expression became serious and filled with joy. If Zhao Fu saw its expression, he would feel quite shocked because the golden dragon rarely looked so happy. Zhao Fu did not want to do anything else but refine the remnant soul of a king. This was the core of a king armament, and the divine dragon within would become the king armament's king soul. As such, he had to refine it before fusing with it. To Zhao Fu, this was quite simple. After all, Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline, which reigned above countless emperors. However, in actuality, Zhao Fu had spent quite a bit of effort to refine the remnant soul of a king. This remnant soul felt quite extraordinary and seemed quite special. The generals and generals stood at the edges, split into 24 directions, surrounding Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood at the center with a serious expression. He first closed his eyes and calmed himself down before slowly opening them. Light flowed within his eyes as god weapon pearls appeared around Zhao Fu, giving off faint light as they floated around Zhao Fu. The god weapon pearls were naturally the pearls that had been fused. 10 of them had fused into one, and the 1,000 soldier souls had now condensed into 100 god weapon souls. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded out as the god weapon pearls exploded out with powerful auras, causing wild gales to blow as they turned into rays of light and shot into the sky. They gave off intense different colored lights that lit up the surrounding 10 kilometers. Generals, heed my command. Zhao Fu stood at the center, his expression not changing at all. He did not look at the sky and instead lightly cried out. Bai Qi and the other generals obeyed and raised their general armaments before exploding out with all of their power and sending it into the general armaments. 7 Murders Star, heed my command, descend. Army Destroyer Star, heed my command, descend. Voracious Wolf Star, heed my command, descend. Moon Star, heed my command, descend. Heaven Minister Star, heed my command, descend. As the generals and generals yelled, their bodies gave off intense light and turned into pillars of light that gave off terrifying auras as they shot into the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, the pillars of light gave off terrifying power as they shot into the sky, causing the sky to tremble as if it was going to split apart. The massive sound startled all creatures in the surroundings, causing them to instinctively feel fear. A blood-red light spread out in the sky as a cold aura of killing and conquering ferociously spread out. A massive blood-red star giving off a powerful aura of suppression slowly descended, and black light shot out in all directions as an aura of conquering and conquering spread out. A massive black star giving off a massive might slowly descended. Following this, a green light covered half of the sky as an eerie and strange aura silently spread out. A green star giving off a powerful might broke through the restrictions of the sky and descended. The stars gave off different lights and gave off different terrifying auras as they slowly descended from the sky. There were 24 stars in total. The 24 stars gave off all sorts of intense starlight, making this place as bright as day. The light covered the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, and the powerful pressure seemed to cause the scene to freeze and fall into silence. Everything, whether it was flowers, grass, insects, beasts, mountains, or trees, seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. Their faces were filled with horror, and they could not move at all. At that moment, the 100 schools of philosophers, who had no idea what Zhao Fu was going to do, came to their senses. They sensed a powerful fate trembling, and they rushed out of the room to look at the 24 resplendent stars in the sky with grave expressions. Even though no one knew what was going on, based on these ripples, it meant that something big was about to happen. Everyone looked at the stars, wanting to know what was going on. After summoning the 24 general stars, the commanders controlled the general stars and poured all of their power into the divine weapon pearls floating in the air. The 100 divine weapon pearls in the sky absorbed the boundless general star's power and gave off an even more intense light. The general power within them became incredibly powerful, and even space itself seemed to tremble. The 24 general stars gradually disappeared into the sky, and the 7 murders divine weapon pearls giving off a blood-red light, the army destroyer divine weapon pearls giving off a black light, and the voracious wolf divine weapon pearls giving off a green light started to move and gather towards the center, taking up 3 directions. The other divine weapon pearls also started to move, taking up their own positions before spreading out and giving off their own lights. They attracted and connected with each other, forming a 10,000-meter wide, multicolored magic formation. Boom! As soon as the magic formation was formed, a huge pressure came crashing down. Countless cracks appeared in the space, and the ground instantly cracked and collapsed. A massive crater that was hundreds of thousands of meters wide appeared in the ground. Rocks and trees were all destroyed, and only the flattened mountain remained. It was as if there was some kind of power protecting this mountain, making everyone feel incredibly shocked. The terrifying shockwaves caused everyone in the human world to sense them, and they all looked towards the multicolored magic formation. Zhao Fu slowly raised his head and looked at the sky, where the magic formation gave off intense light and shocking power. He slowly took out a golden pearl. This was the remnant soul of a king that Zhao Fu had refined. Zhao Fu sent his divine power into it, causing the golden pearl to give off a brilliant golden light. It slowly rose up and entered the center of the multicolored magic formation, which was where the 7 murders divine weapon pearls, voracious wolf divine weapon pearls, and army destroyer lord pearls were. The golden pearl seemed to be pouring a soul into the magic formation, and the multicolored magic formation seemed to come to life. Heaven and earth power madly gathered, and the world started to go through massive changes. Clouds swirled, and wild gales blew as thunder boomed. Terrifying ripples flooded out, and it was not just the human world but the surrounding 10 or so worlds all felt these terrifying ripples. Yao Ming and the other people's expressions fell, and they hurriedly went outside and looked towards where Qin was. There was a hair-raising power coming from that direction. A massive gale had been kicked up where Zhao Fu was, and the surroundings were covered by brilliant rainbow light. The magic formation continuously devoured heaven and earth power, and the terrifying ripples it gave off became more and more terrifying. Zhao Fu's expression became serious, and he took out the Emperor Killing Sword and pointed it at the sky. He exploded out with all of his power, and his body gave off divine power that could cause people to despair. He turned into a black ray of light and shot into the massive magic formation. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the multicolored magic formation instantly expanded out to 100,000 meters wide and quickly spun, giving off a heaven-devouring power. The expressions of the people in the surrounding 10 or so worlds fell because the power of their worlds was being sucked away by a massive wave of power. Just what is Qin doing? Countless people looked incredibly shocked. For such terrifying ripples to come from Qin was definitely doing something incredibly terrifying. That power caused countless people to feel a chill, and they instinctively wanted to stop him, but they found that they were powerless. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon had long since disappeared as if all of the light had been devoured by darkness. It was not just the sky but the entire world. Even the things in front of them could not be seen clearly, and they felt a boundless darkness. The world seemed to fall silent, and there was not a trace of sound. A trace of blood-red light appeared within the darkness, following which even more blood-red light appeared, dyeing the world blood-red. An enormous blood-red star, giving off an immense pressure, slowly descended from the sky. A disaster, conquering, bloodthirsty, and devilish aura swept through the world like a heaven-toppling flood. The people from the 10 or so worlds felt a chill in their hearts, and they felt as if they had fallen into an icy river. Icy water flowed over them, and the bone-chilling coldness caused their bodies to uncontrollably tremble. Suddenly, wild gales howled, destroying everything. Lightning continuously exploded out, and torrential rain continuously descended. The ground continuously trembled, and it was as if the heavens and earth were facing a massive calamity. Bang! Before anyone could react, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and a world-destroying storm swept out. Boulders were blown into the sky, trees were uprooted, and the ground was peeled off layer by layer. Countless cracks appeared in the sky. Countless rays of golden light spilled out from the crack, dyeing the sky gold. An incredibly noble and supreme golden star slowly descended, and a formless power that could cause all things in the world to submit spread out. Countless people's bodies sank as they looked shocked. This was yet another terrifying power that could cause all creatures to submit. They had felt it before, and it was something that was deeply engraved in their hearts. Some ordinary beasts had long since knelt on the ground in fear, looking terrified. Countless people's bodies also uncontrollably knelt on the ground. This golden light gave the greatest pressure to the human race, and almost no human race could resist it. They knelt on the ground as if they were facing the world's most terrifying emperor, feeling incredibly nervous and covered their bodies with sweat. The other races had some strength to resist, such as Yao Ming. Facing the resplendent golden star in the sky, he gave off a will of submission and resisted with all of his strength. He definitely would not kneel to Great Qin. As for everyone else, they had long since knelt on the ground, including the princes who had just been talking to Yao Ming. They looked incredibly shocked because in front of that power, their bloodlines and power could not resist at all and instinctively wanted to submit. As this golden star descended, the people in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain sensed it and came outside to look at the resplendent golden star in the sky. Boom! Another loud rumble rang out and countless gray lights enveloped the sky. The surrounding temperature plummeted and a cold aura filled the heavens and earth. A massive gray star that looked like a moon, giving off an immense might, slowly descended from the sky. It shook the surroundings and caused all creatures to feel fear, and all gods and demons retreated. Everyone felt the pressure on their bodies increase again. They were pressed to the ground, unable to resist. Suddenly, strands of ghostly chi rose up from the ground, and transparent figures appeared on the ground. There were old and young people, men and women, and they were all people who had died here. They looked at the gray star with solemn expressions and walked towards it as if they were on a pilgrimage. The ground was filled with these spirits in all directions. It was impossible to count how many there were. In any case, they were densely packed together. Boom! The heavens and earth once again gave off an explosion before continuously trembling. A brilliant violet light covered the ground as a violet sun-like star with a dragon-shaped star gave off an unimaginably powerful devil intent and a ferocious aura as it blasted down. Countless beasts and birds cried out and felt despair. They looked at the violet dragon star in the sky as if they were begging. Everyone felt the pressure on their bodies become much stronger. The moment the violet dragon star descended, an explosion sounded out in Yao Ming's mind and his mind went blank. As a member of the devil race, he was unable to resist this kind of pressure. The 4 massive stars gave off immense might and gave off 4 colored lights, seeming to split the world into 4 parts. Now, the people of the dozens of worlds looked at the 4 stars in shock. They could not understand why these 4 terrifying stars had appeared. Just what had happened, the ripples coming from those stars made it so that no one dared to get close. It was like a forbidden region, causing everyone to feel fear. Fuse! Zhao Fu looked at the 4 stars and continued to point his sword at the heavens as he lightly cried out, "Great Emperor! Great Emperor!" Boom! 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 4 massive explosions shook the surroundings as the 4 terrifying stars gave off intense light and poured a vast ocean-like power into the multicolored magic formation. After absorbing the 4 emperor stars' terrifying power, the multicolored magic formation quickly spun and a destructive aura spread out. The surrounding space continuously collapsed, turning into primal chaos, and a multicolored pillar of light descended and landed on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu raised the emperor-killing sword. After using the stillness sword, it had become incredibly calm, but as the Emperor Star's power flowed into it, the Emperor Killing Sword's reaction became intense. Xing, an almost corporeal killing intent and sword intent spread out, leaving behind deep sword gashes in the ground. The fusion was not simple, and the two powers were resisting the Emperor Star's power. Xiaofu once again closed his eyes and focused on controlling the Emperor Killing Sword, allowing it to absorb the Emperor Star's power. The Emperor Killing Sword world continuously trembled and the sky darkened as countless traces of sword chi flew about chaotically. For rays of starlight covered the Emperor Killing Sword world, and the Emperor Star's power continuously flowed into it, causing the Emperor Killing Sword's reaction to gradually weaken. The Emperor Killing Sword started to absorb the Emperor Star's power, and the Emperor Killing Sword world started to go through changes. A while later, the Emperor Killing Sword absorbed more and more Emperor Star's power, and the aura it gave off became more and more terrifying. The four Emperor Stars gradually disappeared into the sky and a rainbow pillar of light became smaller. In the end, the rainbow magic formation turned into a ray of light and imprinted itself on the Emperor Killing Sword. The king armament had successfully fused, but before Xiaofu could feel happy, Xing, a massive sword hum spread out, seeming to be corporeal. It contained destructive power as it tore through the sky and pierced through countless worlds, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The people in the surrounding domains felt as if the sword hum had exploded in their ears, causing intense pain in their ears. As Xiaofu watched in shock, the Emperor Killing Sword left his control and turned into a ray of sword light as it shot towards the sky. Boom! The entire Heaven Awakened world gave off an explosion, and countless powerful figures opened their eyes. They felt that the Heaven Awakened world's massive fate was gathering towards a certain place. To be able to gather such a massive amount of fate, even ordinary celestials would not be able to do such a thing. That thing definitely had an unimaginable amount of fate to be able to do such a thing. Even if it wasn't from something, with all of the Heaven Awakened world's fate gathering towards that place, something that could shake the entire Heaven Awakened world might happen there. As such, the experts did not dare to underestimate this place, so they all treated it seriously. However, there were no results. That place where the fate was gathering seemed to be covered by an extremely terrifying power, and they were unable to detect it at all. Only the Heaven Secrets Pavilion knew what was going on, as they had found that the four Emperor Stars were sending their power into something terrifying. They did not know what that thing was, but it was most likely related to fate, or else it would not be able to gather the Heaven Awakened world's fate. The fate of a single Emperor Star could change a large race and affect the situation in the Heaven Awakened world. Just how terrifying would four Emperor Stars be? The people from the Heaven Secrets Pavilion all looked quite serious, not knowing what Qin was doing to make them feel a trace of fear. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the boundless cosmos fate flowed into the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor Killing Sword was like a black hole, devouring all of the fate, and a world-destroying sword energy spread out. Within the Emperor Killing Sword world, 4 stars appeared in the blue sky. Those 4 stars were the 4 Emperor Stars, and their power continuously flowed into the Emperor Killing Sword world, while the Emperor Killing Sword world's power also flowed into the Emperor Stars. With the massive amount of fate, the two sides gradually fused together. This was a true fusion. Xing, a clear sword light sounded throughout the Heaven Awakened world, announcing the birth of an extremely terrifying existence. Countless people felt quite shocked. Just what kind of sword hum could cause such a massive commotion? Could it be a celestial sword? No one knew, but this sword hum caused the Heaven Awakened world's aura to tremble, causing the weather to change and clouds to swirl. The human race suddenly felt a sense of fear and cold sweat dripped down their bodies. The devil race's devil beasts were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, and the death race's countless ghosts gave off terrifying roars. An aura of disaster, illness, slaughter, war, and evil spread throughout the Heaven Awakened world. The human race, devil race, and death race's experts all became extremely sensitive to this aura. This caused the expressions of countless higher beings to fall. Fortunately, this power was not very strong, and it was not strong enough to affect the heavens, earth, and humans. Otherwise, under the influence of that power, the world would fall into chaos, and all kinds of natural disasters would occur everywhere. Plagues and diseases would spread continuously, and misfortune would come one after another. Everyone would be filled with killing, and wars would erupt between countries. Moreover, a large number of monsters who would bring disaster to the world would appear. How can such a ferocious creature be allowed to descend into the world? Right now, countless higher beings wanted to destroy the thing giving off that terrifying aura. They definitely could not allow it to remain in the world, or else the world might be destroyed by its hands. It was a pity that even if the countless supreme beings wanted to kill that ferocious creature, they had no way of knowing where that ferocious creature was due to the powerful heaven's secrets. They only knew what that ferocious creature was and what it looked like. Since they could not use divination methods to find that ferocious creature, the large factions could only send out disciples to track it down. They had to find it as soon as possible, or else if that terrifying power became stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, the higher beings understood what had attracted the heaven-awakened world's fate. It was most likely that world-destroying ferocious creature. Many disciples obeyed the order and went to search for that ominous creature. However, they still didn't understand what was going on because they didn't feel that terrifying chi. That kind of chi could only be sensed by people with extremely high cultivation. The palpitation, fear, and dread they had felt before were merely their instinctive reactions to that terrifying aura. They had not sensed that aura, so they did not know the reason behind it. If ordinary people could sense that aura, the world would have long since fallen into chaos, and no one would be able to escape from that aura. The teachers of Emperor Path College gathered to discuss this matter. Just what kind of monster do you think it is? It actually possesses such terrifying power. If we don't destroy it as soon as it descends into the world, all living beings and everything in the world will be destroyed by its hands. I think it should be a sword. I wonder who has the ability to forge such an evil sword to harm the world. That's right. That sword is practically a sword of calamity, slaughter, death, war, madness, and evilness. I'm afraid that even the person who forged the sword would suffer an extremely strong backlash from such a terrifying and ominous object. He would have to endure endless calamities and reap what he sowed. I don't really care about these things. I just want to know who the person who forged this evil sword is and what kind of terrifying method was used to forge the sword. That's going to be difficult. Not only is this vicious item protected by an enormous amount of fate, making it impossible to divine its location, the person who forged the sword is also quite extraordinary. He is also protected by an enormous amount of heaven's secrets. I wonder which old monster it is. Now, let's follow the other forces and search around. Perhaps we'll be able to find out something. The various factions will not be able to remain calm because the appearance of that evil sword will not be good for anyone. The human Phoenix Empire also took this matter to heart. After all, they were from the human race, so they were quite sensitive to that aura. More importantly, they could sense a trace of power that surpassed that of emperors. Just the fact that it surpassed emperor's power was enough to shock countless people, but adding on that ferocious and evil aura, it was even more shocking. The human Phoenix Empire understood how terrifying the evil sword was more than anyone else, so they took this matter very seriously. They also sent out experts to search for that sword. No matter who it was, anyone who had anything to do with the evil sword would be killed without mercy. It was likely that everyone in the heaven-awakened world had this attitude. No one would keep anything that could threaten them. Feng Xianxia did not care too much about this because she was completely focused on finding Zhao Fu's whereabouts. Even with the human Phoenix Empire's faction, they could not find Zhao Fu, which made Feng Xianxia feel quite surprised. It was as if Zhao Fu had appeared in the heaven domain out of nowhere and had not obtained anything. Feng Xianxia felt quite furious about this and decided that if she could catch him again, she would imprison him in the imperial palace for the rest of his life. Feng Xianxia would never have thought that the person who forged the evil sword was Zhao Fu. My heart hurts so much. Such a peerless sword's fate is actually going to be destroyed by everyone. If you gave this sword to me, I promise to hide in a place where no one is around and protect this sword for the rest of my life. I will accompany this sword for the rest of my life and not allow it to harm the world. Haha. Do you think you can control that evil sword? Just by descending, that evil sword was able to gather the entire heaven-awakened world's fate, and its evil aura spread throughout the world. Do you know just how terrifying that evil sword is? AI. Even though I love swords, I feel that such an evil sword should be destroyed and not allowed to harm the world. However, it's quite a pity for such a peerless sword to be destroyed like this. Perhaps it can compare to the heavenly awakened 10 swords. Speaking of the heavenly awakened 10 swords, isn't the third-ranked demon world evil sword also an extremely evil and dark sword? The power it contains can easily demonize 10 worlds. Anyone who is weak will fall into the demonic path in front of this sword and become a monster of slaughter. However, no one wants to destroy this sword. Why did this evil sword cause such a thing? The demon world evil sword can at most affect a small portion of people, and everyone wants to obtain it to unleash terrifying power. How could they destroy it? However, that evil sword is different, it directly harms everyone. They're two completely different types of swords. That's right. The demon world evil sword is used as a weapon to kill people, but that evil sword is not a weapon but a source of disaster. This sword is quite different and most likely isn't an ordinary weapon. Moreover, it gives off such a powerful evil aura and has gathered such a large amount of fate. That evil sword is most likely a special evil sword. There's no need for us to say anything else, let's go and find that evil sword. Our sect has the 10,000 sword heaven stone, so we should have an advantage. Perhaps we'll be able to find that sword. If we don't destroy it, we'll seal it in our sword sect. Now, all of the factions were searching for the evil sword's whereabouts, and there was no disagreement. They all wanted to destroy this evil sect, as it would become the source of all disasters. If they did not destroy it, they would be doomed. The other powers didn't know anything about the evil sword, nor did they know its origins. However, there was one power that did. It was the secret pavilion. They had been paying close attention to Zhao Fu all this while and had not missed out on any information. They were also very familiar with Zhao Fu's aura, which was why they knew about the evil sword and the reason it was so terrifying. They guessed that Zhao Fu was most likely condensing some sort of fate item. In actuality, General Armaments, King Armaments, General Stars, King Stars, and Emperor Stars were all closely related to fate, so it was not wrong to call them fate items. However, they did not know what Zhao Fu was thinking. He had actually fused the killing sword with the power of the 4 Emperor Stars. Because it was an item of fate, adding on the massive amount of fate from the 4 Emperor Stars and how terrifying the killing sword itself was, it was able to absorb as much fate as possible, which was why so much heaven and earth fate had gathered, forming such a terrifying evil sword. As for the attribute of the sword, why wasn't it the attribute of the celestial arch sword? The attributes of the Nether Emperor Star? The attribute of the Purple Sky Dragon Star? Even if it wasn't any of those attributes, the ordinary killing sword's attributes were already quite terrifying, so why did it have to be the attribute of the Chaos Imperial Star? In terms of power, the Celestial Emperor Star, Nether Emperor Star, and Purple Sky Dragon Star were the supreme Emperor Stars of the 3 races, so they were definitely more powerful than the Chaos Imperial Star. Logically speaking, the Emperor Killing Sword should not have been the attribute of the Chaos Imperial Star. There were many reasons for this, including the following. Zhao Fu's first Emperor Star was the Chaos Imperial Star, which was Zhao Fu's Fate Star. The others were all secondary stars and naturally could not replace the Chaos Imperial Star. Moreover, even though the 3 Emperor Stars were powerful, they did not have clear attributes. They were not like the 7 Murder Swords' attribute was Massacre, the Army Destroyer Sword's attribute was Conquest, and the Greed Sword's attribute was Conspiracy. The Chaos Imperial Star's attribute was Disaster, so it naturally fulfilled the requirements to become a king armament. Finally, the formation of the Chaos Imperial Star was quite special. It was fused with the Chaos Demon Star and the Myrtle Imperial Star, and it had the ability to devour other Emperor Stars. As the supreme Emperor Stars of the 3 races, the 3 Emperor Stars were indeed powerful, but the truly powerful one was still the Chaos Imperial Star. Its aura of disaster could corrode and devour all other stars, and no Emperor Star could escape its corrosion. This attribute was the bane of many other stars. AI. This person has such great talent and great opportunities, why can't he just focus on his development? Perhaps one day, he would be able to shake the heaven domain. What sword forging? Now, everyone in the world wants to kill him. I feel the same way. It's the first time someone has had 4 Emperor Stars supporting him. It's a pity that even a higher being won't be able to protect him. What higher being? Even a half-celestial would find it difficult to protect him. Unless he hands over that evil sword, the only outcome for him will be death. Don't say that, he's someone with the Chaos Imperial Star fate, how could he just stay put? What's more, he has 4 Emperor stars, and he didn't die from the Emperor Killer curse, so perhaps he still has a chance. I feel that if such a person develops, he'll definitely become an extremely terrifying person. In the future, let's wait for his name to shake the heaven domain. Of course, the prerequisite is that he doesn't die. Everyone discussed this matter, and the young woman in white had a serious expression on her face and did not say anything. This matter had long since been reported to the higher-ups, and those old monsters most likely knew about it. Now, they were just waiting for their orders. The order was quickly given to continue observing and not to interfere. It was forbidden to discuss this matter within the pavilion, and anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Even though the first few sentences were just as calm as before, the last few sentences suddenly became filled with killing intent. It could be seen how important this matter was to the higher-ups. Hearing this order, everyone felt quite startled and obediently shut their mouths. Hearing this order, the young woman in white frowned and did not feel too surprised. No one knew what she was thinking, but she went to the Heaven's Secrets instrument and sent her consciousness into the boundless Heaven's Secrets. Back at Qin, all of the abnormal signs might have disappeared. The Emperor Killing Sword had absorbed a large amount of fate and silently floated in the sky. Its appearance had not changed much, and it was still a black and blood-red color and gave off a simple and ancient aura. The only change was that there was a magic formation on the sword. It was the rainbow magic formation from before, but it was now a black and blood-red color. Zhao Fu grabbed with his hand and countless traces of black divine aura flowed out, turning into a massive black hand that gave off a massive aura and shook the surroundings as it grabbed towards the Emperor Killing Sword. Xing, the Emperor Killing Sword shot out countless traces of black and blood-red sword light, slashing Zhao Fu's black hand into countless traces of black aura and dissipating. Bang, the Emperor Killing Sword descended and stabbed into the ground in front of Zhao Fu. A formless energy spread out and the ground immediately cracked open a 10-meter wide crater. A figure lightly stepped on the Emperor Killing Sword's hilt. It was a woman wearing a blood-red dress. She was tall and slim, had white skin, and had long black hair that reached her waist. She was extremely beautiful and had a pair of golden eyes, giving off a noble aura. This was most likely the sword spirit that the Emperor Killing Sword had given birth to. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and had thought that it would be a golden dragon. The woman's eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body and a trace of a smile appeared on her face as she called out, "Big sister." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and did not understand what was going on. The golden dragon within Zhao Fu's body also gave a trace of a smile, and Zhao Fu's body shined with golden light as the golden dragon flew out and turned into a graceful and noble woman wearing a golden palace dress. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu looked quite confused. After being with the golden dragon for so long, Zhao Fu did not know that she could take human form. Moreover, the golden dragon was most likely hiding something from him. Before, Zhao Fu had thought that she was a fate dragon, but it seemed that this was not the case at all. "Big sister. I never thought that I would be able to see you again." The sword spirit walked over to the golden dragon and lightly hugged the golden dragon as she said happily. The golden dragon smiled as she said, "I never thought that I would be able to see you again. Fortunately, you preserved some of your remnant soul and were able to recover under the Emperor Star's massive power. You need to thank someone standing there." The sword spirit looked at Zhao Fu and gave a gentle smile as she said, "You must be my big sister's child." "I am." "Wait. I think you're mistaken." Zhao Fu was flabbergasted and interrupted the sword spirit. What was wrong with him? The golden dragon's child must have misunderstood something. The golden dragon lightly laughed as he said, "He's not my child, I've fused with him as a fate dragon, and he now has the Heaven Murder Empire's bloodline." The sword spirit nodded and said, "No wonder his bloodline and aura are very similar to yours. Has the Heaven Murder Empire been restored?" The golden dragon smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Heaven Murder Empire and the Qin Empire have merged, and the Qin Empire is the leader. The sword spirit frowned slightly and looked a little unhappy. Then, the golden dragon began to tell the sword spirit what happened after that, while also explaining to Zhao Fu. Back then, she had been chased by people and had almost been heavily injured. The Heaven Murder Empire had been at a critical juncture of destruction, So she could only use a secret technique to fuse with the Heaven Murder Empire's fate dragon to preserve a trace of the Heaven Murder Empire's fate and to preserve her own life. The golden dragon also told her about Zhao Fu. The sword spirit slightly frowned and looked at Zhao Fu in shock as she said, "He really has an early-stage divine bloodline? And he has 4 emperor stars?" Back then, the powerful Heaven Murder Empire only had a peak emperor bloodline and had not broken through to a divine bloodline. She had never heard of anyone with 4 emperor stars. The golden dragon gave a pleased and proud smile as she said, "What do you think of the person I chose? He's not bad, right?" The sword spirit nodded in shock. She now remembered that she was a sword spirit and the sword spirit of the sword that Zhao Fu had forged. After the 2 women talked for a while, the golden dragon returned to Zhao Fu's body, and the sword spirit returned to the sword. Zhao Fu asked, "Is there anything else you're hiding from me?" The golden dragon was in a good mood as she smiled and said, "I'm not hiding anything from you, it's just that you didn't ask, so I didn't tell you." Zhao Fu felt quite powerless to ask, he had indeed never cared about such things before, so he asked, "What's your name then?" The golden dragon felt quite surprised that Zhao Fu had suddenly asked for her name, and she replied, "You can call me Shi, and you can call my little sister Yu." Zhao Fu nodded. At first, he had thought that the golden dragon was a fate dragon and did not have a gender. Fortunately, the golden dragon was a woman, or else he would not be able to accept doing it with the woman he loved in front of a man. The emperor killing sword flew into Zhao Fu's hand and did not resist at all. Just then, the sword spirit had been controlling the emperor killing sword, causing it to leave Zhao Fu's control. Now that the sword spirit obeyed Zhao Fu's commands, it naturally did not resist. What Zhao Fu was most curious about was the emperor killing sword stats. After all, it was a king armament, and ordinary king armaments had powerful stats. Before, Zhao Fu had obtained a king armament shard and knew its stats, and that shard had become the disaster king ring. Even if it was not a king armament, it was the product of fusing 4 emperor stars with the emperor killing sword, and it had even caused abnormal signs in the Heaven Awakened world. This was enough to show how terrifying this sword was. Zhao Fu saw that the emperor killing sword's name had not changed and was still at the very front. Why was this so? This was because there was a large group of names behind it, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite shocked. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Emperor Path Sword. An emperor's sword that condenses massive amounts of emperor's power. It contains the might of an emperor and can shake the world, causing all creatures to submit and unify the world. Sword of the Way of the Sword. An ultimate sword that condenses the most powerful sword intent. It has the sharpness of splitting the heavens and the earth and can slash apart all things. Sword of Fate. An item that condenses a massive amount of fate. It has the same stats as a nation armament and can gather large amounts of fate. Sword of Killing. A sword that condenses boundless killing intent. It contains immense killing power, and the wielder will become a god of killing. Sword of Conquering. A holy sword that contains an intense aura of war. It can give the wielder immense power. Sword of Disaster. An inauspicious sword that contains an aura of disaster. It has the power to cause all sorts of natural and man-made disasters. Sword of Sickness. A sword that contains all sorts of diseases and plagues. It is one of the evil swords. Sword of Demonic Genius. A sword that contains demonic intent. It can cause abnormal signs in the heavens and earth and bring disaster to all creatures. Sword of Chaos. A sword that condenses the will of chaos. Once the sword is unleashed, the world will fall into chaos. It has the ability to confuse and affect people. Sword of the Human Master. A sword that contains the power of the human race's supreme emperor star. It can command countless humans. Whether it is an emperor, a subject, or a commoner, they will all become servants under this sword. Sword of the Devil Lord. A sword that contains the power of the devil race's supreme emperor star. It can command countless devils. Whether it is an emperor, a subject, or a commoner, they will all become servants under this sword. Sword of the Ghost Lord. A sword that contains the power of the death race's supreme emperor star. It can command countless devils. Whether it is an emperor, a subject, or a commoner, they will all become servants under this sword. It was most likely that no one had ever seen a sword with so many names. However, the Emperor Killing Sword's 12 names represented 12 terrifying powers. For example, the first sword was called Emperor's Path Sword. As long as one held this sword, even if one was not an emperor and was only a king or an ordinary person, one would be able to unleash powerful emperor's power. The second name was Sword of Sword Path. As long as one held this sword, one would be able to grasp an incredibly powerful sword intent. Even though one did not comprehend this sword intent by themselves, one could control it at will. The final name was Ghost Lord's Sword. The Ghost Lord was the master of all ghosts and monsters, and as long as one held this sword, it would become a ghost god weapon. Not only did it have powerful ghostly power, but it also had an innate suppressive effect on countless ghosts and monsters. There were no ghosts that did not fear it. From this, it could be seen that the Emperor Killing Sword's 12 names were not just for show, they represented 12 different attributes and were incredibly powerful. Zhao Fu was quite shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying sword before. It could be called a divine sword. Even legendary celestial swords would at most be powerful, but they would not have as many attributes as the Emperor Killing Sword. Moreover, all of the attributes were very powerful, and not a single one was weak. If the sword sect knew about this sword's attributes, they would be delirious with joy and might even go crazy. Even with all of their experience, they had never seen such a sword before. If they obtained this sword, they would definitely destroy it and use it as a supreme treasure of their sect. Even the number 1 sword in the Heaven Awakened world would pale in comparison to the Emperor Killing Sword. More importantly, the Emperor Killing Sword was a sword that could grow. It was the core item of the Emperor Killing Sword world, and as the Emperor Killing Sword world expanded, it would become more powerful. Just how terrifying would such a sword be once it matured? Those people were definitely right. This sword could bring disaster to all creatures and cause chaos in the world. The Emperor Killing Sword's grade was still origin grade and had not changed at all. Zhao Fu looked at the sword's other attributes. Indeed, there were many other attributes, which were the following: obtained plus 1000% EXP, plus 500% achievement points, plus 500% chance of spawning S grade and above, plus 500% limit of special troops, plus 40% stats of all villages, plus 500% crop yield, 500% crop growth time, and plus 1000% resistance to natural disasters. These attributes were almost the same as the King Armament Shard's attributes, but they were much more powerful. EXP and achievement points were no longer of much use to Zhao Fu. The talent respawn and special soldiers were a little useful, but what surprised Zhao Fu the most was the production attribute. Now, almost all of the city's production stats had disappeared, while the Emperor Killing Sword still had production stats. This meant that it could still reduce production time and increase production. The Emperor Killing Sword also had attributes, which were similar to General Armaments. General Armaments had 6 attributes: Emperor Chi Condensation, Emperor's Light, Emperor's Courage, Emperor's Armament, Emperor's Power, and the 4 Emperor's Armaments. Its attributes and description were the same as other General Armaments, but there were 2 important points. The first was Emperor Chi Condensation, which could gather the power of 1 billion soldiers and form a massive battle beast. The second was the General Armament's 6th attribute, Emperor's Armament. If Zhao Fu used this, the 4 Emperor Stars' power could be added to ordinary soldiers. Even though the Emperor Stars' power would not be much, considering how terrifying Zhao Fu's Emperor Stars were, even a few traces would be able to greatly strengthen ordinary soldiers. These were all attributes that a King Armament should have, and there was another attribute, which was the Sword Domain. Now, the Emperor Killing Sword could unleash a barrier that could cover an entire world. This barrier was naturally incredibly powerful, and it was formed from 12 types of sword energy. It could be said that if Zhao Fu unleashed it, ordinary people would not be able to break through it. At the same time, these were only the Emperor Killing Sword's basic attributes, and they would continue to increase in the future as the Emperor Killing Sword world expanded. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu immediately entered the Emperor Killing Sword world. The changes there were most likely not small. After entering, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The sky was still blue and did not have a single cloud. There were only 4 resplendent stars in the sky: blood red, violet, gold, and gray. Even though they gave off different starlight, they did not dye the sky any different colors. Wind blew across the grass, and the berserk and terrifying Killing Sword intent within the Emperor Killing Sword world had become much weaker. However, it had gained a lot of Emperor's Dao power. Zhao Fu looked at Sword Obsession and found that it now had a few traces of Emperor's Dao power. The other effects were not too great, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. After returning to the outside world, Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the Emperor Killing Sword before carefully putting it away. Zhao Fu understood how powerful this sword's attributes were, so it would be best to use it less in the future in case others tried to pry into it. However, Zhao Fu was not worried that others would steal it because even if this sword was stolen, he would not be able to use it. After all, only he could use the Emperor Killing Sword, and the sword spirit could not change that. The sword spirit could control the Emperor Killing Sword, but the true control of the Emperor Killing Sword was still with Zhao Fu. After all, the Emperor Killing Sword was a sword of killing heart that Zhao Fu had forged, and Zhao Fu controlled the Emperor Killing Sword world. If the sword spirit had resisted before, Zhao Fu would have been able to forcefully suppress it. However, the sword spirit had only been sent in and was not the sword spirit body, so it could not completely control the sword. Moreover, now that Zhao Fu had fused the power of his 4 fate stars into the Emperor Killing Sword, he did not have to worry about the Emperor Killing Sword suffering backlash. Even if the Emperor Killing Sword was evil, dark, or destructive in the future, it would not be able to harm Zhao Fu. If anyone else obtained this sword, they would definitely suffer all sorts of backlash and would not be able to defend against it. Even if they had powerful fate, it would not be enough, as the sword energy could seep into fate. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have obtained such a divine weapon," the generals came up and said with smiles. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before returning to Qin City. Not too long after, the sky brightened, and before there was any news from Zhao Fu, a large number of troublesome things had started to happen. Zhao Fu knew what was going on and could not help but feel that the heavenly domain boundary was able to weaken all abnormal signs, which would not have caused such a commotion. The first to come to Qin City were the ambassadors from the surrounding regions. They all wanted to know what had happened in Qin City and why the 4 stars in the sky had such immense power. Zhao Fu thought about it and released the news that the Qin Empire had an expert helping them, and that expert had used a heaven-defying method to change fate and protect the Qin Empire. The 4 stars from before were just astronomical phenomena. This was more believable than not knowing anything, but only a small portion of people believed it. Most people did not believe it, as no one would announce such a big matter. They had come to see if there were any obvious changes in the Qin Empire. If there were, they would have to be careful and prepare a plan to deal with the Qin Empire. The surrounding factions were easier to deal with, as the Qin Empire was one of the most powerful factions here. Even if ordinary factions were not convinced, they would not dare to say anything. What worried Zhao Fu was the royal emissaries, as they were not easy to deal with. If something went wrong and other kingdoms attacked, the Qin Empire would be doomed. Zhao Fu did not want this to happen. Facing these people, they would not believe anything that Zhao Fu said, unless he told them the truth. However, this was almost impossible, and it would not be good to face them. As such, Zhao Fu could only drag things out. He ordered people to properly entertain the emissaries and did not answer any questions. He did not want to anger the other side, and he acted as if peace was the best way to make money. After the storm passed, things would be much easier to deal with. The 4 factions were quite dissatisfied with this, and some even wanted to attack the Qin Empire. However, they were hundreds of worlds away from the Qin Empire, and even with teleportation, it would not be an easy thing to do. Now, the Qin Empire had 4 worlds, and even though it did not have a strong foundation, it was not a force that anyone could bully. If they wanted to destroy it, they would have to pay a price. More importantly, many kingdom factions valued him, and if they sent troops to attack him, he would have to go to a kingdom. In the end, they would not be able to gain anything, and they might even suffer heavy losses and have a dangerous enemy. After a few days, the commotion caused by this incident gradually calmed down. Zhao Fu also heaved a sigh of relief. He had been living on tenterhooks. However, something that surprised Zhao Fu happened. Not only did the Greenwood Royal Kingdom express that they were willing to marry Princess Jingmu to Qin, but the Winecloud dynasty also wanted to marry Jiao Xiaoyun to Qin. The ancient god sect also wanted Gu Qingyue to come and see if Qin's imperial prince was suitable. This caused countless people to be incomparably shocked. Why did the powers of the three great kingdoms favor Zhao Fu so much that they were willing to pay such a price and sacrifice the most noble women of their forces? What shocked them even more was that the heavenly music sect also intended to choose Qin's imperial prince as Yin Ruoshi's husband. Everyone was sent into an uproar, and many people cried out in pain. They had never thought that the heavenly music sect would be like this. It was one of the top factions in the ancient STEM domain, and Yin Ruoshi was the #1 beauty in the ancient STEM domain. Because she was wearing a veil, not many people had seen her appearance. Now that Zhao Fu's name had spread far and wide, everyone felt quite curious as to why the large factions would do such a thing. Zhao Fu felt quite confused, but he quickly thought of something and was greatly shocked. Zhao Fu remembered that during the ancient STEM banquet, he had summoned 3 emperor stars, and everyone in the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain had seen them. If an emperor star appeared again, they would definitely know. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt cold sweat run down his body and felt that a disaster was about to befall Qin. He felt that the royal kingdoms would attack in the next moment. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and immediately sent out countless intelligence personnel to gather information. The results made Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. The royal kingdoms did not seem to have any intentions of mobilizing their forces. Could it be that his identity hadn't been exposed? Zhao Fu felt quite confused, but according to the reports, the royal kingdoms had sent people to investigate Zhao Fu. Right now, they only suspected that Qin was related to that mysterious emperor and did not confirm that Zhao Fu was that mysterious emperor. This time, 4 emperor stars had descended, which was different from the 3 emperor stars from before. Moreover, they had been summoned while fusing a king armament, so the ripples were not as powerful as when the emperor stars had been awakened. As such, not many people in the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain had sensed it. The strongest ripples were when the emperor-killing sword devoured the fate of the heavens and earth, which was what alerted them. Moreover, in terms of aura, Zhao Fu's aura was different from before. Now, Zhao Fu had the aura of a divine bloodline and not an emperor's aura. Zhao Fu's identity most likely had not been exposed, or else the ancient sword sect, Bear Mountain Kingdom, and Netherine dynasty would have directly attacked. At the same time, Zhao Fu knew that the heavenly music sect's news of Yin Ruoshi marrying to Qin was false, and he had no idea who had spread this. However, the other 3 factions had wanted to marry their daughters to Qin, and they most likely valued Qin's potential. They felt that for Qin to be able to cause such ripples, he must have some terrifying hidden abilities. They were almost certain that the Qin Empire would become a royal kingdom. Zhao Fu felt much more at ease. However, after thinking about it, if the other royal kingdoms really attacked, Great Qin would not be doomed. Zhao Fu could ask the higher beings he knew for help, and with their strength, they would be able to protect Great Qin. However, with Zhao Fu's personality and the fact that he was Qin's emperor, he would not easily ask someone for help. However, if he could protect the Qin Empire and put down some of his dignity for Qin's residents, Zhao Fu would be able to do so. Facing the intentions of the 3 royal kingdoms, Zhao Fu could only tactfully gather them. He did not want to maintain his mysterious appearance, and he planned to make everything public and cut himself off from that mysterious emperor. Of course, he had to conceal everything, so Zhao Fu spent a great price to obtain an item that could change one's appearance. In actuality, there were many things in the heaven-awakened world that could change one's appearance, but they were easily seen through, so Zhao Fu had not used them. However, this time, he had obtained an appearance-changing divine liquid that could change one's appearance by peeling off thousands of people's faces. It was quite effective and difficult to see through. Zhao Fu used the appearance-changing divine liquid to make himself look incredibly ordinary, as only by being ordinary would he not draw too much attention. Moreover, Zhao Fu personally received the ambassadors, and the ambassadors all looked quite disappointed. They had never thought that Great Qin's legatee, who was incredibly famous and mysterious, would have such an ordinary-looking appearance. No wonder he wore a mask. Without the mask, his incredibly ordinary face did not look mysterious at all, nor did he have any sort of aura, he looked just like an ordinary person. Following this, the ambassadors spread the news, causing the countless young women who were curious about Zhao Fu to feel greatly disappointed. The peerlessly handsome man they had expected did not appear, and he was just an ordinary person. After hearing about this, Princess Qingmu ran over to Qin and mocked Zhao Fu a few times, saying that she had taken revenge before feeling quite pleased. Xiaofu felt quite speechless and did not mind too much. He obediently stayed in Qin and did not want to make any more trouble. He would wait for things to settle down. This was mainly because of the war god's fury. The core of the war god's fury required a very powerful spirit plant to stabilize the ground, strengthen its defenses, and give the war god's fury powerful life force. Back then, Xiaofu did not know if the celestial peach could be planted. Now that it could be planted, if it became one of the core items of the war god's fury, it would be able to unleash 10 or so times more power than an ordinary war god's fury. Xiaofu had already chosen a region to be the core of the war god's fury, and he carefully transplanted the celestial peach there. Right now, the celestial peach had only grown a small green bud, and it would take a long time for it to grow into a large tree. If it became the core of the war god's fury, it would be able to absorb even more power and grow. There were also the 3 core items of the war god's fury, which were the 10,000 gravity origin stone, the god ray stone, and the powerful spirit plant. With them, Xiaofu could start constructing the war god's fury. Xiaofu gathered all of the talisman masters in Qin City and ordered them to carve out a magic formation that covered an entire region. Luckily, Qin City had a large population and many talisman masters, or else it would take them a long time to carve out such a large magic formation. A few days later, the massive magic formation was completed. Xiaofu came to the center of the magic formation, where a stone platform had been constructed and 24 talisman pillars had been erected. They surrounded the core of the magic formation, helping to control it and also protecting it. The first step was to place the most important 10,000 gravity origin stone. Xiaofu carefully took out the 10,000 gravity origin stone and pressed it into the magic formation. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the magic formation that covered the entire region gave off light and appeared on the ground. A formless energy seeped into the ground, causing the ground to violently tremble. The countless beasts, birds, and insects living here sensed this natural disaster and became incredibly terrified. They ran in all directions, forming small beast tides that gave off powerful auras. Rumble, the ground in this region started to rise, and the ground at the boundary collapsed, giving off massive sounds as a massive crack appeared. The ground continuously rose, giving off a majestic aura that shook the surroundings. It gradually rose higher and higher until it left the ground and flew into the air. The people in the surrounding regions all looked incredibly shocked as they looked at the massive object in the sky. Even from far away, they could feel the pressure and shock coming from it. Now, a floating island that was 100,000 miles wide and tens of thousands of meters thick had appeared. With such a massive body, if it charged over, billions of people would be smashed into meat paste. It was simply too powerful. The 10,000 gravity origin stone was gravity, and its main function was to make the ground rise into the air. However, right now, the region was only made up of ordinary soil, and after being attacked, it would easily scatter. Even though the region was quite big, it would not be able to withstand many attacks. This was especially so under the attack of a nation armament, and it would easily scatter. At this time, the spirit herb and the god ray stone were needed. The second step was for Xiaofu to place the god ray stone. Boom, a white pillar of light shot into the sky, causing the weather to change. Countless white ripples of light spread out on the ground with the pillar of light at the center. The white light seeped into every corner of the region, causing the region floating in the air to shine with white light. Now, every part of the region had divine power, and its defenses were 10 or so times stronger than before. Moreover, the region's movement and flying abilities were greatly increased. Finally, Xiaofu carefully transplanted the celestial peach tree over. The celestial peach tree was indeed a rare spirit item. As soon as it was planted, a powerful aura of life spread out, and the entire region seemed to come to life. Not only did its defenses become stronger, but it also became more agile. All of its stats were greatly increased, and it gave off a massive, formless aura. Xiaofu looked at the war god's fury in satisfaction and gave a pleased smile. However, because it was still lacking a few things, it could not be used in battle yet. However, when it was used, it would not disappoint Xiaofu, and Xiaofu looked forward to that day. Now, the war god's fury had another benefit, which was that it could gather heaven and earth spirit chi, and it could gather large amounts of heaven and earth spirit chi. This would allow the celestial peach tree to quickly grow, and the faster it grew, the more life force it would have, making the war god's fury more powerful. After returning to Qin, Zhaofu was worried that the ancient sword sect might discover his identity at any time, as well as the unknown dangers in the future. Zhaofu wanted to quickly level up to a royal kingdom, and he was only 6 worlds away. Zhaofu wanted to go to the Charm Devil world to see if there were any factions there to develop, or else he would be wasting the Goreo kingdom. If he developed well, he might be able to easily devour the Charm Devil world. Even though the Charm Devil race was quite licentious, they had powerful battle strength. If he could devour them, his strength would greatly increase. At the same time, Zhaofu received news that the Devil Horn Empire had conquered the 2 worlds on the left and right, and it intended to attack the Mermaid world next to the Lontong world. The mermaids were water creatures and used water as a barrier. They did not seem to be in much danger, but if they could deal with the problem of water, the Mermaid world would be in danger. After all, the mermaid's battle strength was only average. If the Devil Horn Empire devoured the Mermaid world, it would be able to spy on the Elf world below and devour the Elf world. If it wasn't for Great Qin defending the 3 continents of the 3 worlds, the Devil Horn Empire would have long since obtained the 3 worlds, and no other worlds would dare to compete with it. If it obtained 3 worlds, it would have 6 worlds. Zhaofu wanted to develop in that direction and restrict the Devil Horn Empire's development. Apart from the Charm Devil world, Zhaofu had 2 other choices. The first was to expand to the left. To the left of the Spirit Light world was the Corpse Paul world, which was also a death race. Back then, in order to steal the primogenitor statue, he had fought with the Corpse Paul world's legatee. Zhaofu did not know much about the Corpse Paul world for now. The second choice was the world next to the Fish Scale world. Zhaofu had not explored it yet, so he did not know much about it. Zhaofu thought about it and decided to first investigate the worlds on the left and right. They were both new worlds and would be easier to deal with. They were Qin Lian's main targets. Zhaofu chose the Corpse Paul world because there was enmity between them. Zhaofu would naturally destroy it first, and the death race was not easy to deal with. With their death attribute, they were much more powerful than ordinary humans. Zhaofu did not use the golden doors, as that would be too big of a commotion. Zhaofu used the small transboundary magic formation from before to come to the Corpse Paul world. As a death race world, there was Yin-Chi everywhere, and there were all sorts of strange-looking plants. The sky was gray and hazy, and the world was filled with an eerie coldness. There seemed to be no sound, and it felt deathly silent. Suddenly coming to a world like this made people feel quite afraid, and that eerie feeling made their hairs stand on end. Zhaofu had come to the boundary, so there most likely would not be many people. He saw a few wild beasts, which all looked quite strange-looking. This was because there was a gray-white lump of mud on each of the wild beasts' foreheads. Zhaofu did not know what it was, so after killing a few wild beasts, he took the mud. He found that it was incredibly cold and gave off powerful Yin-Chi. It was quite soft and could be molded into all sorts of shapes, but it could not be torn apart or destroyed. Zhaofu did not know what it was used for. Soon, Zhaofu found a village and found out what this mud could do. This mud was actually quite soluble in water, and as long as it was placed in a basin and stirred a bit, it would melt. Following this, the people would soak bandages in it. The bandages quickly absorbed the Yin-Chi from the mud, and the ordinary bandages became Yin weapons. Not only could they become as tough as metal, but they could also be freely controlled, making them look quite amazing. The residents here all had one or a few bandages wrapped around their bodies. The more bandages they wore, the more bandages they could control, the more powerful they were. No wonder Xianxia was covered in bandages when he first saw her. Because this was a small village in the wilderness, Zhaofu did not have to be too cautious. He came to the village and gave off a massive aura, causing the entire village to fall into deathly silence. Countless people looked terrified, they had never felt such a massive aura before, and they did not dare to resist at all. All of you, come out and gather at the center of the village, or else I'll kill you all. As soon as Zhaofu's cold voice sounded out, countless people hurriedly ran out of the village. They did not dare to hesitate because that power was too terrifying. They did not even have the courage to refuse that person's orders. Zhaofu stood at the center of the village and looked at the people gathered in front of him. They all knelt on the ground in fear, their heads tightly lowered, and their bodies slightly trembled. It was good to have great power, as one could dominate others. The weak could only live in fear and humility. The leader of the group was a large man with thick eyebrows, who was most likely the village chief. Beside him was a woman with disheveled clothes that revealed half of her chest. She was holding a baby in her arms, and it seemed that she had just been feeding the baby. Zhao Fu glanced at the baby, and the man with thick eyebrows thought that Zhao Fu was looking at his wife. His wife was not bad, and she was the most beautiful woman in the village. Now, she was even showing some of her skin, which aroused the interest of that terrifying person. But for the safety of the entire village, the thick-browed man could only shout, "Hurry up and serve the Lord." The woman was so afraid that she did not resist, and she got up and walked towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu directly cut them off. Even though the woman was the most beautiful woman in the village, to Zhao Fu's eyes, she was incredibly ordinary, so Zhao Fu naturally did not have any interest in her. "Tell me what I want and I'll let you off. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire village." The terrified villagers all nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu obtained the information he wanted and flew towards the nearest city. This was just a small village in the wilderness, so he naturally did not know much. If it was a village next to a city, even though they would know a bit more, in order to not reveal their identities, Zhao Fu would kill everyone in the village to ensure that their identities would not be revealed. After coming to a city, Zhao Fu went through a teleportation channel and went to an even larger city. Now, Zhao Fu started to obtain general information about the Corpse Pall world. He was quite surprised to find that the Corpse Pall world's 7 continents had formed 7 large factions. These factions were not allied together but had unified the continents. Shi Zhao's faction occupied the central continent, while the other 6 legatees each occupied a continent and had established kingdoms. These 7 people were all incredibly powerful, or else they would not have formed such a situation. Back then, the spirit light world had been scattered and had not been unified yet. The 7 of them had the most authority and status in the Corpse Pall world, and they were the most powerful. They were respected and worshipped by countless people in the world and controlled the fate of the Corpse Pall world. At the same time, they had connections to the outside world and knew about what had happened in the spirit light world and the outside world. As such, they could only ally together, or else they would not have any hope of resisting the ferocious Qin. Now that he knew about the Corpse Pall world situation, Zhao Fu became quite serious. Now that the 7 continents were unified, they were many times more powerful than when they were scattered, and it would be much more difficult to deal with them. Zhao Fu continued to gather information and wanted to know about the Corpse Pall world's fighting style. Each world had its own culture, and their fighting style was quite different as well. The people in the Corpse Pall world rarely used ores as materials. Perhaps it was because of the scarcity of ores, but they liked to use materials from wild beasts. Apart from that, they also used bandages. Their fighting style was quite special, and almost everyone could fight in close combat and from a distance. Xiao and the others gathered together to discuss Qin's situation. Now that the spirit light world had been destroyed, they would naturally be next. It was as if there was a haze covering the Corpse Pall world. Facing the terrifying pressure that Qin gave off, they could not sit still and were worried that Qin would attack at any moment. Moreover, only the higher-ups like them knew about this, and ordinary people did not know about it. That was why the Corpse Pall world was so peaceful. Even though the 7 continents had been unified and had entered a period of peace and prosperity, the ordinary people did not have much to worry about. However, if they knew how terrifying and threatening Qin was, they would not be like this. The Corpse Pall world would have long since fallen into chaos, and everyone would have fallen into the terror that Qin gave them. Xiao and Zhao Fu had met before when they had fought over the primogenitor statue. Even though they had not met again, there was enmity between them, as there had been an intense battle when they had fought over the primogenitor statue. Even though they knew that Prince Qin was not simple, they had never thought that he would be so terrifying. The Corpse Pall world's 7 people had each unified a continent, and it was something to be proud of. Even the outside worlds had not done this yet. Now, the 7 of them did not know what to do. Even though they had contacted the Alliance, they could not rely on the Alliance's people. With how cowardly they were, they would be killed by the 2 empires sooner or later. They had to face Qin's threat by themselves, and they could only face it in the Corpse Pall world. No one could truly help them. However, even facing the ferocious Qin, the corpse pall world would not give up without a fight. They started to prepare for the final battle with Qin. In fact, they even used all sorts of forbidden techniques and sinister methods. As long as they could defeat Qin, they would do anything. For example, they started to collect all sorts of Yin beast soil and babies born during the Yin hour. All of this was done in secret because they were afraid that Qin's intelligence agents would find out about it. Now that they had the ability to cross worlds, Qin definitely had it as well. They did not know that Qin's emperor was already in the corpse pall world. If they knew, they would be incredibly delighted, and they would be able to gather all of their forces to kill Qin's legatee. Once Qin's legatee died, the Qin Empire would most likely collapse, and the corpse pall world's crisis would be resolved. They knew that Qin's legatee was very powerful and that his nation armament could gather the power of 4 worlds. However, this was only a portion of the 4 worlds' power and not all of the 4 worlds' power. If they gathered 4 or 5 billion soldiers and used various methods, they would be able to kill Zhao Fu. In terms of individual strength, none of them would be a match for Zhao Fu. However, if they used the power of an entire world, they would definitely be able to defeat Zhao Fu. However, gathering such a large force was not a simple matter. By the time they finished gathering, Zhao Fu would have long since run away. After all, Zhao Fu was not an idiot. Shi Xiao and the others continuously prepared ways to resist Qin, and Zhao Fu also gathered information about the corpse pall world, making great gains. He found out about the legatees of the 7 major factions and their various abilities. Moreover, their battle methods were quite special. They would usually use various bone weapons to attack or defend. Bandages were their secondary weapons, and they could also attack and defend. The main and secondary weapons could also attack at the same time. This was quite troublesome, it was like 2 against 1. Moreover, they were of the same cultivation and had great teamwork. Facing such an enemy, ordinary people would lose, and the corpse pall world could still resist. Of course, this method consumed a lot of energy. Although the bandage had become a Yin artifact and was as hard as steel, it was still vulnerable to fire. This was also the most important point. Qin could use fire to restrain the corpse pall world and weaken its power. He could even use this to conquer the corpse pall world. Apart from this, Zhao Fu had also obtained some secret information that he couldn't verify. It was said that the 7 legatees controlled an underworld treasure trove, which contained countless Yin treasures, Yin coins, Yin chi materials, and could even enter the underworld. The 7 legatees relied on the underworld treasure trove to become so powerful, or else they would not have been able to unify the underworld. Zhao Fu did not know if this was true or not, but he would find out after conquering the corpse pall world. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and ordered people to prepare for the attack on the corpse pall world. Right now, Qin's main focus was to digest the spirit light world. He was only making preparations, and it would be some time before he officially attacked the corpse pall world. After looking through the corpse pall world, Zhao Fu planned to head to the world next to the fish scale world, but something big happened. Boom! An explosion sounded out as a massive aura fearlessly spread out, sending out wild gales and causing countless people to feel terror. Even in the nearby world, Zhao Fu could sense this terrifying might descending. This was an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator, the most powerful expert in the ancient STEM domain. Why had he suddenly appeared here and acted so fearlessly and domineeringly, not putting anyone in his eyes at all? People here, listen up, this world belongs to the Aeolian Empire. Anyone who dares to spy on it will be killed without mercy, and anyone who dares to humiliate it will have their entire world destroyed. Apart from this Emperor Heaven Realm expert, 3 billion Stage 3 soldiers also appeared, instantly taking down one of the Charmed Devil World's continents. This was because the world below the Charmed Devil World was the world next to the Fish Scale World. The world that this expert was talking about was this world. Even though there were only 3 billion soldiers in that world, they were all Stage 3 soldiers, which were comparable to 30 billion Stage 1 soldiers. The continent was unable to resist at all and was instantly destroyed. Moreover, they were incredibly cruel and cold-blooded. After conquering it, they slaughtered everyone, regardless of gender or age. In just a few days, the 3 billion soldiers had slaughtered almost everyone in the continent. The continent was covered with corpses and blood flowed like rivers. The ground was dyed red, and the stench of blood was incredibly pungent. There was not a single charm devil alive, only countless corpses. Fortunately, some of the charm devils had run quickly and escaped to other continents, or else the entire continent would have been slaughtered without a single survivor. High-grade soldiers completely suppressed lower-grade soldiers, and they were slaughtered in an instant. The entire charm devil world fell into panic because facing these 3 billion soldiers, they could not resist at all. If the Aeolian Empire's people really wanted to destroy them, the charm devil world would immediately disappear from the map without any hope. This was the strength of an inner region royal kingdom. Luckily, the Aeolian Empire seemed to have some misgivings and did not go too far, or else there would have been a bloodbath. The appearance of the Aeolian Empire in such a bloody and domineering manner shook the entire region, and the various worlds looked incredibly terrified. They could not even defend against a royal kingdom in the ancient stem domain, and now that a true royal kingdom from the inner regions had come, they would be crushed like ants. Now, they all looked incredibly nervous and gathered their forces, afraid that the Aeolian Empire would do something. After hearing about this, the people from the inner regions of the ancient stem domain sent people over. Even though they were both royal kingdoms, they were on completely different levels. They deeply feared the Aeolian Empire and wanted to know why it had come here. They also wanted to know why it was here, as they were worried that the Aeolian Empire would do something to them. Just a single royal kingdom from the inner regions of the ancient stem domain had caused such a massive storm in the ancient stem domain. If people from the heaven domain came, it would be unimaginable. The difference in power levels was simply too great. Xiaofu looked quite serious. Such a massive faction had suddenly descended, completely ruining Qin's plans and greatly threatening Qin's safety. At the same time, Xiaofu felt quite curious about what was in that world, or what had happened, for such a powerful kingdom to descend. Qin had never explored that world before, and now, that world was filled with mysteries. Luckily, the fish scale world next to it had been conquered by Qin, and it was protected by the heaven domain boundary. Xiaofu could enter that world through the fish scale world. The matter with the Aeolian Empire had become a very dangerous matter, and Xiaofu immediately got up and planned to head to that world. However, he found that he could not enter that world at all, as the transboundary magic formations could not enter that world. It was as if there was some kind of power protecting that world, preventing anyone from spying on it. Even powerful transboundary magic formations could not do anything. However, Xiaofu had other methods, which were Mozax and Yuling. Mozax had the power to nullify all power, and Yuling had the power to destroy all barriers. If they worked together, they should be able to open the barrier. Soon, the two of them arrived and followed Xiaofu's orders to destroy the barrier. Mozax unleashed his nothingness domain and started to corrode the barrier's power. Yuling stood within the nothingness domain and placed his little hand on the barrier, causing a formless wave of light to spread out. The barrier gradually twisted and formed a vortex. Xiaofu was delighted, it had worked. With Mozax and Yuling working together, almost no barrier could stop them. However, Xiaofu was disappointed. The barrier repaired too quickly, and there were many restrictions on powerful people. Xiaofu could not enter, and only Mozax and Yuling could enter. In the end, Xiaofu had no choice but to let the two of them enter to obtain information. He gave them the highest grade nothingness cloaks to protect themselves, and he warned them to be careful and to retreat if anything was off. Yuling was still a child, and Mozax was in charge. The two of them quickly entered the vortex. Xiaofu did not wait in place because he did not know when they would come out. He hoped that they would bring back good news. Afterwards, Xiaofu returned to Qin and planned to go to the Charm Devil world to take a look. Qin had originally wanted to conquer that world, but now it seemed impossible because the Aeolian Empire was there, so it was impossible for Qin to conquer the Aeolian Empire. Right now, the people of the Charm Devil world were not having a good time either. Almost all of them were on tenterhooks. When the Aeolian Empire took action, there was no movement at all. They were cold and merciless, directly slaughtering everyone. This made it so that many Charm Devils did not dare to stay in the Charm Devil world. Qin of the Succubus world had the Goreo kingdom as a chess piece. Xiaofu planned to go there and see the situation before making a detailed plan. Xiaofu sat on the throne as the Goreo kingdom's queen, and Queen lewdly served Xiaofu. There was also a group of bewitching women who looked incredibly envious and thirsty as they waited. They were the former Charm Devil King's concubines, and there were also the wives and daughters of some ministers. With their lewd natures, serving Zhao Fu was equivalent to enjoying themselves. Only the queen and queen had the qualifications to do so. Ordinary concubines like them could only wait. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless and wanted to come and see the situation. However, Mei Xianggu and Xiangli could not take it anymore. "Good husband, you've finally come. You don't know how much we've missed you." Mei Xianggu, the Goryeo kingdom's most vicious queen, said bitterly as she served Zhao Fu. "That's right. Husband, we've missed you every day and night. Today, you have to properly play with our bodies," the former queen of the Goryeo kingdom said flirtatiously. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "I'll satisfy you later." Now that the Aeolian Empire has descended, what is the situation like in the Charm Devil world? How are you going to deal with it? Xiangli did not dare to be interested in this matter and wholeheartedly served Zhao Fu. Mei Xianggu was more far-sighted and sighed as she said, "Now that the Aeolian Empire is a dangerous existence in the Charm Devil world, many people are preparing to relocate their kingdoms at any time. We don't know why the Aeolian Empire has come here, and no one knows what the Aeolian Empire's next step will be. Now that this place is so dangerous, many people don't dare to stay here because they can die at any moment. If the Aeolian Empire wants to destroy the Charm Devil world, good husband, we plan to rely on you. Only you can protect us. Also, good husband, I'll tell you a piece of good news. However, you have to satisfy me first, or else I won't tell you." Looking at how lewd and seductive she was, Zhao Fu could not hold back and started to do it with her. The women waiting by the side also happily went over. They could finally experience that sort of pleasure again. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the panting Mei Xianggu and asked, "Can you tell me what happened now?" Mei Xianggu's face was red as she said enticingly, "One of the rulers of our Charm Devil world's continents wants to find a man who can conquer her and has a large faction. She wants to protect her continent and prepare a path of retreat for the future. Husband, with your power, you'll definitely be able to subdue her. I heard that the ruler of that continent is still a virgin, so if you can subdue her, you'll be able to obtain a continent. Many people have already hurried over, so you need to act quickly. Perhaps the Devil Horn Empire's king has also gone." Zhao Fu rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Mei Xianggu lightly snorted, "If I had told you earlier, I wouldn't have been as comfortable as I am now. Alright, husband, I'll help you put on your clothes and bring you somewhere. We should be able to make it in time. After all, that news hasn't spread yet." Zhao Fu nodded, and the two of them headed towards the continent. "A bunch of trash, you dare to compete with this king?" A cold harumph sounded out as the purple-clothed and handsome-looking Yao Ming appeared in the sky. A massive aura spread out and swept towards the Charm Devil men. Feeling this terrifying aura, countless people looked terrified and quickly retreated, not daring to stay. They were not a match for Yao Ming at all. A woman flew into the sky. She was dressed in armor and had short, red hair. She had a fiery figure and an androgynous appearance. She was extremely handsome and gave off a valiant aura. If it wasn't for her fiery figure, most people would have thought that she was a handsome young man. "You're the Devil Horn Empire's king?" The woman was the ruler of that continent, and she was called Mei Xianggu. She looked at Yao Ming in delight. There were 4 powerful factions here: the Qin Empire, the Devil Horn Empire, the Alliance, and the Aeolian Empire. She had wanted to obtain the support of a large faction to strengthen her continent. If she could not defend against the Aeolian Empire, she could retreat to their side. The Devil Horn Empire was incredibly powerful and had 3 worlds and 9 continents. It would be of great help to her. Sensing the gazes of fear and worship, Yao Ming proudly smiled and said, "That's right. This king is the Devil Horn Empire's most powerful king. This king can make you a concubine and give you all sorts of help." Mei Qianggu smiled and cupped her hands as she said, "Many thanks. The Devil Horn Empire's king." If it was someone else, Mei Qianggu would not have been so courteous. However, the other party was the Devil Horn Empire's king, so she had to be courteous and respectful. Yao Ming felt quite happy. He had been able to obtain a continent so easily, so he said, "You can come back with this king. This king will immediately make you a concubine and send troops to defend the continent." Mei Qianggu lightly laughed as she said, "That's naturally not a problem. However, according to the charm race's customs, not only do you have to defeat me in terms of martial power, but you also have to conquer me in terms of body. With your strength, you're definitely above me, so you just need to conquer me in terms of body. This is my first time as well. To be able to give me such a powerful and famous man like you is a joyous matter. Let's not waste any words, come and do me. As a woman from the charm race, she was quite bold in this aspect and did not feel any shame. Mei Qiangu took off her armor and wanted Yao Ming to do her in front of everyone and conquer her body with brute force. Yao Ming gave a confident smile. He was from the devil race and was quite powerful in that aspect, so he naturally had the confidence and ability to conquer this woman in front of him. As for doing Mei Qiangu in front of everyone, perhaps he did not want to do it in front of everyone. However, after playing with his concubine and eating his own little brother, he did not mind at all. In fact, he felt a strange sense of excitement and pleasure. Hearing that the two of them were going to do it in front of everyone, regardless of whether they were men or women, looked quite excited and looked quite expectant. Their bodies also reacted. Mei Qiangu had taken off most of her clothes, and she was only wearing a red silk dress. Her faintly discernible figure was incredibly alluring. Yao Ming recklessly laughed and flew towards Mei Qiangu, preparing to hug her and do her in front of everyone. Boom! An even more powerful aura exploded out, and everyone in the surroundings felt a massive might. No matter if it was their bodies or bloodlines, they all felt terror, and their bodies instinctively trembled. Zhao Fu brought Mei Qiangu and powerfully descended. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Yao Ming immediately had a bad feeling and wanted to take Mei Qiangu away. That way, he would be able to obtain a continent. Clang, a sword light containing shocking power ferociously slashed towards Yao Ming. Yao Ming was given a big fright and slashed out with his saber, blocking that sword light, but he was forced back a few steps. This caused Yao Ming's expression to fall. Zhao Fu's power had increased by quite a bit. However, Yao Ming would not admit defeat so easily. A violet aura flame burst forth from his body as a massive aura spread out. Yao Ming prepared to fight with Zhao Fu. Wait! Mei Qiangu called out before looking at Zhao Fu in shock and asking, "Are you the emperor of the Qin Empire?" Zhao Fu hugged the mature and flirtatious Mei Qiangu and smiled as he nodded. Hearing Zhao Fu's reply, Mei Qiangu turned to look at Yao Ming and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Devil Horn Empire's emperor. This Qin Empire's emperor is more suitable for me than you, and you're most likely not a match for him. Also, the aura he gives off is far more noble than yours. It's also extremely attractive to me. Right now, my body is actually reacting strongly, and I really want him to F***ck me. You didn't give me this feeling, so you should have lost." Whore. Yao Ming had already considered Mei Qiangu to be his woman, and hearing her say those words, he felt incredibly furious. His face became ashen as he slashed out with his saber and ferociously attacked Mei Qiangu. Mei Qiangu's expression fell and she dodged to the side. She understood that she was not a match for Yao Ming. By now, Zhao Fu had also joined the battle and faced off against Yao Ming. A massive wind blew, causing countless people to flee in terror. In the end, Yao Ming was still able to escape. It was not only because Zhao Fu was stronger than him but also because this was Mei Qiangu's territory and her army was here. Neither side could use their nation armaments here because they were wary of the Emperor Heaven Realm experts here. If they made too much of a ruckus, it was possible that the three of them would be killed by the Emperor Heaven Realm experts. "Thank you for your help, Emperor Qin, I'm yours now," Mei Qiangu said as she smiled. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu being satisfied, it would have been very difficult for her to repel Yao Ming. However, even if Zhao Fu had not come, she would have worked together with Yao Ming. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at Mei Qiangu. In actuality, as long as it was against the Devil Horn Empire, he would do anything because the Devil Horn Empire was his enemy. Mei Qiangu lightly harumphed as she said, "I heard that you're not interested in men. Looking at how wet your lower body is, you really are quite lewd. However, to be able to do it with my husband is your fortune. Ordinary women will never be able to enjoy something like this." Mei Qiangu was only wearing a light muslin dress, so her lower body's reaction could be clearly seen. However, Mei Qiangu did not feel embarrassed at all and said, "There's never been a man who could make me react like this before. Emperor Qin, please enjoy me, or else I won't be able to take it anymore." Wait. Our husband won't do it with you in public. Also, do you think you can satisfy our husband by yourself? By now, Mei Xianggu understood Zhao Fu's personality. Even though everyone else had left, there were still countless soldiers gathered here. Seeing that Mei Qiangu could not wait any longer and was about to take off her remaining piece of clothing and do it in front of countless people, she called out to Mei Qiangu. Mei Qiangu understood and quickly brought Zhao Fu into a tent. She impatiently leaned against Zhao Fu's body and called in 4 beautiful women. She introduced them and said, "These are my 4 great generals, General Li Hua, General Han Yu, General Bai Wu, and General Feng Qiu." The first General Li Hua was quite flirtatious and had a wonderful figure. The second General Han Yu had her hair tied into a ponytail and looked quite heroic. The third General Bai Wu was quite beautiful and had a slim figure, but her chest was quite flat. The fourth General Feng Qiu was quite cold-looking and had a mature figure. "Your Majesty. Is this enough?" Mei Qiangu's eyes were filled with lust and her voice contained a trace of pleading. Zhao Fu smiled as he flipped her over and pressed her down, starting to do it with her. After going at it for a while, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted because he found that his cultivation was about to break through. He immediately sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Right now, Zhao Fu had stage 9 cultivation, and if he broke through, he would reach the Saint Realm. In actuality, Zhao Fu had been about to break through for a long time, but because of his divine bloodline, his cultivation had regressed a bit. However, he had become stronger. A group of women lay on the carpet, panting. Mei Qiangu and the 4 generals' faces were red, and they were still immersed in the pleasure they had just experienced. Mei Xianggu said powerlessly, "Now you know how it feels. Have you already fallen for it? Our husband's reputation for being dissolute is not false at all, and it's dozens of times more powerful." Mei Qiangu also weakly nodded, "I never thought that I would be so happy. Husband is truly the bane of our charmed devil race. Big sister Xianggu, you need to teach me how to serve husband, I want to be done by him every day." The 4 generals said powerlessly, "We're also willing to follow king and serve husband, please teach us, big sister Xianggu." Mei Xianggu gave a scheming smile. She was older than Mei Qiangu and the others, and she lived in the harem. She was incredibly scheming, and there was no need for her to chat with these people. From how she saw it, the charmed devil world would belong to Qin sooner or later. Zhao Fu had so many beautiful women in his harem, so she needed to gather the charmed devil race's women to expand her faction. That way, she would be able to gain power in Qin. From how she saw it, the charmed devil world would belong to Great Qin sooner or later. Zhao Fu had many beautiful women in his harem, so she needed to gather more charmed devil women to expand her faction. That way, she would be able to gain power in Great Qin in the future. The massive difference between Stage 9 and Saint Realm was the difference in the nature of their power. Stage 1 to Stage 9 was just cultivation power, and it was incredibly ordinary. Saint Realm power was a high-grade power that had evolved from ordinary power. The huge gap between the 9th order and the Sage Realm was the difference in the nature of the power. The first order to the 9th order was merely the power of cultivation, which was extremely ordinary. The power of the Sage Realm was the high-level power that had evolved from ordinary power. This kind of high-grade power was many times more powerful than ordinary cultivation power. In other words, Saint Realm power reigned above all ordinary power. Without the support of some high-grade energy, ordinary Type 9 powerhouses basically had no hope of defeating a Saint Realm powerhouse. Right now, Zhao Fu's body had already fused with the power of the Sage Realm, but it was not over yet. The most important thing for a Sage Realm expert was the Sage Realm. At this moment, Zhao Fu was comprehending his Saint Realm. The power of the world was gathering rapidly, and Zhao Fu's body was emitting an intense light. The power of the Saint Blood was being released without any concealment. The expression of the woman, who had been powerlessly lying on the carpet, fell as her bloodline felt immense terror. Her blood felt as if it was going to stop flowing, and her body gradually became cold. In front of this bloodline might, everyone felt as if they were standing in front of an insurmountable mountain. Sister Mushroom. What kind of bloodline does my husband have? My royal bloodline didn't resist at all and completely submitted to that aura. This was the first time Mei Qiangu had looked so terrified, she had never been so afraid before. Mei Xianggu naturally did not know either. Zhao Fu had not told her much, and under this bloodline's aura, her face became somewhat pale. However, she still pretended to be the person closest to Zhao Fu. Only then would she be able to convince Mei Qiangu and the others. She said in a profound tone, "Our husband's bloodline is a shocking secret. It's best if you don't know about it, or else the consequences will be severe." Hearing these words, the women did not doubt her at all. They got up and put on their clothes, not daring to stay here because they would definitely be affected. Boom, just as they left, countless traces of six desires demonic chi rose up from Zhao Fu's body. Because the cultivation technique had an effect on the Saint Realm, the cultivation technique gave the Saint Realm its power. Zhao Fu had already started to form his Saint Realm in his mind, and the six desires demonic gods appeared within it. In actuality, Zhao Fu could already stabilize his Saint Realm and break through to the Saint Realm. However, Zhao Fu was not satisfied with his Saint Realm's power, so he planned to fuse the 72 Saint Realms he had fused into his Saint Realm. The process was quite difficult, and Zhao Fu's six desires divine realm devoured the Saint Realm's power. After absorbing all of their power, the six desires demonic gods' bodies seemed to become corporeal. Boom, Zhao Fu stabilized his Saint Realm and a wave of Saint Realm power spread out. Zhao Fu had officially become a Saint Realm cultivator. Whether it was his body or soul, Zhao Fu felt as if he had gone through a transformation. He felt as if his comprehension of the heavens and earth had become clearer, and his power had greatly increased. This was the power of the Saint Realm. Yao Ming retreated to the Devil Horn Empire, feeling incredibly humiliated. It was as if the woman he loved had been stolen by Zhao Fu, and what was even more infuriating was that that woman had lewdly begged Zhao Fu to do her in front of him. If it wasn't for the Aeolian Empire being in the Charmed Devil world, Yao Ming would have disregarded everything to take down the Charmed Devil world and have the entire Charmed Devil world suffer his wrath. However, now that the Aeolian Empire had come with ill intentions, Yao Ming hesitated as to whether or not to change his plans. He had indeed wanted to attack the Mermaid world, but with such a terrifying existence like the Aeolian Empire, he would sooner or later have to face off against the Aeolian Empire. With the Devil Horn Empire's power, it would definitely lose. Even the other royal kingdoms did not want to get involved, as the Aeolian Empire was a royal kingdom in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. After thinking about it, Yao Ming decided not to go to the right for now in order to avoid facing off against the Aeolian Empire. He would make a decision after figuring out the Aeolian Empire's purpose in coming here. As such, he could only look to the left. Because of the Aeolian Empire's existence, Yao Ming felt a strange sense of fear and felt that there would be great danger. As such, he sent out ambassadors to the other royal kingdoms to see how they would deal with this. Only by facing the Aeolian Empire would they have the power to retaliate. "What are you doing?" Zhao Fu looked at Mei Qiangu and the four generals who were serving him, and Mei Xianggu smiled as she taught them. "Husband, we want to do it with you every day, so of course we have to learn how to serve you," Mei Qiangu said as she looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Zhao Fu cut them off and said, "Let's return to politics. I want most of your forces and the Goreo Kingdom's forces to evacuate to Qin. Don't worry, your status and power will not change. The Charmed Devil world is too dangerous right now, and the Aeolian Empire could attack at any time without any warning. Moreover, this continent is the closest to the Aeolian Empire and is the most dangerous." Mei Qiangu stopped and sank into her thoughts before nodding. They were mainly worried about the Aeolian Empire suddenly attacking. If all of their forces remained here, they would not be able to evacuate quickly. The Goreo Kingdom and Mei Qiangu's Charm Bone Kingdom started to evacuate their forces, and Zhao Fu returned to Qin and ordered people to take them in. That mysterious world was a spirit race world, and it was a wind spirit world. The creatures that lived there were all born with wind attribute power, and the wind spirit race was a relatively powerful race. The wind spirit world had 5 continents, and 4 of them were still in a period of chaos. However, the central continent had been unified, and it was the most powerful faction in the wind spirit world. The leader of this faction was the World Protector, and it was said that he had the title of Wind God's son. It was said that he had a pure wind god bloodline and had the ability to control massive storms. His faction was called the Wind God Kingdom, and it was only one word different from the Aeolian Empire. Zhao Fu wondered what their relationship was. The wind god's son had unified the continent and become the most powerful faction in the wind spirit world, and the other continents had allied together to resist him. The 4 continents allied together were unable to destroy the wind god kingdom, and the wind god kingdom could not do anything to the 4 continents. This was the information that the Mozak's fish spirit had gathered. Zhao Fu had long since expected that mysterious world to be closely related to the Aeolian Empire. However, Zhao Fu was not sure what their relationship was. If they were enemies, the Aeolian Empire would definitely bring a massive army to destroy the wind spirit world. That would be for the best, as only one world would suffer. After destroying the wind spirit world, the Aeolian Empire would leave, and everyone else would be safe. Many people hoped that this was the case. After all, the wind spirit world had nothing to do with them, and its destruction would not affect anyone else. As long as the terrifying existence known as the Aeolian Empire left, everything would be fine. However, there was another possibility, which was that the wind god's son and the Aeolian Empire were on good terms. If that was the case, things would be quite dangerous. Because of this, the Aeolian Empire definitely would not attack the wind spirit world, so why had it brought such a massive army? It was very likely that the Aeolian Empire would help the wind spirit world attack other kingdoms and help the wind spirit world become a royal kingdom. If that was the case, the surrounding worlds would all be in great danger, and they would all be attacked by the Aeolian Empire. Qin was also one of them, as it was only one world away from the wind spirit world. The Devil Horn Empire was relatively safe, and it was only 2 worlds away. However, it was possible that it was the Aeolian Empire's target. AI. After hearing the information about the wind spirit world, Zhao Fu heavily sighed and felt a great deal of pressure. If it was the second type, the people in the surrounding worlds would not be able to retaliate at all, and the inner regions of the ancient stem domain would not do anything either. After all, they would not suffer any losses, and the other side was a royal kingdom from the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. They would not be able to defeat them. Zhao Fu gathered all of his subordinates to discuss, and they had to, of their own. Of kingdom. They would not be able to do. With Great Qin's current strength, it definitely would not be able to stop them. After all, even ordinary royal kingdoms would not be able to stop them, let alone royal kingdoms from the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. As such, they could only think of other methods, and they could not count on the royal kingdoms from the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. The Aeolian Empire was such a powerful kingdom that it definitely had opponents or enemies in the inner domains. If they heard about this, they would definitely interfere. Zhao Fu ordered people to investigate the Aeolian Empire, and they found that the Aeolian Empire had a mortal enemy in the inner domains called the Demon Cloud Empire. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and ordered people to leak this information to the Demon Cloud Empire. He then waited to see what the Demon Cloud Empire would do. After hearing about the Aeolian Empire's actions, the Demon Cloud Empire seemed to have sent people to confirm this and started to move their forces. However, they did not show any signs of stopping them for now. However, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. The Demon Cloud Empire would definitely interfere and would not allow the Aeolian Empire to achieve its goal so easily. That way, Qin would not have to face as much pressure in the future. Moreover, Qin had to quickly increase his strength. Only with enough strength would he be able to protect himself. Zhao Fu gave the order to quickly digest the news of conquering the Spirit Light World and the Corpse Pall World. Now that the Wind Spirit World's barrier had disappeared, they would know what would happen. They would also know what the relationship between the Aeolian Empire and the Wind God's son was. In order to ensure Great Qin's safety, Zhao Fu planned to send ambassadors to some kingdoms in the inner regions. On one hand, he would secretly spread the news about the Wind God Empire, and on the other, he might be able to obtain the support of some kingdoms in the inner regions. Because of the Aeolian Empire's appearance, there were fewer battles, and the Devil Horn Empire, Qin Empire, and allied worlds all became more careful. Since there were no battles, Zhao Fu turned his attention to other matters. The Emperor Killing Sword World had leveled up and could now transform 10,000 people into Sword Obsession. With how terrifying Sword Obsession was, 10,000 people in Sword Obsession could rival millions of soldiers. In other words, a single person in Sword Obsession could kill hundreds of ordinary Stage 1 soldiers. With 10,000 people in Sword Obsession, the Emperor Killing Sword World's power would greatly increase. If it reached the next stage, 100,000 people in sword obsession would be able to rival tens of millions of soldiers, and 1 million people in sword obsession would be able to rival hundreds of millions of soldiers. If it was 100 million people in sword obsession, they would be able to defend against tens of billions of soldiers. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Moreover, sword obsession at a higher stage was almost unkillable. The emperor-killing sword world had great nurturing value, so Zhao Fu naturally paid attention to it. It would be best if the 10,000 people in sword obsession were sword cultivators, and they had to have decent talent. Zhao Fu relaxed his requirements and no longer needed geniuses in the way of the sword. After all, it was impossible for there to be so many geniuses, so he could only add those with decent talent. As for who to choose from, Zhao Fu would definitely choose the ancient sword sect. After all, as a sword sect, their disciples were all sword cultivators, and there were many of them. Even though the ancient sword sect had provided some resources to Qin, this was not enough to dispel Zhao Fu's hatred towards the ancient sword sect. Zhao Fu did not want that small portion of resources, but because of the pressure, he could only accept it. Otherwise, with how much hatred Zhao Fu felt towards the ancient sword sect, how could he accept those resources? As such, Zhao Fu would still choose the ancient sword sect. Following this, Zhao Fu went to where Lin Yan'er was. Lin Yan'er was from the ancient sword sect and was one of the top-ranked geniuses in the way of the sword. She understood the ancient sword sect very well, and with her help, Zhao Fu would have less trouble. "Husband. You're here." Seeing Zhao Fu, Lin Yan'er flirtatiously smiled as she leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and kissed him. She then impatiently took off her clothes, wanting to do it with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stopped her and found that Ling Feishue, the ancient sword sect's madam, was also here. Zhao Fu thought back to Yu Qingxue. Even though he had helped her suppress the 6 desires demonic qi, her body had still been affected by it. It seemed that Ling Feishue was the same, and she was doing her best to suppress herself. In the future, I should use the 6 desires demonic qi less because it doesn't seem to be completely under my control, Zhao Fu thought to himself. "Husband. Don't you want to do our sect masters, madam? She's been waiting for a long time. Come." Seeing Zhao Fu's gaze fall on Ling Feishue, Lin Yan'er flirtatiously pulled Zhao Fu in front of Ling Feishue. Ling Feishue's face became red and she turned her head away, not daring to look at Zhao Fu. Even though her body greatly wanted it, she did her best to restrain herself. However, if Zhao Fu really wanted to do anything to her, she definitely wouldn't resist. However, she definitely wouldn't take the initiative. However, Lin Yan'er's words shattered her final resistance. "Big sis Feishue. Think about the ancient sword sect. In actuality, our husband is very good, but you have to behave well. For the ancient sword sect." Ling Feishue made up her mind, and her beautiful eyes became gentle as she looked at Zhao Fu and started to serve Zhao Fu. Lin Yan'er also happily served Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu started to do it with the two of them, enjoying the ancient sword sect's madam's body. This was because he wanted to take revenge on the ancient sword sect. After doing it, Ling Feishue weakly lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. After suppressing her desires for so long, she had gone crazy. Zhao Fu told Lin Yan'er why he had come, and the red-faced Lin Yan'er happily agreed because she had a chance to be alone with Zhao Fu. "Your Majesty. I don't hope that you'll spare everyone from the ancient sword sect, but can you spare some of them? I'm yours from now on. I'll take good care of you." Ling Feishue's voice was a bit weak, but she looked at Zhao Fu hopefully. Now that Ling Feishue was with Qin, she could see how quickly Qin had developed and how powerful he was. Even though the ancient sword sect was powerful, Qin would destroy the ancient sword sect sooner or later. This was something that Ling Feishue was certain of. Zhao Fu lifted Ling Feishue's chin and teased, "Don't worry. I'll let a portion of the people from the ancient sword sect off, but right now, I want to hear you call me husband." Ling Feishue looked quite embarrassed and felt that she had let down the ancient sword sect's sect master. However, for the ancient sword sect and for herself, she needed Zhao Fu. Now that she had done it with Zhao Fu, she did not want to continue suffering like before. Ling Feishue called out shyly, "Husband." The ancient sword sect was a faction that had existed for a long time, and it had at least 400 billion people in the 10 worlds. How could Zhao Fu kill all of them? He would definitely kill the higher-ups and subdue the rest. Zhao Fu started to ask Lin Yan'er about the ancient sword sect's factions. The emperor-killing sword world could convert higher-grade cultivators, and even though the requirements for talent were lowered, it could increase the cultivation of those people. A Stage 2 cultivator could fight against 6 or 7 Stage 1 soldiers, a Stage 3 cultivator could fight against 36 Stage 1 soldiers, a Stage 4 cultivator could fight against 216 Stage 1 soldiers, and a Stage 5 cultivator could fight against 600 or so Stage 1 soldiers. With the Emperor-killing sword world's power, it could convert people with Stage 6 cultivations. Any higher than that would be quite troublesome, as they could use their powerful cultivation to defend. Zhao Fu planned to capture 10,000 Stage 6 swordsmen from the ancient sword sect. With how powerful the ancient sword sect was, 10,000 Stage 6 swordsmen was not a lot. A massive faction like that might have tens of thousands of Stage 8 or Stage 9 swordsmen, and even more Stage 5 or Stage 6 swordsmen. If Zhao Fu could obtain these 10,000 Stage 6 swordsmen, their battle prowess would be equivalent to millions of Stage 1 soldiers. Stage 2 and Stage 3 were low-grade in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain, Stage 4 and Stage 5 were mid-grade, and Stage 6 and Stage 7 were mid-grade. As such, their positions in the ancient sword sect would not be ordinary. Zhao Fu asked Lin Yan'er about them and found out that Stage 6 swordsmen were managers, so it would be quite troublesome to gather them. However, Zhao Fu found out that the ancient sword sect had an enforcement team. Not only were their sword techniques powerful, but they also had Stage 6 cultivations, and there were 80,000 or so of them. If he could think of a way to draw out this team, he would be able to achieve his goal. Zhao Fu quickly brought Lin Yan'er and started to move. Zhao Fu had wanted to bring Ling Feishue as well, as the sect master's wife, she should know more. However, she did not want to see Zhao Fu harm the ancient sword sect's people, so she did not come. In actuality, Zhao Fu had also thought of a way. There were a few elders in charge of the enforcement team, and if he could capture one of them and obtain their command medallion, he would be able to gather 10,000 enforcement team members. The only difficulty was that those elders were world realm experts and could use a world's power. With Zhao Fu's Saint Realm cultivation and other powers, he might be able to put up a fight. However, Zhao Fu did not plan to rely on his own cultivation because Zhao Fu had a nation armament, which could use the power of 4 worlds and could easily suppress that elder. After arriving outside the ancient sword sect, because of what had happened before, the defenses had become much stronger, and there were powerful restrictions set down, making it difficult for Zhao Fu to enter. It was a pity that he did not bring Yu Ling and Mozax, or else they would have been able to enter easily. Husband, why don't we set up a trap to lure that elder out and then kill that elder? I heard that he has a disciple that he loves dearly. If we capture him, that elder will definitely appear, Lin Yan'er thought about it and suggested. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and asked, do you know where that disciple is? Lin Yan'er lightly laughed and said, husband, my identity hasn't been exposed yet. In actuality, my identity hasn't been exposed yet. That disciple is called Lu Nan, and he once madly pursued me, saying that I was the only person he loved in his life. He did many foolish things, but I don't like him. As long as I send him a message, he'll definitely come out to see me. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he agreed and said, then we'll do as you say. Husband, after we succeed, I want you to properly dote on me, Lin Yan'er said coquettishly as she hugged Zhao Fu's arm. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he took off her clothes. A while later, a green sword light landed on a flat area. It was an ordinary-looking young man wearing robes. He looked at Lin Yan'er with wide eyes and said in delight, Yan'er, I never thought that you would still be alive. Lin Yan'er's face was red and she gave off an alluring aura as she softly replied, Junior apprentice brother, of course I'm alive. Of course I'm alive. I miss you a little, so I asked you out. End of chapter 1359. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.